Do you want to build 4 incredible iOS and Android apps using React Native? Check this out. We're going to build food delivery apps like Deliveroo and Uber, real-time social media apps like Signal, or even dating apps like Tinder. Welcome to the ultimate React Native crash course, where we're going to build 4 iOS and Android native apps in 14 hours. You're going to be learning things like React Native using Expo, state management techniques such as Redux. You're going to learn how to use Tailwind 3.0 when styling native apps. We're going to cover React Native navigation. We're going to be using React Native elements to level up your app styling. We're going to boost the functionality of your apps with React Native maps. And we're going to have tons of cool animations and loaders for you to enjoy. All of this is going to be powered by a database. We're going to be covering Firebase version 9, in particular the database known as Firestore. You're even going to learn how to leverage and use the React ContextAPI. There's going to be several types of authentication. You're going to learn how to add Google authentication into your React Native apps. You're even going to learn how to deploy your app onto Expo. We're going to cover a range of Google APIs, such as the Google Autocomplete API, the Google Distance Matrix API to calculate the distance from point A to point B in the Uber clone, and the Google Directions API to navigate between point A and point B on a map. And most importantly, you're going to learn all of my secret tips and tricks inside of this crash course. And that's not all, guys. We're going to be covering bonus content such as how to use amazing content platforms such as Sanity.io, and even how to query databases using NoSQL and the GROQ query language, which is very similar to GraphQL. And don't forget, guys, if you're enjoying any of this and you want to take your learning to that next level, come and join us over at Zero to Full Stack Hero. I put my heart and soul into this course and community, and there's a clear reason why it's the #1 developer community in the world. We have weekly coaching calls with over 100 hours of coding content, with more and more content being added each and every single week. We teach you not only the skills required to code well, but also the real-world skills to nail interviews and land your dream job as a software developer. If you don't believe me, check out the link over here. Diamond members even get an additional coaching call every single fortnight, as well as over 60 hours of bonus Diamond mentorship content. On top of all of this, you get success coaches inside the community to help you whenever you get stuck, including myself, and success coaching calls every single Friday. And the best part by far, you're joining the world's best developer community. We have over 700 members in our Slack community, and we're growing every single day. And we have over 8,500 members in our Discord community. This isn't just another Udemy course that you're joining. This is your lifelong family of developers who are there to support you throughout your career as a software developer. So if you want to join us over at Zero to Full Stack Hero, the link is in the description. It's going to be on the screen right now. Head over and join us inside the Pup fam. Before we jump into the first build, let's talk about today's video sponsor, Sanity. I'm teaming up with our amazing friends over at SanityCMS, and these guys are the leaders in the CMS space. It's one of the best backend solutions I've used. So here's just a couple of reasons why I personally recommend SanityCMS. You can use Sanity wherever you need to, whether it's an app or a website. It can power your app from the back end. It provides a platform for easy structured content, and it allows non-developers to have access to the website. So it means that if anyone wants to actually update the data on your website, they can do so in real time and publish the changes. They also have an amazing set of collaborative features. So if me and Jay need to work on the website together, I can actually go ahead and see Jay editing the site in real time and publishing the changes. We can even roll back changes and inspect the differences that each other have made. It's a really, really nice touch that the team have made. There are tons of APIs to interact with your content, and do not worry, for beginners, they've actually made it very simple to go ahead and pick up. The customer service is incredible, and if you want to go ahead and actually get into their community, then you can go ahead and actually check out their Slack channel at slack.sanity.io. So getting started is actually really simple, guys. Your boy's gone ahead and hooked you up with a double boosted plan. This means that whatever free plan they actually have, we've gone ahead and doubled the quota. So if you want to get the most out of your next project, then make sure you go ahead and power it up with SanityCMS. First link in the description, you're not going to regret it. Trust me. Without further ado, let's start our first app. So the first app that we're going to be building is the amazing Deliveroo clone. In this build, you're going to learn how to create your first iOS and Android app using React Native. We'll be using Redux to handle the state management inside of our application. If you didn't know, Redux is kind of a big deal and it's used in industry at scale. I'm going to show you how to integrate TailwindCSS to build a beautiful UI. We're even going to have a bunch of animation and loaders inside of this build. We're going to set up SanityCMS to handle the backend, store the data, and handle all the querying. And on top of that, we're going to actually deploy that Sanity backend so it's live for when your app is ready to launch. We're going to be covering the GROQ querying language to go ahead and connect to Sanity's backend. This is very similar to GraphQL. So if you've ever heard of GraphQL, then you're going to enjoy using the GROQ query language. All right, Papa Fam, let's dive in. Build. Enjoy, Papa Fam. Let's kick it. Check it out, guys. Look at this build right now. Like, this is so clean. I kid you not. We have full Deliveroo functionality. So, I mean, I don't know if you've used Deliveroo app. I love it. I use it all the time. I'm ordering food left, right, and center. But you guys can see right here, we have a web version, we have a React Native version. This is working for iOS and Android. Okay, this is going to work cross-platform. One code base. Let's go ahead and add some items to our order. Oh, look at that. I want a katsu curry. Might get some Coke. And let's go ahead and view the basket. Boom. Beautiful UI. Everything is completely modifiable. You can remove things from your order, add it to your order. We have all our calculations being made. Let's go ahead and place an order. Now, guys, are you ready? When I you can hear the excitement in my voice, right? When I click this, look how clean the animation is about to be, right? So we haven't implemented the payment stuff. We're just going to basically dummy the payment. But check this out. I'm going to go ahead and place the order. Pow! Look at that. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh my God. Like, it is clean as hell. And you're going to learn how to do all of that in today's build. That's a fully functional map, by the way. So everything's there. We've got Wagamama pinned on the menu. And yeah, for those of you saying, but is the driver not going to pick it up? We only have 3 or 4 hours on this live stream. So I've done up to a certain point, and then the rest is up to you guys. But this is going to be an amazing project to have on your portfolio. Smash the thumbs up button. But it is really, honestly, I'm super proud of this one. And if you guys can see here, even on the web, it's actually working the same. So you don't have like animations because it's a website, or for this one anyway, and you can go ahead and still use the website like normal, view the basket, do everything that we expect. If this is exciting to you guys, smash the thumbs up button. Let me know in the comments right now who is excited. And yes, building this app made me very hungry a lot of the time because I'm sitting there staring at food 24/7. But yeah, Einstein Law says web page and app wholly from one code base. So you're going to be learning about React Native today. So I'm going to go ahead and list down all of the cool things that we're going to be doing in today's video. So that way you guys can go ahead and get excited for what's about to come. So I'm going to go ahead and draw it out on the screen right now. We have, let me see if my brush is working. There we go. Screen brush is the brush I use. Everyone always asks me that question. We're going to be learning React Native today. Okay, so React Native, this is what is powering what you see on the screen, right? So it's absolutely massive build with React Native. One code base will compile down to everything that you guys see here. Then we're going to be learning Redux, because I hear you guys, you're always asking for it. You always want to know more about Redux. So I've incorporated Redux in today's video as well. We have TailwindCSS. Now, if you've done any of my builds, I know literally over 500,000 of you have done the Uber clone. Incredible stuff. We use Tailwind CSS there, but I've upgraded things. Today we're using a different CSS module, and we're actually going to like sort of change around the Babel steps, which basically allows us to do the full Tailwind CSS experience on React Native. So I'm going to show you how to do all of that, okay? We've got Tailwind CSS in the house. We've got React navigation. So I'm just going to say React navigation. React Native navigation, so it's really React Native navigation. So that's going to allow us to have all the routing inside of our apps. You know, when the modules pop up, all that kind of cool stuff. So right now you can see over here, bam, that popping up. All of this we're going to be building with React Native navigation. We have got the entire build powered by Sanity. Now, this video was made possible by our beautiful friends over at Sanity, the best content platform right now on the planet. It's bloody powerful, right? So I want to go ahead and let you guys know we've actually teamed up with the guys over at Sanity to bring you double the free quota plan. So when we do go through the build today, I want you to go ahead and make sure that you use our special coupon flag when you're setting up your projects. That way you get double the free quota. Now, what is Sanity and how is it helping us, all right? In today's video, you can see we've got all these different restaurants on the screen. This is all being pulled in dynamically from Sanity's backend. So we can see all the restaurants get pulled in here. All the dishes are also stored in here. And as you can see, if we check out the restaurants right here, this is known as a content management system. So if I was to go into Wagamama right now, I can go ahead and update all of this, the address of the place, the star rating, which category it falls into, and also the dishes that appear on the menu. We've also got different menu categories. So all these menu categories right now, this is how we are going ahead and seeing all of the beautiful UI updates on the front of the screen. Okay, so really powerful stuff right now. And then the final one, which is actually a nice little icing on the cake. Notice how we have these three sections: offers near you, featured, and tasty discounts. So this is how we go ahead and list out the restaurants in each of those sections, right? So we're making massive use of SanityCMS right now, and everything is looking pretty damn good while doing that, right? So basically, if you want to go ahead and learn more about SanityCMS, make sure you check out sanity.io. Again, as I mentioned, massive content platform, really cool real-time features. Me and Jay were working together on this while we were doing this. Check out the website, but you know how we like to do it. On today's video, I'm going to show you how to use it, how to implement it. You've done it in React. You haven't done it on React Native before on this channel. So today's going to be a new experience for all of you. So yeah, we have pretty much all of this stuff going on right now. We've got Heroicons to power up all these beautiful icons. We have the maps at the end, like you saw. We do have the animation. So I'm going to show you another demonstration of that one more time, and then we're going to jump into today's build. So I'm going to go ahead, view the basket, place the order, bam, that beautiful animation I'm going to teach you how to do. And then we're going to go ahead and compile this all, build it all, so that way you guys can get this on your CVs, on your resume, and you can go ahead and impress somebody and get your next big job. Let's go ahead and jump into it. So first thing we're going to do is vibe into this now. Let's go ahead, and this is only going to be the client-side app. Yes, we only have a certain amount of time on YouTube, so it's impossible to do all of that in like the client side, the drivers, all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to show you this today. It's up to you if you're going to take it further, okay? So let's go ahead and jump into today's build, right? Now, firstly, I just want to mention, remember I was talking about that Tailwind CSS package? In case you're curious, this is what we're going to be using for Tailwind CSS. React navigation is what we're going to be doing, but we're going to be starting off our React Native project with Expo. If you've never used Expo, definitely worth checking out. If you are building something like an iOS or Android app, when you're using React Native, you can do it the bare bones way, which was kind of the old school way of doing it. Or if you need absolute control over everything, then you can do it that way. What I would recommend, start with Expo, which is basically, imagine it like a wrapper around your React Native app. Allows you to use simulators easier, allows you to use it allows you to compile down to web as well. Really amazing experience when you're developing an iOS app, and you're going to find out today just how easy that is. So we're going to go ahead and jump into the code right now. So as you can see, what we've done here is, because we're going to be stopping the simulator while we build the app, I've actually got screenshots of the entire app, so that way we can go ahead and build this out by using these as reference. And this is also a good kind of idea to get used to, seeing some designs, for example, in your job or a freelancing client, and then we're going to build that out, right? So I'm going to show you how we do all of this cool stuff. Okay, so first thing I want you to do is go ahead and do this command, npm i-g expo CLI. This is going to allow you to install the CLI tools onto your computer. So first thing I'm going to do is open up my terminal, and what we're going to do is I'm going to open up a separate terminal. And what I like you to do, guys, is always make sure that you're actually putting your sort of, your projects in a place which makes sense. For me, I like to go into my documents. I like to put in the builds folder. Okay, so right now I'm inside my builds folder, and I'm going to go ahead and run that command that we saw earlier. So I've already done this, right? Now, what you may have to do is type in sudo, S-U-D-O, before this in order to make it work, right? And that will ask for your permission to put your password in, and it will install this. Now, this means that this is going to be used, like you'll be able to use the Expo CLI throughout any project on your computer. Okay, so let's go ahead and start the project. What we do is we run npx create expo app. If npx doesn't work, you need to install Node on your machine. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do this, and we're going to basically change out my app for the name of our app. So I'm going to go ahead and say npx create expo app, and I'm going to type in simply here Deliveroo clone. Okay, Deliveroo clone, and let's go ahead and hit enter. So at this point, that's going to spin up our app for us, right? So this is creating a template or a starter project for us, and it's going to go ahead and set up all the dependencies, all the kind of things that we need to get off the ground, so that way we can start building out what we need to do. Okay, now as I mentioned, if this is your first time with React Native, what do you need to know? Okay, so React Native is essentially, we're basically using React, but in a different kind of environment, which allows us to compile it down into iOS, Android, and web. Okay, so usually when we build a React website with Next.js, it's usually just for the web or a progressive web app. In this case, when we use React Native and Expo together, we're actually going ahead and creating a code base, one code base, which compiles down into all three platforms. So this is why it's React Native as opposed to normal regular React. The concepts are still very similar. You can pretty much go ahead and use switch between them very easily. Okay, so we've gone ahead and done that. We're going to go into the Deliveroo clone right now, and what I want to do is type in code dot, and this is going to open up my VS Code on my screen right now and allow me to get set up with a starter project. Okay, so what I want to do now is I just like to kind of neaten up my environment, so that way we're not kind of, you know, messing around too much over here. So I'm going to go ahead and push this onto a separate screen. We can actually close this. If your code.command didn't work, I highly recommend you go into VS Code, Command Shift P, and type in install, and you will get the install. I'm using the beta version, which is why it says Code Insiders, but yours will say install code command and path, and then you can use that command. Okay, so quick introduction into what template we just got ahead and got set up for us, right? So the way it works is we have app.js, which is our starting point. Now, as you can see, we're using package lock, right? So I prefer to use yarn, but it's okay. You can use whatever the hell you want. It doesn't matter as long as you just stick to one of them. Okay, so what we're going to do here is I need to start this app up. Okay, so the way I start it up is Command J, pull up my terminal. And what I want you guys to do is go ahead and type in Expo start. Now, before I run this, I'm going to cut off my old simulator, which was running previously. So this is actually going to stop my server from running. Control C to do that. And then I'm going to go ahead and just make this full screen. So this is now our reference kind of, you know, screen. And what I'm going to do here is type in Expo start on my project. Okay. Now, what this will do is it will spin up. So now you can see over here, we get this QR code. And what's really awesome, guys, is if you download, if you download Expo Go onto your phone, okay? So literally just your regular phone, download Expo Go, that QR code that you're seeing on the screen, all you have to do is scan it as long as you're on the same Wi-Fi network, and you can code and literally develop on your actual phone or your device. So this is amazing if you have Windows and you want to build an iOS app, for example. You can use your iPhone to go ahead and be your development tool. So that is an absolute game changer. Really, really awesome stuff, okay? Now, what I want you to pay attention to is this. So you can see this comes up with a bunch of things over here. Now, you can go ahead and open this up in your Safari or Chrome. But what I like to do is use the CLI as my sort of tool when I'm coding. So if you ever lose this, right, press question mark and it will show you all the options that you have on your screen. So you can see it open on iOS, open on the web, and that kind of stuff. I'm going to go ahead and press I. And this is going to open on iOS. If you are on a Mac, you can do this, or you can use Android if you're on Windows. But you're going to have to install, you have to basically open up Xcode on a Mac to go ahead and set up the simulator. Just install, basically open Xcode once, agree to whatever is asking you, and then you'll get access to the simulator, okay? And then that way you'll be able to spin up your own simulator. Same with Windows, but you're gonna have to install a Java environment. Otherwise, you can go ahead and press W to go ahead and open up on the web. But for now, we're gonna go ahead and simply do it on iOS. So I'm gonna go ahead and see open up on iOS. I'll hit the I key, and it says opening on iPhone. So what I want you to do now is go ahead, and I'm gonna bring my phone over to our code base over here, okay? Now, what I want you to do is if you ever get into this situation where it kind of isn't responding or like this kind of, you know, setup. So for example, I press iOS and nothing's happening. It says disconnected from Metro. Press R to refresh. And as you can see, I have a clear connection now. So it's downloading the JavaScript bundle, and you can see what it does is it's building out this bundle. So my code base is now compiling into an iOS code base, and that's how it's going to load up on an iPhone, okay? So the only difference that we really have here is rather than using things like div, we're instead using view, right? That's pretty much it. Kind of very simple differences here, right? And that's because that view is going to compile down into a div on the web. It's going to compile down to the appropriate container on an iPhone and the appropriate container for an Android device. That's why we do what we do with React Native. Okay, so Command J, we can hide that. Now you can see we've got our app up and running on the right. So this is a great starting point. The first thing that I want to do is I'm actually going to get rid of the style sheet over here. So you can style like this. I don't like to. I'm going to use Tailwind CSS. It's my go-to in a situation like this. I'm going to get rid of this right here. And now the question might be naturally, well, how the hell do we actually go ahead and style with React Native? Now it is up there, by the way. It hasn't disappeared, right? How the hell do we go ahead and style this with React Native? So for now, I'm just going to leave that in there while I get this up and running, and then we can go ahead and test it out. So what I want you to do, first things first, is we're going to set up Tailwind CSS into our app, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and get everything on the screen now. So we're going to be using Tailwind CSS React Native, this library right here. So what I want you to do, guys, is simply type in npm install Tailwind CSS React Native, okay? So if you go to installation, you can actually go ahead and check everything out, and they'll give you some nice installation instructions, right? So in this case, you can see we're actually going to need two things. We're going to need Tailwind CSS itself, and that's a developer dependency because we don't want to have that in the production build. So I'm going to copy these two lines, and we're going to go ahead and pop this onto our code base right now. I'm just going to move things around because right now I don't have my setup the way I want it. And there we go. Command J. So while we have our bundler here, I'm going to open up a second terminal there. This is how I like to do it. And I'm going to say paste it. So I'm pasting those two lines in. So we're installing Tailwind CSS and Tailwind CSS React Native. Okay. So at this point now, we're going to go ahead and that's installed. So Command J to hide this. And I'm going to show you how we do this. Now, typically, you know, it just kind of works off the bat, right? Usually you install this stuff, it just kind of magically works. Instead, what we're going to do now is we actually just need to do a little bit of a kind of extra step here, right? So what I want to do is firstly, I want to go to our Tailwind config file. So Tailwind requires a config file, and it's actually gone ahead and it should have set that up for us. Let's have a look. I think it did last time. Okay, interesting. We can do that anyway. So I'm going to go ahead and create a file now. So create a file at the top, Tailwind config. And what I want to do here is simply copy this in like so. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and pop this in like so and paste it in. Nice. We don't need anything else here, so that's pretty fine as it is. And then we need to add something called a Tailwind provider into our app. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is actually go ahead and I did actually do this a slightly different way. I did it Babel last time, I think. I want to do the Babel way, I think, because this is kind of a cool way of doing this. Instead, yeah, okay, let's try this. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and firstly go to our code, so babel.config.js. I'm going to copy this plugin right here, so over here, and I'm going to pop it in there. So Tailwind CSS React Native Babel. Okay, then what I'm going to do is, you can see after that initial step, we don't even need to add anything else. Okay, so now what we can do is we can actually use class names just like we normally would inside of our code, right? So this is what's really cool about this, right? So if you've set it up correctly now, Babel is basically going to be like the step before it goes ahead and builds the bundle. It's going to replace out the CSS, class names, all that good stuff. So let's test this out and see if it did anything. If I type in class name, class name. And what I want you guys to bear in mind here is you should have the Tailwind IntelliSense CSS extension. So have this extension. It's going to make your life easier whenever we're using this, right? So let's go ahead and type in something like text red 500 and let's see if it works, right? So text red 500. Let's actually restart our bundler because we've actually gone ahead and we've changed Babel config. So you can see it says restart the server to serve the new results. So whenever you change something like your Babel config, you're going to have to stop your server and restart it again. So Expo start. And you're going to find, guys, that naturally when you're coding inside of React Native, it's going to be something like you're going to have a lot more kind of, you're going to need a lot more patience. Put it that way. I'm just being honest with you. It takes a little bit more patience, but it's worth it. All right, so I'm going to click R to refresh, and it's rebuilding the bundle. And let's see if we get some red text. So text right now is not working the way that we expected it to. Let's just dive into this a little bit more. So firstly, I'm going to get rid of this, and let's see. We're going to do a little bit of debugging right now. So let's go ahead and get rid of our style and like so. Okay. So not working right now. Slight little mix up, but we're going to fix it. I like this anyway. We're literally starting off with a bit of debugging. It's all good. I like that. All right, so we've got, I'm just checking through my plugins. This is all good. Babel config. Let's go ahead and check out our Babel config. So over here, we have API cache true, Tailwind React Native, Babel, okay. And then what we need to do is go ahead and let's just check the installation steps one more time. So we've got our extra config thing over here. Let's go just, maybe I need to wrap it in the provider. I think I already did this now. Oh no, okay, my bad. I missed the biggest step. Okay, so let's go over to app.js. And we need to obviously, yeah, my stupid mistake, right? We need to wrap the entire app in a provider. So this is a higher order component pattern. So Tailwind provider, wrap the entire app in that Tailwind provider. Okay. So now, once we've done that, we should see if we go ahead and let me go ahead and actually refresh this properly now. So Command J, R to refresh. Let's see. All right, text red. That's interesting. Why are we not getting this? All right, Tailwind provider is working all good. Let's actually restart now because I've actually completely changed things up. I'm just going to go ahead and check. Right, so we've got module exports, awesome stuff. We've got our bubble config looking good. And let's just check our dependencies to make sure that everything is set up the way that we expected it to be. We've got Tailwind CSS and we have Tailwind React Native, awesome stuff. Okay. I actually really like debugging, as stressful as it is on live, because it shows you guys the reality of actually coding, right? When things don't work all the time, things kind of mess up. I just don't like it when we can't figure it out. Okay, so at this point, slight error. Let's figure out what's going on. So set up compilation, tell me when it gets to playmat, recommend Babel. We did this already, so let's just go through one more time. Right, we have already done this. Module exports, we've already done this as well. Screens, pages. Oh my goodness. Okay, my bad. Right. So the reason why this is occurring is because right now we're not targeting any of the correct files. Okay, so my mistake. So at this point, what we need to do is I need to introduce the concept of screens, right? Which means we're going to introduce React Native navigation. And then what it will do is it will search those files. So screens, pages, components, and then it will go ahead and actually compile that file into, if it finds Tailwind CSS code in there, it will compile it down. So that makes perfect sense. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to introduce React Native navigation. So this will actually work out pretty nicely. Okay, at least we know the issue. At this point, we're going to install React Native navigation. Okay, it's actually very simple to do. We're going to go over here to our second terminal and we're going to go ahead and bring this on. Right, so we've gone ahead and installed that. Next step is to go ahead, and as we're using an Expo managed project, we're going to go ahead and use a special Expo command to make life a little bit easier. So we're going to install all the dependencies that we need. Installing 2 SDK compatible versions, awesome stuff. We have that. And then what we need to do is go ahead and, because we did the Expo project, we don't need to do this second one, right? So we can kind of skip past this. And as you can see, we follow this pattern of wrapping the entire app in the navigation container. So now what I'm going to do is go up to the top, import my navigation container. So we've got the navigation container now. The navigation container is basically going to be what powers up the React Native navigation, which is going to allow us to have different screens inside of our app. Okay, so next go over to the second screen. We have to introduce something called the native stack. Okay, now once you get this setup done, it's actually fairly easy. So we're going to install this into our project. And all you need to do is go ahead and import the following. So I'm going to go ahead to the top of my file, import something called create native stack navigator. And all of this is on the tutorial here as well. So I like to show you exactly how we kind of pick it up as well. So that way you guys, you don't have to memorize it. You can kind of come back, do this yourself when you're ready. Okay. So let's go ahead and we got the stack over here. And then what you do is essentially you have something called a stack navigator with different screens. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in our first stack navigator. So we're going to go ahead and get rid of all of this, get rid of that. Get rid of this style over here, Command J, and then we're going to pop it in like so. I'm just going to close this out, okay? And now inside of here, this is where we have our screens, yeah? Ignore the errors right now. It's just saying that we can't find any screens, okay? So the first example of a screen is going to be the home page, okay? So it's going to be the home screen. So I'm going to copy this over here, right? And what we're going to do is right now I need a home screen. So the way we like to lay out our folders inside of React Native is typically we have a folder at the top level called screens. And then inside of here, we have our screen components. So in this case, homescreen.js, and I'm using something called React Native snippets. So in this case, I would like everyone to go ahead, pause yourselves, go ahead and get this right now. ES7 React Redux React Native snippets, okay? Install that extension, it's gonna help you out. React Native functional component that we can export. There we go. Now we have a home screen. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and go back to here, and I'm going to go to the end of the home screen, control spacebar, and I can do this following. And as you can see, I get the first screen of our app. This is awesome. It looks pretty good, right? We have the home screen successfully up. Now let's double check our Tailwind CSS. Hopefully it is all good. Fingers crossed. Let's do class name, text, red 500, and hey, it works. Awesome stuff, guys. Look at that. We got Tailwind CSS working inside of React Native, literally with class names. Okay, so everything is correctly set up now. We actually have our Tailwind CSS configured. We have our React Native navigation already set. So first deal of business is we're going to go ahead and create the home screen. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and actually set up the home screen, get all of this looking beautiful, and then we can kind of just piece it together as we need to get each step done. So the first thing I want you guys to focus on is I'm going to go ahead and actually pull this to my left, so that way we can use this as reference. So now what I like to do is basically imagine we had a client, they've given us some designs. We're going to go ahead and actually kind of, you know, go back and forth from the designs to the actual production, right? And we're going to get it working the way that we want. First thing I want to do is I don't want this header. I want a custom header. You see, like I want it to look the way I want it. I don't want the default React Native navigation header stuff. So the way we do that is we need access to the navigation object. So first thing I'm going to do is use a handy little use navigation hook. This gives me access to the navigation object. Now what I can do is do something called a use layout effect. Now what this does is it means as soon as the screen mounts, so as soon as the screen appears on the screen, do something. Okay, so this is what this little snippet does. You provide some dependencies, so that means it will do it on initial mount, and whenever any of the variables inside this array, dependency array, kind of changes, it will refire off. But in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say navigation dot set options. Okay, and what this will do, guys, is it allows me to go ahead and modify the default kind of, you know, things like if I want to change the header title here, I think I can do the same thing. I can say like testing, hit save, and as you can see, it changes the navigation options, right? So one of those things that I can do is I can actually say don't show me the header, right? So header shown is actually going to be false. That's actually what I want. Okay, that's actually what I want for now. It's going to allow us to do what we need to do next. Okay, so now we can kind of build things out. Now obviously you can see it goes up into the danger zone. Okay, so at this point what I'm going to do is I'm going to use something called the safe area view. Okay, now I want you to be careful whenever we import things inside of React Native. You get loads of different potential imports, right? Use the React Native one, make that a habit, right? So there's a few. The React Native one tends to be the correct one. Okay, so hit save, and now you can see safe area view. So this is actually going to make sure that it's basically pushing it into the actual viewable area. And even down here, the safe view is basically cut off at that point and that point. So no matter what phone, it will make sure that it goes ahead and does it. Okay, incredible, incredible stuff. Smash the thumbs up button. Let's keep popping this in. Okay, let's go ahead and do the phone. So home screen. First thing I want to do is go ahead and style this out. So as we like to do, I'm going to go ahead and add a comment. And basically, I'm going to be building this header right now. Okay, so first thing I want to do is have a view. A view. And inside of my view, I'm going to go ahead and have an image. So we're going to have this image. Then we're going to have the deliver now with current location. Okay, so I'm going to have an image tag. And image tags are self-closing in React Native. We can import it from React Native. And the way we define an image tag is we say something called the source, right? So it's not src in React Native, it's source. And here we can pass in the URI. And what I've done is I've shortened the URLs for you guys, so it's really easy for you to copy along. So there you go. That's the source of the image. And then I'm going to go ahead and style this up with some Tailwind CSS. Now, if you never used Tailwind CSS, do not worry. It's fairly straightforward. Go forward to tailwindcss.com. And basically you should be the first thing you see. There you go. Just go ahead and just firstly just give this a read, right? They do a very good job of showing you what it's capable of, all the different kind of examples of class names, how it can drastically change the look and feel of an app. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and do H7, height of 7, width of 7. And we're going to go and say the background should be gray of, let's do a shade of 300. And just hitting save, you can see we automatically get our little image pop up, right? I'm going to give this a padding of 4. And I'm going to say that this should be rounded 4 as well. Okay, so there you go. We've already got a little bit of a kind of UI popping in, right? So first little thing that we can see on the thing, that looks awesome. And remember guys, if you are enjoying any of this content and you want to go ahead and take it that step further, do go ahead and check out papareact.com/course on our site. Links in the description. This is our full flagged, you know, if you're enjoying what you see now, imagine what we have inside our community and course. So really, I recommend you go check it out. We teach this stuff day in, day out, and we've got incredible results from it. So make sure you check it out if you're interested in taking this further. All right, let's have a look. So we've got the image next. Now what we're going to do is have another view, and something to know is that inside of React Native, all of the flex box, everything is flex by default, and everything is flex column as opposed to flex row. Okay, so you have to remember that, and that's because on a phone typically it makes sense to do it in that direction as opposed to the other direction. All right, so here we've got a piece of text, and I'm just going to say deliver now. Okay, and then I'm going to have another piece of text, and this is going to say current location. Okay, so we're basically going to go ahead and try and get this effect right here. Okay, so this view over here, which is surrounding everything, what I'm going to simply do here is say that this is flex row, and now you can see it goes into a row instead. And then I'm going to go ahead and say padding on the bottom of 3. So underneath it, we're going to have a bit of padding. Items should be centrally aligned. Oops, centrally aligned. And I'm going to say MX4, so margin 4 on the X-axis. And I'm going to give it space between the X components of 2, so it pushes them apart. Okay, so looking really nice so far already. Now for the text, you can see the Tailwind CSS just makes things come alive, right? So I'm going to say font should be bold, the text should be gray of 400, and now we're going to get into a flow state, right? XS, now you can see automatically looking a lot nicer already. And then the text underneath, I'm going to say class name font bold, and this is going to go ahead and say text extra large, right? So a bit larger, and automatically you can see that it starts to come to life. Okay, now we have some icons. Okay, so you might have seen in some of my builds, I usually use something called hero icons. Okay, so hero icons in this case is what I want to use here, but we can't just use the regular hero icons. So instead, what I'm going to use is something called React Native hero icons, which is, as you guessed it, it's basically a wrapped version around it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is go over to my browser. I'm going to type in React Native hero icons, and you can see it's the first npm package that pops up. Fair number of downloads, so a bit trustworthy. We're going to go ahead and install this React Native hero icons and React Native SVG. So let's pull this into our app right now. Command J, pop this in right here. This is an old error that we have on the left, so ignore that. And then that will go ahead and install the dependencies. Okay, awesome stuff. Now to use it, it's very simple, right? You can basically go ahead and pull it in just how we would typically do hero icons. If you don't know what hero icons are, head over to heroicons.com, type in an icon, for example, user, and you can see we get a solid variant and we get an outline variant. And now we've got access to this inside of React Native. So really cool stuff, okay? So at this point, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to use something called the chevron down icon. Okay, so inside of current location, I'm going to type in chevron down icon, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to import this into our app. So as you can see, it doesn't pop in right now, but I'm going to actually import 4 icons at once, because we're going to be using these throughout the build, right? So chevron down, one of them, React Native hero icons / outline. If I type in solid as well, I'll get the solid variant instead. Okay, so I'm going to do outline, and as you can see in a second, we should have it pop on the screen. Okay, so it's actually refreshing right now. There you go. Check it out, guys. So the way we style this is we have a size and we have a color, and you have a few other properties. Command spacebar will show you a lot of the autocomplete options. But as you can see, this is how we're going to style it. This is the DELIVEROO color. Okay, so it's going to be able to sort of help us out when we're styling things up. Okay, so now we've got the current location next to it. Looks pretty nice. I'm actually going to go ahead and do a user icon next to this as well, right? So outside of this view here, I'm going to have a user icon. Okay, and if I go ahead, you can see we've got the user icon. The size of this one is going to be 35, and the color, I want to keep that color from the Deliveroo icon. Okay, so let's go ahead and pop that in as well. And look at that, guys, automatically already looking a lot better, right? So what I want to do next is I'm going to go over to our header. So let's go ahead and find out where we had the view. So where we had the view containing this text, I want to push that to use up the majority of the space. So what I do is I say flex 1. What it will do then is it means that this view right here will take up the most of the room. So that's why it now takes up all of this room, which pushes everything to the sides. Okay, really, really nice. So what I'm actually going to do next for the safe area view is class name background white for everything behind us, pt5. Okay, so now you can see it automatically gives it a little bit of pop. And if you probably thought, oh, wasn't it white before? Now you know. Okay, so a little bit different. Now I do want to go ahead and actually have where we've got the view over here, so the header, this one needs a little bit of spacing, don't you think? Right, it's a little bit kind of cramped. That's what it looks like right now. So I kind of want to give it some spacing on the left or right. I can't remember where I actually gave it that spacing. I think it might have been on the image, padding 4, we already did that. Over here, we did that fine. Okay, so in that case, what I'm actually going to do then is, we'll get to that in a second. I'm going to mess around with this a little bit more, and then we can kind of see where I had that issue. I'm trying to search for where I added that in. But yeah, it was fairly straightforward. Okay, so for the search, right, we're going to do this bit right here first. So this search box, right, is next up. So I'm going to go ahead and get that down. So I've got my view here. So underneath this, I'm going to type in the search. And I know where the spacing came in. Right, we've got the search box. So I'm going to do view. And inside of this, I'm going to have another view. Oops, another view. And then we're going to have an adjustment icon underneath it, right? So adjustment icon. The color of that is going to be the React Native color. So it's going to be this color right here. And if you don't know what we're building right now, we are building this. The adjustment icon is that over there. So let's go ahead and hit save. And as you can see, it pops in. Now, what I do need here is I need something called this text input. Okay. So here I'm going to have firstly a search icon on the left. And then I'm going to have something called text input from React Native. So we're going to have to import that at the top like so, and then you can see text input. So at this point you can see that it's actually a text input icon next to it. Now we can't see much because it doesn't have a placeholder. So for the placeholder, I'm going to go ahead and say something like we're going to go ahead and do restaurants and cuisines, right? And I want the keyboard type to be default. So here I'm going to do keyboard type. And here you can actually change the different versions. So you can have decimal pad, all this kind of stuff. I'm going to make it default. So adjustment icon, there we go. Let's make this box look a lot more like an actual search box. Let me check this out. Class name. Let's go ahead and say flex row. So put everything into a row. And we're going to go ahead and say space between them should be 2. Oops. Space X of 2. I'm going to say flex 1 on the, there you go, on the input box. And then I'm going to say background should be gray of 200 and a padding of 3. There we go. Okay. Now a little error or something. Oh no. Okay. That's pumped it down there for right now. That's not the one that I wanted to do. There we go. Okay. What the hell did I just do? I've completely broken something. I didn't mean to do that. Let's go ahead and do a refresh. So I'm going to my app for refreshing. There we go. What the hell happened there, guys? That was weird. All right, so let's go back into it. Add in our space 2, flex 1, background. Maybe it was my flex 1 rule. Okay. Background gray. Let's go and do background gray of 200. Okay, so my app's freaking out. If we refresh. There we go. Okay. Don't know why that happened. But yeah, as I mentioned, patience with React Native is a virtue. All right, it's absolutely necessary. All right, search icon, I'm going to say color is gray. And then I'm going to say the size of this icon is 20. For the outside view, I'm going to go ahead and say flex row. So we want to have that adjustment icon next to it. Items should be central. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It's like ChakraJS. Item center, space X of 2, padding bottom of 2, and a margin on the X-axis of 4. All right, there we go. Now we want to do flex 1 on this. Okay, there we go. Looking automatically a lot better, right? So I really do like the look that we have going on right now. It's already looking a lot nicer. Yeah, okay. So at this point, yeah, I guess my padding's a little bit weird there. Right, okay. So I'm going to go ahead and actually do strange that. Should have actually come off of what we did earlier, but that's fine. Wherever I have my image, I'm just going to simply give this one a padding X of 2. Or padding X of 4. Let's do 4. Yeah, padding X of 4. And we can do the same thing outside as well, right? Now I could do it to everything, but if I do that, it's going to look a bit strange. I don't really want to do that right now. So I'm going to go over to my search box as well. Let's give this a padding X of 4 as well. And there you go, automatically looking a lot nicer already. Okay, now if I was to type in here, you can see we've got a keyboard, works really nice. Okay, we just typed in K. Let's go ahead and do Command J, R to refresh our app. So again, it happens a lot. It's because I'm live streaming as well. It's a little bit weird, but yeah, there we go. Right, so we've got the search down, looking pretty good. At this point now, what I want to do is I want to have a scrollable container. So this actual entire view here is a scrollable container. So remember what we had previously, it becomes a scrollable container. So what I want to do now is rather than use a regular view, I'm going to use a scroll view. So let's just say that this is the body next that we're doing, right? So here I'm going to type in scroll view, okay? And I'm going to import it from React Native and make sure you don't mess up those, right? So it's similar to a view, but instead it's scrollable now. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to go ahead and actually add in something called the categories. So we're going to create a component for categories. Oops, categories. And the categories is going to be for this portion over here, where we've got the slider, with offers, pizza, Thai, sushi, so forth, right? And then we're going to have the featured rows, right? Now, the featured rows are essentially just going to represent these. So offers near you. So this is a featured row. We've got this as a featured row, and then we've got the tasty discounts. That's a featured row as well, right? So we're going to have like featured row 1, 2, and 3, and then we're going to have the categories and so forth. So let's start off with the categories. I'm going to create a component, right? So what we need to do is go into our, at this level, so I like to press package JSON. I'm going to type in components, and inside the components now, I'm going to create my first component. This component is going to be called the categories, right? So we're going to go here and type in categories.js. React Native functional exported component. Now we've got our categories, okay? You always want to make sure that this is actually a capital C as well, by the way, guys, right? So here you want to just do it as a force of habit, categories, okay? So with that down, what we're now going to do is I'm going to render that on the screen so we can actually see it when we're developing. So in this point, I'm going to go ahead and type in categories. And you see it pops up with the auto import completion, right? So hit save. We should see that in just a second at the bottom, right? So categories right now, where is it at? All right, so we've got categories, and let's just type in hello. And why am I not seeing my categories? Strange stuff. Let's have a look. Let's go back to our restaurant screen, our home screen, sorry. And now let's actually do something where we've got, okay, so home screen. I'm going to make this scroll view we're going to do background gray, and I'm going to do 100. Okay, so the whole background here should be gray. I am curious as to seeing what's going on. If I do flex 1, I just want to see something. Flex 1, where the hell is my thing? I think my compiler is a little bit buggy today. My hot reloading. Yeah, it's definitely being weird about this. Okay, so we've got some weird stuff happening right now because my actual compiler is not working the way I expected it. But what we can do as well to kind of get it, if you get this kind of issue, it's because I'm live this happens, but for some reason it's messing with it. But if I do W here and give it a second, so I just typed in W in the terminal, it's going to go ahead and open it up on the web as well. Okay, so I'm going to use the web to develop most of it, and then we can come back to the phone afterwards. Okay, so over here where we've got the categories, what I actually want to do is I want to change it up a little bit. I'm going to make it so that we've got the content container. Oops. Let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to say content container style. And this one, I can't use my lovely Tailwind CSS. So we're going to go ahead and do some stuff over here. But yeah, if we refresh this, localhost 19006 is what it will come under. You should be able to see here. It's now building the bundle for the web. Let's go ahead and wait for that. So it's going to go ahead and build it on the web. So again, just give it a second. So there you go, right? Why the hell is that text red? Oh my God. Okay. That is so strange. Did I leave text red in there? I don't think I did. Oh my God, I did. Wow. Okay, that's bad. Ugh. Okay, so at this point, that's what I kind of wanted to see. Obviously not like that, but yeah. Okay. So, text area view. Okay, so my iOS simulator is really strange right now. But I'm gonna actually cut it off and start running it fresh again. So Expo start. And what I like to do at this point, guys, is honestly, I will swipe up from here. If it works. Sometimes it doesn't want to work, and I do I for iOS again. So now it's rebuilding the bundle. Hopefully that fixes these little weird errors we're getting. Okay, so really strange this is. All right, let's go ahead and just find out again. If I kind of hide my scroll view and we save again, let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so at this point, it's because I've introduced my scroll view that it seems to bug out. Okay, interesting. Okay, so my search icon view text input. My text input I actually wanted to take up more room, but the view over here is flex 1. Why is this happening as well? Oh my God. Okay, so many things are weirding out right now, but we will get there. Corresponding JSX, man. Yeah. Proper debugging live. Usually I don't want to debug this early on, but it's all right. Okay, so at this point we have our restaurants and cuisine. Let's just go ahead and just start breaking it down, right? So there we go. Text input is there. Yeah, so my hot reloading just isn't behaving today, honestly, which is really strange. What we're gonna have to do is probably develop on the phone or on here, and then do it accordingly. So let's go ahead and do this now. And again, even this, why is this appearing this way? I do not know. Let's have a look. Okay, so a little bit of debugging session. Where I have this right now, this is not flex row, so it shouldn't be behaving like that. This is flex column. I'm not sure why we're getting this. Oh my goodness. Oh my God, guys. There's a text. Okay, that is a silly mistake. Wow. Okay. We have a text wrapping the whole thing. Oh no, that's awful. Okay, that is absolutely awful. No way. That's why, guys. We're trying to wrap. Okay. All right. That was awful. It happens to the best of us. Did no one spot that as well? That was awesome. That was awful. Okay, we made it past it. All right, it's all good. Right, I had a text view. Okay, so this was fine the whole time. What am I complaining about? Anyway, at least you know you can show it on both now, which is always cool. What I'm gonna do is I'll probably have that behind, and that way you can see what it looks like on the phone as well, right? So okay, at this point, is that confusing? I think that is. Let's move it out. Okay, we made it. It's all good. Honestly, I was thinking in my head, I was like, nothing is behaving the way I expect right now. That's why as well my padding X wasn't working. I knew it. I knew I wasn't going crazy. All right, so padding X of 4. We didn't need that. I was thinking in my head, I was like, something's different. That's strange. Right. So now our scroll view's here. Okay, now I feel happy. I was getting stressed out. I was like, oh God. So let's do category hello. So now I'm going to go ahead and change this up and build this out. Okay, so for categories, what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm actually going to be creating a scroll view here. So this one is actually going to be called a scroll view. And I'm going to go ahead and actually import this. So we're going to go ahead and here, I'm going to create a category card. All right, this is going to be a reusable component, category card. And here, I'm going to create another component called category card. And I just realized I made an awful mistake again. So it's taking me a while to get into flow right now. But here, this should be a capital C, guys. Do not do what I just did there. And it means we also have to import our import statements at the top. That should be categories. Any component should always have a capital letter. There we go. Okay. We get past it. The reality is you're going to have debugging issues. I like to show you that so it's not always perfect. And that way we can kind of, it's always a bit more realistic as to what we're doing, right? Nearly at 600 likes. Let's keep going, guys. All right, so categories. At this point, what I want to do is I'm going to have a bunch of categories. So like imagine like an array. And then I want to go ahead and pull them in, and then we're going to go ahead and render it on the screen, okay? So first things first, we've got the scroll view. And what this is going to be a horizontal scroll view, okay? So where is my thing? This is going to be a horizontal scroll view. So we're building this right now, the categories, okay? So this is going to be a horizontal scroll as opposed to a vertical. I don't want to show the horizontal indicator, so shows horizontal indicator. So we have all this kind of cool stuff happening now, and then we're going to say content container style as well. Some little bit of style here, padding on the horizontal axis of 15, and I'm going to say padding on the top of 10. Okay. There you go. Now that actually makes it sort of padding around the actual inner container. That's a little bit of a different style and technique. I won't get too far into it, right? So at this point, what I want to do is I'm just going to kind of force in a couple of these category cards, right? I'm going to go ahead and just force in a few of them. So imagine we had 3 right now, and I'm just going to pass in something called props to each of them so that way we can customize it. So each one is going to have an image URL, and let's just find like a dummy image for one of those things right now. So I actually had a very good one before. I don't have it with me right now, but we can actually solve that in a second. So let's just find a dummy one for now. So what I'll use for now is, let's just use this one. And then when we come to replace it with the actual ones, I'll show you how we can get them. Okay. So links.popreact.com. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and pass this in for each of them. Okay. And then I'm also going to go ahead and add in the title, right? So in each one, I'm just going to say title is testing. Okay. And what we're going to do now is accept these as props. Now, props basically allow components to be reusable. So props come through as a functional argument. We can destructure props to get inside of them, so we can get the image URL and we can get the title that I'm passing through. This is what makes the components reusable. Okay. So at this point now I can go ahead and say, instead of this, I'm gonna say title, just as an example. And let's go ahead and see. So now you can see testing is coming in because of this. So if I say testing 1, testing 2, testing 3, bam, right, it comes through. Okay, awesome stuff. So at this point now, each of these are going to be a touchable button. So in React Native, when you want to have a touchable button, we call it touchable opacity. And what this means, oops, not that one, it's touchable opacity. Right, React Native. And what this means, guys, is essentially it means when I touch it, the opacity will change. So notice if I click this, see how the opacity changes as a result of clicking it. So that's how we get that nice kind of fill, right? Next thing I want to do is add an image over here as well. So remember, images are self-closing components. Add a source. The URI for that source is going to be the image URL. Okay. Then we have to style it so that way it has some height and width to kind of go by. So I'm going to say class name here is going to be a height of 20, a width of 20 as well, and I'm going to make it rounded. Okay, so at this point we get an error because the image hasn't been imported, so we do not want to do that. And as you can see, we get these nice kind of, that's just a dummy template for us to mess around with to get started. Now for the class name, I'm going to say margin right between each of these should be 2, and I want it to be relative, right? So relative, and I'll show you why in a second. Okay, so relative, I'm going to absolute position it within it, right? So when you have to make your parent relative, otherwise it'll just fly off into that overall screen. So here I'm going to say absolute bottom 1, and I'm going to say left 1, right? Now, as you can see, it's relative to my parent container and it gets thrown in the corner, right? So here I'll say text white, and I want to do font bold. Okay. Now for these pictures, what I've gone ahead and literally done is I went over to Deliveroo's website and I kind of like snagged a few images and kind of use them like that. What I'm going to do just to kind of help us out a little bit is I think I do actually have a dummy one that we can use. Do I have it with me? No. Okay, that's fine. We can go with this for now. All right, but instead what I can do here is let's just go on to I'm going to quickly find an image on Google and just find a like sushi picture, so that way we can kind of use that, and then I'll show you how eventually we're going to connect it to SanityCMS and have it all kind of working alongside like that. Right, so at this point I'm just going to grab any random picture I have. So I'm going to use something like this one, and I'm going to copy the image address. I'm hiding my screen now because I don't know what will come up on the screen. So I'm going to quickly get you guys a link that you can use, so it's very easy to copy me as we do this. Okay, so 2 seconds, guys. I've got a link in just a second. Okay, oh, that's actually an image, so that's not going to work. Let's do this one. Okay, so copy image address. There we go. I have an image now. I'm copying the URL for that image. There we go. Nice. Go ahead. Okay, so at this point I'm going to use in our categories, let's just change this for an image that I have, GN7, and now we should see a different image. There you go. That's a lot easier to work with, right? Allows us to kind of see what's going on. Oops, sorry guys, I forgot to show you. All right, so I just swapped this out for the different link now, so GN7, and you can see now we've got our examples here. So eventually that's what's going to be pulled in, like similar to this, right? So we're just setting ourselves up so that way eventually we can plug in to our SanityCMS backend and have full control over this, right? Now, as you can see, guys, I can scroll through this container as well, right? So really, really nice stuff, and looking good so far. So at this point, we're going to do the features tab, right? So this one right here. And then what I want to do is I'm actually going to connect SanityCMS, or maybe we can do SanityCMS now. I think maybe we do offers near you first, and then we'll do SanityCMS and connect it all up, okay? And then we can do different screens. Okay, so at this point now, what I want to do is go over to my home screen. So where am I at right now? I am at my home screen, yes. Home screen. So what I want to do now is underneath the body, right? So underneath here where we had categories being rendered out, we have featured rows, okay? Now for featured rows, what I want you guys to do is I'm just going to have basically a component which looks something like this. I'm going to have a featured row component, okay? And what I want to do here is going to be a self-closed component, and the props are going to look something like this. They're going to have a title, and each one is going to be like, for example, we're going to have featured, right? So this one's the first one's going to be featured, just similar to how like this, featured. And then it's going to have a description. And this description can be something like paid placements for our partners, because that's what they have on Deliveroo. Okay, and then we're gonna have the featured category, right? Because we actually don't need that one, I don't think. Yeah, actually no, we do need that one. Let's just add it anyway. I'm not sure if I actually use that or not, but featured category is gonna be featured. Okay, so I'm gonna be using these afterwards. So I'm gonna create this featured row component, and then we're gonna go ahead and use it afterwards. So featured row.js, React Native functional export, bam. And inside of here, I am actually going to be passing through those three things. So I've got the title that we just wrote in. We've got the description. Oops, description. I notice I'm destructuring here. And we've got the featured category. Featured category. Okay. Hit save. Go back to home screen. Add in our import. Okay. So make sure you import it like so. Hit save as well. And then now what we can see is featured row pops up. So and then what you want to do is just pop it out 3 times, for example, and that will start helping us out. So what I've done to sort of help us out here is I've just gone ahead and saved us a little bit of hassle. And I've got the featured rows looking something like this. So what I'm actually done for you guys is giving you a little bit more of a kind of option. We've got featured, tasty discounts, and offers near you. Okay. So let's actually make that kind of look a bit pretty now. Okay. So first thing I want to do is, and we actually didn't need featured categories. I just realized, yeah, we didn't need that. I didn't use that in the end. So I'm going to go into featured row, and over here, what we're going to do is we're going to have the ID, the title, and title and description. Title, description, featured category we don't need, and I did need the ID as another prop as well. Okay. And that's what I forgot to add in. So on the home screen, so each one of these will have an ID as well. Okay, so right now we're just going to do testing. I'm just going to say 1, 2, 3. This one will be 1, 2, 3, 4. This one 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Separate IDs. Okay, and it'll make sense afterwards when we actually pull this from the backend. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the featured row right now. And inside of featured row, remember guys, this is going to be recorded afterwards. You guys take your time, build this out as much as you need to, kind of rewind, pause, that kind of stuff. So I'm just going to move at this pace and kind of keep going. So for this one, we're first going to do the offers near you. So this nice little arrow bit at the top. So inside this view, we're going to have a text, which is the title. And then I've got the arrow right icon. Okay, so arrow right icon. And this is going to be the solid variant. Or actually, I think I use a solid variant. What did I use here? Arrow icon, yeah, outline variant. Okay. And then there you go. We've got that looking pretty decent. And then for this, I'm going to say the text should be class name equals font bold. Text should be large. Hit save on that. And the arrow icon over here, the color, I want it to be the Deliveroo color. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pop that in like so. Now for the overall view, I'm going to hit class name. I'm going to say this view should be margin top of 4. Oops, class name. Be margin top of 4. Flex row, items center, and justify between. And the padding on the x-axis of 4. So slight differences in the things, and automatically looks amazing compared to what it was. A little bit of text on the side is going to be the description. As you can see, it's popping in. I'm going to do class name here, and this one's going to be text is going to be extra small. Okay, And then we're going to go ahead and say text should be gray, 500, padding X of 4. And that is not what you want to do. You want to cut that out. There we go. There we go. Automatically looking pretty good so far, right? Really, really nice. And then we've got this scroll view inside of each featured row. Okay. So this one is going to be a scroll view. And we're going to import this scroll view from React Native. This one is going to be a horizontal scroll view. Okay, so remember what we're building right now is this horizontal scroll view component, and that's going to be another restaurant card component. Okay, so for this one, we're going to say content container style is going to be padding on the horizontal axis of 15. Okay, and then we've got showing the horizontal show horizontal scroll indicator false, and class name for this one padding top of it. You might be wondering, but Sunny, why did you do padding horizontal in this one and then padding here? Because this is the overall scroll view style. This is the inner scroll view style, right? So it makes sense. So that inner 15 padding is what we're doing here, right? So inside that scroll view, we're going to have a bunch of restaurant cards, right? So restaurant cards. So that's where basically the restaurant cards are going to live. Okay, so we're going to create another component which is going to represent a restaurant card. So this one is going to be restaurant card.js, React Native functional exported component. Hit the thumbs up button, guys. This is awesome stuff, right? So for this one, we're going to have a bunch of props that get passed in here. Yes, it's a little bit messy, but it's what we want to do for the restaurant card. Okay, so we've got ID, image URL, title, rating, genre, address, short description, dishes, longitude, and latitude. That's going to be coming from the backend, so it will make sense once we get to this point. Okay, so what I want to do here is render out a dummy restaurant card. Okay, restaurant card like so. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and actually pass in these dummy props. Okay, in this case, let's just give some dummy data to this, right? So it's going to be something like ID equals 123, image URL equals, let's just give that image URL that we had before, so GN7. The title is going to be Nando's, for example. Let's just say yo sushi. The rating is going to be a 4.5. The genre is going to be Japanese. The address is going to be 123 Main Street. Short description. This is a short test description. Yeah, it doesn't matter. And the dishes are going to be an empty array. The longitude is going to be like a random number for now because it doesn't matter just yet because we're going to plug it by the time we do it. So longitude something like 20 or zeros. I don't know. Random. Okay. And then this right here, we don't need these as well. Okay. So this is going to allow us to test our design out. Okay. So restaurant card gets rendered out. We get these dummy props over here. And then I need to style out the restaurant card itself. Okay. So this restaurant card is essentially this component right here. Okay. So we're going to make it look beautiful. It's going to be swipeable, all that kind of stuff. Oh, I love this song. This one is nice. Okay. If you didn't watch the vlog where me and Jay were in Jebel J's, this is the song that when we flew over the mountain. If you're enjoying the vlogs as well, let me know. Right. Smash thumbs up button. I'll keep doing them. Right. So in this case, we've got the view here. So what I'm going to do now is actually go ahead and say class name. Oops, class name. Oh, this view actually is changing. It's not going to be a view. It's going to be a touchable opacity. Okay. It does this weird little thing there. You have to do that. Okay. Touchable opacity. And now that entire card is going to become clickable. Nice. And what we want to do here is firstly, we're going to have the image. So in this case, image. And remember, we're going to swap out these images. This one's just for a reference, so we can kind of work with it for now. Source here is going to be the URI. It's going to be the image URL. Hit save. And again, I always forget that. I always forget to import it, right? Okay. Now it's not showing because we haven't given it any height and width. So we need to say height of, oops, class name equals height of, let's say it was 36, width of 36, and rounded SM, right? So rounded small. At this point, okay, we're starting to see something looking pretty decent, right? Now, that's not actually the same size that I wanted it actually. 64 is what I was looking for, 64. There we go. Yeah, so looking decent. And then we're gonna go ahead and say view. And inside the view, I'm gonna have a text string, and this is gonna say title. This text is gonna be styled up so it's font bold. And then we're going to go ahead and say the text should be large with a padding on the top of 2. Text large, padding top of 2. Bam. Okay. Yo, sushi, looking good so far. Okay. Now this outer view is going to have, let's just space it out to give ourselves a bit of breathing room. I'm going to say padding X of 3, padding bottom of 4. So I love how, you know, React Native is so, you can just style, TailwindCSS style so fast, right? Really is like a game changer in my eyes. All right. So we've got the view, and inside of here, I want a star icon. All right, so I'm actually going to import the icons all together right now. Okay, so we're going to go over to my home screen, and I'm going to just pull in all of my icons in one go. Sorry, not home screen, restaurant card screen. So I'm going to have 2 icons, one from solid, one from outline. So star icon and location marker icon. Okay, so inside the view down here, I'm actually going to go ahead and say star icon, and this one is going to have color green. Okay. And then we're going to say opacity. I've been updating this PuppetFam playlist. If you want access to it, the link is in the description to go ahead and sign up to the PuppetFam newsletter. And that is how we just send you the free, playlist straight afterwards. So definitely worth it if you're into the music. All right. Here we're going to say flex row. So flex row, items center, and space on the x-axis of 1, space x of 1. There we go. All right. This one we've got text. And inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and say it's going to be a rating. So I'm going to have rating here, rating, and I'm going to have a little dot, right? So it's going to be rating. Oh, actually, okay. So what I've done here is I've actually gone and said like, okay. So firstly, I'm going to get a little dot. So rating dot genre. Okay. And then what you can do is, because you can't use span tag, right? If you just want the genre to be, the rating to be green, easy way of doing this is you just add another text tag, incorporate that one inside of it, and then you basically go ahead and just make that bit green. So if I do this text green, 500, and then I make the outer text extra small, and then text gray, 500. And just like that, bam, we get the styling looking pretty sick. Okay, really, really nice. Underneath this view, I'm going to have another view. So I'm going to have another view here. And this one is going to be for the location marker, right? So it's going to be nearby Clink Street, for example. So here I'll have the location marker icon. This one, the color is going to be gray. And then the opacity here, opacity is going to be 0.4, size of 22, right? Size of 22. All right, nice. The text here is going to be nearby with that little dot. I love this little dot. If you see me, I throw in all my builds, right? And then address. Here, save. Let's start styling this up. So text is extra small. Oops. The style text extra small, and text is gray of 500. Okay. And then the overall view is the reason, because right now they're stacked up on each other because it's flex column by default. We need to make it flex row by default. All the views, if you haven't already guessed by now, are default flex, right? So, you know, you don't have to say flex. Space 1, there you go. Nice. Okay. Awesome stuff. Looking pretty nice already. All right. Now that touchable opacity, we're going to style that as well. So this overall container, we're going to give it a background white. It's going to have a margin right of 3. So that way if we stack them up against each other, it'll look nice. And then to separate it from the background, we're going to give it a small shadow at the base shadow. And as you can see already, amazing difference. Okay. Now, for that featured row, to sort of help us out test-wise, I'm going to add a couple in. So as you can see already, we're starting to get a nice UI, right? Now, obviously, we've got some sushi in the house, so smash the thumbs up button and I'll buy everyone sushi. But you can see right now, this is looking pretty good, okay? And what we want to do now is we want to replace the sushi with actual from a backend, right? So we want to make it look something like this, right? So this is where Sanity is going to get connected in. This is where I think is a good time to add in sanity.io. So first thing you want to do, guys, is when you're setting up Sanity, head over to sanity.io/sunny, okay? First thing I want you guys to do, npm install -g Sanity client. You may need to do sudo and sudo before npm to go ahead and actually install that, because global installs sometimes need more permission, right? And then what we're going to do is go into our project and type in the following: sanity init --coupon. Now I always get a question, why do I add coupon 22 sunny 22? One, you're supporting me, so thank you. Two, they give you a good free quota. But by using the coupon, we've got a nice partnership with them. They're doubling your free quota for absolutely free. So you get the boosted free plan. Okay, so by using this, it literally does nothing but benefit you. Okay, so double the free quota, so you get tons of testable limits and quotas. So you can really, it really is definitely worth it. Okay, so at this point now, going over to our code, Command J, I want you to do the following. Okay, I want you to go sanity init coupon sunny22. Okay, now what I want to do is, it says coupon validated. Looks like you already have a Sanity account. Sweet. If you didn't have a Sanity account, it will ask you to log in, or you would simply type in Sanity login and it will allow you to do it. Project name in this case, I'm going to Deliveroo clone YouTube. Okay, enter. And at this point, it's going to go ahead and start creating up a project on the Sanity backend. It's going to ask for a data set. In this case, use the default data set. Yes, that's fine. We can go ahead and hit enter. By default, it's yes. It will create the data set for us. I'm going to log into Sanity so you can see everything. Project output path, I'm going to type in Sanity. So that way it keeps it very neat inside of my directory. So Sanity is what I want to call the output path. Now, here is where basically you can start with a clean project, no predefined schemas and that stuff. But what I like to do is just start off with something and then remodel it to whatever I want. So that way I don't have to write all the code from scratch. So this is the easy way of doing it, right? I'm going to type in blog, okay? And I'm going to change it up to whatever I need it for. That's what I like to do it. It's more of a lazy way, but I like to do it, right? I'm just being real with you, okay? 600 likes. Let's go, guys. Nearly on the way to 1,000 likes. Amazing stuff. Somebody asked for the Puppet Fan playlist. It is inside the description. So go into the description, you'll find it. Okay, so now if you see, it's actually opened up a new Sanity folder, and this is another directory inside of here. Okay, so really awesome stuff, and that's going to install the Sanity dependencies. So it's actually installing the dependencies in there now. So something to note and be careful of is that whenever we install dependencies now, we have essentially got two different places where they can be installed. Inside of this folder or inside of the Sanity folder, because you see this has got its own package JSON and this has its own package JSON. Don't make that mistake, okay? Just saying, make sure you're in the right place when you start installing things into the project. All right, there you go, creating default project files. Now, once this is done, it shouldn't take too much longer. What we will get eventually is a UI, right? It'll be set up for a blog, something like this. But what I want you to do after that is basically, I'm just going to go ahead and quickly pause something. This reminds me of my Twitch days when I was streaming this kind of music. Okay, so we're going to get some UI like this, right? This is called the Sanity Studio, and it's basically a CMS platform which allows us to go ahead and efficiently, you can even roll back different versions. It really is powerful as hell, right? And you can actually have multiple team members at once in real time collaborating, just like you'll see on a Google Doc. Really, really cool stuff. The guys are doing an amazing job over there, right? We are almost set up now. And then what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and start up our local one. So notice how as well, this is actually a deployed Sanity Studio. And I want to stress that out. Not anyone can go there. If you try to go here now, you would still need to log in with my account to get access to it. But that's incredible, guys. Just take that in for a second. I've deployed the CMS platform live on Sanity's URL, and basically I can log in anywhere in the world and modify the data on the site in a user-friendly way. So you don't even have to be a developer, you don't have to know anything about it, you can just go there and update the information. That is really, really powerful, trust me, right? So while that's happening, what I want to do is I'm going to click login, and I'm going to go ahead and log in to my account on Sanity to show you the backend, not the studio. Okay, so at this point you can see Deliveroo clone YouTube has been built, and notice how it's boosted free plan. So I'm going to click into it. This is where you get all of your sort of keys, your details, all that good stuff. Okay, so at this point we've got members, data sets, production. That's the one we set up when we were getting things off, and you see the studio is not deployed. Project ID is basically what we're going to be using to pull in our information. Okay, so great stuff. Now you can see, hey, it's done, success, right? So now what we need to do is cd into Sanity's folder. So notice how before I was in Deliveroo clone, now I'm in cd Sanity. So now I can run my Sanity commands here. The first one that I want to do is type in Sanity start. This is going to start up my Sanity Studio. Okay, so let's go ahead and get that set up, and then I can show you what we should be seeing. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and go to this localhost URL. Let's go into our localhost 3000, and you see connecting to Sanity, and you see how it asked me to sign in. So I'm actually going to go ahead and log into my account right now. So let's go ahead and sign in right now to the account. and I've signed in. It's logged me in, it's restoring the studio, and as I mentioned, it's set up with a dummy blog post schema. Right, so if I go ahead and create a new post, for example, you can see I've got this default schema that it's given me, right? Where we've got body, published at categories, main image. We're gonna rebuild all of this so that way it's basically structured in the way that I want it, which is this, right? So we've got restaurant, dishes, menu categories, and featured categories. So first things first, let's do that. So what I want to do is go into Command B, into Sanity, and I want to go into my schemas. Now, if we go to schema, you will see that this is essentially where everything goes ahead and gets kind of concatenated. So I'm going to make it a little simple for you to see. But you can see we get the different types: post, author, category, and block content. And what we have in this case is separate schema files. So in this case, post, and this is basically the syntax for defining each of those things. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to run you through how to go ahead and build out the schemas for today's data structures, right? So in this case, the first thing we want to do is restaurant. Let's get a restaurant up and running. So right now, what we're essentially doing is basically going ahead, and let me just move this out of the way for a sec. What we're essentially doing is getting this restaurant basically schema, so basically saying all the different fields that we have and stuff. I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. So first thing I want to do is type in restaurant. Okay, this is going to be restaurant. This one is going to be, let's actually rename the file. So it's no longer post, it's going to be restaurant.js. And yes, let's update the imports. So we'll sort that out afterwards. And title here is going to be document. Oh, sorry, not title, sorry. Title is going to be restaurant with a capital R. Document now the fields, the individual fields. So basically what I've done here is I'll save you a bunch of time, right? What I want you to do is go all the way down. Firstly, we're not going to be using preview today, so get rid of the preview. And then what I want you to do is remove everything inside of your array here, right? So you should have a set starting point like this. Now what I want you to do is we're going to add in the different ones. So firstly, we've got the name. So name, type string, title is restaurant name. That's what appears on here. So you see restaurant name. You can even have description underneath. So it'll come in with like light gray text. Validation, I'm asking that it's required, okay? Then I'm gonna add in a couple more. So I'm gonna add in like a few more here. So I'm just gonna pop them in, and basically you can feel free to pause the video and have a look. Short description, max 200 characters. Image is type image, so it's going to come up with the image picker. Number for lat and long. The address is a string. We're going to require that as well. I've just shown that you can require some, not require others. And I'm going to do the same thing for even for the rating, right? So at this point for rating, we've got rating, which is a number. Enter a number between 1 and 5. Now for the validation, I'm saying it's required, but the minimum value is a 1, the max is a 5. And if you enter outside of it, it's going to tell you off and say, please enter a value between 1 and 5. So really, really clean stuff, right? The next thing we're going to do is actually have the type and the dishes. So I'm going to explain what this is, right? So we've got type. And the title type is a string here. Validation is required. But notice how this one is a reference. Sorry, that's wrong. This one, the type is a reference. Okay. And this is a reference to category. So what you can do here is connect things up. So where we have a separate menu category, I can actually go ahead and reference that inside of here, right? Which is really powerful, guys, right? You can actually reference your category. And same for dishes. Here I've got an array of dishes, which I have a separate sort of schema set up there for, right? So here we've got an array of references to type of dish. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. Now to connect this up, I go over here again, and what I want to do is I just change the post to restaurant. Okay, so restaurant, so we're making an import statement, and we're going to go ahead and say restaurant. Now we've done our first sort of refactoring, right? So again, you don't have to do that. You can start from fresh wherever you want, but that's how I did it, right? For the category, we're actually going to go ahead and keep it as category, but I'm going to change the title here to menu category. And this one's going to basically be like the type of food, the genre of food that's coming up, right? So you want to change out these fields for the following fields instead, okay? So that's the category done. The next thing I want to do is create one called dish. So let's get rid of block content. We don't need it. Let's go to our author and let's just type in dish. Okay. Now here, yes, click yes. Now for the dish, we're going to go ahead and say the name is going to be dish. The title is going to be dish with capital D. Type is document. And then for the fields, I want to go ahead and get rid of these, including the preview. It's going to have a closing bracket. There we go. And then I'm basically going to go ahead and pop in the following. Okay. So I'm going to have the following things inside of here. So these are just basically the schema fields. So name, short description, the price, and the image, right? So in this case, this is what will be responsible for building out this right here. Okay. So hopefully this is making sense right now. You can see crunchy salmon, for example, and that kind of stuff is all coming through here. Okay. So looking pretty good. Okay. We've got everything down. We also have the featured tab as well, right? So featured.js. This is going to be another field. Now for this one, I'm going to go ahead and pop in the entire thing, quickly explain it, right? So you got the name, featured, document, the title in this case is featured menu with categories, right? And we've got the fields, name, short description, and restaurants, which is a type array, which is an array of references to restaurant. Okay, so at this point we need to connect them all up and get it all kind of, you know, working. So at this point we go over here and I'm going to change this so we don't have block content. Let's just get rid of this, right? Let's do it from scratch. Let's do this properly, right? Let's get rid of this. Okay, so at this point we're just going to go ahead and start importing in the different types. So we've got the category that we needed to pull in. We also have the dish that we're going to need to import, and we also had the featured. Right. So what I've done here is I've basically gone ahead and say, okay, I've gone ahead and created all these different schemas, build it from that. Okay. So now if I go over to my localhost one, which is the one that we just did, notice how it's changed from that blog setup to this setup, right? Where we have restaurants. So if I was to create our first ever restaurant, I could see like Nando's, for example, short description, awesome chicken. Yeah, you can add an image in, so you can notice how you can upload an image and so forth, and it can pop up. So obviously right now I've got tons of random images on my computer. Let's just chuck in, for example, I mean, I have a sushi one, so let's go ahead and do sushi here. All right, so I've thrown in the sushi one. So let's go ahead and do it. I know it's a bit of a sushi vibe today. Let's just say, yo, sushi, right? Yo, sushi, awesome sushi. And then imagine you got latitude to 20.4, I don't know, it'd be 0.4. I've got loads of these things already set up. Restaurant address, it could be like 123 Main Street, whatever. Right, that's what's going to appear. Let's say it was 4.5 stars. Category, right? And if you don't have any categories, you can create new from here, and you can even, it's very simple. You can go ahead and put an image of the category and so forth. So, and same with dishes, you can do the same thing, right? You can create a dish, add your dishes. So what I've done, guys, is I've actually filled all this information out already. So I've gone ahead and created loads of dishes and that stuff. And that's how I got to the point where I was out here with my own Deliveroo clone. So I'm going to save us the hassle here and now switch over to mine, which is already pre-populated with information. Okay. And I'll show you how to connect it and so forth. But all you would need to do at this point is add in all of your restaurants and make sure that once you've added it in, guys, you hit the publish button. Okay. So at this point, imagine if I like made a change to my Wagamama, right? Welcome to Wagamama, blah, 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 and an exclamation mark. Notice how the publish button becomes green. I have to publish that change and then give it like maybe 10 seconds, 15 seconds for it to propagate, and then it's going to be live. So you see, I've got the latitude, longitude of actual restaurants here. So I've actually gone ahead and saved you a bunch of hassle here, right? So you guys can feel free to do this on your side, and then you can go ahead and do it yourself, okay? So at this point now, we're going to go ahead and connect things up, right? So that's the schema side of things done. So I can close that off. I can close that off. I can close that off. Now, what I need to do is I need to be able to connect to my Sanity backend from the front end, right? Now, how the hell do I do that, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually go ahead and install something called the Sanity client. Okay, so I'm going to do Command J, and where I've got my studio over here, what I'm actually going to do now is obviously we've got a split panel here. I'm just going to create a separate terminal, right? So you see I've got my double terminal and I've got my separate one here. And remember, Deliveroo clone we're inside of, not Sanity, right? So at this point, I'm going to do npm install, and I'm going to say Sanity client, and I'm also going to go ahead and say Sanity image URL, right? I just want to double check something as well. Right, so that's fine. Yeah, so we've got Sanity client and Sanity image URL. So I'm going to install these two dependencies like so, and that's going to allow us to start using the things that we need to go ahead and get this up and running off the ground. So we've installed these two dependencies. Now what I need to do is create a file on the front. So if I go to package.json on the top level, I'm going to create a new file called sanity.js. Okay, now this is where the magic happens, right? This is where we basically go ahead and have a Sanity setup. a Sanity connection to the backend from our React Native app. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say const client equals Sanity client, and then I pass in an object. Okay, now here what I can do is I pass in a project ID. Now you can use environment variables. In this case, I've gone ahead and saved us the hassle of that. I'm just going to go ahead and have the project ID, which is my project ID of the Deliveroo clone that I've set up in advance, right? If you want to find your project ID, there's two ways of doing it. I'm going to show you both. Firstly, go to your Sanity, go to your package.json, and you will see that there is a project ID of, sanity.json. Your project ID is here. Okay, so that's one of your project IDs that you can find. Or if you log into the backend, you'll see that the project ID is also here. Okay, but as I mentioned before, I'm going to be using the one that I pre-configured beforehand to save us a bit of time, so I don't have to kind of enter it all in. The next thing I want to do is dataset production. We're going to say use CDN is true, so that way it kind of optimizes, caches things on the edge network. And then for the API version, just use the one that I've used here. It's the latest, I believe, API version for the API. Okay, so at this point, let's go ahead and say const builder. So that's the connection to the backend. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have something called a builder. Now what this is doing is it's basically going to allow us to actually have an image builder. So whenever we've got images that I basically set up and added to Sanity, I need to pull them down and get the URLs from them sometimes, right? So what I'm going to do here is create a little helper. I'm going to say export const, and this one's going to be basically URL 4. And what we do is we take in a source, and we're just going to return builder.image from the source, right? So this is a helper function that we're going to use later on. Okay, now there's a few things that we do need to do in order to get this off the ground and working. Okay, so I want to show you what we do there. Basically, I've added this little snippet in the Papa GitHub repo. If you want the code, you can buy it from there as well. That's how we can either work for it or buy it. That's how you do it, right? So at this point, run this to add exception, right? So you can either go ahead into the Sanity folder and add in the exception for cause policy, or you can do it over here. I believe it's in here, access API, here, cause origin. So in this case, you can whitelist all the origins, right? So here you can go ahead and do this following. You can say localhost 3000, for example, or if you had, let's just imagine we had like 19006 is another one, right? That basically runs on our localhost for React Native. If I want to do it from the terminal, I can do that. I can go here, I can cd into Sanity, and I can basically type in the following. And this is basically going to whitelist it, right? So Sanity 19006, and this is going to go ahead and whitelist it in the backend for us, okay? So that's another way you can do that as well, okay? So I've got the two things running now, right? So in this case, should the credentials? Yes, that's fine. We're going to actually allow it in this case. Cause origin added successfully. Awesome stuff. Nice. Okay. So that's a little kind of trick that you can do. Now, if you notice, if I was to refresh this, we should have 19006 on the cause origin as well. So imagine once you deploy this, once it becomes live, you're going to have to whitelist your things as well, right? Credentials not allowed. We should have made it allowed. I don't know. It's fun. For now, I'm going to just delete this. I'll allow it in a second. So I'm going to do Sanity 3000, and I'm going to allow the credentials to be passed. Otherwise, you've got to put the API key in. I'm not going to go over all that today. It's going to make it easy for us. Okay, so at this point, we've got our Sanity connection on the front end, but I'm going to basically make our life a bit easier and show you one more trick, and then we're going to just resume from my Sanity backend. So basically, once you've got your Sanity, imagine like I had the Deliveroo clone to this. I added in all my information and I want to deploy this live, right? It's so easy to do so. All you do is Sanity deploy. Once you're inside the Sanity folder, what this does is it will go ahead and give you a studio hostname. So in this case, I can type in like Deliveroo Sunny YouTube, and this will go ahead and create like Deliveroo Sunny YouTube.sanity.studio, and it's going to actually deploy this live. So which means I can log in from anywhere in the world and access this CMS platform, okay? Now I've gone ahead and done this. I'm going to cut this one off, but that will go ahead and build it. I've already done that for my old project, and it now lives at this URL here. So Deliveroo clone Sanity Studio. So this is the point at which you guys should be able to follow up on, deploy it. Remember, if you make any changes to your local, you're going to have to redeploy your backend, okay? So that's just something to know. Okay. So with that said and done, let's start pulling information from our backends. We've got all this information here in the backend. How the hell do I go ahead and pull it now? So first thing I want to do is go over to my home screen. Let's do that first. Okay, now inside of Sanity, right, we have something called GROQ. Okay, so I'm going to actually load this up locally. So Sanity start. Give me a second. I'm running this one locally because right now we don't have this vision tab. So what you're gonna have to do is start it up locally. So what we previously did basically. So Sanity start here. So run Sanity start. I've already ran it on my other sort of screen. So in this case, I'm loading that up right now. And that one shouldn't take too long. I'm actually running this already, which is wrong. I'm gonna cut this one off and I'm gonna run my old one to show you guys what I'm talking about. Okay, come on, Jay. Awesome stuff. We're doing really well, guys. Nearly at 700 likes. Let's keep going. Okay, so at this point, while we wait for that to load, basically the way we query information from a SanityCMS backend is we use something called GROQ. GROQ's awesome, right? It's their own custom syntax, but it's a really nice way of pulling information in a fashion which is similar to GraphQL. You say what you want, and you only specify the fields that you want, and it will give you back the information. So what we can do now is we can go over to our localhost 3333, and let's see what we get here, right? So I've got all my stuff loaded up. I'm going to go to the Vision tab, right? Now in the Vision tab, you can test out queries. So here's an example where we're basically querying for the type of featured. So remember the featured categories had a type, right? So inside the schema, there was a type featured. Okay, so if we go back to that, the name was featured. So what I'm doing is I'm saying query for everything with the type featured and return back all of the fields. And inside of there, we've got restaurants and so forth. So I'm going to explain this in a second. So if I was to query this, for example, notice how it's giving me back all this stuff, right? Now I'm going to go ahead and cut this out for a second. But if I was just to go ahead and do this, right, it's going to return back all of the different options. So these are 3 featured rows, right? So if I was to look here, we have 3 featured rows. That's exactly what's being returned here. Okay. But notice how each one has restaurants. Now these are references, right? So if I want to go ahead and basically bring out these references so that way it shows me the full information of that reference, what I can now do is I can say, okay, go into, well, firstly, I want to prettify this. Why does it look so horrible? Okay, sorry about that, guys. But yeah, basically what we're going to do now is, yeah, that's fine. We're going to live with it. Right, so we say go into the restaurants array. So this one right here, expand it basically, right? And here, give me everything. So again, I'm just not being that optimal here, but I'm saying give me everything. And then there's also a dishes reference in there. Expand that and give me everything. And for the types, just give me the name, right? If I run this now, notice what we just did, right? So it takes a second to execute. Now it gives me the full restaurant instead of just an empty reference. And if I go into the type, which was also a reference, it gives me only the name. If I was to do ... it would give me all the information from the type. So if I did this now, I go into type, you see how it gives me all the information, right? So you can be very sort of, if you want it to be super optimal, you can only kind of just ask what you want for. But this arrow syntax means expand the reference, okay? So this is our first kind of important query. Now what I wanted to do here was I'm basically saying, like if you only want to get the first argument back, so in this case, the first featured row, you can do that and so forth, right? So there's loads of cool things you can do with this. I'm going to show you how we now use it on the front end, okay? So heading over to the home screen right now, let's jump over there. So home screen, what we want to do here is instead of these featured rows like this, I'm going to start pulling it from the backend, okay? So first thing we need to do is a piece of state to keep track of this. So we're going to say that this piece of state is going to be called featured categories. Now, if any of this doesn't make sense, state, props, all that stuff, loads of videos on the channel. There's a video popping out on the screen right now if you're watching the replay, which is for use state, how to use state inside of React. There's another video which is going to pop out in now, which is going to be for props inside of React. And if you really want to take it a step further, join us at papareact.com or check out the free course that we offer, React Basics 101. All the links are in the description. So that's going to help you out. There's tons of ways that I can teach you how all of this works, right? For free. Categories, set featured categories. Use state. I'm going to import that from, where is it gone? Yep, and from React. So the first initial piece of state we're going to say is an empty array. Okay, so initially the featured tabs are going to be empty right now. We're going to use something called a use effect. Use layout effect is when the UI essentially loads. Use effect is when the component itself, so the functional component, loads. Now this means run on the first initial load and then don't run afterwards. So that makes sense, right? Well, in this case, I just want to, as soon as this loads up this component, I want to fetch the stuff from the backend. Okay, so essentially what I do now is I type in Sanity client. Right, so in this case, if I do client, it will import it from this. I'm going to rename this to Sanity client to make it easier for you guys. And now I can say Sanity client dot fetch. Right now, what I would like you to do is whenever you do this stuff, do what I do. Right, go ahead and basically test your query on the back end here. So in this case, this is my query. I'm just getting all the featured, fields. Get all of them. So in this case, return 3. See paid placements, everyone's doing juicy discounts, so forth, so forth, so forth. And then basically expand the reference, right? So I'll basically test it in here first, copy this, right? So you know it works. Then what I want you to do is from the fetch, do a backticks. And basically what we do here is we paste in that query, okay? Once that comes back to us, that's going to return some data. Okay, that data is what we're going to set as our featured categories. Okay, so now what we're doing is on the initial page load, what's happening is, we need to actually go ahead and do this, use effect react. Okay, that works pretty well. Okay, that looks pretty nice as well. All right, so what I'd recommend that you can do here is if it got a little bit confusing there, and you kind of, you're a bit like, whoa, Sonny, I have no idea how to debug what the hell you just did. Well, what I would recommend that you do now is just as a quick test, console log here and say featured categories, okay? And then what you'll do is you're probably wondering, oh my God, I can't debug it. If you hold Command D here, you can actually pull up this and debug. But I don't like to debug like that here. What I will do instead is I'm going to open up the web version, which I have here, and I do inspect. And now you can see I get my console log on the screen as well. Or if you really want to see what's on the logs here, you can open up your Command J and you can see it actually comes up in the logs when it's running, right? So if I was to clear my logs and I was to refresh, so R, iOS build complete, it's going to reload. And then you see I also get here. But obviously that's a bit annoying to look at. This one kind of gives us a nice little view. So you can see I'm pulling in our actual backend stuff from Sanity. It includes all the restaurants as well. And we can use this now to actually implement the UI on the front, okay? So good progress so far. Now I'm gonna get rid of the console log. Okay, so we've got the feature categories. First thing I'm gonna do now is go down to our, where we were rendering the featured rows before. And what I'm gonna do now instead is I'm gonna say, okay, JSX, featured categories. Yeah, have I even spelled that right? Featured categories. I don't think I did. No, categories, yeah. Featured categories. Dot. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do optional chaining. So in case for whatever reason in the beginning it's going to be undefined, so that way we don't want to kind of ignore it. But it's empty array, so it should be fine. But still, all right. And I'm going to say each time we loop through it, there's a category. Now you can use a flat list here as well, right? Do not get it confused. You can use a flat list, but I'm going to use a just simple sort of comparison to what we're typically used to in React Native, React and Next.js. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically use a featured row, but instead of using this set sort of stuff, I'm now going to also, firstly, remember whenever you loop through something, always include a key. In this case, the category here would be category ID. And then the ID here would be category ID. The title would be category.title, .name, sorry, category.name. And this is coming from the backend now. So obviously what I've done here is I've done the work for you, but I basically console log so I could see it. Then I basically use the appropriate values accordingly. So this one's going to be category.description. Oh, this one's actually short description. So if you notice here, we have a short description. Okay. Now, if I hit save, bam, we should see, oh, look at that. Look, we've got, firstly, we can get rid of these. We don't need the hard-coded crappy ones anymore. Now it's actually pulling from the back end and loading it. So if I was to refresh just to prove to you that this ain't fake. Now, boom, offers near you, featured tasty discounts. There we go. So the text being pulled in, but you're probably wondering, oh, Sonny, but you're not actually pulling in the next one. Well, I'm going to show you how to do that now. So inside of featured rows, okay, we can now jump into our featured rows, and we're going to do the same thing, a use effect, which is going to do a fetch call on the back end, but it's going to make a special query, which is only going to get the restaurants for the ID of the restaurant row that we're in. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to do that. So I'm going to say use effect, and this one is going to be like so. It's going to have this, okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say sanity client. So in this case, firstly, we need to import our use effect, which we've done. I'm going to say the client and then rename it to sanity client, just to be lazy. Sanity client. I like showing you little tricks. Dot fetch, right? And the query that in question here is actually this over here. So I'm going to show you how we do this one. All right. So if we go over to, remember what I said, always want to kind of test it out. So what I'm actually going to do here is copy this ID because I'm going to need this. And then I'm going to pop this down here for a second. And then I'm going to just grab the query that I have for you guys, right? Don't worry, you can research GROQ if you really want to learn it. But basically what I'm doing now is imagine I was querying for an ID like so, okay? So if I was querying for an ID that looks something like this, right? So it's saying, search for the featured posts, right? Only where the ID is equal to this one. Get me all the same stuff and get me the first result that comes back. So at this point, you see it found it and it gave me back that one with the ID. Now, obviously we don't want to do a hard-coded value. So how do we do a dynamic value? Well, firstly, the query is good, so we can use it. So now what I'm going to do is, okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pop this in like so. So bam. And then you can see here, we've got this $sign. Well, the good thing with this $sign is we can actually go ahead and after we do the fetch call as the second argument, we can pass in params, as you can see here. So this is an object where we're going to pass in the ID. And what we're actually doing here is technically like this, right? So the ID is corresponding to this ID and the ID that we're going to use is here. But because of the same name, we can actually get rid of this and shorthand it. So in this case, ID. Now what we're doing, guys, is we're actually going ahead and passing in the ID into the query. So now whichever row I was in, remember we're passing that through on the home screen, right? The ID is a category ID. So now whichever one we're on, it's going to go and fetch that information. Okay. Then what we're going to do is prepare a piece of state, and we're going to call this one restaurants, right? And this is going to be we get to import it from use state like so. All right, check this out. So bam. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and set the restaurants when we get the response back. So we're going to say then the data will come back. And what I want to do is I want to set the restaurants to the data that came back, optional chaining. It could be undefined, and restaurants, data.restaurants. Okay. So at this point, we have our restaurants in question. So I'm going to do our little test and console log the restaurants out and see if it's all good, right? So at this point, bam, we've got 4 restaurants that came out for the first one. Nando's, yes, awesome stuff. The second one, we have Yo Sushi. Okay, so now we've got the data to play with. So now we can essentially render it out. So before, where I was rendering out these static information ones, what I'm now going to do is I'm going to go ahead and instead pop in mine. Okay, so I'm going to show you how we do this now. And it's going to be restaurants.map for every single restaurant, right? Restaurant. Be careful not to import that. Do a direct return. And here I'm going to essentially put in, you guessed it, it's going to be the restaurant card. Okay, but each of these individual things, remember, first thing we want to do is actually give it a key. The key here is going to be restaurant underscore ID. Okay, now for all of these ones, I'm going to save you a little bit of headache. I'm going to basically shorten it for you. So these ones you want to replace with the following. It's going to be restaurant.id, image, address, name, dishes, rating, short description, type, name, so forth. Okay, hit save now. Now we can see converted to a valid URL. That's fine. Ignore that for now. I'll show you how we can fix that. It's because of the image URL. So I'll show you how we can get around this now. So I'm going to get rid of this, all these static things. And now this is pulling in. The only thing we have to fix here is if we go to our restaurant card, right, where we have the image, right, remember we're pulling in a sanity URL. That doesn't just magically give us a sanity URL that we can use, right? Remember that helper function that we created earlier from Sanity? So this one right here, we're actually going to use that. So we export it, right? So I'm going to go back to my restaurant card, and here I'm going to say URL for. This imports it from Sanity. I pass in the Sanity URL, okay, which is an image source. And then what we do is we say dot URL, and that will give us a string value. We pass through to our image prop, and just like that, bam, we have our images being pulled through. Amazing stuff, really clean, really nice. Smash the thumbs up button if that was kind of cool, right? So this is literally being fed through now from our Sanity backend, right? So these featured menu categories that you see over here is how you're seeing the information on the front, right? Why not support your local restaurant tonight? And I'm going to say, just to prove to you that this is real, I'm going to say hashtag PupFam, publish the changes. And just like that, in a short second or two, we should be able to see those differences in a second, right? So I'm going to go ahead, wait a sec. We should see, it takes a second sometimes to propagate. And there we go. Why not support your local restaurant tonight? Hashtag PupFam. Boom. Right? Awesome stuff. So you see how incredible Sanity really is, right? It works really well, allows you to have a really easy customizable platform, and your non-developers can come in and change this out to make it look right? The next step is to get the categories up and running as well. So let's go ahead and get that nice and clean. Right? So it's going over to the categories. This one's a very simple fetch statement. So first thing we do is prepare some state. So we're gonna have an empty piece of state, pull this in. Then we're gonna have a use effect. The use effect is gonna load on the mount of the component. We're gonna go ahead and say that it's gonna do it once initially when we load. Then I'm actually, oh, and by the way, guys, just a quick summary. In this one, ID was used here, which means that we should actually be passing in the ID here as well, because it is part of a dependency array. Just a heads up. Okay, so at this point now, I just want to go ahead and do the following. So I want to go ahead and say use effect client. Let's pull this in. I'm going to rename my client to Sanity client. Oops, make sure you spell it right. Sanity client dot. We're going to say fetch. In this case, backticks, remember. And the query here is actually very easy. I'm just going to go ahead and query for all the types where the category is type category, right? So if I go into my vision over here, I go ahead and test this out. You can see now I get all the different ones back for like offers, pizza, all that kind. And remember, there's an image. Now notice how that's the image I was talking about. See that's not an image URL. So we have to use our Sanity helper to convert that into a image URL. Okay. So we fetch it. When it comes back, we're going to get the data. We're going to go ahead and pop the data into set categories like so. Okay. Now, instead of rendering out these endless cards over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say categories.map. We're going to go ahead and render the following as a response, right? We're going to go ahead and pass in the category card. And remember, the key is always a crucial thing that we must do. We're going to say category._ID to give it an ID that we can use. For the image URL, we're going to go ahead and say URL for, pull in our Sanity helper. We're going to say category.image.url. Okay. And what we can do here, guys, is we can actually set the width as well. So you can actually do some little attachments. So you can actually do mid sort of transformations of the images. So we're going to go ahead and just say the image is a width of 200. Right? I'm just going to show you an example of how you can do that. Right. And then we're going to go ahead and say category.name and so forth. That actually means it won't go ahead and get like a bigger image or whatever. Right? It'll just get it'll shorten it at the Sanity request side, and then it'll give us that value. Right? So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of these now, and we should see our categories pop in. Bam! Just like that, we see it, right? If I was to get rid of this, it would actually go ahead and fetch it, but it might get unnecessarily big images, right? When you could just do this instead, right? This is looking really good right now, right? So we've got Nando's, all this kind of good stuff. Now what I want to do is the next step, right? So we've successfully created our home screen. We've successfully created a connection to SanityCMS, the backend. And now what the next natural step is to go ahead and make it so that way, when we go ahead and click one of these, it actually takes us to the screen where we can see the restaurant. Okay, so how do we do that? Right, it's actually simpler than you think. We're going to go to app.js and we're going to add in a second screen. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is now, just to make it extremely clear, now we are building the restaurant screen. Okay, so this is going to be the restaurant screen. So when I click into Nando's, it will show me that. All right, so hopefully that makes it clear. We're going to create a new stack screen. So here I'm going to call this one restaurant. This key is important. It's how you navigate between screens. And then this one's going to be called the restaurant screen. Okay, so this one I'm going to copy, and get ready guys, Redux is coming very soon as well, right? I'm going to go to our screens over at the back, and I'm going to create restaurant screen.js. Okay, .js. Now our React Native functional exported component, there we go, React restaurant screen. And what we want to do here guys is we're going to go ahead and start building out, this screen. Okay, so first things first, how do I have it so when I click on one of these, it takes me over to the restaurant screen? Well, it's actually pretty simple, right? What I do is the first thing I need to correct this, like so, import it in, there you go, no errors, that's good. And now when I go into my featured rows, I go into my restaurant card, that touchable opacity, so this one right here, when I click it, I want to navigate to the appropriate place. Okay, so in this case, what I can do, if I go over to my restaurant card, so restaurant card, now what I want to do is I want to basically say, where's it gone? Touchable opacity, there we go. I'm going to say the following. I'm going to say on press, you should do something, right? So in this case, I'm going to do some bit of code execution here. And what we can actually do here, guys, is we can go ahead and say, I need something called the navigation object, right? So this one is, we use our use navigation hook from React Native Navigation. And this allows me to basically navigate between pages, okay? So in this case, we're going to say navigation.navigate from one page to the restaurant page. Okay, now notice how the key here is basically the key associated with the stack screen. Okay, and then what we're going to do here is we're actually going to pass some parameters alongside with that rerouting. This is actually going to be the props that we passed in over here. So think of it this way, right? I click this. Oh, firstly, it took me over. Awesome stuff. And you got the default header, right? And notice how you also have the swipe back functionality, right? So this will actually work. It's just not working for me right now. I can't seem to click the edge. But basically, you can actually swipe back between that as well. But when I navigate, I'm passing this information along with the navigation, right? So that's what I want to do here. And then I'm going to do some clever stuff with Redux, right? But basically, when I navigate here, I'm essentially going to the next screen. So now we can start building out the next screen. So I'm going to go back to the restaurant screen. And here is where we start getting things pretty interesting, right? So for the restaurant screen right now, I'm going to go ahead and pull those arguments that I basically passed along. How do I do that? I use something called the root, okay? So essentially, I'm going to say use root, right? From React Navigation. So there is actually inside of it. So what I can do is I can do some clever destructuring here. Inside of root, you actually have root.params, and then you would have like .id, .title, .image URL, all that good stuff. So what I can do here is I can destructure this, I can get the params out, and I can destructure that, and I can now pull out all of the params that I passed through. So this will have all the information that I basically came through on the screen. So if I want to test this out just to prove that I'm not lying, I can type in title, and you can see if I go in here, Nando's, if I go in here, KFC, if I go in here, Wagamama, there we go. All right. In this case, text, title. Okay, awesome stuff. So you can see we passed through the props as so. Yeah, next thing I want to do is I want to basically hide the header. Okay, I don't really like that header there, so I'm going to go ahead and get the navigation object, and I'm going to do the trick that we did earlier, which was use layout effect. And remember what we can do here, this is when the component basically paints on the screen, then I want to basically hide the navigation, right? So in this case, very simple trick. We did it with the home screen. We set the header shown to false. Okay, and then what we're going to do is now inside of this screen, this is actually, entire thing is going to be a scroll view. Okay, so the entire thing is going to be a scroll view like so. Okay, so this is actually going to be a scrollable view. So notice how we got this nice little beautiful scroll view aspect here, right? Okay, so at this point, and there's a reason why I want to do that, because I want to have it kind of pop over there. Like, it looks like pretty nice if you ask me when it does that. Okay, so at this point now, what I want to do is I'm going to have, let's just kind of get the first bit implemented so that way you can start to see something. So I'm going to have the view up here. So view, inside of this view, I'm going to have an image. So image, like so, self-closing image. And this we need to import from React Native. The source of this image is going to be the URI. And if anyone can guess it, I'm going to do URI. And then we're going to have our handy little helper function, which is going to basically pass it out of the image URL. Import the helper function from our file. So in this case now, we should see, once I add in a height and width, something on the header. Okay, so in this case, width 4. I'm going to say height of 56. And I'm going to say background should be gray of, oops, oh my God, height of 56. Background should be gray of 300 and padding of 4. And just like that, ooh, that looks nice. Right, so this is looking pretty good so far. Okay, that's the Nando's picture. And the next thing is I need some kind of back button, right? Because I'm creating my own custom header here. So I need a back button. So first thing I'm going to do is make this relative, because I'm going to have an absolute position button here. So relative inside, then I'm going to have a touchable opacity button. Okay, so the button I'm going to create is this one right here. It's going to be absolutely positioned relative to the parent. So in this case, touchable opacity, import it like so. And then here I'm going to have an arrow left icon. Let's use the solid variant. And here I'm going to say the height of this one is going to be 20. So height is going to be 20. Width is 20. So I think I'll just say size is 20 to be honest. Size is 20. And let's just do color is going to be the Deliveroo color. So the hash of Deliveroo. And obviously you can refactor to have that as a constant, all that kind of good stuff. But I'm just keeping it simple today. Boom. Okay, we have it there. Now that's almost what I want, but it's not there yet. I want this to be absolutely positioned. Okay, absolutely positioned. I'm gonna say top 14, left 5, and automatically it goes up. Okay, nice. But I want to make it a bit easier to see. So padding to background gray of 100 and a rounded 4, and this should give it a button fill. Okay, awesome. So now we've got a clickable button. When I click it, I want to navigate back. So how the hell do we do that? Well, we go ahead and we say on press, do the following, right? So here I can actually go ahead and say, and because it's just going to be a one-liner, we can say navigation.go back, which is a function that gets invoked when we press it. So now, bam, look at that. Yo Sushi, KFC, Wagamama. Hey, look at that. That is clean. Right, so if you're liking this right now, oh man, this is cool. Smash the sound effect button. I know I need that. I need that little horn. Wagamama, awesome stuff. Okay, so we've got this working pretty nicely now. So you can see moving at a very good pace. Okay, so after this view now, we're going to go ahead and add another view in, and this is where we're going to start to build out this UI right here. Okay, so we're going to move relatively pretty quick right now, right? So it's going to be pretty nice speed. Okay, so we're going to have, for this view, I'm going to say it's going to have a class name BG white. Okay, inside of here we're gonna have another view, and we're gonna have the first bit of text, and this one's gonna be title. Let's hit save. There we go. Okay, so Nando's popped in. Right now I'm going to slowly style this out as we go along, so that way we don't get too far ahead of ourselves. So we're going to say padding X of 4, I believe, yeah, and padding T on the top axis of 4. Bam, push it away from it a little bit. The text starts to come alive the minute you start adding this in. So I'm going to say text 3XL, I want it to be pretty big, and I want the font to be bold. Boom, just like that. Underneath I'm going to have a view. Inside of this view I'm going to say this everything inside of here, so class name should be flex row. Oh, this energy is getting up with this music. All right, so flex row space X of 2, space X of 2, and then I'm going to say margin Y of 1, like that. Right. So now everything inside of here will be spaced a little bit differently. Should look pretty good. Okay. And then I'm going to have a few views inside of it because we've got this kind of like quirky setup, right? So first thing I want to do is have a view, and this view is going to have a star icon. So I'm going to just import all the icons together so that way it makes our life a bit easier. So I'm going to import them all together like so. All right, so importing it all in at the same time. So we got the star icon. Now the star icon is going to have the following. It's going to have a color green. And then it's going to have the opacity is going to be 0.5. The size is going to be 22. All right, boom. And arrow left icon has already been declared. Where did I do that? Arrow left icon. Oh, yeah, oops. Yeah, we don't need that there. Okay. So there we go. We got a nice little star, green star. And then next to it, it's going to have a piece of text. And in fact, to save ourselves a bit of time, I'm just going to pull that one in directly. We did that earlier with the same view. It's going to be a text with like similar to how we span something, but a rating. So, oops, going back over here. That gives us the offers. And to make it look the way we want it to be, it's going to say flex row, items center space on the x-axis of 1. Yeah, so we're going to copy and paste that again, and you can see we've got the next one next to it. Okay, but I'm going to change the next one to be location marker icon. The color of that one's going to be gray. Opacity slightly different, 0.4, looked a bit different. Size 22 stays same, and then we're going to have nearby address instead for this now. So instead of all of this, we're going to have nearby address. Now you can see it says nearby Clink Street. Awesome stuff, right? So looking very good so far. Right, clean UI, thank you. The UI in this build is beautiful, I know. Right, so we've got the view outside of all of this. Now, just quick little check for me from my side. Where we have margin Y1, outside of this view, I'm gonna have a piece of text, and this is gonna have the short description. So short description. Now this piece of text is gonna have the class name, which is gonna have text gray 500, margin top of 2, padding bottom of 4, bam. And then you can start to see, like, it's honestly these little UI differences that start to make things come alive, right? You can really start to see an app start to shape when you start adding in these tiny little differences, right? Like, look at that, it's just so beautiful, right? It's crazy. Like, when I was building this, I was like, oh man. Okay, so underneath here, we're gonna have a button. So this is gonna be a kind of a clickable have a food allergy button. Okay, so touchable opacity. There we go. Inside of here, we're gonna have a question mark circle icon. So question mark circle icon. This is gonna have color gray. So it's gonna be color gray. In fact, I'm just gonna save ourselves a little bit of time there and just pop that in because you've seen me do that a couple of times. So boom, there we go. And after that, we're going to have a bit of text and a chevron right icon next to each other, right? So it's all next to each other. Have a food allergy, chevron right. The color will be the green that we're used to. The styling here is more important when it comes to the touchable opacity. So flex row immediately puts it into a line, okay? The flex one means that the middle one's going to set enough space. It's going to say use as much space as you want. Items should be centrally aligned. Then we're going to say space X of 2. So space X of 2. And then we're going to say padding should be 4, border on the y-axis. So you see now we've got a nice thick border. Border should be gray, value 300. Okay, so value 300, bam. Nice. There you go, look at that. Looks beautiful and it's clickable as well. All right, so you could obviously have a second screen after that, which says if you have a food allergy, handle the flow, that kind of thing if you really wanted to, right? Now, underneath our touch opacity, we're going to have another view, okay? Now, this is where we're basically going to have more of the sort of intelligent stuff happening. So in this case, firstly, we're going to have the text. This is going to say the menu. Oops, okay, menu. And this text in itself is going to go ahead and have a class name, padding X of 4. Padding top of 6, margin bottom of 3, and font should be bold, and I'm going to say text should be extra large. Bam, hit save. You can see where we're going with this now, okay? So the things that you're seeing here are going to be something called dish row, okay? So firstly, we're going to have to render in the dishes, and then we're going to have loads of different dish rows. So this is going to involve me mapping over something, okay? So what we're going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and do we actually have all the dishes from the previous thing that we pulled in, right? So now what we can actually do is we can say dishes.map. So JSX dishes.map. For every single dish, I want to do a implicit return, right? So implicit return, boom. And some JSX is going to be shown on the screen. Now here, I'm going to have a dish row component that we haven't yet created. And the props are going to be as follow, right? So I'm going to pass through the dish ID, name, description, price, and image. Okay, so let's create this dish row component, right? And we can get rid of that. So let's create the component dish row.js, our React Native functional exploit component, and just like so, those things that we passed in are actually going to be passed over here. So the dish row is actually going to get those props that I just passed in here. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull this in now. So we imported our component at the top. There we go. Hit save. And now we should see, if I go inside of here, dish row, dish row, dish row. So we're going to convert that to eventually look something like this. Okay, so we're moving at a very good pace right now. We just need to go ahead and make that dish row look beautiful, right? So first thing I want to do is style out the dish row. Okay, so let's have the first thing is going to be a touchable opacity button. Okay, so this the entire row is going to be a touchable button, opacity, my bad. And that, let's just go ahead and fix that, touchable opacity. And then we're gonna have a view inside of it. So right now we are literally building this portion right here, not the buttons afterwards. I'll show you how we do that, right? So inside of that view, guys, we're gonna have 3 pieces of text. The first is gonna be the title and the name and description. We're gonna pop those in like so. So name and description come in. The next thing is actually currency. Now, because we're using currency, I'm actually going to install something called a React Currency Formatter, which is actually going to help me sort of, include or help me correctly format that currency. So I'm going to go upper level. So I'm not installing it into Sanity. I want to install it into the correct clone. npm I install React Currency Formatter. So we've actually got a weird one here. What's this? Unable to resolve dependency tree. Cannot resolve proper 16. Interesting. Okay, I don't think I've installed the correct thing then, so let me actually go over to Google quickly, React Currency Formatter. Let's go ahead and see. Okay, so I did do this before, which is fine. Let's do npm I React Currency Formatter. Okay, interesting. I actually did it with Yarn. I'm not sure if that's gonna break something here. But if whatever the case, let me see which one I use. So React Currency Formatter, I used version 1.1.0. So here, if I go into my package JSON and I add in manually myself, let's go ahead. You guys, it shouldn't actually make you it shouldn't break your one. My one, I'm not sure. Oh no, sorry guys. No, that's right. Interesting. Okay. In that case, what you can do is, okay, I initially was using Yarn in the beginning. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch Yarn, right? So I'll show you how you do it. It's very easy. You can literally just delete a package lock. In this case, don't do it in production. Do not do this in production, right? I'm just showing you my way of doing it. Yarn add React Currency Formatter. And I'm going to carry on with Yarn because I'm on a live build right now. I don't want to mess everything up. So this will change it. So in Sanity, it's still using, oh no, it's using Yarn as well. Okay, that's probably why it's a bit weird. Right. But now you see a Yarn lock file gets built out instead, and it should be all good. Okay. Okay. So once that's done, let's let that do its thing. Okay. So over here now, we're going to eventually use that currency formatter. Okay, so the currency formatter in question is this one right here, React Currency Formatter. And the way we use it is pretty simple. We basically go ahead and say, we put inside of a text box, and then we say currency, quantity price is what we pass in. And the currency you just specify from like USD, GBP, all that kind of stuff, right? Sometimes your Expo will quit. Look at that. It happened to me just now, right? So in this case, if it does quit, don't freak out. It's okay. It happens. What I recommend is you just come here, just hit I, or you just restart your bundler. That's completely fine. It happens. In fact, wait for this to install because that's actually probably why it's freaked out. Okay. So what I'm going to do right now is carry on coding. And then when we get around to that point, when it kind of finishes this dependency installation, we can carry on. So this is right now the currency that would have popped up on the screen. All I need to then do is have the image next to it. Okay. So here, I'm just going to blind code. I'm going to say view. Inside of the view, I've got an image. That image is a self-closing component, which comes from React Native. We're going to say that the source in this case is coming from our URI, which is a Sanity URL. Okay. So in this case, it's going to be the URL for our little helper. We're going to pass in the image and we're going to get the URL out of it. Okay. Oops. URL, image dot URL. Bam. Okay. And my thing is freaking out. There you go. Okay. Now for this one, I'm going to say the class name is going to be a height of 20, width of 20, background is going to be gray of 300 and padding of 4. Okay. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to add a little bit of custom styling here. I'll show you. See what I mean? It's actually completely fine. It does it all the time. All right. So Yarn seemed to resolve the dependency tree a lot better. All right. So that helped for me. Right. So if you get the same issue, use Yarn in this case. Right. I'm not going to explain fully why, but at this point, but there you go. Okay. So just do I, it should open up again. Should be fine now. Okay, let it download the new bundle. Let's just space this out a little bit, give ourselves the most space that we can possibly have. This is going to go ahead and build the bundle out, and bam, there you go. Right, see, all is fair and well. We do Nando's now. I get the price and it works. Okay, awesome stuff. So here, style, I'm going to go ahead and say that the border, each of the pictures should have a border width of 1, and the border color is going to be like this slightly off gray. Okay, so I've saved this value here. Okay, now we've got this nice little kind of, you know, pictures coming up, and we just need to get that looking like that, right? So how the hell do we do that? Okay, so it's very easy. I like to say easy, but it's just practice. Class name equals background white. We're gonna say border padding of 4, hit save. Immediately we can start to see a little bit looking nicer. We're gonna say border gray, so border gray 200. Okay, and now what we're going to do is we're actually going to have a little bit of a fix on the view. So this is firstly should be flex row, awesome. And then the view over here. So firstly, I've messed something up. So we should have had a view, and then this should have actually been in a separate view. So I've made a little mistake here. So our image here is in a view. Okay, then this view right here should be in a view. Okay, so this should be in a view, like that. There we go. And then this one should be flex1, so class name flex1, and padding on the right of 2. Okay, I made a silly mistake here. Let's fix it out. Okay, so I've got this view. There you go, that's wrong. And this is not what I wanted to do. Okay, I have my view. Inside of my view, I have another view, which is this one. That's fine. And then here, I need to have a piece of text. Okay. And then this one is going to be flex row. I think I need to surround everything again. Yeah, okay. I mean, I know I messed up. Let's add a view, and we need to surround all of it inside of that view. There we go. This one is going to be flex row. Yeah, that means that the image will go on the right. Nice. And then this one is going to be flex1, padding right of 2. Bam, fixed. Right. Oops, no, it should be padding right 2. There we go. Okay, awesome. Looking pretty good. Okay, and the text large, okay, cool. And for this one, we are pretty much golden at that point. Yeah, so this is looking good. Okay, now what I want to do is when I click this, right, I want to have it pop out with your like quantity modifier. Okay, so let's go ahead and do something along those lines, right? So first I'm going to have a piece of state which says is pressed, right? So I'm going to say use state snippet. Let's do that. Use state snippet is pressed. Change the I here to capital I. And firstly, we're going to say false. Okay. Now, based on this, we're going to go ahead and say, if you press it, I need to show something on the bottom of the screen. So what we're actually going to do here, guys, is I'm going to put a fragment around it, around the entire app, right? So it's just like an empty kind of, you know, container. Imagine that. And next to the touchable capacity, I'm going to have this pop out. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that now. So underneath, I'm going to say if is pressed is true, only then should I show on the screen a view. Oops. And that view should have another view inside of it. And that's going to have a touchable opacity inside of that. This is going to have a minus icon. So this is going to be a minus circle icon. Okay. And let's just do an import now while we're here. So let's go up to the top. Plus icon and the minus icon. So you got the plus icon and minus icon. Let's go here. If I press it, nothing's happening right now. We need to make it so that way when I on press equals I'm gonna say set is pressed to the opposite of is pressed. Okay, so what this is doing now is it actually goes ahead and it's going to say can't find variable items, wherever I've done that. Oh, oops, I've actually gone ahead and skipped ahead. So let's kind of get rid of that for now. I'll show you what we do there. Okay, so if I press it now, boom, that pops out. Okay, so now we can kind of dev it, make it look the way we want, and then kind of get past that issue. Okay, the next thing I want is underneath that touchable opacity, I'm gonna have a piece of text, and this is just gonna say 0 items to begin with. Okay, then we're gonna have another touchable opacity, where it's gonna be for the plus icon. Okay, so there you go. Let's style this up, make it look a bit nice. The view here is going to be BG white, px4, there we go. And then the view here, we're going to go and say flex row, and the items should be centrally aligned. So items on the central axis, space between them of 2, space x of 2. Everyone's focused today. Guys, let me know if you're coding along today. Space x of 2, padding bottom of 3, bam, nice. And then for the touchable opacity, for the actual icons, we're actually going to go ahead and say that the color should be the Deliveroo color. Nice, right? And the same for this one. The color is going to be blue. There you go. Now, the only issue we have here, guys, is we have this weird kind of like situation where that line is at the top, right? But I want to have it so when it's pressed, I want to hide the border bottom, okay? So the way you do that is you basically go ahead, change this to backticks, and then you basically go ahead and add in a little conditional. You say is pressed, then you basically want to hide the border bottom, sorry, is pressed. Only then do I add in border, so border be 0. Okay, now if it's pressed, you see how it hides the border bottom. It just looks like it's part of it, right? So awesome. That's nice. Okay, so now what we need to do, guys, is this is where we add in Redux. So this is where Redux comes into the mix. Redux is essentially going to allow us now to go ahead and keep track of a basket and the state. Okay, so look at this. Right now we're going to eventually have it so that way you can go ahead and add items to your basket. So this is where we implement Redux. Okay, so first thing I want to do is introduce you to the Reactjs toolkit. Okay, so the Redux toolkit in this case is where we're going to be doing everything. It's going to be the thing that powers it all up, and quite honestly it's damn good. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pull this up now. Let me actually bring this on the second screen. So reduxtoolkit.js.org, go to the quick start guide, you'll reach this page. Now this is actually very simple to get off the ground. We're just simply going to install this with yarn, so I'm going to go ahead and copy that, do yarn, add Reduxjs toolkit, and React Redux. The toolkit is amazing, guys, trust me. Makes using Redux very powerful. Now, what is Redux and why might you want it? Redux is essentially like a global state management. Think of it this way, right? Throughout my app, there's moments where I'm going to want to pass around variables, right? For example, the items in a basket. I want to keep this track of this, right? Now, it makes sense to have this global store. This is essentially what Redux does. It allows us to have a global state management technique. What we can do is split this store up into different sections. So in this case, we're going to have like a basket slice. We're going to have a restaurant slice. And these are just areas in this global area, a global sort of store, right? So we're going to do that. And it's going to be a lot easier than you think to get this off the ground. We've installed that. Then what I want you to do is you need to go ahead and you've got TypeScript and JavaScript options. Create a file called store.js. Okay. So let's go ahead and do let's go to the outer layer. So I like to click on package.json and close everything off. Do store.js. And inside the store.js, I'm literally going to go ahead and pop this in here. So this is our initial starting point, right? This is basically an empty store. We have nothing attached inside of it. Okay. Heading down to the bottom, we need to wrap our entire app in something called a provider. Okay. So heading over to app.js now, what we want to do is go ahead and head over here. Now underneath the navigation container, it doesn't need to be, it can be over, it can be before, it doesn't really matter at this point. I'm going to import that from React Redux, and this provider, I'm basically going to go ahead and wrap around the entire app. Okay, so you see how it's nesting it all. We do need to pass in something called the store. Okay, now notice how the store I exported from the store that we just created. Okay, so there we go, no errors. This is good. Okay. Sanity is actually free, and they've got a very generous free tier. Use the link in the description to make sure you get the free double boosted plan. That's going to help you out when you're getting started off with Sanity. Okay, so at this point we've got the store looking pretty nice. No, it says working, sorry. So now what I want to do is go ahead and set up our Redux store. So those different slices that I talked about, that's the next step in getting this off the ground. Okay, so firstly you can see create a Redux state slice. So they like to do it in features counter slice. I'm going to do it a little bit different. We're going to create a folder for those slices called features, and this is kind of like the features of this. I don't know, it could be called slices if you really want, right? I'm going to make one called basket slice.js. And for basket slice, I'm going to basically have all the information about our initial slice, right? So what I would do is I'm going to copy this snippet so that way you guys can follow along with what I'm doing. And we're just going to remodel it to how we need it. That's an easy way of doing it, right? So in case where we've got counter slice written everywhere, here, here, and here, I'm going to rename this to be basket slice, right? Then I'm going to go ahead and rename this slice to be called basket. The initial state of this global area in our, like, imagine this is a fragment of that global store, right? So I'm going to say items is initially an array of an empty array. Okay, so imagine initially makes sense, right? In the side of our global store, in the basket area of the slice, we've got an empty array for items because nothing is in our basket, okay? So at this point, we pass in the initial state, done. Reducers is basically the actions that allow us to modify that global store, okay? So at this point, I'm gonna have one called add to basket and one called remove from basket, right? And we're gonna implement these in just a second. So each one has a state and the action. I'll explain all of this when we build it. Right, and this one is going to say state and action like so. Okay, now let's go ahead and get rid of this for a second. Right, now here the two renamed actions, we have to go ahead and add them here, and this basically does something by it creates something called action creators, right? So now we can essentially use this outside to dispatch actions. So I'm not going to go through the full Redux flow, but the way it works is that global store, we dispatch an action like add to basket to that global store, right? We send the message up. Then what happens is Redux store is listening. It says, hey, I got your message. I now know that that means that I have to modify the state in this way, right? So in this case, we just plus in one, right? But that's basically how it's working. Then it will reflect on the UI. It will update, okay? So right now what we're going to do is I'm going to basically go ahead and say, when you get the add to basket request, alongside, we can basically pass information along with that request, right? So what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to say that the state will become keep whatever's in the current basket. So this is some JavaScript happening now. Keep whatever in the basket, but also just add on whatever the payload is. So the payload is basically what comes along with the action, right? So when I add to a basket, I can do something like this. I can say add to basket, and I can basically pass in one of the, like an item, right? So a basket item, and then that will go ahead and get appended to the current basket state. This means keep whatever was in the basket, add on to the end. Okay, so remove from basket we'll do afterwards. That's pretty good for now. Okay, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create something called a selector. This will allow me to access that global store, pull the items from the basket out. Okay, so export const select basket items. Okay, and this one basically what selectors are used for is they allow us to go ahead and access the state, the global state. So state dot what slice are we in? We're in the basket slice. We're going to get the items out of the basket slice. Okay, so this is a handy thing. We export it so that way we can use it outside. So that's the initial basket slice setup done. And then what we're going to do is connect it to our global store so that way Redux knows about it. So what we do here, guys, is we go ahead and we do the following. So at this point we've got basket reducer and so forth. At this point we go to our store, and then what I want to do is where I've got reducer here, this is basically where we combine all of the different slices together to make one kind of big thing, right? Make one big store. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say the basket slice is going to have the basket reducer attached to it. And that's basically just a nice word for the slice, right? So here what I do is I say import basket reducer from features basket slice. Now what I've done here is I've connected that basket slice to the overall global store. Okay, so now essentially what's happened is we can actually go ahead and use our Redux store, right, and keep track of things, pull it from wherever we want. So this avoids the problem of prop drilling, all that kind of stuff. So now when I add and minus, I can go ahead and add the appropriate add to basket actions and so forth when I click that button. So let's go to dish row and let's go ahead and say that when I press that button, so let's go over to our dish row. 1 second. I like this song. Okay, so I'm going to now go ahead and say create a function called handle press, and this is basically going to fire off every time I press the plus button. Okay, so actually no, here I'll say const add item to basket. Okay, and this is going to be an arrow function, And all this is going to do, guys, is it's basically going to go ahead and dispatch the add to basket action that I mentioned earlier and add something to our global store. Okay, so at this point now, what we need is we need that dispatch gun, or however we send that action. So we call this the dispatch, right? So you use this use dispatch helper function, gives us this ability to fire off actions. So now what I can do is I can say dispatch, and I can basically import my add to basket action. And remember the payload I was talking about? That can be the ID, name, description, price, image. So this is what I want to keep track of in a basket, right? That's basically the item that I'm adding to the basket. So at this point now, what I can do, guys, is I can go and say, when I hit the plus button, I want to fire off the add item to basket. Okay, pretty cool. So now I added an item to a basket, added an item to a basket. Oops, oh, actually what I want to do here is I want to make it on the touchable opacity. So that way we get the nice kind of plus, right? Now this 0, I want to make this something like this, where it says items.length, right? So oops, items in my basket.length, items.length, okay? Now we're going to get an error here because we don't have any items. What is items, right? So the way we get items is we use that special selector now. We say use selector. We import that from React Redux, and then we say select basket item. So that's a helpful function that I made earlier will allow us to now go ahead and get the items. So now notice how I've got items in the basket, but we've got a bit of an issue here because it's adding all of the items together, right? So we're gonna have to do a little bit of a clever thing here that I'll show you how we do that, right? But right now we are adding stuff to the basket. It's just not rendering in the correct way. But if I was to console log the items now, we should see, if I go over here to our web app, sorry. Okay, that's, oh, I need to rebuild that one anyway, forget that. All right, so if I go here now, we should see inside of our basket, I've got basically a bunch of things inside this. So if I add something, you see I've got literally, that's my basket content. That's an array of basket items. Okay, so you see an array, it's got crunchy almonds, it's got chicken wings, it's got like loads of stuff in there. Okay, so now what I can do is I need to create a special helper selector function, which basically only gets that row, right? So obviously this is good. We've got a global store right here, but I want to kind of only be able to select that one with the ID for that additional row. So it shows me that exact value, okay? So what I can do is, let's go to our restaurant, our basket slice, there we go. And what I'm going to do now is I'm basically going to create a little filter function, okay? So what I'm going to say is export const select basket items with ID. And here what I do is I say state and I do an ID and I pass an additional value in. And all I'm going to do is some nice ES6 work, right? I'm going to say go to basket items. And what I want you to do is I want to filter, right? So I'm basically going to go through every single item and filter out the ones which match the ID that I gave it. And this will return an array only with the ID that I specified, right? So only the items with the ID that will come back. So now what I can do, guys, is really cool. I can change from select basket items to select basket items with ID, and I can basically pass in the state and the ID. So if I did this now, I just want to check something quickly. Let's go ahead and pop this in here, sorry. What we should do is we should say the state is a callback function. We do the following like that, state ID, nice, all right? So Nando's, if I do this now, peri nuts, and now notice how it only shows me the quantity for peri nuts, only shows me the chicken wings, only shows me the family platter. Hey, it works, right? Amazing stuff. Like, so we've done that now. Now I want to do the minus, right? So how do we do a minus on this kind of thing, right? So I'm going to show you a little trick, and this is going to come like a lot of the time when you're doing this kind of thing. So remove from basket. Let's go ahead and do this now. So if I go ahead and do something like this, so I'm going to go to select basket items, basket slice. Okay, so remove item from basket. So what we can do here is a handy little trick that you can do, right? And I recommend you probably seen me do it in other apps, other builds, that kind of thing. But here what we can do is we can say const index. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say state.items.find index, okay? And what this is doing is it's going to go ahead and find if the item that I'm trying to remove is in there, right? Basically saying, go ahead and check, is the ID that we gave equivalent to the one, is the ID that you're basically looping through, is there one that matches the action payload ID, the thing that I provided? And then what we do is we create a copy of the basket. Okay, so I'm creating a copy of the basket, and I'm basically gonna modify that basket. Okay, so I'm gonna say if there was an index that got returned, so basically if there's anything above 0, right, otherwise you'll get -1, and -1 means that it didn't find an index, right, so it wasn't in the basket. Then what we do is we say new basket.splice the index, right? So basically what this is doing is it's saying we create a copy of the basket because we never should manipulate the direct copy of the direct object itself. We find the point and we basically say cut it out, cut that item out, right? Don't worry about it, just get rid of it, right? Otherwise, let's just send a little warning in the sort of terminal saying you can't remove that because it's not in your basket. Okay, then what I do is I replace the existing basket with that new basket that's been modified. Okay, so this remove basket logic is pretty cool. It works a lot. It does it all the time. We do it all the time as well. So remove items from baskets. This one just takes a ID and then we can do it that way. Right, so now I'm going to create a function which allows us to do this. Right, so if I go to dish row, I'm going to go ahead and say const remove item from basket equals, and then we're going to go ahead and say dispatch remove item from basket, pull it in the action. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in the ID as an object. Okay, now I do want to do some defensive programming here. I want to say if there are no items, right, items.length is greater than 0. If that's not true, then you should just return. You shouldn't allow them to remove something which doesn't exist. Okay, and then what I want to do is I want to attach this button to the minus functionality. So on press remove item from basket. Okay, that's cool. Let's try it out. Plus 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 minus minus minus, and when it's 0, it doesn't let me do it because of the defensive catch that we've got here. Awesome stuff. Bam, 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 bam. Look at that. Minus, it's removing it from the basket, it's adding it from the basket. Awesome stuff. Now, what I want you guys to do is I'm going to do a tiny little difference on the color here. So I'm basically going to change it to say if the color, so the color here is always green, right? But what if I did the following? I said, okay, the color, if there's items in the basket, it should be the green. Otherwise, it should be grayed out. So now, look at that. Very nice UI, right? So bam. And you could probably disable it as well. So you can even disable it. So I'm pretty sure you can go ahead and say disabled if items.length, if there's no items.length. And now it won't even let me click it. So you see how that? So it'll let me click it if it's not, otherwise it disables the button. So I'm clicking it right now and nothing happens. But otherwise, look at that, boom. Awesome stuff. So you can disable the minus button, but as in, I was just showing you can do a defensive programming approach or you can disable the button. But either way, it's a good way to know, right? All right, so this is looking pretty damn sweet, right? So the next thing I want to do is the basket. So I want to have this little nice basket pop-up, okay? Now this basket pop-up is going to have the total. So we're going to use that selector we had previously, and then we're going to have a basket total as well, okay? So let's go ahead and knock that one out now. All right, so firstly, I'm going to create a component which is going to represent this. It's going to be the basket icon.js. And this is React Native functional exploit component. And what I want to do here, guys, is firstly, I need access to the basket. So because of our beautiful Redux, we can very easily grab that. We can go ahead and say use selector. Super easy to do this. We can say select the basket items, and just like that, have access to all the items in the basket. You see why it's so damn handy, right? I'm going to need to get the navigation as well because we're going to be navigating with this as well. So I'm going to use navigation like so. And I need one more final thing, right? You see how here we have the total? I'm actually going to go ahead and create a accumulated value. So let's go ahead and go to our basket slice right now, basket slice over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create a select basket total. Yeah, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create a helper function, so another selector, and this one is going to use something called a reduce function. So another lovely sort of ES6 function in JavaScript. What does it? It takes a state. We're going to do a direct return, and I'm going to go ahead and say go through the basket, go through the items, and reduce this complicated array down to a single number, right? So the way a reduce works is you have a callback function. So in this case, you have some kind of work over here, and then you have an initial value. So the initial value in this case is going to be 0. Every time you loop through, you have this accumulator called total, and then you have each individual item. What we're going to do is every time it loops through, all we're going to say is total is plus or equal to the item dot price. And what this does, it takes a complicated, it takes any array, goes through it, basically makes it into a single number whereby all the prices are basically being accumulated into this total variable. So that's the value that gets returned. So now we can actually just do this. So we can go ahead and say get the total. So in this case, const total or basket total equals use selector select basket total. And just like that, I have the total of the basket. All right, amazing stuff, really clean, really nice. All right, now what I do want to do is I want to show this on the screen so that way as I develop it, you guys actually see what the hell we're doing. So restaurant screen, I'm going to show that on the screen right now. So if we go over to the restaurant screen, what I'm going to do is where we've got the entire thing in a scroll view, right? I'm actually going to have a sort of a fragment around the entire thing because you're not allowed to have adjacent elements next to each other. So at this point, I'm going to have over here, I'm just going to have the basket icon randomly chucked in, right? Makes sense as well because we're only going to see it on this screen. So now you can see it's up there. It's kind of breaking the whole UI, right? So I'm going to fix this. So now for the basket icon, the rendering logic should be a case that it's firstly going to be an absolute button. So absolute class name. It's going to be an absolute button positioned, and it's always going to be on the bottom 10 up. So 10. I'm going to say the width is going to be 4 and Z index is 50. So it's always going to be at the front of the view, right? So you can see it's actually there now. So you see how it's there, right there, right? Now inside of there, I'm going to have a touchable opacity. Okay. And this one is going to have inside of it, we're going to have a piece of text, and this is basically going to have the items.length. So items.length. Okay. And you can see zeros there. Awesome. And then we're going to have the text which says view basket. So right now we are coding this view basket button. Okay. View basket. And then we're going to have a text which will have the currency. So we're going to use our currency formatter tool. And this is going to have basically the, basically going to have the basket total in there. Okay. So now you should see 0 view basket, £3.20, and then there's a number in white. You see that it's 0. It's there. It's just horrible, right? So I'm going to basically style this up, make it look nice, and then we can kind of see it. So first things first, background, I'm going to do a dynamic color of the Deliveroo color. So you notice how we got just-in-time compilation with this version of TailwindCSS, which is awesome, right? Then I'm going to say MX5, margin on the x-axis of 5, bam. And then we've got padding 4, rounded the corners large, flex row, so make it like a row. And then we're going to say items in the center, space between them all with a value of 1, bam. Right, just like that, starts to look pretty good. So the first one, I'll say text is going to be white. Right, the font is going to be extra bold. So font here is going to be extra bold. Oops, extra bold. And then we're going to say the text should be large. I want it to be a background color of a slight off green, right? So this is kind of a cool little effect that we just did. Background slightly off green, padding Y of 1, padding X of 2. Hit save, boom. You get a nice little number, right? This is really awesome. Now, okay, so Mohammed says, what are you using to switch between the files? Command P, and then if you do Command PP, it goes to your last file. Otherwise, you could just type in, like, let's just say basket slice, for example. So Command P is how I do that. Very handy. Good question. Right now here, I'm gonna say flex 1 to this one because I want this to take up the majority of the room. I want it to be text white. I want this to be font extra bold. I want it to be text large, and I want text to be center. Okay, and yeah, that's pretty damn straight. Look at that. And what's so cool about this, guys, is because it's all connected to Redux Store, it will literally just work. So look, if I add something into the basket, or okay, 2 items in the basket, £7.50. Let's add a £50 platter. There we go. £108 platter. There you go. Bam. Now, when I click it, I want to navigate over to the and notice how we've got this issue. That's the only thing that I want to kind of tell you about. So at this point, we were blocking the last one. So what we need to do is go over to our restaurant screen. and we need to add a little bit of padding here for the dish rows, right? So restaurant screen, where we've got the where we've got our button, our basket icon being placed, where we render out the scrollable. So where is it? Here, where we render out the dish rows, all I'm going to do is simply add in a bunch of padding at the bottom, so 36. That way you can always kind of scroll past the last item. So that padding allows us to then scroll past it and kind of, you know, always have access to our UI, right? So next thing is, when I do view basket, I want to pop up on the screen the basket screen. So now we're moving over to the basket screen, guys. So doing awesome so far. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and this is crazy. All right, so product quantity, yes, we have got product quantity there. All right, so now if I click it, I'm going to show you how we actually do a very nice thing as well. Margin is outside, padding is inside the component, right? So that's an easy way of thinking about that. So app.js. Now, first thing I'm going to do is add another screen. Okay, so we're going to move pretty fast now because we've got pretty much quite a few things to do. So I'm going to add in a basket screen. So we're going to copy this, add in a basket screen. So here, basket, and then we're going to call this one the basket screen. So basket screen. Okay, hit save. And what I'm actually going to do here is add in additional options. So where we've got normal screens where we're typically using, here what I can do is I can say the presentation of this screen is actually going to be, see, you've got loads of options here. Modal is the one that we're going to use. That's where it pops up from the ground. And I'm also going to hide the header shown, just to show you, yes, I think it was Ben Carter mentioned earlier, but you can go ahead and hide it here as well. The header shown. And right now basket screen is not a screen, so I'm going to go into here and create basket screen. So basket screen.js, React Native functional exploit component, bam, save. Back over here on app.js, we're going to go ahead and pop it in like so, hit save. Now you should see that it's all good. Okay, now when I click that basket icon, I can go ahead and say touchable opacity on press. Okay, and I can go ahead now and do navigation. So what I can do here is I can say when you press it, navigate to the basket screen. And you see, this is where it's good. Like, we got a little coupled code, so I can write anything I want and it's not going to break another area of the app, right? So it's pretty, this is good, a good way of coding, right? You want to basically have a lot of functionality freedom like that. Okay, so at this point now, if I do view basket, boom, look at that, guys. You get a modal pop up looking clean, right? So you get all this good stuff and then bam. Now we're going to build this screen. Okay, so get ready. We're going to build out the beautiful screen that you just saw. So basket screen, what we're going to do is we're going to need, firstly, we are going to need navigation because we're going to have a bit of navigating around here afterwards. So let's go to our basket screen. And then let's go here. So const navigation equals use navigation. There we go. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const. Okay, so first thing I actually forgot to mention was when we go onto the restaurant screen, what I want to do is I actually want to capture all the details about the restaurants. That way later on I can use it. So what I'm actually going to do is create a second slice called restaurant slice.js. Okay, and this slice, what you could do is you can even go ahead and copy our existing slice, paste it over, and then rebrand it, rename it as we want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what I basically want. The initial state here is not going to be items. It's going to be a restaurant with all the fields as no. This is going to be restaurant. Wherever we've got basket slice, I'm going to rename it to restaurant slice. Restaurant slice. Okay. And then for reducers, we're going to go ahead and have just a very, very simple one called set restaurant, right? Whereby if we go ahead and pass in the payload, I just want to replace it with that. So here, set restaurant. Now we set this to the action creator. We get rid of this one, easy as. Get rid of these two selectors, we don't need them. And instead of this one, guys, I'm actually going to go ahead and have a select restaurant, which actually does similar thing, but it just pulls out the restaurant from this piece of slice. Okay, awesome stuff. Hit save. Now I need to connect this to the store. So over here, right now we're going to have the restaurant slice. And here we have a restaurant reducer. Ignore that, sorry. Restaurant reducer. And then here, I'm going to go ahead and change this to a restaurant reducer, restaurant slice. There we go. Awesome stuff. No errors, good. Okay, so now I've got a restaurant slice where I can basically go ahead and set the restaurant in the global store. Really nice stuff. So what I'm going to do then is on my restaurant screen, when I get navigated there, I'm actually going to go ahead and do a little dispatch, which is just going to go ahead and help me keep track of which restaurant that you're actually in. Okay, so at this point I can say use effect, and that's when the component mounts. What I want to do is dispatch, and this is actually a dependency here, so you can say dispatch. I need my dispatch object, so dispatch object is use dispatch. And then here, what I can do is I can say set the restaurant to the payload, which is going to be all of this here. So basically I'm capturing it. Okay, there you go. I'm capturing the restaurant. Now I've got the restaurant in my global store. Okay, so I can actually go ahead and do that. Right, so really cool. Now at this point we can go back to our basket screen and start building out the basket screen. Okay, so basket screen, let's see what we got here. So first thing I want to do is go ahead and we've got the navigation. I want to then get the restaurant that we're in, so restaurant, because remember we're in a different screen, so rather than prop drilling and all that headache, just add it to the global store and then job done. We can pull it whenever we need it from any screen. Okay, select restaurant, oops, select restaurant. Oh, I like this song. Why adding dispatch in dependency array? Because it actually does pop up, believe it or not, in a lot of situations, right? I've had it where it pops up asking me to complain. I personally don't typically do it, but I've had errors where it would say you haven't got dispatch, which is technically a variable in the dependency array. But I kind of agree with you. I just thought I might get called out on it. All right, so in this case, const items equals use selector, select basket items. Let's go ahead and import this. Okay, and then what I need is the dispatch function. Dispatch equals use dispatch. Keep smashing the thumbs up button if you're enjoying this content. I really do appreciate you guys. Now what I want to do is notice how I've got grouped objects, right? So in this case, I don't want to have objects where it's basically just like it's going to show peri nuts like 20 times on one screen. I should say 20 times peri nuts. All right, I know. And then we're going to go ahead and say, so at this point, what I need to do is I need to create some kind of a handy screen, a handy function, which is going to group all of the items together, right? So what I'm going to do is going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to say, I'm going to create something called a use memo, right? Use memo is like an optimization. You don't have to use it. You can use a use vet, but it's basically just going to, if the value of items did not change, it won't recompute the value. Put it that way. That's kind of how it's working, right? So I'm going to have a piece of state, which is going to basically turn our items into a grouped item list, right? So the grouped items are basically going to be a list of items whereby it's grouped, and we can go ahead and list it on the page as we need to, okay? So in this case, oh, and also, by the way, before I forget, basket icon should say if items.length is 0, then return null. Yeah, because we shouldn't be showing a basket if there is nothing in there. Yeah, we shouldn't be showing that button if not. Okay, so at this point now, use memo, we're going to say const grouped items, and this one I want you to basically, you can pause it, basically have a look at as to how you think it works, but I'll just explain it quickly. But basically we're doing a reduce function, so remember reduce takes something relatively complicated down to something very simple. And what we're doing here, guys, is we're going to go ahead and say the following, right? So I'm going to copy a snippet in here and I'm going to explain what it does. What this is doing is it's essentially saying, go ahead and loop through your items in your basket. And basically we're creating an array. No, we're creating an object, sorry, whereby the key, if the key exists, then go ahead and push the item into that key. So imagine the end result was we'll go from a list of items in an array fashion to all the individual keys, and then inside of them, so imagine you had the peri nuts, right? The key for the peri nuts, and then you would have an array inside of it of all the different peri nuts in order. So imagine you had 20 peri nuts, you would have like the key, and then you have 20 things inside that object, right? And then the next one would be like half a chicken in Nando's. That would be the ID for half a chicken. Then you'll have like 6 half chickens inside that array. and that will allow us to do the group logic. Okay, so that's essentially what this does here. Okay, then I'm going to say set grouped items, and we're basically going to set it. Okay, so now that I've done that, we can actually go ahead and use it, right? So I'm going to explain this in a second now. So if I go ahead and say console log grouped items in basket, you should be able to actually see now. So imagine if I go to my Nando's, I add a bunch of things to the basket. Okay, results. What is results? This is because I have not done the following results. Oh, sorry. My mistake. I actually made a silly error there. Results and item. I forgot to do this. Results, item. Okay, so we've got things in the basket, and let's just see now. So, for example, here you go. Yeah. So it's there. Might be a little bit tricky to see, but here you've got an object, the key for peri peri nuts, right? And then you've got an array of 3 of them. So there's 3 peri peri nuts in that key, and then the next key, there's an array of 3 chicken wings. Does that make sense, right? So now we can actually group things together accordingly, right? So that's basically what we're doing here. Okay, leave the web bundling, that's fine. Okay, so at this point now, that error is just for the web, it doesn't matter. All right, so at this point, we've got this patch, we've got the grouped items, they group correctly. Let's go ahead and do the following. So I want to have a safe area view. So firstly, safe area view, and like so. Okay, and then what we're going to do now is I've got a view inside of there, and then I've got another view inside of there. Okay, and inside of there I've got another view. So basically I'm building this UI, right? So firstly we're building this top portion. Okay, so the middle portion is what I'm building right now, so which is going to be in this separate view that we have here. So inside this view I've got 2 pieces of text, the basket and the restaurant title. Okay, so basket, restaurant title comes in first. The next thing that I have is outside of this view, I have a touchable opacity with the X button. Okay, so touchable opacity with the X button, and in fact I'm just going to chuck it in because it might as well. Yeah, so touchable navigation, go back. The X circle icon, I need to import my icon, so let's go ahead and do that right now. Let's pop this in over here. So boom, X circle icon, and touchable opacity we need to bring in as well. Okay, so I'm a Yo Sushi, I've got some stuff, and basket, there you go, and this goes back, so there you go, right? So right now I've got items in my basket, Nando's, cool. So at this point, I'm going to do safe area view, class name, flex1, bg white, save. Okay. The view here is going to be flex1, oops, class name equals flex1, bg gray 100. And this view is going to have the next bit of styling involved. So this one's going to say padding of 5. Border on the bottom, oops. Border on the bottom, and the border in this case should be the green from Deliveroo. So border, there we go. BG white, and then I'm gonna say shadow should be extra small. Boom, okay. View basket, okay, cool. So in this case, we've got this here, touchable opacity. And then outside of this is where I'm gonna have a view, and I'm gonna have the image. That's what the community is about though, right? That's what I love so much. Like look, Orr and Jamie Davis jumping in, helping each other out. That's why we build something like the Puppet Farm. It's not about being the best developer, it's about having the ultimate community that can help you get over anything that you're trying to build. Okay, here we're gonna have a nice little picture. I'm gonna pop in here, and I need to import my image. Oops, whoa, that is crazy. I didn't know I could do that. Oh wow, synthesizing. Okay, cool. Okay, GitHub Copilot does, if I do option enter. I didn't know that. Okay, fun. Class name equals height of 7, width of 7, and 7, BG gray. BG gray 300, padding of 4, rounded 4. And that should be thus. Oh my god, I always make this mistake. I did it last time when I was building it as well. There you go, that bar. And I get rid of that. Yeah, there you go. Alright, view basket, there we go. Deliver in 50 minutes, that one's the next one. gonna say text. I'm actually gonna just go chuck this in. We've got text and we've got this. All right, they've got that. And then the view here is gonna be class name, and it's gonna be flex row, items in the center, space X of 4, padding X of 4, padding Y of 3, and background white, and then margin Y of 5. Bam. Look at that. Oof, just the way it kind of comes together is actually unreal sometimes. Like, it's so nice. View is here. Next thing I want to do is actually have the items listed out. Okay, so it's gonna be a scroll view. So here we're gonna say scroll view. We're gonna import that from React Native, and then here I'm gonna have. Okay, so we have, remember that the structure we had there was actually sort of it was objects with the keys with arrays inside of them. So what I need to do is I say object.keys, pass in the grouped items in the basket, and then we map through everything. Okay, so object.entry, sorry, I want to have the values as well. All right, so grouped items in basket, and this will give me, if I map through it, actually gives me an array back with the key and items. And then what we can do is we can go ahead and implicitly return the following. Right now, this one, what I would recommend you do is make sure you put there you go. And here we're gonna return a view. Oops, a view. There we go. The view has a key. The key is going to be this key, and it's going to have text inside, which is going to go ahead and say text, which can say items.length. Let's have a cross. So let's go into this. So 3 times, 1 times. There we go. That's good. So let's go ahead and add a bunch of things in. So like family platter, chicken breast, So now you can see, yep, 3 of these, Nice. And then I'm going to have the image of the actual food alongside the item. And now notice what I've done here. Item 0, because it doesn't matter if remember that key is going to have like 20 of the same things inside of it. For example, like 3 peri nuts. So I know there's one in there because it's popping up on my screen. All I need is the details of one of them. Hence I get the first one. So item 0. Okay. So that's why I'm doing it like that, just in case you're wondering. And then the price, I'm going to do the same thing. And I'm also going to have a remove button, which I'll do in a second as well. Okay, so we're going to have the text. Then I've got the remove button. Currency I need to import. Oops. Let's import that at the top. Reason I'm moving a little bit fast is because I know you can pause it afterwards and stuff. So it makes sense to kind of skip over some things, like in the sense of being fast about it. Okay, so there you go. We've got the currency there as well, and then touchable opacity at the end. Touchable opacity. We're gonna import that from. No, we've already got that imported. And then it's going to be a text string here, but we're going to dispatch a remove from basket. Okay, so basically I'm going to pop this in and explain it. So bam, so it's text, we're dispatching a remove from basket action. So notice how if I press this, remove from basket isn't fired up because I haven't imported it. There you go, now it should work. If I was to remove it now, the chicken wing disappeared. If I remove 1 family platter, see how it says 2 family platter, 1 family platter, and it disappears. So it really works, right? Nicely as well. Okay. Nice. So this is working pretty well. Now we just need to style it so it actually looks pretty damn good, because right now it's awful. All right, so the key here for this one is we're going to do class name, and then we're going to go and say flex row, items in the center, bam, hit save. Look how immediately it's going to come together, all right? Space between the X components of 3, BG white, and padding on the Y-axis of 2, and on the X-axis of 5. Bam, just like that. Amazing. Right now, a little trick that I love to do all the time is when you've got children being mapped through like so, you can actually do something called divide outside with Tailwind. So divide Y actually has a divider between all the children components, and you can say divide gray, and just like this, bam, you get a nice little UI, right? And that's actually a scrollable container there, so it doesn't matter how long it gets, it's going to be scrolling. Awesome stuff. Now let's add a few things in there. And actually, you know what? The item length should actually be a little bit different as well. This one, I want to make it the correct color. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So class name equals, there we go. And let's just add in tons of stuff now. So family plan, chicken butterfly. All right, so we've got loads of stuff here. Look at that. Oh, beautiful. All right, nice little layout. Okay. Now, the flex one means that takes up the majority of the room as well. So it's really, really nice, right? So awesome stuff. We've got the remove, which works. So chicken butterfly, remove it, bam, out the way. Done. This is looking awesome, right? Hit the thumbs up if you haven't already. All right, now outside the scroll view, we're gonna have the subtotal and all that good stuff, right? So this is gonna be absolutely positioned at the bottom of the screen, and we're gonna move it around, okay? So at this point now, well, actually it's not absolutely positioned, it's just pushed down because the scroll view is gonna be taking up the room, okay? So now what I wanna do is I wanna have the view. So let's just go ahead and say view, and here I'm gonna have the order total. So let's just do text. Oh no, sorry, I've missed the part, right? So order, view. Okay. So first step is I'm gonna go ahead and have the, okay, so I'm just gonna pop in the view. I've gone a bit blank, right? Subtotal, there we go. So what I'm trying to do now, guys, is this one here. Okay, so the subtotal. All right, so subtotal first, and then we've got the text. Then we've got currency. So now I've done a reduce here, but actually we can use our special handy little thing. So if I pop this here, but instead now I want to do total. So we've got the basket total that we can get. So we can say const total or basket total equals use selector select basket total. And this will give me the appropriate number. So if now if we go over here to quantity, bam, we should get the basket total. So £235. If I remove a £50 thing, there you go. It's correct. It's working. Okay. So looking pretty good already. And then I want to make the text gray here. So for these, so class names, both of these are going to be gray. Class name, text, gray 400. Okay, this is looking good. And then class name equals flex row. Save. Okay. And justify space between, boom, push it apart, nice. This overall parent container should have a padding of 5, and it should be BG white. So BG white, margin top of 5, and space on the y-axis between our children components of 4, which makes sense in a sec once I start putting extra things in. Okay, so this view now, I'm gonna go ahead and copy this, and we're gonna have the delivery fee. So delivery fee, except the delivery fee is just gonna be a set $5.99 because it's a demo, right? So now you got delivery fee, and we're gonna have the same thing again for the order total. Subtotal, oh yeah. So this one is gonna be the basket total plus $5.99, and this is gonna be the order total. Order total, there you go. All right, now order total. Now for this one, we're just gonna have it as black, and it's gonna be extra bold. So this one's gonna be font extra bold. We don't need anything here. And now just like that, oh, look how nice it's starting to look. Like clean, guys, clean. And at the end, we're gonna have a button which says place order. Now, yes, we're not doing payment stuff because, as I mentioned, this is a one live stream. We're not gonna be able to do everything in this one live stream, right? There's a reason why there's teams that are big exist, right? But right now, we're gonna go ahead and actually have the touchable opacity underneath, which says place order. And then we're literally at the place ordering screen. So touchable opacity, and then I'm gonna go ahead and have text, which says place order inside, place order, hit save. And now let's make this look beautiful. So it looks like this button. Okay, so for this button, I'm going to say class name rounded LG. So rounded LG. Background is going to be the color that I had previously. So the Deliveroo color. And then we're going to have padding of 4. Bam, hit save. Looks good. And now we're going to go ahead and say play screen, text center, text white, text extra large, font bold. Bam, just like that. Wow, look at that. All right, so look amazing, looks cool. All right, we go ahead and add some chicken butterfly, view basket, massive stuff. And if it does go over, I just want to show you what happens, right? So this is the good thing about it. So if I go ahead and add like a ton of these in, so literally one off the menu, yeah? View basket. So you see how it's literally you'll be able to scroll past it as well. So you get quite a nice view in that sense, right? Where you can basically carry on scrolling through and so forth. All right, so it's got a very good UI now. Place order should then pop up the next screen. So the place order should then pop up this, where it's waiting for the restaurant to accept your order. And this is going to be a lovely kind of, animated screen. So I'm going to show you now animations and the placing order screen, okay? Smash the thumbs up button if you're excited, and subscribe if you haven't already, because we're about to do something pretty damn awesome now. I promise you that it's going to get you hyped. All right, so this next one, I'm going to go ahead and copy the screen layout. So let's do this. This one we're going to call the preparing order screen. So what we're going to do is we're going to mock it, so that way it takes like 4 seconds. That screen pops up for 4 seconds, says waiting for the restaurant to accept your order, then it will take you to the delivery screen. Okay, so again, this is all for UI purposes. At that point, you could then replace your timeout, 4-second timeout, with actually fulfillment, that kind of stuff, but that becomes a full app, right? And then you can't do that in 4 hours. It doesn't matter how good you are, right? Preparing order screen is going to be the key for this one. We need to create this file now on the screen. So let's go ahead and do preparing order screen.js, React Native functional exploit component. And now we have the preparing order screen. So at this point, I do want to change the actual modal type here. So I want to make this one. Oh, I love this song. My options in my own playlist gets me hyped up, and I've heard this song so many times. This one's going to be called a full screen modal, because I don't want to actually show anything besides that one modal, right? And this one's going to be header shown false. Okay, awesome stuff. And let's go ahead and pull that in. Nice. Now what I want to do is I'm going to go to Nando's. I'm going to go to my basket. I'm going to go ahead and place the order. So on the basket screen, I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to go ahead and place the order. So on press, we're going to go ahead and do basket screen. We're going to say navigation here. Navigation.navigate to the preparing order screen. Yes, you should be really doing this as a constant assignment. If I was doing it in production environment, I'd probably do a constant environment. We're in a demo right now, so it's not too bad. If I click place order now, bam, full screen modal pops up. Great start, because that's what I want here. Okay, so now what I can do is on the preparing order screen, I can now go ahead and get this kind of set up the way that I want, right? So first things first, let's create a safe area view. Let's import the safe area view from React Native, and that way we can see it inside there. I also want to make sure that the background is the correct color. So in this case, I'm going to do background and flex one it. So if I do background this, if I don't do flex one, by the way, watch what happens. It does that. Now if I do flex one, it will take up the full screen, which is different, right? Justify center, items center, immediately centers everything for us, okay? The next thing I'm going to do, guys, is use something called React Native Animatable, okay? So now we're going to go ahead and do React Native Animatable. This is for animations inside of a React Native app. Now, yes, you can use the default React Native Expo kind of animations. I'm doing it in a way that's kind of cool, easy, fun to do. So don't, criticize too much. It works. npm install React Native Animatable save. We don't need that little $sign. There we go. Oh, actually, no, oops, don't do that. I'm using yarn, so it's going to be yarn add. There we go. Cool. All right, at that point, I need to make this look like this. Okay, so the way it works is what I've actually done here is I've got the actual picture as a image file, right? So you feel free to go find a GIF online. I've actually downloaded one online, and I'm actually using it locally. Now, the reason why I've done it as a download, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my assets. I'm going to paste in the picture I have. So you can go onto Google, get any GIF, get the URL, download. The reason why I've done this is because when it pops up so fast, I don't want it to kind of statically just randomly like pop in, like as in after 5 seconds. Or if you've got slow internet, you'll never see it. So I want to bundle it with the entire app. So that's why I actually download it and use it, okay? So at this point, now, in order to use this in the animatable fashion, what we're going to do is import the animations library. And then we're going to go ahead and use the animatable image class, right? So in this case, we're going to go ahead and say the following. So I'm going to say animatable image source require, and you basically go to your directory where the image is at. And this animation sliding up is pretty cool. Like you see, it actually slid in up very like nicely there. So if I went ahead and refreshed, so R, okay, sometimes you have to do a force refresh a few times. let it load. Let's go ahead and go to Nando's, add some nuts, go here, place the order, and you see how it slid up with it. Oh, so clean. All right, smash thumbs up if you're enjoying it. All right, so animatable image is up, and then we're gonna go ahead and do the text. So now I wanna go ahead and have some animated text as well come in. All right, so in this point, I'm gonna animate some text in, so we should be able to see this one slide in. So you see, waiting for restaurant to accept your order, that will slide in together, right, when it kind of does this thing. Iteration count, if I put 2 there, it will kind of ping twice and then it'll stop animating, right? And the final one is a progress bar. So this progress bar is from a different library, React Native Progress, right? I do really recommend this library. Jay showed me, it's actually very good, right? React Native Progress. So this one is basically a pretty cool library. So we're gonna go ahead and do yarn add React Native Progress. So here, yarn add React Native Progress. And while that's installing, I'm gonna go ahead and just carry on with it. So boom, pop this in like so, React Native Progress. And this one, I'm gonna use a circle variant. So if you go onto their page, you can see all the different variants. They mess around with it, show you examples. I'm just gonna show you the one that I'm using. And bam, look at that, guys. Like, I'm serious, like look how beautiful that screen is. Right, like really just something else. Like, it looks clean. So now if I was to go ahead and do refresh, let's go ahead. Sanity is like a superpower. I hope the guys over at Sanity see that, because that is true. It is like a superpower. It's awesome. All right, we've got some items in the basket. Place the order, pow, just like that, waiting for a restaurant to accept your order. All right, so now what I'm going to do is do a nice little use effect, and I'm going to navigate afterwards, right? So const navigation, and this is going to say use navigation. And what I'm going to do is prepare myself here. So I'm going to actually create a timeout function. So use effect, and this timeout function is basically going to wait 4 seconds, and then it's going to move me to a different screen. So we're basically mocking the accepting order part. Okay, so after 5 seconds, navigate to a home screen, right? So essentially now what I'm going to do is, essentially that's pretty much the code I want to do. Yeah, so set timeout, it's a block of code, and after 4 seconds it should do something. So in this case, it's going to navigate to the delivery screen, but we don't have a delivery screen, so it'll come up with an error right now. So after 4 seconds, it should pop up a little error. There you go, navigate. So it's trying to navigate me, but we don't have that screen available. So after this, now what I can do is I can create another screen, and let's go to our app.js. Let's go ahead and create our final screen. So I'm going to copy this. It's going to call this one delivery, and this one is going to be for the delivery screen now, which is this screen right here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say delivery screen. Let's call this one the delivery screen. We are almost at the end, guys. Keep with me. It's going to be a full screen modal, header shown, false, nice. Okay, and if it ever lags out like that, just refresh. So go into your terminal, hit R a couple of times, it'll refresh. Delivery screen, oh, that's why. Okay, so we need to create the screen. Delivery screen.js. React Native functional exploit component, bam, go to app.js and pull it in like so, hit save and refresh a couple times. See, I'm a bit too fast for it. Oh, god damn it. All right, we killed it. Expo died and we went a bit too fast for it. So at this point, let's go ahead and the Expo start. It happens sometimes, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I said, you gotta be pretty patient with this. All right, let's wait for this to load up. Boom, just like that. Right, peri nuts, chicken wings, view basket, place order, and now after 4 seconds we should go to the next screen. Yes, look at that, nice. All right, delivery screen looking good, guys, looking good. Let's create the next one. We're gonna have navigation here because we're gonna have a back button. So we are now building this screen, the delivery screen, right? We need the restaurant, so we're going to go ahead and pull that in as well. So I'm going to go ahead and use the use selector, select restaurant. I'm going to add a background color here to not background white. I'm going to actually add in the same thing that I did similar last time. So bam, flex one on the color. There you go. Right now, I'm not doing a safe area view here yet. I'm going to show you another thing you can do. You can actually add little chunks where you only want that bit to be in the safe area view, which is pretty cool because you might have it just like in this case, it's going to work out pretty cool. I'll show you. So we've got a view. Inside of our view, we've got a piece of text which says order help. And then you can see what we're building here is going to have an X icon as well. So I'm just going to pull in all the icons together. So let's just pull it in like so. And up here, I'm actually going to go ahead and say touchable opacity. And if you press this button, it's just going to go home. Okay, so touchable opacity, navigate home. Okay, touchable opacity, I didn't pull in. There you go. See what I mean? It does this little janky refresh thing where you just got to pull it in and refresh. Okay, so Nando's, add something to your order, view your basket, place your order. And now we should see in a second. There you go. Right, and if I press this, it should navigate home. Awesome stuff. Right, so obviously I'm not clearing state and stuff. It's more, again, that's the demo stuff. You can feel free to do it. It's very easy once we do what we've got to now. All right, so let's carry on styling this, make it look really good, guys. So safe area view on this one, I'm going to give it a Z index of 50 for reasons for later. The view here, I'm going to make sure it's flex row. I'm going to do space between, so justify between items in the center with a P of 5. Nice, awesome stuff. I need the text to be font light. And I'm going to do text white and text large. Fun fact, I took pre-workout before this live stream. Just thought I would randomly tell you that. It's something I started doing now before live streams. I just take a pre-workout, scoop. It's good for the gym. Why not is it good for coding? So not bad. It actually pumps me up a little bit. So we got view. Okay. Then we've got view here. I don't do it when I'm coding naturally. That's normally, I'm just saying. All right. And then we're going to have 2 pieces of text, right? So text times 2. Oh, my emit didn't work. Text times 2. Did it work? No? Oh, okay. Okay, anyway, I don't know what I'm trying to do here. Right, we're going to have 2 pieces of text in there. Right, so in this case, there we go. Looks nice. I'm going to pass in. So this one is style it up. Let's say class name equals BG white, MX5, MY2, rounded MD on the size, padding of 6, Z index of 50, and a shadow MD. Pow. Look at that, boys. Z index because I've got layering here, right? So I've got layering with the map that will go behind it eventually as well, right? Now for this, looks pretty good so far. We're not out of the work yet though. So we've got image tag, this image tag imported from React Native, self-closed image component. This one's going to be a biker riding his bike, and it's going to have a height and width of 20. So let's pop those in now. So there you go, height and width of 20. And for the layout here, we're going to need to wrap the entire contents here, so these 2 things, inside of a view. Okay, and this one I'm going to go ahead and say flex row, and it's going to be justify between. Okay, and now you can see we're getting a very nice UI and look and feel to it. Okay, now outside of that view, guys, I'm going to add a progress bar, which is an indeterminate progress bar. So it's just going to be like a nice UI touch. That's basically going to allow the user to know that it's going to be loading, right? So in this case, bam, look at that. Oh, size 30, color is good. Oh, just beautiful. All right, the little finishing touches on this thing. Okay, we've got that looking pretty nice. And then we're going to have your order at the restaurant is being prepared. Okay, so here I'm going to have a piece of text. In fact, I'll just show you straight off the bat. We've already got the restaurant being pulled in from Redux, but your order at Nando's is being prepared, because remember, we would have gone through that flow, updated the Redux store, then we know what's happening on, right? Safe area view. Now, outside the safe area view here, I'm going to have a map view. Okay, so this is where we're going to bring React Native maps into question, right? So I'm going to show you React Native maps right now. React Native map component. If you head over to docs.expo.dev, you will want to see bun.js. Okay, I can have a look at that. So Expo install React Native maps. So you want to do the Expo installation of this one. It helps you out a little bit more. And it basically simplifies the installation. So that way, iOS dependencies, Android. The only thing to know here, guys, is the minute you put this map in, it's going to work for iOS and Android, but not for the web. This part won't work for the web. So I would recommend, if you want to take it seriously after this, what you can do is you can say, if the platform is on the web, you can use a different map like Mapbox, or you can do platform specific coding. I didn't want to do it for this one because it's kind of like a long thing to implement, but yes, that's what I would just highly recommend. So make sure you do check when you do this, because you can see here, web is not supported for that. Okay, just something worth mentioning. I'm not a view, sorry. We need a map view here now. So I'm going to go ahead and implement, pull in the map view, and I'm going to pull in something called marker, which we're going to need in a sec as well. Okay, so we've got the map view in play. Now, what I want you to do is remember the restaurant and the restaurant and everything had a latitude and longitude, yeah? So we're actually going to be using that right now with what we're going to do. So map view, I'm going to go ahead and pull this in. It has children inside of it, hence why I've got a closing component. But we're going to go ahead and just pull things in. So firstly, the coordinates, what are they? The initial region is basically something that we pass in as values to essentially zoom us into the first place that we're at. So the latitude and longitude of the restaurant, that and long. And then this delta is basically the zoom scale. So I figured this out for you, so you don't need to worry about it. But that's like the zoom scale if you get confused, yeah? Then we've got a class name. I'm just going to say flex1. And I'm going to put it at the back, so Z0. And I'm going to set it with a map type, okay? And this is what's going on here. There we go. There we go. Okay, there we go. Nice, look. Right, so immediately now I'm at the point where that restaurant would have been on the latitude longitude. I can show you this by going to, for example, Wagamama. So if we go to Wagamama, obviously I've not cleared my basket and stuff, but I'll let you guys do that. So in this case, let's just remove some stuff here. Let's add a bunch of edamame, chicken ramen, remove the peri nuts, right? Place order. Obviously you can do all that logic yourself. I'm not going to go crazy with that. Look at this. Look. So it actually took me to the Wagamama restaurant, right? So this is Wagamama and your order at Wagamama is being prepared. So now what I want to do is just add a marker there as well, right? So why not? While we're here, we might as well do it. So let's add a marker, self-closing component. And basically this has got a bunch of things on it, right? So I'm going to pop them in and show you what they do. Coordinates, the latitude and longitude is basically where to drop the marker. Title is the restaurant title. So if I click it now, Wagamama, welcome to Wagamama, we serve Asian food, blah, blah, blah. Identify origin, and the pin color is this. Amazing stuff. Think about it now. If you did the Uber clone, you would know if you add in Google Matrix API and you did all that kind of stuff, you can actually have directions now from your driver, which you can use GPS for, to this in real time. You could do that, right? So I didn't go that far in this build, but yeah, you guys could definitely do that, which is incredible, right? So yeah. And the next thing is this bottom portion, right? So it looks good right now, which is why I put the safe area view outside of the map view, so that way we don't cut ourselves off with the map. I wanted the map to go over. The next thing I want to do though is add another safe area view at the bottom, right? So safe area view, I bet you didn't know you could do this. Safe area view, and we're at the final hurdle now, guys. We're literally just adding in this at the bottom, and then we are like, that's it. We're done here today. Amazing build, right? So image, self-closing component, source. Let's go ahead and add the source for this one. This is going to be where I add me as your driver, right? So let's go ahead and pop the image in. I'm going to make it rounded with Sunny, my face. Oh no, that could be a driver face, whatever you want. The class name here is going to be BG White. I'm going to make it a flex row. I'm going to make it items lined centrally, space between them 5. Space, not spax. Height of 28, bam. Look at that. Ooh, ooh, ooh. And look, the maps get pushed up nice and neatly. All right, then we've got some, this is looking good so far. And then outside of this, we're going to have a view with text inside of it. Oops, text. And then inside of it, I'm going to say Sunny Sanga. Another bit of text saying your rider. And then here, class name is going to be text large. Show text large. And if you're not following me on Instagram right now, make sure you do. All my handles are at the bottom right now, literally where I'm sitting on the screen right now. Underneath that, all my socials. Make sure you pull out your phone and literally do a video saying I'm watching you right now. I love it because I get to see you guys afterwards who's watching. So text, and then this one here. So boom. I'm gonna have text gray. So this one will be text gray 400. And then this one's gonna be text large. This view I want to have as flex 1. I want to take up majority of the space. And then after this, I'm gonna have text which says call. And this call is gonna be colored with the Deliveroo colors. So text gray. And text large. And margin right of 5. Thank you so much for sharing that. Amazing stuff, man. And font bold, and just like that, I think we're done on the build. Wow. I think we're literally done, guys, for the build. That was literally like, oh, all right, sick. Okay, let's go ahead and give this a try right now. So at this point, semicolon by text LG, did I? Semicolon by text LG. Oh, it's fixed that, yeah, nice. All right, so let's go ahead and give it a try. I'm gonna restart my app, boom, R. Right now this is failing because of the web. I think I'm running it on the web. Yeah, it's because of the web. Let's see, and I've also got a console log somewhere. Where's that console log? Console.log, get rid of that, where's that? All right, let's do this, guys. So let's do an app demo, all right? What I'm gonna do now is pull up everything in a way that makes perfect sense. So let's go ahead and give you guys a demo of today's build, right? So in terms of the content, first things first, we have our SanityCMS platform, right? So let me go ahead and change the song a bit. Okay, so I need something a bit more hyped. Let's do Havana. Okay, nice. Hey. So check this out right now. So we've got restaurants on here on SanityCMS. We've got dishes. We've got the menu category for all of the things that you see at the top of the menu. We've got featured menu categories, which has all the different restaurants inside of it as well, right? So all of this is powered by SanityCMS. We then run Sanity deploy. We can push this up, access it from anywhere in the world. We connected this to the front end, the React Native app, okay? Then what we see is we pull in through the front end all of the stuff. So offers near you, you can see all the restaurants, and you can see tonight hashtag Papa Fam. So it's literally being pulled through at this point, okay? Now look at this. If we go ahead and head into, I always like to show Wagamama because I'm a big fan of Wagamama, making me hungry, right? So get edamame. Let's go ahead and do some chicken ramen. Let's do some Coca-Cola, and we've got a party, so we're gonna have a katsu, right? So loads of stuff right now. You know what, I realized I don't want the chicken ramen. Katsu will do. I get rid of it. All right, at this point, I can sit there and be like, okay, it's pretty good. Place the order, bam. Place the order. Your payment details could be on record, whatever you decide. You can even incorporate the payment details there. And then you've got your estimate arrival screen. This is incredible for a concept, right? All you would need to do at this point, incorporate payment. Obviously it's too much for one video, right? It's way too much for one build in one video. But all you need to do is incorporate payment, make that push into a database, have a driver app somewhere, have a restaurant app somewhere where you can accept payment, and then basically tally it in. So when it says waiting for the restaurant to accept the order, that's when you push through. Then you can have a driver app which has a GPS located on it, accepts the orders, goes ahead, gets allocated to this order. That person will then get real-time tracked, and it will show on this. I kid you not, it can be that simple. When I say simple, it's still gonna be a bit of work, but it's definitely possible, guys. And you guys can see right now how the benefit of combining Redux to manage the state management, TailwindCSS, in the way that we did it today using bubble transpilation, incredibly intuitive, incredibly fast, allowing us to code up a beautiful app, way faster than any kind of style sheet. Like the way we ran through design state, incredible. Only made possible with that TailwindCSS that allow us to kind of do it at that level, right? The main thing I wanted to demonstrate to you is the way that we can implement SanityCMS with React Native, the harmony that it brings, the crazy platform that we did, and also one code base, guys. One code base for iOS, for Android, for web. That is incredible. In the time frame we just did this in, amazing stuff. Animations, all that good stuff. You can view your basket, all this good stuff. Obviously you can go ahead and, you know, like, and even just the way that this is so sleek and it's working, place your order, animations in there. Incredible, incredible, incredible stuff, guys. Boom! We just destroyed the Deliveroo clone. That is your first iOS and Android app in the bag. Well done, Papa Fam. If you're enjoying this so far, destroy that like button. Make sure you subscribe so you get more amazing crash courses just like this one. Second up is the Uber clone. Now this one is one of my particular favorites. In this build, you're going to be using React Native to get your app set up using Expo. We're going to be using React Native elements to add all the beautiful icons, all the different things inside the app to build out the UI. You're also going to learn how to use React Native maps to add an interactive map into our application. Then we're going to be using React Navigation paired with the Google APIs mentioned earlier. So we're going to be using the Google Autocomplete API to have a nice autocomplete feature. We're going to be using the Google Distance Matrix API to calculate the distance between point A and point B when the user types in their destination and arrival. And we're also going to be using the Google Directions API to actually calculate and draw out a map in real time on the user's phone. So that way they get the real true Uber experience. We're even going to calculate how much it's going to cost with the different types of rides. If that wasn't enough, we've got Redux, we've got Tailwind CSS. Let's jump into this build right now. Uber. Watch this, guys. We have Google Places autocomplete. Go ahead and hit some London. Let's go ahead and get a ride. Nice. Let's go ahead and go to, where should we go, guys? Where should we go? Let me know where we should go right now. It's a fully interactive map, by the way. Let's go to Essex. Essex. Boom. Complete navigation from A to B. Clickable points. Map resizes, does everything it needs to do by itself. We've got Google Distance Matrix API calculating the distance for us. Absolutely crazy stuff, guys. Crazy stuff. Look at this. Calculates a price for us for each different one. We can even click on each one. Crazy. It tells us the actual travel time. 55 minutes to get from A to B. Not only did I do that, look at this. It completely, you can actually swipe back. All right, and then if we click this button over here, boom, back to the top, start the whole process again. Let's go ahead and let's check it out, guys. Let's do London. All right, we'll do from London Eye. Let's go from London Eye. There you go, London Eye. Let's go to, I didn't know you could do this, but let's go ahead and let's do it to Germany, right? Let's actually drive all the way to Germany. Boom. It's going to cost a lot, but you can go to Germany. That is sick. Smash the thumbs up button if you're excited for that, because I'm so pumped. I set a huge task this time and I went ahead and built this out, and you guys completely, you can mess around with the map, completely responsive, even has things like, if I go ahead and open the keyboard, pushes the entire screen up. So sick. So sick. So I'm going to break down this build in front of us right now so you guys can see what we're going to be doing in today's video, okay? So let's break down this build. What's actually happening here, right? Let me go ahead and say, right, Uber clone. You might not be able to see that, but anyway, it's cool. Uber clone, right? So in this build, we're using React Native, nice. And bear in mind, I get loads of questions. If you know React, you're going to be good for this one. Don't worry, take the plunge, okay? So we're going to be doing, tons of cool React stuff today, but I'm also going to introduce you to React Native so you can build your own iOS and Android apps. So much fun. It's going to be hyped, right? We're going to use tons of Google APIs today. So I'm not only going to be using one API, I'm going to be using the Directions API, the Places API, even the Distance Matrix API, which actually allows us to calculate travel times, all that crazy stuff, right? So we're going to be doing loads today, right? And also I updated the playlist. So if you want to go ahead and check it out, sign up to the newsletter down below. Let's carry on breaking this down. Uber clone, React Native. We're also going to be using Tailwind CSS. Now, a lot of you are wondering, how the hell is he using Tailwind CSS in React Native? So I'm going to show you how to do that today. And most jobs nowadays require something called Redux. So we're going to be doing Redux as part of this React Native app. We're also going to be using a really cool sort of, kind of like how we implemented, Material UI back in the day. We're actually going to be using React Native elements. All right, so hopefully you guys enjoy that part of it. So we've got React Native elements actually kicking off as well today. We're going to have tons more included in this build. So there's actually React Navigation. So that's pretty much, React Navigation is how we go, back and forward between all these different screens, right? We have so much to look forward to, right? All the hooks, all the practice, every single thing that you need to go ahead and get working, you're going to learn how to do. We actually got React Native maps as well. So this is iOS and Android maps. You're going to learn how to incorporate this right here today. So there's tons of stuff. I've never done this before in a build. I wanted to push the boundaries. I wanted to keep on getting more and more higher in what we do, but keep it available so that you beginners out there can still keep along with what I'm doing. Almost knocked over my water. Damn. Get your water ready, get your coffee ready. Let's jump into the build. If you're hyped, guys, let me know. We're using Expo today. The reason why I'm using Expo is because, one, you should be using it because it's sick, right? And also, two, if you have an iPhone or if you have an Android, you can literally use this as your test device to go ahead and develop to. So remember, today we're building an app which is going to work on your phone. Hell of a lot of power right there, all right? First thing we want to do is set up the development environment, okay? So today what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using Expo, right? So React Native is essentially it's a very handy kind of library, let's call it. And it's essentially we're going to use React, so the React that we all know and love. So again, if you don't know React, HTML, CSS, JavaScript should be your fundamentals. And then you just go ahead and like circle it around or layer it up with React to build really cool web apps. Once you know, kind of a basis of React, you can move over to React Native fairly easy, like you're going to see today. Okay, so it's going to be a hell of a lot of a nice transition for a lot of you, because I know a lot of you haven't actually done this before. So I'm hoping to go ahead and help you guys out today. So we're going to set up the development environment. Now, the first thing you want to do is make sure you go to React Native, and on the left side, you should see environment setup. Click setting up the development environment. Down here, you want to go ahead and do npm install -g expo CLI in your terminal. Now, you're most likely going to have to do sudo npm install -g. I've already done this step, so I'm going to skip this. What this does, guys, is it goes ahead and actually sets this up so it installs the Expo CLI globally to your machine. That means you can start using the Expo commands in your terminal, right? And we're going to need that because here we start using it. Okay. Now, just a hint, when you do this, do sudo. But also after it's installed, close and reopen your terminal, because sometimes it just takes a little bit of a kickstart to go ahead and get started, okay? So the first thing we want to do is Expo init awesome project. So I'm going to open up a terminal. You guys can feel free to code along with me today. Let's carry on, guys. We're going to open up this terminal. And once this loads up, we're going to go ahead and say, I'm going to go into I've actually got a nice documents builds folder. I like to keep my stuff neat. Right, you don't have to, I like to. I think you should always have it available at hand, always helps out. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and type in Expo init, right? And we're going to give a name for the app. So you can see it says Expo init awesome project here. So I'm going to say Expo init, and we're going to say Uber clone, and I'm going to say YT for YouTube. I'm going to hit enter, right? Now what this will do is it will go ahead and initialize an Expo app into onto our computer. So I actually need to upgrade my Expo CLI. So it's okay. You can run that command. It's easy to do. But you're going to get this option, manage workflow or bare workflow. Now, I am going to be introducing TypeScript on the channel. Not today, but I will be introducing TypeScript on the channel. But here, what we want to do is if you can go ahead and hit the blank, right? So blank is where we want to start with. And that's going to have a managed blank workflow, which means it's going to be in the Expo ecosystem. Expo is really good for many reasons. It allows you to easily test, on your phone, on Android. Before, if you had, if you wanted to develop for iOS, you couldn't actually do it easily unless you had a Mac. In fact, you couldn't do it. You needed to have Xcode. So now with Expo, you can actually do this. Provided you have an iPhone, you can just scan a QR code, loads up on your phone. And again, another really nice thing about Expo is when you're installing dependencies, makes it so much easier. So I see a lot of you saying, React Native CLI. I've worked with React Native for a couple of years. Trust me, use Expo until you need to do React Native CLI stuff. Trust me, it works. And it works for a reason, okay? Right, so we're installing the JavaScript dependencies right here. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to run a quick Google search, because I'm going to show you guys how, if you were doing this from the basics and the get-go, imagine you wanted to go ahead and introduce, let's just say the Redux toolkit into your application, right? So we're actually going to be using the Redux toolkit today. And you can go ahead, click get started here. And this is where we would go ahead and, look through some instructions. We would install the Redux toolkit into our app. And then it would show us, how to go ahead and install this. Now I'm going to, if you want to read into it a bit more, you can look here. Yeah, this makes Redux easy, right? Using the Redux toolkit. So I'm going to show you guys how to do all of that in extremely simple ways, right? So hopefully this doesn't take too long, but we're going to go ahead. And in the meantime, there we go. CD Uber clone. Your project is ready. Hurry. So now we're going to go ahead and go into our project. So CD Uber clone YouTube. There we go. And in here, what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to go ahead and hit. So once we're in our project, I'm going to do code dot. And this will open up our code editor with that project folder sort of structure already intact. Okay. Now, what I'm also going to do is I'm actually going to probably, we leave that. That's all right. It's all good. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is pop this open like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to kill the old app, right? I'm going to kill the old app right now because we're going to start from scratch, right? So I'm stopping my old server. I'm going to close this, get my environment set up. So we're going to go to app.js. This is the starting point for a React Native app. Okay. You know, we're used to app.js. This is like a starting point for many apps. And you can see a few differences here. First thing, we've got view instead of divs. That's the first thing that you should get recognized with, right? You have a view instead of divs in React Native. And this is because, think about it, when we're sort of, you know, coding up for React and all that stuff, it's a div, which is a HTML element on a page. Now we're coding for phones and, you know, iOS and Android, which means we have to take a slightly different approach. The really nice thing about React Native is we have these view components. When we use a view component, it goes ahead and when we build the app, that view component will get compiled, let's call it, into an iOS component, right? But when you have a view component, it will go ahead and compile down into an iOS app and also an Android app version, okay? So as in, not an iOS component and a Android component that will resemble and act like a div. Let's think of it like that, okay? So that's how you can, in simple terms, put it. So how do we actually run this thing? Right. Second thing you want to notice before I mention that, it's not class names, it's style. So that's a quick switch. And also here we have styles.container. And this is how we basically go ahead and write our CSS like styles. Okay, so these are JSX or style properties. So what I'm going to do instead here, and we're going to be using a mixture of Tailwind CSS and normal style sheet style properties here. So I'm going to show you how to incorporate Tailwind because we love Tailwind. Let's be real, it's so sick. All right, and I'm actually going to go ahead and get into a coding vibe here. There we go, we've got our colors back. All right, so I'm going to show you how to do all this. So Command J, and let's go ahead and do, we're going to do Expo start. So this is how you actually kickstart your app, okay? So I'm going to hit Expo start and let's watch this kickstart the application. So what this will do is this will actually kickstart and open up localhost 1902. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and actually open this up on our browser right now. And let's go ahead and pop this over here. And it's opening up Chrome for me. God damn it, I don't want Chrome. All right, I'm going to close my Chrome because Chrome is going to kill me today if we keep up with Chrome. So you can see it already. As soon as I open up Chrome, it already does damage. There we go. Chrome is out of here, especially when I'm live streaming. Hell no. Not letting Chrome through the door, right? So localhost, there we go. So now you can see we get this screen, a Metro bundler. Now, what is a Metro bundler and what the hell does it do, right? A Metro bundler is because, remember, we have that compile step where like those view components get compiled down into like the iOS component, the Android component. We need something called a bundler. Right? The bundler runs by itself. It's very simple to do. We just do Expo start and it handles the rest of it. But this is the screen that we now have access to, right? So the first thing you can do is grab your phone and scan that QR code, right? So obviously you can't scan mine because it's local right now, unless you went ahead and changed this to tunnel. But you can actually scan that with the Expo Go app. You can actually go ahead and run your local code environment on your phone, provided you're using the same Wi-Fi network. So that's sick, and I would highly recommend that all of you do that. Okay, so definitely recommend that, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. Okay, so let's go ahead and carry on. So we're here. We're gonna go click on Run on iOS Simulator. Now, if I'm using iOS Simulator, again, this is actually preference based. So we're not gonna do the web browser. We're gonna do either Android or iOS. Now, like I mentioned before, iOS is gonna require Xcode. Right, so you need to download Xcode and you literally have a iOS simulator available. Android requires Android Studio, but again, if you find that so slow, I always get the comments, you know, it's so slow, I hate that, or it's clunky or whatever. You can just use the QR code with a real device. Okay, so whatever works for you, you do that. But I'm going to click Run on iOS, and you see it says attempting to open in a simulator. Now you do need to have your simulator open. So in this case, you see I've disconnected. So I'm actually going to go ahead and go to my home screen here. Let's actually go ahead and restart my little phone. So how do I, oh damn it, I can't click it. All right, so what I'm actually gonna do here is you see it says opening on iPhone 12 Pro Max, right? So what I'm actually gonna do here is move my phone over to my coding screen, drag this a little bit more, put this over there so I get a nice little neat setup. And can you see where we also ran it in the Expo start in the terminal? You can see that it also comes up here, that QR code also pops up here, and we also have options here. So the way I would recommend to run everything from now on is whenever you console log inside of a React Native app, it comes up in your terminal here, as opposed to your browser, right? Whereas, you know, we're used to browser and React and all that stuff. So I'd recommend this. But what we're actually going to be doing here is if you type in I So I'm going to hit I, it says opening on iOS. And if you ever need these commands, by the way, you can just hit question mark and it will open up as you need it to. In fact, this is actually being a bit slow right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to force it to kind of restart itself. So if I do R, see it says reloading apps. And that'll kind of force it to kickstart. And it says new update available, building JavaScript bundle. So you can see down here, it's actually sort of compiling the app. Now, the first time you build it, it will take a little bit of time, but after that, it will be a lot quicker, right? So this will take a little bit of a hit on your machine or computer when it's first doing the bundle process. After it's done, it's pretty relatively smooth and it's not so bad. Okay, so we shouldn't have an issue once that's bundled up. And you can see even down here, we get a progress report, everything works. Don't be afraid of React Native. That'll be my, my main piece of advice. Don't be afraid of, React Native and it's slowing my machine down. It is hard and it's not. You just need to break it down and we'll make it simple, okay? So there you go. Running application, finished building, blah, blah, blah. And it says open up app.js to start working on your app. Hooray, we made it. Okay, this is our first starting point. So I'm gonna do Command J to hide my terminal, Command B to hide the sidebar. And this is where we start. So I'm gonna go ahead and say, let's build Uber. Right, hit save, and you see we have fast refresh. Fast refresh is actually in Next.js, so it's really nice sort of coding experience as we do it. Let's carry on. So you can see instead of a H1, we now have the text, and status bar is actually referring to this at the top. So right now we don't actually care about status bar, so I'm gonna get rid of that. The reason why it's centered is we have this container, and you can see it's got flex one, background color, align items, justify content. Now, quick rule of thumb, right? When you are doing work with React Native, typically we are used to having Flexbox default to a row. Very important point here. When you are using React Native, Flexbox defaults to a column. Because think about it, you're on a phone. It doesn't make sense to always have it in a row, so Flexbox defaults to a column. Remember that, and I'll keep on saying it over and over again throughout the build. Flexbox defaults to a column. Everything about our app is using Flexbox and how it styles itself, gets designed. So it uses a column-based approach, right? So that's how we do it. All right, let's do this, guys. Let's build some Uber. So the first thing I want to do is I'm actually going to go ahead and set up a Redux. Okay, so the first step is we're going to set up Redux. So let's actually step this out. So set up Redux. That's number one. Second step we'll do is we'll go ahead and set up something like, let's just do Redux and we'll just handle it at each at its own point, right? So the first thing I want to do with Redux is actually go ahead and, like I mentioned before, like I'm going to show you completely transparently how you can go ahead and do it if you were starting this out. So you would type in something like Redux Toolkit, you want to go ahead and use the Redux Toolkit. It's a pretty good option for me. I would say it's the most simple way to use Redux in your app. And here you can see this is what you would typically be doing if you're using, create React app. We're not doing that. We're just using an existing app. So we're going to go ahead and do yarn add reactjs toolkit. Now, you might see that I'm using yarn. You can check what you're using based on your lock file. If you see package lock, then you're using npm. If you're using yarn, it's yarn lock. It doesn't matter if you want to switch, you can switch, just delete the other lock file first. I don't have two, right? So I'm going to go ahead and install this right now. So I'm going to hit the plus button to have a second terminal. So you see a second terminal. And we're going to wait for that to come in and load itself, right? And then here I'm going to go ahead and say yarn add reactjs toolkit. Go ahead and hit enter on that, right? And this will go ahead and install Redux toolkit into our application, right? So let's keep on moving, guys. Right, so we've got let's build Uber. All right, we just went ahead and installed React Native, right? So I'm sorry, Redux toolkit. So the next step that we want to do is actually go ahead and actually set up something called a provider, right? So this is our entire app. This is the high level kind of overview, the entry point of our app. What you actually want to do at this point is have something called a provider, right? So a provider is basically a wrapper which injects our app or sort of levels our app up so that way we have Redux inside of it. So we import it from React Redux like so, right? And actually, you know what? I might need to actually install this. I don't think I did. So we're actually going to have to do add this as well. So we're going to do yarn add, and I'm actually going to go ahead and say React Redux as well, okay? And then we can go ahead and install that as well. So yarn add React Redux. Wait for that to go ahead and load in. Today's all about patience, okay? It's all about patience. And in fact, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to quickly make a little tweak to my environment. 1 second. Doosh, doosh, doosh. But yeah, all about patience today, guys. Do not, freak out if things aren't making sense. Don't worry if it's kind of, getting scary or anything like that. Just take your time and everything will make sense as we continue with today's build, okay? Okay, let's keep going. All right. So once you've got that, we're going to go ahead and import provider from React Redux. Now I just went ahead and restarted my VS Code. So I'm actually going to have to do Expo start again on my first terminal. And I will open up my second terminal on the side. Okay. Let's keep it going. And once we've got everything running, it will be smooth. Right now, we just get a bit of hiccups while, everything gets, up and running. It takes a little bit of time in the initial get-go. Otherwise, it's all good. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead, and we've already got the Redux.js toolkit. So the next step naturally is going to be to go ahead and wrap our entire app. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and wrap the app with a provider. Oops, provider. Like so. Okay. Now with this, we're going to go ahead and say, and also guys, I want to mention all the code is actually going to be available in the Papa GitHub repo, which is in the description. So make sure you go ahead and check that one out. Okay. If you want all the access to today's build. So you want to grab the rest of your app and actually throw it up there like so. All right. So this is the first step. Now, this is not all you need to do for React. You need to do a little bit more. You can see here, it says undefined is not an object. It's starting to freak out already, right? This is because when you use React, you need something called a store. Now, when you use Redux, you need something called a store. Now, all Redux is, right, is it's essentially a data layer for your app. So imagine if I'm in any component inside my application and I want to share data amongst them, I introduce a data layer which surrounds my entire app, and then I can go ahead and push data in, push information into the data layer whenever I need, and I can go ahead and pull data whenever I need as well. So that's going to help us out again. We're going to be using that. That's Redux today. So we need a store, right? And this is basically how we set up that global layer, that data layer, right? So let's do this. Right, so we're going to go ahead and create a store right now, okay? So to create a store, all you need to do is go ahead and do store.js. All right, this is pretty much where our store or that data layer is going to live. Now, if you're wondering, where the hell did he get this code from? Like I said, it's on the actual documentation for the website for Redux, and when you're looking through that stuff. So I'm just breaking it down to make it extremely simple for you today, okay? So what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to copy in some of the configuration. Right, so you can go ahead, pause it, and actually copy this out. The first line is configure store. This is something we take from the Redux toolkit, and it actually allows us to set up that data layer that I talked about. The second one is called a nav reducer. Now you're going to notice inside of a folder, and it's called the nav slice. Now remember I talked about the data layer, right? We can actually separate the data layer into different areas. Now we're going to have one primary layer in today's build where we're going to store information, and that's going to be called the navigation slice. As you can imagine, this is where the user is going to store their navigation information. What is the origin? Where is the destination? And and then we can basically pull that information wherever we need it inside of our app, right? Wherever component we're inside of, I can go ahead and pull it as necessary. So we're going to have something called the nav slice, which is at that area. And then what you do is you have something called a reducer. The reducer is basically just setting up the store, right? That global layer. And you basically connect it to your navigation slice. So don't worry if that doesn't make sense. I will explain it and we'll go through it in a second. So I'm going to go ahead and create that navigation slice right now. Okay, so I'm going to go and create a folder called slices. Once again, it looks like I'm grabbing this out of thin air, but this is actually simply from the Redux documentation. So if you do want to go ahead and read it, I would recommend you read it as well, and it's going to help you out. Right, so I'm going to go to slices, and I'm actually going to create a file inside called nav slice, and this is going to be responsible for everything that is inside of the navigation slice. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and set that up. So inside of nav slice, we're going to go ahead and import something called create slice. Okay, now there is a very nice example from the Redux sort of website. So if we go to tutorials overview or quick start, I think it is, they've got a really nice sort of, you see, this is where I got the initial code base from. And the second one that we need, you see, you pass in the store and do all that stuff. This is the one that you can pretty much copy. So it's called a counter slice, right? And you can go ahead and grab this if you want to get started. But I'm actually got this thing set up already. So I'm going to show you how we do it. Now, what we first need to do is define what the initial sort of state of the data layer should look like. So we're going to have three primary pieces of information. We're going to have something called the origin, which, as you can imagine, is point A. This is like, you know, where are you? No. Yeah, where are you right now? Pretty much. You know, the first question you ask when you go on Uber, where are you right now? Oh, I'm over in London and I want to go over to, like, let's just say I want to go to Germany, right, with an Uber. So you can do that in this app. So you're gonna say, I'm gonna do origin no, and I'm gonna do destination no. And these are the initial values that we're setting up when we do this, okay? So then we're gonna go ahead and say travel time information. And what we're gonna do eventually in travel time information is we're gonna have information which is regarding the sort of, you know, the time that it takes to get to from A to B. And we're gonna use APIs to, you know, fill this information out and so forth. So again, take your time with this because you know, it's one of those things that once we do the setup, it will all work pretty smooth, right? So the next thing we need to do is we need to go ahead and create that slice, right? The way we create that slice is we simply go ahead and create the following. So you just need to go ahead and put this information on the screen. So export const nav slice equals create slice, and we get create slice from the toolkit, which makes our life so much easier. And this is an object inside of the parentheses, right? So we're executing this function and we're passing it an object. So we need to give the slice a name. So that data layer, you know, the slice that we have inside of it a name. So in this case, I'm just going to call it nav. And the second thing we want to do is pass the initial state of the sort of data layer. So I'm going to just pop that in there. Third thing I need to do is called reducers. Now, when we push information into that data layer, we need a way of actually, you know, we call it dispatching an action into the data layer, right? And what we can do is we can have different kinds of actions. So the three actions that we're going to have in today's build is going to be set origin, set destination, and set travel time information. So first one, imagine, you know, you go ahead, you say I'm from London, or where from London. It will dispatch this set origin action into that data layer, and then now it's part of the data layer, right? And then we can pull it whenever we need to. Same with set destination, same with, you know, set travel time information. So that's essentially what we're doing here, and this is all inside of something called a reducer. Okay, so this is actually reducer, and we're going to pop this open, and then we basically, you know, we create those actions. So the first one, we call it set origin, right? And this gives you two things, right? So it gives you two arguments when you have set origin. So this is called an arrow function. And what we have is the state, which is the current state, right? So this is the initial state, but this is the current state. The current, what does that global, you know, a layer look like at this point in time? We actually get access to that through the state object. And we also get something called an action, okay? And an action is basically when I make that dispatch from the component to the data layer. So when I basically say, okay, change this piece of information in the data layer, that's called an action. So we also get that available. So now I have the current state and I have that data, and then you can imagine you can just do something with it and change the data layer, right? So now we've got this state action, and I'm going to go ahead and pop this in. So let's say for the origin, when I get, for example, an action come through, I want to change the state of the origin to the action, and what you basically, the information inside of the action is something known as the payload, right? And again, do not worry if this doesn't make sense. You know, again, this is all about practicing, learning over time, and this and that, right? So this will go ahead and help you out. Okay, all right. So this is how you would do it. So now when I dispatch the action, set origin, I can pass in a value, and that value will come through here, and it will go ahead and update the data layer. So this is how we do it, right? So I'm gonna have two more examples of this, and when we come to use this, it'll make a lot more sense, and that will actually help us out a bit more. So I'm gonna go ahead and pop in two more examples, like I said, for destination and set travel time. So I'm gonna go ahead and pop those in here. So destination, set travel time, exact same, you know, sort of procedure. And we're gonna go ahead and manipulate that part of the data layer with the action when it comes in. So this is all part of the preparation for getting this up and running, okay? So we've gone ahead and prepared that data layer, right? The second thing I want to do is, obviously we have this beautiful data layer. I need to expose the rest of my application to those actions. So that way I can use the actions. Otherwise, if I kind of hide it away in this file, how the hell is the rest of my app supposed to know? So we need to export these, you know, actions so that the rest of our app can pull it in and use it where we need to. So here I'll say export const, right? And basically we pass in all the actions here. So I'm going to say set origin, set destination, and set travel time information. And we're going to go ahead and pop this in. Now this is something called destructuring. And what we're actually doing is we're exporting our navigation slice actions. and we're pulling out these three things. And we're basically, all we're doing really right here, right, is we're accessing our navigation actions and we're just exporting each action available so that way the rest of the app can go ahead and tap into it. That's all we're doing here, okay? So this allows us, this line here allows us to go ahead and, you know, grab that outside the app. So when we do imports elsewhere, that's why it's working, okay? Okay, so the second thing we need to do is actually have some selectors. So when we push information into the data layer, like I said, we need to pull it back from the data layer as well. So we just figured out how to push information to the data layer, but how do we actually go ahead and grab it from that data layer, right? The way we grab it from the data layer is we go ahead and include something called selectors. Okay, now a good practice for selectors is you have one selector for each item in your initial state. So in this case, a selector for the origin, a selector for the destination, a selector for the travel time information. So I'm going to write the first one, and here we do export. Again, we're going to use this selector to pull information elsewhere in the app, so I need to export it. Const, and we're going to say the sort of standard is you say select what the variable name is. So in this case, select the origin. And again, we get access to the state. So whatever the current state looks like. And all I'm doing here is I'm doing a direct return. So this is an arrow function where if you don't include the curly braces, it's actually a direct return. So it'll return when you call this. And all we're going to do is return the state. We're going to go into the navigation slice, right? So imagine how it's kind of divided up right now. So state.nav.origin. So what I'm doing is when I call this or use this selector, it should go into the state.nav.origin and give me the current value that we have inside the data layer, right? And I'm going to repeat this for destination and travel time information. Okay, easy as that. The final thing I need to do is actually export, you know, my navigation slice. So that way, you know, I can hook it up to my store and it all works the way we need to. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, so we're going to do export default because we want to have one primary sort of export from this file. And we're actually going to call that nav slice dot reducer. Now remember, we had reducer somewhere else and you're probably wondering, where the hell did the reducer, you know, where did I hear that before? We actually have the reducer, or we sort of imagine like a string that connects this to the store. That actually is called the reducer. And we go here and here it was. We pull that navigation reducer through from the way we export it. So it goes from here to here, and then we connect it to the store. And just like that, we now have our store set up, right? So this is actually configured that data layer. So that was probably the most tricky part of the entire build, right? So I kid you not, that was probably the most tricky part of this build. So now that you got past that, well done. We have the store now, we export it, which means in our app, I can import it. So if I go ahead and say store equals store, and I should be able to import this from my store. Right? So if you're wondering how I do that trick, yeah, I go to the end of store, control spacebar, and you see here it says store and it says auto import from store. So if I click it, boom, it found it, it imports it into the file. So we just set up Redux, boom, right? Done. So we can get rid of it. So Redux is now inside of our application. Let's see if the app runs, right? So what I'm gonna do is Command J, and then here we've got a little bit of a freaking out happening. So I'm gonna do a refresh and it says reloading. Let's see what happens. New update available, downloading. So it's building out the bundle. So give it a little bit of time, be patient with it. Let's build Uber. Amazing, right? That's amazing. That means it works. The provider done. Okay, so now we have our, you know, our React Native app, and we have it supercharged it with Redux. So Redux, you know, everyone says it's so hard to implement Redux. See, we did it, right? Don't worry about it. It's not that hard, right? We actually figured it out pretty good. So the second thing we're going to do is create the home screen. This is going to be the first screen that we see on the page, and this is going to be where the home screen lives. So what I actually want to do here is you should typically have a high level overview on your app component. So at this point, I'm going to create a home screen. Now, what's really nice here, and what I would recommend is go to your extensions right now and go over and type in ES7 React Redux GraphQL snippets. Make sure you install this because it will help you out a lot. And it also works for React Native. And then what we're going to do is actually create a screens folder. So this is a standard. You go ahead and create a screens folder, and this is going to represent each of the screens in our application. So what I'm actually going to do here is create a screen. I'm going to call this the home screen. And all this is a functional component. So what I can do here is I can say React Native functional export component. So a functional component which is exported, and do an S to add a style sheet in as well. And there you go. And if you're wondering, can you do the underscore one, which doesn't include the import React? You actually need to do that right now. Maybe they'll change it later for React Native, but right now you need that, okay? So we've got the home screen. So I'm going to say I am the home screen. And I don't know if you guys know, but like this vibe is sick, right? You know, when we're coding like the music. So if you like it, again, it's available in the description. Be sure to check it out. So we've got the view here with some text. I'm the home screen. So to get this up and running, to get it working the way that we want it, what we now need to do is go ahead and hit. So let's go ahead and just import it like a normal component. Say home screen. And you can see again, it auto imports. So home screen. If it doesn't, you can feel free to type it in, but it's pulling that home screen in. So now we should see I am the home screen. Let's wait for it. Let's see if we actually get the I am the home screen. So I've got this. Let's see, why is it not really refreshing? Let's have a look. Command J, and let's do a refresh R on the app, and let's see if it came through. Okay, interesting. We're not actually getting this up. Let's have a look if it's, oh, it's there. So it says it's way at the top, right? So it's stuck. Now, can you see this little kind of notch at the top, right? This is called the safe area, right? And this is actually not the safe area, because a lot of these phones nowadays have a notch, right? And we don't want the information to ever go into that notch. So what you have to do is you have to use something called a safe area view. If you use the normal view, it will go up into the notch. What I'm going to do is actually have a safe area view. So I'm actually going to import a second one called safe area view, right? And this one basically just accounts for any, you know, unsafe area. So depending on what phone you're on, it will account for it. So now all I need to do is replace the safe area, the normal view with that, hit save, and then you can see, look, it actually goes inside the view now. So that prevents, you know, that issue of, you know, having sort of things creep up into that the space that we don't want it to go into. Okay, so there we go. We have the home screen looking pretty decent right now. Now what we can do is I'm going to give you a quick example of how you can style something. So imagine we've got this text here, and I'm going to say style equals, and then we've got our style sheet down here, which is similar to our kind of CSS. And yes, you can export that and have it in a separate file, but here I'm going to say styles dot, right? And for this text, I just want to show you an example. If I did like text, right, and I said let's just say the color is blue, and I went ahead and did styles.text, you can see it changed to blue, right? Now you can code like this. There's nothing wrong with coding like that in React Native, right? There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. But what I would recommend is it gets a little bit kind of, you know, I would say it gets a little bit tedious in my opinion. I don't like it. I love Tailwind. I like the quick speediness of Tailwind. So what I would recommend, guys, is instead what you actually go ahead and do is, oh, what's up, Roland from Uganda? Yeah, what I would say is instead you include something called a Tailwind. So it's actually called Tailwind. I'm going to show you guys Tailwind React Native class names. So it's this one here. Okay, so I'm actually going to go ahead and drop this into the application right now. What this does is it allows you to go ahead and have a Tailwind-like syntax to go ahead and do things. And you can also have Android to only apply a style for Android and so forth. If you're new to Tailwind, definitely check out another build or a Tailwind YouTube channel. It's sick. Them guys are doing an awesome job over there. And if they're watching this ever, you guys are awesome. So carry on doing what you're doing, right? I love what you guys are doing, and it helped me out so much in terms of coding. So we're going to install this. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this. I'm going to do yarn add. Let's go ahead and do Command J, second terminal, and do yarn add and paste. So yarn add Tailwind React Native class names. And I'm going to show you how it works. Now, it doesn't have every single thing, right, that is available in Tailwind, but it has most of it, right? I mean most of the stuff that you probably need, right? And that's for various reasons. Remember, it needs to go ahead and compile down into iOS, Android, and all that stuff. So it needs to be, it's a bit harder to account for everything. So what we do is once we do it, we just import this Tailwind object. Okay. Now imagine I get rid of these styles. So we should go back to the boring, oops, let's get back to this. We should go back to the boring sort of, black text. Okay. Looks pretty boring right now. So I'm going to go ahead and say style equals, and I'm going to do Tailwind and then backticks. Okay. Now I can use my typical Tailwind stuff. So if I went ahead and said text, let's say red 500, we actually get red text. And if I did P10, we actually get a padding of 10 as well. So you see how much quicker it is to use Tailwind with this. Now, if I wanted to combine Tailwind with what we're doing here, right, with the normal sort of style syntax, I can put an array here and I can do a comma, and then I can have my normal sort of, I can either at this point type in styles.text, and so forth. So you can actually combine this. So if I do this now, it will apply this, then it will apply styles.text, in which case it override it. Or you can actually have inline if you really wanted to here, and you can have like color, let's just say purple. And then you can see it goes to purple. Okay, so that's my introduction into going ahead and doing this, right? So you should now know that we can combine the two, and that will help you understand how we go ahead and build the rest of it out. Okay, so what I'm actually going to do is for the safe area view right now, I'm actually going to include a style, and this style is going to be Tailwind, and it's going to have backticks, and it's going to say the background is going to be white. So BG white, and I want to have a height of a full, I want to have a full height basically. Okay, now if I want to show you if this is actually working, BG red 100. You can see it changed the color of it, and you get all the different shades. So if I do 900, you'll get that as well. I'm going to do BG white, so we get a white background. This is going to be the home screen, right? So it's going to be relatively nice, simple to have a home screen up here. Okay, so this is looking pretty good right now. I want to have the Uber logo next. Okay, so what I'm actually going to be doing here is having a view, right? I'm going to have a like sort of a container inside our app. So like it's similar to a div, right? So instead of this, I'm going to have a view. Okay, and inside my view, just remember, whenever you see a view, just think of a div. Very similar to do, right? So we've got the view here. So I'm going to go ahead and use an image tag. This is new. This is actually something which we use in React Native. So I'm going to import this from our lovely React Native module. And then we've got this now. So what the first thing I want to do here is actually have an Uber logo. So I've made it very simple for you guys. I've actually shortened all the URLs. So what we have here is actually a nice sort of source attribute that we can pass in. Now I'm going to pass in a JSX sort of tag right here. So we have to put the quick squiggly brackets, and then I'm going to pass in an object. And then here, this takes something called a URI, which is similar to a URL, Uniform Resource Identifier. And here I'm simply going to pass in the URL for the image, right? So you can go ahead and copy that. I made it pretty simple for you guys to copy. Now it's not showing. That's because we need to give it a style. Okay, so we need to actually pass this in a style, and you guessed it, I'm actually going to go ahead and use, I'm probably going to use an inline style here actually. So for this one, I'm going to pass in a style, style, and I'm actually going to say something like, let's go ahead and have, sorry, what am I doing? It should be style equals, wait a second, what am I doing? Oh yeah, okay, there we go. Got a bit mixed up there, outside, right? So for the source here we're going to have a style. I was wondering, I was like, what the hell is my, what's everything going wrong? Right, so we got this. And now I'm actually going to do an inline style here and say width should be, let's just say 100. Height should be 100. And you'll see there's times where I use Tailwind, there's times where I use the normal stuff. It's because in some situations I don't have the right, I don't have the right modifier in Tailwind. So I just use the actual native CSS. And here I'll say contain, okay? Now you'll notice when we're doing this, it has camel casing. So that's just a slight difference to know about. There we go, Uber, right? So we have Uber there. Now Uber's touching the side. I don't like that. So I'm gonna go to the view, which is surrounding everything, add a style. And to make our life easier, we're gonna use Tailwind, backticks afterwards. And we'll say padding of 5. And if you just do P5, it means all around, top left, bottom right. Boom, pads it out. Now it looks a little bit better. It looks already quite nice, right? Okay, so we've got Uber up here. Now, what I want to do next is I'm actually going to go ahead and have, let's think about this. I'm going to have, firstly, let's have the navigation options, right? So the navigation options are going to be the stuff where you saw, it says like get a ride or get a sort of order some food, right? I'm actually going to have those things first. Right, so we're actually going to create that right now. So I'm actually going to create a new folder called components, because I'm going to create a reusable component here. So components. Inside the components folder, I'm going to create something called nav options.js. Okay. And for nav options, this is going to be, again, like I mentioned, these are going to be two sort of cutouts that are going to have everything that we need. So React Native functional component with style sheet. There we go. Simple as. And inside here, we're going to use a few new things. So you're going to get introduced to quite a lot of new tech today. We don't actually need access to the style sheet, so we can simplify ourselves here. Okay, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to pop this inside the home screen. So underneath, inside of our view, I'm actually going to have nav options like so. So it's imported it up at the top. And there we go, we got our nav options. Okay, so obviously we can't see anything now because we have nothing in nav options, but we're going to keep on crushing it with this. Okay, so let's check this out. So I'm going to say hello world, hit save, and we should see hello world. That's because nav options is being populated there. Now, I've got two pieces of information right now, okay? So I've got, let's check this out. I've got a data array, right? So this is an array which has two pieces of information in. Each one has a unique ID. In this case, I've kept it simple: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because any kind of item in a list or anything which is shown in a list format should have different IDs. So we've got IDs here. The first title is going to be get a ride. The second title is going to be order food, right? So this is going to eventually render out the two sort of things that you see on the screen. Each one's going to have an image. One's going to have a picture of a car. One's going to have a picture of some food. And then the screen that you hit. So basically when I click that button, what screen should it go to? So right now we're on the home screen. But once we implement React Native navigation, it should go to the map screen. And this one goes to the eat screen, which we're not going to build today, right? So it's just a sort of demo feature, right? So you see that's why I've written change in future. So whenever you have a list of items that you want to render out in React Native, to render it out optimally, you use something called a flat list. Now, a flat list is one component. It takes some data. In this case, it's an array of data. We call it data. And then what we do is we have something called a render item. So it will go through that list. And for every single time it sees an item on there, it will go ahead and it will render out whatever you tell it to render out. So I'm going to do that right now, and we're going to see the example of that, okay? So rather than a view, we're going to get rid of that. We're going to say flat list. Okay, so auto import from React Native, and then it's a self-closing component. And this will actually sort of eventually render out everything that we need, okay? So what we're going to do, we're actually going to go ahead and say, first thing is we're going to pass in the data. Right, so this is actually the data. And then the second thing is, typically it's a vertical list by default. I want this to be a horizontal list. And then I'm going to say for each item, what shall we do? Right, so we should be doing something. In this case, you actually get the item itself, what that you're iterating through. So you get this. And so basically, first thing is it's an arrow function that returns something. Okay, so this is an arrow function which is going to return a component. But every time we loop through, we get a destructured item. So basically this means that we get access to the individual item that we're looping through. So what I want to show on the screen, if I use item.title, for example, I'll get the get a ride when I'm rendering something out on the screen. So let's just give this a quick test, okay? So I want the actual sort of things that get rendered on the screen to be touchable. I want to be able to touch them and then it looks like I'm actually touching a button. So in React Native, we call this touchable opacity, because when I touch it, the opacity should change. So it looks like a sort of touchable element. So I'm going to say render out a touchable opacity. And you also have a few other things, touchable highlight and all sorts of other stuff. Pressable is another one. Touchable opacity. So I'm going to import that from React Native. There we go. And this touchable opacity is actually a parent component. And inside of it, I'm just going to say, for a quick example, text, I'm just going to say item.title, right? So item.title. And then let's go ahead and hit save, right? So you see get a ride, order food. So right now they're just being rendered next to each other. If I got rid of the horizontal, you'll see it renders out this. And notice how flat list is a list. So it's draggable, okay? Now, if I click it, you see how the opacity changes. Right, so obviously it's a little bit hard to see that, but I can't zoom into the phone at this point. So you can see now that it looks pretty good right now. Okay, so obviously we're going to make that look beautiful. Now, whenever you have a list, you should have a key, right? So what they have is a nice little attribute here. It's called key extractor. And what key extractor is it simply goes ahead and gives you the item. So again, when you loop through the item ID, all this stuff, it'll give you that. And what we're going to do is we're going to select the item.id to be the unique identifier for our key. And that keeps it optimal and efficient. Now, if you don't know why you need a key, you should always be using a key. I show all my builds with keys. It allows React to know which part of the key, like if we add an item in the list, it says don't re-render everything, just re-render the one sort of entry with the new key, right? So it knows which stuff has changed. It allows it to be a hell of a lot more efficient. Okay, so this looks pretty good, right? Next thing I'm going to do is actually going to go ahead and let's create an image that gets rendered out as well. So we've got I'm actually going to do something a bit more complicated than just have, a bit of text out. So I'm actually going to have a view inside. So imagine like a div. And inside this, I'm going to have an image, a text, and an icon. So we're going to introduce some icons and React Native elements in as well. So I'm going to firstly say I want to render out an image. Now, we already used an image. We know how to do this, right? So it's not relatively, it's not going to be super new. I just did it before with the Uber logo. So firstly, we need to actually import that in. So I'm going to go to this control space bar at the end of our component, go down, it should say auto import, hit enter. It's now imported. Nice. Then we're going to go ahead and say source, right? So source over here. Source should take an argument. And again, we can pass in a URI so we are going to pass in a URI. And this URI is going to come from the data, so the your item. So in this case, item.image. So item.image. Hit save, and there we go. Now again, we can't see it because we haven't given it a style. So in this case, I'm going to give it a style, and each item that we see is going to have a width of 120, a width of 120, and a height of 120. Okay, so height of 120. We're going to have also resize mode contain, and this is basically like, you know, it's going to keep the aspect ratio. So we've seen it contain before, and there you go. We have a car and we have some food, right? So this is looking good already. And that's because it's looping through and it's showing it. Now, again, I actually want to put back the horizontal because I want it to be a horizontal list, right? Nice. We've got 2 options coming up. This is looking pretty clean at this point, right? You can change it to classes. Remember, anytime I do an inline, you can class it, right? You can also add Tailwind to it. I'm showing you a range of different things today, so that way you guys can use it, combine it however you want, right? It's just to teach you how to, you know, you can actually have multiple things. It doesn't have to be one, okay? So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have some text. Now this text is going to have item.title. There you go. And now we should see get a ride, order food. Okay. And then I also want an icon, right? I want an icon actually underneath it, which is kind of like a go sort of arrow sign, right? So for this, we're going to be using something called reactnative elements, right? So before I actually do that, I'm going to style this a little bit more so it looks a little bit decent before we carry on. So I'm going to go ahead and go into here, add a style, and we're going to be using our beautiful Tailwind. Right, so Tailwind, if we are going to use it, we're going to need to import it up at the top over here. So I'll import Tailwind from React Native class names, hit save, and then here I'm going to say Tailwind, and I'm going to give it firstly a few different changes, right? So I'm going to give it a padding of 2, right? So there it pads a little bit more. Padding left of 6, right? So I'm going to give it a padding left of 6. I want to give a bit more padding on the left. Padding bottom of 8 for later. Right, so if I do that right now, you can see a bit more spacing, and a padding top of 4. Right, so I've actually overridden a lot of the padding too. And then we're going to say background should be gray. So BG gray 200, keep it kind of light. And then you see they're touching right now. So I'm going to do a margin of 2 so that they're not touching. And a width of 40 gives it a nice kind of space. Right, so that already is looking pretty damn good. Yeah, so here I'll say style, and then I'm going to say Tailwind, dash dash, sort of the backticks. And then I'll see MT2, right? Margin top 2, and I'll make the text kind of larger. There we go, looks a little bit better now. Font semi-bold, right? So font semi-bold as well. And look at that, it looks a lot cleaner. And then let's continue on. So now I want to have a logo, right? To finish this off, I want to have a nice little logo. So to have the logo, I'm actually going to be installing React Native elements. All right, so I'm going to go over here, back to my browser and type in React Native Elements, and I'll show you guys this is an awesome library with the material design system. So we've got nice material like designs. Click get started, and then here you can see yarn add React Native Elements to get started up, right? So I'm going to do this, and you can use npm, it's up to you. We're not going to get into a debate. Yarn add React Native Elements. There we go, we've installed it. We just did React, what did we do? We just did yarn add React Native Elements. Awesome stuff, guys. Okay, this is pretty cool. We've got that as well. Now the next thing we need to do is actually add in the icon pack. So you see here, yarn add React Native vector icons. So I'm going to go ahead and pop that in as well. So yarn add React Native vector icons. So we've got uberclone YouTube. There we go. We've done it. React Native vector icons. Once we've done that, guys, we need to now go ahead and also finally add in this. This is the yarn add React Native safe area context. Now, this is not the typical safe area that we know. This is kind of for the icon, so that way they know where they're at and they don't kind of go into dangerous areas. So we need to go ahead and actually install that as well, right? So let's go ahead and do yarn add React Native safe area context. Again, it's different to the one that we were using previously, okay? Awesome stuff. Let's carry on. So we've done that now, and then we're going to go ahead and actually see this. Import from React Native safe area context provider, and then we're going to actually wrap the entire app. Again, app should be a high level overview of your entire app, right? Makes sense because it's called app. So we go over to app.js, and then we go ahead and do import safe area provider. And it's up to you where you want to put this. I actually have a preference here. I would say chuck it underneath your provider here. Let's go ahead and pop it in here. So let's go ahead and chuck it there. So you see, notice the convention here. You have providers. These are just known as higher order sort of components, right? So safe area provider. Let's actually damage this bit a little bit. So I'm going to fix that in a second. We'll sort that out. Don't worry about it. Right, then we hit save. And now we've got safe area provider with our home screen. Okay, so I'm going to go into my home screen, And let's check this out. So my safe area view, interesting. So right now something screwed up. So let's just go back to my actual application and let's just refresh the bundle. R for reloading. There we go. Something went weird there, right? And again, use this for your sort of controls, right? If you hit question mark to get all the sort of options as well, if you ever get lost, right? That's always kind of a handy thing that helps me out. And if you need to kind of access the developer tools, you can press D here. Oh no, oh, damn it, I opened up. Okay, here we go. We're opening up Chrome. Wait for the computer to start screaming. Right. Oh God, when I'm live, I do not use Chrome. It's horrible. Okay. There we go. See, oh my God, it maxes my RAM when I do that. Right. Chrome's not our friend when we're live, guys. Okay, let's carry on. So it's looking pretty good. Okay. Now, when I click get a ride, so firstly, let's add in the logo, the icon, I guess, nav options. Let's go over to navigation options and let's go ahead and add in the logo down here. So what's really nice about this library, right? And what's pretty cool about React Native Elements is that they give you a bunch of things. You get components like over here, you get tons of different components that you can go ahead and use. They give you examples. The one I'm interested in a lot of the time is icon packs. Okay, so you can actually go ahead and use the icon packs. They have quite a nice little directory where you can actually search it as well. You can just type in React Native Elements icon searcher and you'll find it, and that's where you can pretty much search through. But you see, you get access to all these different icon sets. Okay, so all you have to do is pass in a few values that will actually allow you to go ahead and get these different things, right? So what we can do is we can say access the ant design icon set and get me the, you know, the arrow right or something like that. And that typically works really, really well. Okay, so let's carry on. So we're going to actually use this to get that built now. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in the icon. Okay, now the icon is going to be, so there we go, adjust with the music a little bit. So we got the icon over here. So the icon, we're going to go ahead and say here, the type is going to be from ant design. And I'm actually going to go ahead and pass in the color and the name of the sort of exact icon that I want. Right, so you can see it says cannot find the icon variable. That's because we need to import it from React Native Elements like so. Right, pop that in there, and then we should be able to see it pop through in just a second. Right, if it does ever get stuck, you can go ahead and just do an R to reload your app manually. It says new update. There we go, boom, and then you can see now we get a nice little icon. Right, but that's not all. Right, it doesn't look that good at this point. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my actual icon itself, and I'm going to override its style, or actually add in some more styles. Right now, this is what I love about Tailwind. You can do so many nice little circle tricks. I'm going to say style equals Tailwind backtick material margin top 2, give it a little bit more distance from the top, and then I'm also going to say padding of 2, and then I'm going to give it a background of black. I hit save. And then we should see in a second. So it's not actually hot refreshing quite that nice. Let me double check. Did I turn something off? Let's do so hot refresh, toggle opening developer tools, open up, blah blah blah, select project, toggle menu, hot refresh. No, we're good. Okay, so I guess I'll hit save afterwards and it'll work. So we'll do BG black, and then here I'll say rounded full, and I'll do width of 10 and a margin top of 4. Okay, now hit save on that. And if I go back to my app and just hit R to refresh, right? Sometimes it's not going to refresh well, but there you go. That looks awesome, right? That looks really, really nice, right? So this is the annoying thing. It's a very good question, actually. Does the autocomplete work for Tailwind? So that's the only thing I'd say it doesn't work when you're doing React Native, unless you found an extension that I didn't, right? But overall, yeah, that's what I found. Okay, so this looks pretty good at this point. So that's pretty sick. Now, when I click get a ride, I want it to shift me over to another screen, and that screen we actually provide over here. So map screen is this case, right? So the first step is I'm going to create the map screen itself, so that way we have something to shift over. Then I'm going to implement something called React Native Navigation, which will actually allow us to have that screen switching. And you know that really nice kind of swipe back functionality, or on Android you have the back button. All of that stuff will work once we implement this. So get ready for that. Okay, smash the thumbs up button if you enjoying this, right? So Command B, I'm gonna go to my screens, and then here I'm gonna go ahead and say map screen, right? So I'm gonna do map screen.js, React Native functional export with style sheet, boom, right? And then here I'll say here is the map stuff, ... save. Okay, so we got the map screen over here. And then what we're going to do is I'm actually going to have, so right now in app.js, we only render a home screen, right? So how do we have, you know, two screens? How does that work? And how do we do all this sort of navigation stuff? So we're going to use something called a reactnative navigation. Right, this is an awesome library that allows us to do our navigation for our React Native apps. So you can go ahead and read the docs. And again, I'm showing you this because it's going to be handy for you to go ahead and do it in your journey and go ahead and, you know, research and see how I'm doing this stuff. And I think that's going to help you out quite a lot, right? So I'm going to click yarn add React navigation native. Come back here, Command J, Command B to hide that annoying sidebar. Let's do that now. Command J, Command B, and then second terminal, and I'm going to do yarn add React navigation native. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we have to install a few other things, right? So in this case, you see, this is interesting here. So Expo install, not yarn add or yarn install. This means that Expo is going to do a bunch of more kind of complicated installs. And as I mentioned before, Expo is awesome because it will handle the iOS dependencies and Android. And all we do is do Expo install, right? We don't have to handle all this other stuff, which if you've done React Native CLI stuff, you know what I'm talking about. Expo simplifies it. So I'm going to click copy here. Go over to my code and paste that. And you can see Expo install, and there's a bunch of different, when it has a space, it's installing more than one dependency. So these are all the things that we need to allow us to get, you know, our React Native navigation working. Okay, so we got this up and running and we got that working pretty good. We've done all of this stuff. Now I'm going to go ahead and I need to import this into my app.js file to get everything loaded in the way I need it. So go back over to our file, pop this in at the top. Gesture handler, that's all for the, you know, swipe back and all that stuff, right? And then we go down and then we need to do the navigation container. So another provider like syntax. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, pop this here, and where do we wrap this one, right? So safe area providers here, I would say have it, this is sort of, you know, still presentational kind of, so I would say above underneath the provider, and I'm going to say navigation container, so underneath my Redux provider. I mean, I'm going to grab this, pop this up here, hit save, and then now make sure it all works, right? So it says refreshing. If it freezes like mine, I think it's only freezing for me because I'm live, but I'm going to do R to refresh. And then you see it comes back, right? Everything's good. I would recommend, you know, constantly doing that because it's going to actually help you out a little bit, right? So we've got the safe area provider home screen. Okay, cool. So the next thing we're going to do is click next, and I'm showing you this again because I want you to go through it yourself. Click yarn and you want to install the stack. Now, what the hell is a stack, right? While it's installing, I will go ahead and tell you what a stack is. So a stack, while it's installing, stacks. All they are basically, imagine if I'm on one screen and I press the button to go to the map screen. Think of, I have a stack. So when I'm on the home screen, this is my stack, right? When I press like the go to the map screen or I go to that screen, I stack on something. Now, when I swipe back, it knows to pop off that thing and it goes back a screen, right? So this is called a stack navigator. That's why it's called stack, because you literally stack screens up and then you can swipe back, swipe back, swipe back, and then you can keep going down and down, down. That makes it really kind of cool to do pretty easy stuff. And that is built in with, you know, the swipe back feature on iOS, the little back button on Android. Everything works kind of, you know, quick and swiftly out the box. So we just went ahead and installed that. The next thing I'm going to do is actually go ahead and set up our stack navigator. Okay, so you see here it says create a stack navigator. So we're going to import the create stack navigator. Guys, if you're watching and you're not already subscribed, please remember, hit the subscribe button. It helps the channel out hugely. And yeah, I really appreciate it. So what we need to do is actually create something called a stack, right? And again, this is just preparing us for that stack of pages where we can swipe back and all that stuff, right? So we're going to do const stack equals create stack navigator. And then what we need to do is actually create something called the stack navigator, right? So where am I going to put this? I'm going to put this all inside of, let's put it inside of the safe area provider. Now, what I'm actually going to do is, you know, get rid of that for a second. So it's all in the safe area provider. And I'm going to say stack.navigator. Okay. And this is going to be a navigator. And basically what we do now is we include all the screens that we can possibly navigate to. Right, so in this case, we've got map screen, home screen. And the way we do that is we say stack.screen. This is similar to like React router, right? So similar to React router and the different routes that we can have. Very similar approach, right? So this is actually going to be stack screen with a capital S. Make sure you don't make that mistake. It's a self-closing component. and it takes some attributes. The name of this screen is going to be home screen. Now this is important, these names, because you use that to navigate to different screens down the line. What screen should render when we're here? We're going to say we should render out the home screen component when we try and go there. Home screen, okay? And then you can pass in, you know, additional options, right? So I'm going to leave it as that for now and show you what happens. But I'm going to get rid of my home screen here, and we should see that this actually works pretty nice. Right, so if I go ahead and do this again, I need to do Command J and hit my manual refresh for some. Okay, there we go, it worked. And now you can see, look, we're on a screen called home screen. Now in Uber, I don't really like that, right? I mean, like, that works pretty nice in the beginning. Right? And what happens is if you go to the next screen, it will have a nice little back arrow and all that stuff. Well, I want to do some custom design today, right? So the way you can get rid of that is you can do it two ways. You can do it in the component home screen, or you can do it here, right? So here we can do options, and we can pass an object array. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and hit save. An object array of options. Now here I can say header shown false. Right, so header shown. Now you can see it got rid of that header, right? So what we're going to do here is we're actually going to create another screen called the map screen. Okay, so what I can do here is I can literally copy and paste, and we're going to call this one the map screen, and this is going to be for the map screen component. And you see each one can have different header shown and all that sort of stuff. Now, did we create our map screen yet? Yes, we did. Okay, so here is the map stuff. So what I can do now is go back and I can import it. So go to the end of the line here, control spacebar, and sometimes it doesn't work, but let's try and find it. Did I import it, map screen? No, so I can just, you know, rename this to map screen and change that, map screen. There we go, we've got our map screen. Hit save. Okay, is everything still working? Good, we're happy, we're good, we're pretty in a nice place, right? So now what we're gonna do, guys, is when I click get a ride, I want it to navigate to that screen. So you're gonna see how we do navigation now, okay? Few ways you can actually approach this. So we go to the home screen. Now, because the home screen is, you know, it's rendered here underneath our navigator, we can actually get the home screen, like something called a navigation prop. Now, this can be kind of, you know, like a tedious. It looks a bit messy, right? So I like to use something called the use navigation hook. All right, so when I click get a ride, we should be able to transition over, right? So how the hell do we do that? So when I go to we're actually going to do it on the click here. So I'm going to go to my nav options, and then for the touchable opacity, so which is each of these things that get rendered out. So when we render the item out, what do I want to do? Right, so I want to get access to that use navigation, sort of, you know, that navigation prop allows me to navigate around. So I'm going to say const navigation equals use navigation. And you see I get a bunch of auto imports, so I can go ahead and help myself out here. And this is the same thing as doing this and pulling, but except we get nice autocomplete, we get a bunch of other stuff, and it's just better in my opinion. It looks cleaner, it's a lot more easier to help me out with. I prefer this approach, right? I'm gonna hit save now. And then what I'm gonna do here is I'm actually gonna have some cool navigation stuff happening. So when I press the touchable pass, so typically we're used to on click on React, right? Here I do on press. And what I do is I pass in, it takes an arrow function. So there we go, on press instead. And I do navigation dot navigate. Right? And here what we actually do is we pass in a name or a string, and that string directly correlates to the name that we gave here for the stack screen. So that's how it knows where to go, right? That's how it knows what to do and where to go. In this case, that map screen comes through on the props here. So you see map screen. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and say, where am I going? Yeah, item.screen. So I'm going to do the following. So I'm going to say item.screen. Okay. And then save, right? Item.screen. So now if I do this, ooh, navigate over, right? Now, obviously we don't have a safe area view for that component, but if I swipe back now, oh, that's smooth, guys. That's really nice, right? And if I try and go to this one, it says, ooh, you don't have, you know, a screen that's loaded. Do you have a screen named each screen? So you see, it makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Smash the thumbs up button if that did make a bit of sense, right? In this case, get a ride works, right? That's awesome. So we've got some navigation working right now. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to go ahead and create these under sort of UI components, right? And then we're also going to have the Google Auto Places complete, all that good stuff happening shortly, right? So right now, in fact, you know what? Let's do the places API. I want to have an input field where when I type in, it comes out with some pretty cool stuff, right? I want to have, you know, when I type in that input field, it'll say, you know, like London, you know, like you could say like America or Canada or, you know, Germany and the different locations, addresses and everything. I want to do that stuff right now. And that's going to use something called the Google Places API. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to my home screen and I'm actually going to render out the following. So on my home screen, I've got, where is it gone? Yeah, I've got I'm going to actually use a package called Google Places Autocomplete. Okay, so it's a very powerful sort of, you know, package that I'm going to use now. So if I go over here and type in React Native Google Places Autocomplete, we're going to use this GitHub library. Okay, so this is a helper library, sort of a nice little module that we can use, and this is the goal that we want to achieve here, right? So we're going to have this kind of autocomplete functionality. First thing we need to do is add this package to our project. Okay, and we need to get a Google Places API key as well. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do this now. So I'm going to go ahead and say Command J, go to my ZSH, yarn add React Native Google Places Autocomplete. There we go. Right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to this, and then here we need to go ahead and set this up. Now, when you get these keys, right? So what I mean by the keys are, we're going to be using the Google Directions API, right? So there's three things that we're actually going to be using in today's build. It's going to be the Directions API, the Google Places API, which is for the autocomplete, and then the Distance Matrix API, which allows us to have, you know, all the different things for, you know, like where it tells me how long it'll take to get from point A to point B and all that other stuff, right? So I would recommend that you need to go ahead and you do need to enable billing on your Google account, but it's completely free up until a certain point. So don't worry, right? Remember, these are demos, they're good for you to learn and stuff like that. So you're just gonna need to do that, and that doesn't mean you just freak out at this point and leave. It means you just get on with it, right? You do this. So we're gonna click on this Google Places API. So what you need to do to get to this screen is go to, in fact, what we can do is go to Google Cloud Platform. So type in Google Cloud Platform, okay? And then what we do here is we go ahead and we go to cloud.google.com, okay? And now here you wanna go ahead and have your Google account and click on console. Okay, now I've got a few different projects. It'll probably load up one of my old projects. So we've got Netflix, we've got a bunch of other stuff. So what I'm actually going to do here is go to the top, and you just need to create a new project. Now there's a few ways of doing this. If you create a Firebase project, say you want to use Firebase down the line, you create a Firebase project, it will get created here as well. Or you can go into cloud.google.com and do it from here yourself. I'm going to click on new project over here, right? So new project. And I'm going to go ahead and say something like, let's just type in Uber demo YouTube, right? And then create. Okay, this is nice, and it's going to create the project over here, right? So once that's done, I can click on this drop down here, and I can see, you see it's creating that for me, right? So if I click that, give it a second, Uber demo YouTube, I'm going to click that, right? And then once that's done, I can go down here to my navigation menu. I'm going to go down to APIs and services. Now, again, as I mentioned, you do need to enable a billing account here, right? So to make all the sort of API stuff work, create a billing account, set it up. I'm not going to go into it now, but you're going to need to do that. It's very easy to do, by the way. Then you go to your dashboard for your API and services, okay? And then what we're going to do is click this Enable API and Services. And I'm just going to enable all of them right now while we're here, right? So first thing I'm going to use is the Directions API. So this one right here, directions between multiple locations. So I'm going to click this, and I'm going to go ahead and set this one up right now. Okay, so I'm going to click on Enable, right? So this one's going to be Enable right here. So that works pretty nice, right? So we've got the Directions API, and then we're going to go ahead and also use Places API as well. Right, so we've got Directions API here, and I'm also going to do Places API. So we need to find down here, they usually has the similar ones here. So Places API, I'm going to click that as well. Make sure you're in your correct directory here as well. So we're going to enable that as well. Okay, and click Enable here. Okay, awesome stuff. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. let that sort of do its thing. And now we've got our second API enabled. So we've got the directions API, places API for the autocomplete, and the final one is the distance matrix API. And that's for all the sort of, you know, calculations and all that stuff we need to do as well. So I'm going to click enable here as well, right? And now we've enabled all of the things. It gives you the pricings and everything, but you do get $200 free, which is huge for your quota, right? So now we've enabled all your 3 APIs. That's the first step. The second thing we need to do is we need to go over to our credentials tab. Now I'm going to click here and just double check there's nothing sensitive here, but you click into the credentials tab to get a key, and this key is really nice the way it works, right? So I'm going to show you my credentials tab. So we've got this. So you've got API keys. Now right now you have no key, but what you want to do is click create credential. And what's nice about Google platform is you click on create API key over here, and it says creating an API key. Oops. Okay, I'm gonna delete that key after. Right, I'm gonna delete that right now anyway. But point is, you have an API key, right? You want to copy this at this point, and we're not going to restrict it. Okay, so we're going to click close, and then you have your key here, right? Now I'm going to generate another key in a second, so that way that key is not exposed. But the point is, get that key, right? Copy it. Get that key and copy it. Okay. Now once you have your key, that's going to allow you to actually go ahead and access all of the different APIs that we have attached over here. Okay. So that's going to allow you to have all the different APIs sort of attached here, right? So once we've got that key, that's like our, you know, that unlocks access to everything. So what I would say at this point is go to your code, go to your sort of the app.js level and hit plus. And we need to store this key in something called an environment file. Now, by default, this is getting put into GitHub for some stupid reason. So you want to go ahead and add this to your GitHub ignore file, so that way it doesn't get committed. You want this to be private. You don't want to push this to GitHub. Okay. So you add this to the git ignore file. Now, once that's done, we're going to go ahead and actually add it over here. So inside of your environment file, what you want to do is have your something called Google Maps key equals, and then this should be your super secret key. So super secret key, right? Something like, you know, that's going to be the one that you copy and paste, right? You want to paste that here. Now I'm going to go ahead and pop mine inside of here, and then I'm going to hide it so that way it works for me. So I'm going to pop this on my screen right now. And there we go. So I've just added mine in, and then I'm going to close my environment file. So I've just done that exact thing, and you don't add the little air quotes, right? You just add the value in itself straight away. Okay. So now I've got my environment key working. Okay. So my environment key is inside my environment, but in order to use environment keys, these are very handy, by the way, because you can actually have a production environment key when you deploy your test development key and all that stuff. I'm not going to get too far into environment variables at this point, but what we're going to do is go ahead and check this out. So we're going to create, we have to actually load something called .nv, right? So it's actually a nice little package called reactnative.env, right? And this allows us to use environment files inside of our application. So I'm going to do Command J, and I'm going to do the following: yarn add reactnative.env. Okay, and it doesn't just magically work. Environment files are very easy to use in things like, you know, React and normal, so create React app and Next.js. When using React Native, you need to do a little bit of configuration. It's not that hard, don't worry. All you need to do here, we've got babel config.js. So I'm going to go into my babel config, and we need to add a few things over here. Okay, so where we have presets, we actually need to add something in called plugins, right? There's actually going to be plugins, and it's going to be an array. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop it in here and show you exactly, and I'll put it on the screen right now so you can see it, right? So plugins is an array. We've got an inside array there, and then we've got this right here. So you can literally copy this out as you're doing it, right? And what this is doing is it loads in reactnative.env so into that bundler, right? Because what we need to do is we need to bundle those environment variables into our apps. That way, when it gets built, the environment variables are there to use. Remember, environment variables are there for sensitive information, right? You to go in there, right? So at this point, you've got the module name, and this is actually pretty cool. This allows us to just kind of have, when we do an import, rather than having some really weird kind of from reactnative.env, we can just say from @env, and it was kind of nice. And this is the path to the environment file. Okay, hit save. Now what we might need to do, I don't know if that works straight out of the box, but we can get a go, right? So that's pretty much done now. Now it will load in, okay? So now this will load in, okay? So at this point, we're gonna go back and go to app.js, okay? So it's looking pretty good. So at this point, what we're going to do is go over here and we're going to go ahead and continue on with the build. So we have our key and we're going to use that Google Places autocomplete to go ahead and get that nice functionality, right? So Google Places, where has it gone? I'm going to close my credentials tab because we've already done with that stuff. So the next thing that I want to do is inside of my home screen, I'm going to add in the React Native Google Places autocomplete functionality. So this was actually this one right here. Remember that gave us that nice little autocomplete, right? So we're back here. Let's carry on now. So I need to import this as follows, right? So to get this working, so I go into my home screen, import at the top, and we have Google Places autocomplete from there. Okay. Now, if I want my key, how do I get my key? I go ahead and I say import the Google Maps API key from that environment file, and that's what we used. We used Babel config to go ahead and set this up. So you see, there's a lot of like kind of, you know, threading the needle in kind of in the right place to kind of get everything set up. But once it's working, it's pretty simple, right? So you just need to go ahead and take your time to get it right, right? So import the key like so. And then what I want to do is I want to have the Google Places autocomplete, you know, component inside my app. So you see, it takes a bunch of things here. The key itself, you know, all this other stuff, on press, what happens, blah, blah, blah. You know, do you want to fetch the details and all this other stuff? So I'm actually going to show you how we're going to get it to work in the way that we need to get it working, right? So underneath our image tag, above the nav options, I want to have that being rendered out, okay? So I'm going to say render Google Places autocomplete. It's a self-closing component and a few things are going to happen here, right? So the Places API that we're going to use is called Google Places, right? Search. You need to add that in. So Google Places search, and this allows us to search for the different places in Google's kind of directory, let's call it. And then the thing is, when I type into this input field, I don't want to search on every single type. So I'm going to use something called a debounce. So they can have a nice little functionality called debounce. And this means that imagine you're typing, only after you stop typing for 400 milliseconds will it execute a search. That's going to, you know, be a lot more generous. So you always want to have a debounce in these sort of circumstances. Okay, it looks pretty good. At this point, I'm going to have a placeholder as well. And this is going to say where from. Okay, hit save, probably going to error out at this point. So it says @env cannot be found in your project. Okay, so we already, you know, we set up Babel, but what we need to do is when we do that, we actually need to restart our sort of, you know, our compiler. So at this point, I'm going to do I to open on iOS. I think we may need to actually restart it properly, but let's see what happens. Unable to resolve the module. Okay, that's fine. So at this point, what we need to do is cut off our server, because whenever you add something at that level, you have to restart your server, right? Expo start, and then we're probably going to get Chrome eat us up right now. So brace yourselves, guys. Brace yourself. Right? It's so unforgiving, right? But it's gonna cause me to lag a little bit. Chrome. Oh god, my CPU just takes a hit when it opens. Right. So now it's gone ahead and loaded it up, and then when we've done that already, I'm going to do I to open on iOS. Don't worry, this will go away in a sec. If it doesn't, then we just need to set up a few more things, and we just need to double check what's going on. Opening on iOS, okay, and then I need to do R. So it says new update available downloading. So now it will rebuild the bundle because we added something into that Babel bundle. Okay, so just bear with it. Do R to refresh. Okay, so I mean, we're still getting this issue. So we need to actually do a little step here then. In that case, let's go ahead and check out what's happening. So let's do reactnative.env, and let's just go through this up again. I think I might have missed something. Reactnative.env, we've done the install, we've added this in, we've done all of this stuff, that's fine. In safe mode, we've done that already. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so in this case, whenever you have this issue, just go ahead and do a few little run through steps. Do an npm install or a yarn to go ahead and make sure everything's up to scratch again. And in this case, yarn start reset cache. So this is a problem with our cache, right? This is where we've kind of, you know, there's something wrong with the cache and it's causing this issue to happen. What I would recommend here is to go ahead and completely close your simulator, and let's go ahead and give that a try. Now we'll figure it out, don't worry. So we'll open up the simulator as well. I'm going to do open new device, iOS, iPhone 12 Pro Max. And then we're going to reboot our phone. We can do these steps, you know, you can delete your node modules, run yarn install and all that stuff. But it's going to take a while. I don't really want to do that every time. Let's give it a sec. This is all because we made a big change to our barbell config, which is fine. You know, we were prepared for that. We just need to quickly get over this issue and then we're good to go. And I'm going to check my barbell config to make sure I made the correct changes. Okay. I'm going to copy in my config and see if there's any differences here. So I'm going to go ahead and check. Okay, we're good. Okay. So at this point, we're going to go here and I'm going to go ahead and say open on iOS and we still get this issue. Okay. So not a problem. We can fix this. We're going to go ahead and this is what I like. You know, you guys get into debugging situations with me. It's natural. It's normal. Okay, so Bible preset expo reactnative.env, all good. Let's see if it still finds it. Okay, we still got this issue. So delete the node modules and run. Okay, so when this happens, there's a few things you can do, right? What I would say to do is try this one first. So you do rm-rf node modules. Okay, so node modules. And what this will do is it will delete all of your node modules in your directory, right? So this will actually get rid of all my node modules, which does like a full clean out, a full sweep, right? And then we need to reinstall our node modules. So that's going to take a minute, right? So we're going to give this a little bit of a second and then we're going to go ahead and figure this one out. Okay. And then once we've done that, we can go ahead and come back and, you know, figure this one out again. So right now, this is deleting our node modules folder from our project. You just got to be patient with it. Okay, so the M file has to exist. We've already done this. Undefined, we've already done that as well. So it's annoying right now. We just have, oh, oops, I already messed. Okay, I actually messed that one up. Should have just done this. Should have done that. Yarn star or Expo. Damn it, that's the one I needed. Expo R-C. Okay, that was a silly mistake of mine. But instead, we're going to do yarn to reinstall all of our node modules. This is a debugging step, okay? It's okay to do it. Delete an environment file. No, you don't have to do that. That's not the solution for it. Right, so we're just downloading our sort of environment files. Again, we need to start Expo again, but with -C, that was it. So you get rid of your cache, okay? And trust me, guys, once this is done, we move pretty quick, right? So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and set up the autocomplete. We've already set up Redux, which is actually, you know, one of the big things that we need to do. Now it's going to be quite a smooth transition. The next step would be to go ahead and incorporate the maps, bunch of UI elements, and then we go ahead and pull data from different places, push it in the way that we need to get an Uber experience built out. So if you're excited for this, smash a thumbs up. Okay, so we've got this up and running. We've got the .env file for this. Okay, cool. And then once that's done, what I'm going to stop running my server right now. Okay, and this is one of those things, you know, don't freak out. Don't get scared when this isn't working. You know, just go ahead and take your time with it. It's very easy to, you know, when things don't work, to be like, oh my god, I'm not a developer. Freak out, and it's okay. It's all good. Right. In the meantime, let's go ahead and have a look at some things. Let's go ahead and look at React Native maps. This is what we're going to be using. So React Native maps, this one right here, and it's quite a nice little component, right? So we need to go ahead and install this afterwards. And then you can see you can pass in a bunch of things, and this will actually load out the different maps. Whether on iOS it would be Apple Maps, on Android it will be Google Maps. So here you go. Okay, Uber clone done, and we've already done. So now we go back here, and we need to do Expo. And what was the command again? It was Expo R-C, right? So let's do that. Expo R-C, right? And this is kind of restarting Expo, I guess. Okay, so it's going to start up Expo with 0 cache. So this should fix our caching issues, which should force the environment file to load. We should fix our issue, okay? It works on my local as well, which is a bit annoying. So it's all good. We'll figure this one out. Nice. So at this point, we've got this up and running. I'm going to do I to open it on iOS. Ignore this for now. This is a dead screen. This is owed. Okay, and then dismiss that right now. And it says opening on iOS. Opening on iPhone 12 Pro Max. And then if all went well, then you've just seen a live debugging fix for what we were doing. I hope it does, because otherwise it's going to be super annoying. Interesting. Building JavaScript bundle. Okay, we're getting progress. All right, and it's building out the bundle. Okay, so let's let it do its thing. And in the meantime, we've got React Native maps over here. So like I said before, we're going to be setting this up. And you can even have markers on this. That's how we do like point A, point B, and all of that stuff happening, right? So it's building out the bundle, and yeah, let's just be patient with it. As I mentioned before, guys, we've done all the heavy lifting at this point. So now it's actually quite a smooth build process, believe it or not. We've got quite a lot of like interactivity, a lot of kind of, you know, cool things to look forward to right now. We're going to be building the sort of autocomplete functionality. Then we're going to be having destinations. So how do we get from point A to point B? Right? And we're going to do all of this fairly quick, I think, right? It's going to be pretty fun once we get moving with this. And then once that's done, we're actually going to have, you know, the calculating the travel time and then passing all that information, rendering it on the screen. And I've got a nice little calculation to figure out how much your ride should cost. Okay, so 98% done. Let's see how this works out. Okay, nice. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. The demo goes to being nice to me today. And if you haven't already, remember, subscribe to the channel. Thumbs up, it helps the channel grow. And okay, we've done this crazy environment crap, right? So now we've got the environments navigation stuff working. Cool. So now we're going to carry on with that autocomplete stuff, right? So we went ahead and popped in Google Places autocomplete. So right now it's not showing, right? So obviously we need to go ahead and fix that. So what I'm going to have instead is on the home screen, we've got some styles that we need to apply, right? So I'm actually going to do some inline styling here. Again, it's no rule, right? You can use whatever styles you want to do. Class, make it into a class if you want. I'm going to add a container style here, and the reason is because the classes that they have, you can override them, all right? So the part that I want to override here is flex 0, and you just need to do these to get it on the screen, right? Trust me, I've tried it a lot. I've done a lot of few things, right? So it works. And then you can see text input. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. And you see how it comes up and you say font size is 18. I want to make it slightly bigger. There we go. Okay. So right now, if I type in, nothing's really happening. Okay. So the reason why is because we haven't passed our key through. It has no idea how to query Google. So in this case, I'm going to add a query attribute. And here I'm going to pass an object in. Now for the key, I'm going to pass the Google Places key. Okay. So Google Maps API key. There we go. Import my Google Maps API key. And what I'm going to do is comma. And this one I'm going to say language is EN for English, right? And obviously you can do different languages or, you know, add internationalization to the app, right? So I'm going to hit save. Okay. Now at this point, right, we should actually have, you know, if I type in, let's just type in London. Ooh, that's sick. We just got our first kind of, you know, interactivity element where you've got, you know, like if I type in, let's just say Germany. Boom, look, loads of stuff in German. I mean, you get some Texas stuff happening there as well. But Germany PSA, all right. I mean, let's just type in like, let's say Scotland. There you go. Scotland, road, Liverpool. Okay, you got loads of different places. Point is, it works, right? It looks sick. Works, and it works just as I wanted it. So at this point, I'm going to do the minimum length should be 2. So you should add 2 different things. Because, you know, you might have UK. I don't know. Or you might have that. Right. And then you see right now it says powered by Google. I don't actually want it to say powered by Google, so I can get rid of that. I can say enable powered by container is false. And now it gets rid of the enable by, right? So that way it kind of, you know, white brands it, I guess. Right. So that kind of makes it a little bit nicer. Okay. So at this point, enable powered by container is out. And then by the way, you know, when I kind of press this, okay, we actually do fetch some information. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say on press. And what this gives me back is an arrow function, right? And then it gives me a few details with it. The first one is data. The second one is details. Now we need to protect ourselves here and say that details is by default no, unless we say fetch details, which we are going to do here. The details include things like, you know, geometry locations. This includes things like the coordinates. Now the coordinates are crucial because I'm going to be storing those coordinates, rendering it on a map afterwards. And again, where do we store it? We dispatch an action which goes into the data layer, aka Redux, and then we use a selector which we set up earlier as well to pull the information from the data layer, aka Redux, use it in the component. Okay, so looks sick. We've got the here happening. So now what I'm going to do is just to prove to you that we get some stuff back, I'm going to console log data and I'm going to console log details. And now if I click save and I open up Command J, and I go ahead and just go, let's just pop in something like London London Bridge, click it, and now you can see, look, we get a console log, and you see all of these things, like one of the best places in the world, a beautiful bridge at River Thames. So this all comes from the details API that comes back from Google, right? Now, if we go all the way back up, you should see the first thing that we got logged out was data. So we get a bunch of information here, right? Now, if you look into this, you can see there's loads of things. I've saved you a bunch of this effort, and I'll tell you what to get out of here. But there's loads of things that we might want. Example, geometry. Location, longitude, latitude. So that's what we're actually going to be using to kind of get what we want out of this, right? So let's go ahead and get this done. We've got the information coming through from an API now, right? This is coming from Google Places API. Now, what we want to do is, I'm also going to add this a little bit of, it's kind of this nice little functionality where if you enter the return key, you go ahead and get the search, right? So I'm going to do that as well. So if you hit the return key on the keyboard, and by the way, if you want to bring up the keyboard, Command K brings up a keyboard sort of on the emulator. Right, helps you sort of figure things out. Okay, so when we press the when we press the option, like, you know, London Bridge, whatever, I want to now set the origin to the location that I press. Okay, so we already went and set up the data layer when we first started. Right, when we first started, we set up the data layer. So what I'm actually going to do here is get a few things to actually push information into the data layer. So in order to do that, I need something called a dispatch action, or a dispatch sort of variable. Now the dispatch is, remember, we have actions which allow us to change the data in the data layer, but we need to dispatch the action. So to me, the way I like to think of it is dispatch is like a gun. We shoot the action into the data layer with the payload, which has the information that we want to change, you know, or manipulate in the data layer. In this case, to get the dispatch, we say const dispatch equals use dispatch, and then we import it from React Redux. Okay, so that gives us our dispatch, you know, variable. And then with the dispatch variable, we can go ahead, and we also need to import something here. So I actually am going to import the set destination and set origin actions from our nav slices. Okay. So this is actually going to be very, very helpful for us in getting this working the way we need it. Okay. Rizwan says these sessions are much better than Udemy courses. That's my goal, dude. I'm not a fan of Udemy. I prefer to do this kind of teaching.
Udemy courses suck at teaching you how to code. Here's why. The problem with coding courses, React, JavaScript courses, is that they're outdated. Heck, they're probably still telling you that class-based components are the way to go. I mean, they're probably telling you that Bootstrap's still a good idea. You need a course that's updated weekly, not teaching you some dinosaur techniques. You need a community of developers that are there to help you every time you get stuck. Not those guys over at Stack Overflow who, let's be real, their sole job is to make you feel stupid. You need mentorship from somebody who's got real experience in the industry. This is where we come in. Zero to Full Stack Hero is the ultimate all-in-one package for you to learn how to succeed as a web developer. Weekly coaching calls, over 100 hours of coding content, dedicated success coaches that are going to be there whenever you get stuck, and a guaranteed formula for success that has helped over 500 of our Zero to Full Stack members land their dream job. Stop wasting time in tutorial hell. Join us in the world's best developer community today and get the life that you deserve. Click the link somewhere around the video and join us today.
So at this point, the way we sort of push data into the, you know, Redux store is we say dispatch, and then we push the action in. So in this case, the action is set origin, and the payload. So in this case, you can see it says action creator with payload, right? So we pass the parentheses, and the argument that we give in is an object, and the object here we can define however we want, right? So I'm going to store two things inside of this object for the origin: the location. And the location is going to be a set of, there's going to be some information from the API response. So that long API response, geometry.location, right? So what I'm actually going to do is it's going to be details.geometry.location. And what this will do is it will give me an object with the latitude and longitude. And we're going to store that inside of the Redux store. So that way, when I'm down the line and I go ahead and use, whenever I go ahead and access it down the line in a different component, on the map component, I have access to it. Okay, so here I'm going to say description is the second one, and this is going to be like some text which kind of helps me show on the screen, or whatever it is, where I'm searching, right? So in this case, if I type in London UK, I want to store that somewhere, aka the description. So here I'll say data.description. Okay, so this is the information that I want to keep from the response. The second thing I want to do is I want to make sure that the destination is null. Okay, so by default it is null, but imagine if I go back and forth between the screens. I just want to make sure that I dispatch and I see set destination as null. Okay, so set destination as null. Okay, this is looking pretty good right now. Okay, so we're going to set the origin, set the destination at this point. So we test it, right? So we make sure it's refreshed. We do London, UK, get arrive. Okay, so nav set origin is not a function. Okay, interesting. So we've actually messed something up here. We do dispatch set origin, and it says nav slice is not a function. Okay, so we need to fix something here. We've got set origin, set destination, and I'm importing this from here. Slices nav slice, and in nav slice, let's go over to nav slice. Let's just double check. Set origin is a function from our reducer that we are going ahead and exporting. I'm just going to double check that I've actually coded this up right, by the way. So there we go. Let me just double check what changed there. Nothing changed, did it? No? Okay, we're all good. If I go ahead and do this and we go back, let's just try this out one more time. Let's do London Bridge. Okay, so it was just a refresh that we needed to do. Everything was actually pretty good as we saw it. So let's go back to our, sometimes in React Native, it can be a bit kind of, it can be a bit weird, to be honest, in React Native. So I'd recommend sometimes just do a proper refresh, do a reload of your app and see if the problem still exists. Now, if I click get a ride, okay. So this is now actually storing in Redux, right? So if I do London, UK, it's actually storing the information in Redux. The next thing I need to do, right, is actually on the get a ride screen is render out a map. So if you're excited for the map start part, smash the like button, subscribe as always. And we're gonna go ahead and set up the map now, okay? So we're gonna go over to the map screen. So we've already got the origin information set up as we needed it. So the second step is the map screen, okay? This is where the map stuff goes, basically, all right? So for the map screen, a few different things. We're actually gonna have, we have a view and then we have an actual map, okay? So you see when we render this map, it's gonna be half the screen. So this is going to be half the screen over here. And then the other portion where we've got all the details is going to be another view. So what I'm actually going to do to prepare everything here is I'm going to have two views. I'm going to have one view, and I can use Emmet here. I can say view, and I'm going to have another view. These are two divs. Now for each view, I'm going to give it a Tailwind property of basically, it's going to say height of 1/2. So it will take up 1/2 of the screen each. Tailwind, and we're going to say height of 1/2 of the screen. And this will give each of them an equal distribution across the screen. We do need to import Tailwind, so I forgot to do that. My bad. Don't hate on me, React Native compiler. All right, so save. So now we've got this. And then let's just load up that screen. So get a ride. Okay, we're on the screen. Cool. And then you can do safe area view, but we're not going to need it because I actually want the map to kind of push into the dangerous area. So that's why I don't want to have the safe area view. And then for the map, let's start with the map, right? So I'm going to create an actual component for the map. So we've got all the logic separate. So I'm going to say map.js, RNFES, React Native Functional Export with start sheet. Okay. Then here I say I am a map. This is pretty cool. We've got this working. So map. So on the map screen, I'm going to have in the first view, I'm going to render out the map, right? And then here I'm going to go ahead and render the component for the map. So we do this and you can see I am a map. It's hidden up there. Let's get rid of the hiss. I am the map text. Okay. But the map, right? So it says I'm a map over in that dangerous zone. So how do we actually get this thing looking kind of nice, right? So what I want to do now is have a map view, and that comes from React Native Maps. Now I showed you before previously how to get that kind of up. So let's go ahead and see, where is it gone? Yeah, so here, React Native Maps, right? So it's a GitHub repo, awesome repo. And let's go ahead and import this, install it firstly. So we're going to go ahead and do yarn add React Native Maps, right? So when it doesn't tell you, you just do that. You need to install that. So yarn add React Native Maps, like so, hit enter. And then once that's done, we're going to go ahead and import map view from React Native Maps. Let me know, what's your favorite part of the build right now? Import map view from React Native Maps. Let me know. Okay, we installed the React Native Maps. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is actually have the map view rendered on the screen. So I mean, let's go ahead and copy this example here and just see what comes out, right? And then that way you get some indicator of what's actually on the screen. So I'm going to go ahead and simply pop on the actual map view as our entire component. So map view, cannot render map view, where the hell is it? Is basically what it's saying to me. I'm going to import that and the marker because eventually I want to have that little dot, like pin that kind of drops on the screen. So hit save. Let's go over here. And we don't see anything. Now, the reason why we don't see anything is because we need to give it a bit of style, right? So we need to go ahead and say style equals, and I'm just going to give it a Tailwind style of flex1. So it's going to use up as much room as it can, flex1, and it's already in a half container, which means it should use up half the screen. I always forget to import my Tailwind, but let's fix that right now. Right. Let's go over here, chuck it down here, save, get a ride. Boom! San Francisco, baby. Look at that. Sick. That looks awesome, man. Look at that. Look at that. Ah, smash the thumbs up if that's cool. All right. So at this point, this is looking kind of nice, right? And we're gonna have now sort of. So you can imagine where we're going with this. Eventually, the origin will get pulled through here, and we'll show that stuff out. I'll show you how it all works. Okay. So what we're gonna do now is I want to actually have it so that when you click get a ride, it shows my origin. That's the first thing, right? So imagine if I have London, UK, click get a ride, it should show London here. Now right now it's very busy, the map. It's got loads of different things which aren't really useful when we're kind of, you know, having navigation. So you can change an attribute called map type to muted standard, and you see how it strips the map down. I personally think that's way more better when you're doing this because it's, you know, when you've got navigation, all you want to see is the actual navigation. So that would be my advice here, right? So let's continue on. So we've got the style, we've done the, okay, nice. So the next thing we want to do now is actually have the, let's have the location pop up here. So how do I pull in my, remember, if I pushed information into the data layer, how do I pull it? Right. So first thing I want to do is say const origin equals use selector, which is how I pull something from the selector. Remember we created all those selectors in the nav slice at the bottom, right? So I'm gonna close that, nav slice select origin. So I'm going to use that here and say use selector select origin. And what that does is that in essence is actually going to go ahead and go into the state nav and give me the origin. So whatever the value of the origin is in the global store, it will give me that. And that will get pulled through here. Now remember, that was an object that I set it to. So for the initial region here, I'm actually going to do something pretty cool. I'm going to say origin dot location dot latitude. Okay. And here I'll say origin dot location dot long. Okay. Hit save. Now it should. Okay. There you go. It's London now. Right now for the delta and longitude delta, this can be extremely confusing when you're starting off, right? So I'm not going to go too much into what a delta is, but for now I've actually implemented a very nice way. So typically we set this to this if we want to have, you know, a street level kind of distance, right? Now this is the only time you're gonna have to modify that value, and then afterwards I promise you it'll be easier. Okay, so I'll show you a different little trick to get around the delta. So you don't want to have to calculate your deltas. It's annoying, it's a headache. What the hell is even a delta? It took me ages to figure out, but that I've got a nice little solution around that will help you out, and it'll fix so much headache and time for you. Okay, so right now if I go back and I type in, let's just type in Scotland. Okay, Scotland UK, get a ride. And now you see it's taking me to Scotland, I guess. Where's this? Let's type in something like LA. Let's do Los Angeles, California, USA. Get a ride. Los Angeles. So we're somewhere in LA right now. See that? Nice. Awesome. And let's actually do somewhere a bit more kind of, you know, identifiable. So let's do London Bridge. UK. Get a ride. London Bridge. Nice. That's awesome, right? So the first thing I want to do is actually drop a marker as well on that bridge, right? So what I'm going to do here is underneath the map view, I'm actually going to firstly make the map view no longer a self-contained component. So it's actually going to have children. So I'm going to make it a actual parent component. And then inside the map view, we can put other things, like for example, a marker. Now I only want to render this little kind of pin if the origin is there. Okay, so at this point what I want to do is I want to say origin, and this may be undefined, so I want to protect myself by saying it's optional, which means that it could be there, but if it's not there, don't freak out, don't break. Basically it's called optional chaining. And I'll say if we have the origin location, then I want to render out a marker component. So I'm going to render out a marker, and we did import that earlier on. This is a self-enclosed component. And this marker, what I want to do is I want to give it a coordinate, right? The coordinate for this marker is going to be the latitude and longitude from the origin. So very similar to what we did earlier. Okay, and there you can see we get a little pin drop, right? Awesome stuff. And also if you want to look at that, look around, you can hold Option and kind of zoom in around. And this does actually support zooming in and out of your app as well, which is awesome, right? So you see we got a little pin drop. Now what I can do is I can give it a title, description, and identifier, right? So what I'm actually going to do here is pop in a title, a description, and an identifier, and hit save. And now if I click it, origin, London Bridge, London, UK. So you can say like your starting point, you can change that to whatever you want, right? Live location I didn't include because I didn't want to have my live location pop up, but you can easily kind of implement that if you follow the documentation. But yeah, so this gives you a very nice little starting point for that. But say we did something like, give me a location, guys. Let's do something like Facebook headquarters, Facebook, I don't know, headquarters, yeah. Facebook, I don't know, DC headquarters, Street North. So it found somewhere, and I guess that's where Facebook headquarters is. Yeah, look, so it's got some kind of, I guess Facebook's there, I guess. All right, so I want to actually kind of hide these options, by the way, as well, if you don't enter the origin. So how do we do that as well? So I'm going to go to my nav options, and I'm actually just going to upgrade this a little bit. So that way, if you have, you know, if you haven't filled out your details there, it's not going to actually be, it's not going to be clickable, because we don't want to go to the map screen if you haven't got an origin. So the way that I do that is I say touchable opacity is disabled if there is no origin. And because we're trying to access origin, I need to pull the origin in with a selector. So I say const origin equals use selector from select the origin, right? So that's how you always pull information back. Once you get used to that pattern, relatively simple. Now it looks the same, right? So the way that you get it to look a bit different is you can go ahead and say for the view, I'm actually going to keep this one pretty simple. I'm going to say the style of the view here. So the container that you see over there, this view style is going to be Tailwind. So we're going to pop in some Tailwind. Did I import it? Yes, I did. And then I'm going to say, okay, only actually apply this Tailwind. So I'm going to put in a print, JSX little tag. And I'm going to say, if there is no origin, then I want to render out opacity 20. Right. So now if you see, if there's no origin, then we should be rendering out blah, blah, blah. Okay, so if my app's just not restored, so let me go back here and do R to refresh our app. And let's see now, okay, there we go. So now it's only gonna, show me something if I go ahead and pop in an orange. So as soon as I hit London, then it becomes a clickable button. Then I can click it, then I get London. So that's how we can pretty much go ahead and do it, right? So that's gonna help you out a hell of a lot. Oh wow, you got loads of people. Rotterdam Way, Merlo Park, Warsaw, Rotterdam. I'll tell you what, I'll do someone. Let me go ahead and pick One Hacker Way. Right, let's go ahead and do One Hacker Way. One Hacker Way. Oh look, Menlo Park. And wait for it. There we go. Facebook's building. Look at that, guys. I hope smash that thumbs up. Right. That works, Okay, so at this point, it's looking very good. So now we need to implement the bottom section. Okay, so we're going to go back and over to our map screen, and we need to go ahead and continue on with the rest of this. So, let's actually head over to our map firstly and see if we need to do anything else over there for now. So I'm going to hide that. Command J to hide. Now, over at the map screen, right now, I think we're pretty good so far. Okay, we're pretty good at this point so far. We need to build the bottom section now. So going back to map screen, the second view, so the second half, you see Tailwind half, this is what we're going to be doing next, the map screen. Okay, so for the map screen, this one's kind of cool, right? So you know how we have a stack navigator here, you can actually have a nested stack navigator, which could be the size of this area here, which can have its own sort of swipeable stack. And remember, as I mentioned before, swipables can pretty much be, you can stack forward, back and all sorts of stuff. But yeah, this should help you out quite a lot, right? All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go to the bottom, and I'm actually going to create a new stack navigator. Okay, so for the map screen, I'm actually going to go ahead and say const stack equals create stack navigator. This is going to be a sort of, I guess it's a lower level stack navigator, right? So we've got the main one in app.js. This stack navigator, so similar principle. And now we have one in our map screen, okay? And what we're going to do is this is going to live inside of here. So stack.navigator. Right, so we're going to have a stack navigator, and then we're going to have two screens that we're going to render here. The first one is going to be the navigate card, and this is going to say where do you want to go to, right? And then basically when you click, you enter your options, blah blah blah, it will go to the next screen, which will say ride options card, and that's going to be the one that Uber X, Uber XL, Uber Lux, and all those things. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and do stack screen. So let's go ahead and do stack screen. And we've got navigate card and navigate card component, which I don't have at the moment. So I'm going to create a navigate card component to prepare later on. So navigate card.js, React Native functional exported component with style sheet, and say yo, and then hit save and go back to our map screen and import the navigate card component. So to import that, I just need to do the following. So I don't actually need that there. We'll say import from, and it's not going to be the map, it's going to be navigate card. There we go. Okay, and now we see yo, right? So you see how we got yo. Nice. We're going to have another screen which is going to be for ride options card, and that's going to be the one where we pick the ride, like Uber X, Uber XL, Uber Lux, and all that stuff. So I'm going to go to my ride options card component over here, which I'm going to create .js. And again, React Native functional export with the style sheet. There we go. And I'm going to say, pick a ride, right? Okay, awesome. So at this point, it may not be clear as to, okay, how the hell is it actually doing anything or working, right? So firstly, we need to fix this and have an import for the ride option. So I'm going to go here and do ride options card, save. And then you see if we go to, let's just say London, UK, get a ride, we're in London. Yo, and now we can actually have a navigate, and the navigate here would go through to the next area on this screen. Okay, so make sure you're subscribed, right? If you're not subscribed and you're one of those likers, please just hit the subscribe, grow the channel, right? It's such an amazing vibe from you guys, right? So what we're going to do now is build out the actual navigate card. Okay, so the navigate card, we're actually going to go ahead and set a few things up here. So firstly, I want it to be the safe area view, because what can happen here is you see underneath here, you don't want it to go into this dangerous area as well. You kind of want it to be above that at all times. So you don't want to kind of break that zone. So here I'm going to do safe area view, and I need to go ahead and import my safe area view like so. And you see it doesn't look much different here because it's not touching the bottom, but it will prevent it from damaging the bottom. Okay. Now this is actually a gray background. So we're going to go ahead and change that. Right. And yeah, so let's go ahead and check this out. Right, so we're going to add a style here, and this style is going to have a background color of white. So you can do it two ways, right? You can do background color of white and all that stuff. So I'll show you. Usually you could do Tailwind, and you can do flex 1 BG white, right? So in fact, we could just do that. Let's just do that. Let's go ahead and pop this here. Tailwind. Let's go ahead and pop it here. Tailwind dash dash. Then we can say BG white. Oops, BG white flex 1. Now you can see it's white all the way. If I do BG red 500, you see it's that bottom half, right? So we're going to do BG white flex 1. So it should take up as much room as it can. The second thing I want to do is I want to say good morning, Sunny, right? So like on Uber it says good morning. Now obviously we're not got login and things like that in our app right now, but you can upgrade this app after you're done. Share it on your stories. By the way, if you're watching this and you are enjoying it, make sure you shoot an Instagram story and say I was watching and everything else. My Instagram handle is on the bottom. It's SSSS Sanga. Right, so you see it right there on the Instagram tag. But make sure you do that, because I love it when you guys shout out and see. I can see you guys who is actually watching behind this video. It's awesome to see. We're gonna have good morning, Sunny here, and I'm gonna say and you can have your name there to make it cool for you. Text center, so I want to center the text, so you see it gets centered. Padding from the Y, so top and bottom of 5, and the text should be extra large, so text should be XL. There you go. Looks really nice already, right? Carter says we share the code. The code is available on the Papa GitHub repo. I'm going to be pushing it straight after this, so it's all available over there. If you want it, make sure you grab it. The next thing we're going to do is add a view. Now this view is going to be responsible for a few things. We're going to have a Google Places autocomplete here as well, similar to the one that we had at the top over there. And that's actually going to say where to. and that's going to be setting the destination. So very similar to previously, and then we're going to go ahead and have that. Okay, so what I'm actually going to do now is for that view, I'm going to style it accordingly. So I'm going to add a bunch of styles in here. So let's go ahead and do style. I'm going to add a border top, border gray 200. So it's a border top for the view underneath, gray 200, flex shrink. So it should be able to shrink as and when it needs to. And I'll show you why we need that later. Okay, so inside of this view, we're going to have another view which has the Google Places autocomplete inside of it. Okay, so inside of here, I'm going to actually put in the Google Places autocomplete. So I need to import a few things to get ready for this. I need the Google Places autocomplete, and I need Google Maps API key from our environment variable. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit save on that. And then inside of here, we're going to do the same thing as we rendered before. Google Places autocomplete component, like so. Self-closing component, and let's go pop that in. And let's go ahead and start putting things in. So we're going to say placeholder equals where to, right? So it's very similar to Uber's experience. You see where to, right? So we're going to do the same thing. We have to specify which API, and we're also going to give a debounce of 400. Now, if you don't remember what the debounce does, it means as you're typing in, you don't want it to constantly be searching on every single one. You want it to be after 400 milliseconds of the user stop typing that it does it. So for the styles here, I'm going to show you how you can have, like I showed you before, you can have Tailwind styles, or you can have, your own styles and this and that. So in this case, I'm going to show you how we can have, in this case, we're just going to say input, let's say the 2 input box styles. So it's going to be the 2 sort of styles. Then we'll show you how we can do it in here as well. Right, so for the container override, remember these have certain overriding fields that we can override. So the Google Places one. For the container, I'm going to do background color white, padding top 20, and a flex of 0. So hit save on that. You can see that it's very hard to tell because the background is already white. And there's 2 more fields, text input and text input container. So if I do these, it's not even being applied right now, because firstly, what I'm doing is I'm changing the background color to a slight kind of gray, border radius 0, font 18, and then a bit of padding around the container. So I'm going to connect this here by saying, all I need to do is say styles equals, there you go. So I've shown you inline styles, I've shown you style sheet styles, and I've showed you Tailwind styles, right? So you've got all the different ones as well. So I think that should help you guys out quite a lot in terms of, that way you can use your flexibility and creative knowledge as to how you want to use it. Right, so styles is 2 input box styles, awesome stuff. And then we've got the debounce. So now I'm going to also add in the fetch details. Remember, we want to fetch the additional details as well. I'm going to disable the powered by container. So let's just test it out. Let's do London. And right now we don't see any results. And that's because we don't have the query. Remember the query? The query is where we put in our key and where we say what language we're going to do. So Google Maps key goes in here. And now let's try it. Let's do London. Boom. Now it has a key to go ahead and query your Google APIs for. Okay. So this hopefully, it should be fun for you right now. Okay. So the next thing we want to do is have a return key, which has, so when we hit the return key, it's going to also have the search. Right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to say on press, and we're going to say we've got a JSX function. We're going to say arrow function, sorry. And this gives us 2 things, remember? It gives us the data and details. So I'm going to say data and, data. It's just, there's going to be data and details. And remember, we need to protect ourselves by saying the default value is no. Okay, so that looks pretty good. And now what we're going to do is, remember, we set the origin this first way, but we're also going to go ahead and do dispatch and then set the destination, right? So we did it with the origin. I'm going to do the same thing for this, but in order to do that, I first need my dispatcher. So I say const dispatch, dispatch equals use dispatch, import it from a React Redux. It's a hook that gives us the dispatch object. And then I'm also going to import my set destination action from our navigation slice. So set destination like so. And then what we do is we say dispatch the set destination with the payload that is something like the following. So remember, before we did the location and the description. Location and the description. Okay, so it looks really nice at this point, location and description. Now, after I do that, I do want to navigate, right? So I want to navigate them to the next screen, right? So at this point, after that, I need to go ahead and get my navigation like sort of item. So I say navigation equals use navigation. import it from React Navigation. And then after we actually select something, because the natural behavior is you basically put in a, you know, an address here. And then when you hit an, like an item here, it should navigate you to pick a ride, right? So here I should say something like navigation.navigate. And the route name we gave it earlier was ride options card. Okay. And it's saying, whoa, where is navigation? So that's because we need to go ahead and do that. No, wait, what's happening? So we've got a dispatch, that's why. And this right now is, oh yeah, my bad. That's why. Okay, so now let's try it. Let's do something like we go from London to, let's just say Scotland, and then wait for it. Something's not working for me. Scotland. Okay, so I'm going to refresh my app again. Don't freak out. Just do a refresh. Oh, request timeout. Oops. Okay. So hopefully I didn't kill my quota, but London, and let's just do something like Scotland. Oops, Scotland, UK. Okay, there you see it. It went ahead, pushed the destination into the Redux store, and then it pushed us over in. Now, if you want to go back, you see how we can do that. We can swipe back. Nice. So now we have the destination working, right? So this is actually incredibly powerful. We're moving very fast because we've now got quite a lot of power to the app. So now that we have a destination, we can actually upgrade our map. So when we go back to the map component now, okay? So once we're over at the map component, now what I can do is I'm going to introduce the actual directions API, right? So this is actually going to be the directions part of the sort of, you know, the build. And the way we do directions is actually pretty slick, okay? So I'm actually going to include a React Native dependency here. So we're going to go ahead and install a dependency called yarn add. It's going to be React Native maps directions. Enter. Okay, so what this does is it sits inside of our map view component, just like a marker does, but it provides us with, you know, point A to B directions, which is awesome, right? So what I can do now is I can firstly go ahead and grab we grab our origin here, but I'm actually going to grab a destination as well from the store. So I'm going to say use selector, select destination. We're going to import that as well. So now we've got our origin and our destination. And what I'm going to say is if we have both the origin and the destination, then I want to render out the direction. So I'm gonna say if I have my origin and I have my directions, destination, oops, and I have my destination, right? Then what I can do is I can go ahead and say let's render out the map view directions component, which we need to import. Okay, so once we've installed that package, I need to go to the top and install it, import like so, and then we go ahead and pop it in like so. This is a self-closed component. It just takes a bunch of attributes to work. So at this point we've got the origin and destination. So I say origin is equal to the origin.description. So this actually takes some text, so that will do that. We say the destination is equal to destination.description, and that was actually the text, remember, when we set it in the store. The API key we pass through, and this is actually going to be the Google Maps API key. So that is actually, we need to pull it in from our environment variables. So we go ahead and pop that in. So you see how it's quite nice how it forms afterwards, right? So we do that and we say Google Maps API key. There we go. And then we're also going to go ahead and say we've given it the key, we've given it the origin, destination, and then they got these two nice sort of, you know, configuration things which are more for the appearance. So stroke width and stroke color. So one is going to be, you know, for the width, and the color is black. Uber has black lines around it, right? So if I go ahead and hit save, wait for it. Oh, look, it's directions. It's got some directions right now. Okay, right now I need to figure that one out. So trying to do something, but we can go ahead and now it's got a direction here, right? So it's doing some kind of directing for us. But if we went from, rather than Scotland, let's just say we went to, let's say London Bridge. And then you can see, look, it goes around the roundabout, down the road, and then up here, all the way over to, I mean, it's going to go to London Bridge. And then it goes to London Bridge, right? Nice. So we've got some directions working now, right? So we've got to solve a few problems. One is we want the map to zoom out at the point at which we have a second. So when we have a destination, I want it to zoom out and go over to the point where we have I went to zoom out and go to the point where we have the, you know, A and B both in the map view. So to get that working, I've actually figured out a really nice way, right? So what we need to do is we need a reference to the map. So that way I can manipulate this map. So how do I do that? Well, we're going to use the useRef hook. The useRef hook is like a massive pointer. It points at something. It can point at anything. So we're going to have a reference to the map. So that way I can attack the map or, you know, change things with the map whenever I need to. Say const map reference equals useRef, which is a nice little reference hook in React. And we initialize it with the value of no to begin with. We attach it to the map view. So all this is doing now is it's saying point towards the map. So we're attaching it to this component. Now, this is the cool part. Okay, so this is the part where you got to pay attention. We are going to have a use effect. Now, a use effect I cover in the React Basics 101. Again, link in the description. You can cover all your, you know, the React Basics, use effects. What the heck is that? Use state, use props. Quick little breakdown of use effect. This bit of code runs when the app or component re-renders. It runs once if I include these dependency brackets. But in this case, I want this to rerun whenever the origin or destination changes. So this is the dependency array. So this bit of code that I'm going to have here is dependent on origin destination, which means that if it changes at any time, it's going to rerun this code. Okay. So firstly, I'm going to say if there is no origin or there is no destination, I don't want to run this code, right? So I'm going to kind of exit this block right here. So we can protect ourselves by saying if there's not that, you just immediately return, don't carry on. But at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say map ref. Okay, so what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to zoom and fit to the markers. Okay, so I'm going to say map reference dot current. So you basically get the current thing that we're pointing at, right? And then you have this very nice function on this map view called fit to supplied markers. Okay, and what I can do here is I can go ahead and put a parentheses. And for the first argument, it takes a markers string array. Now the first markers are going to be origin and destination. Now, if you're wondering, what are the markers? You know, like that's actually this one here, identifier origin. So I need a destination marker, right? So I'm actually going to quickly add that one in now as well. And then we can carry on with that little top bit of code. So I'm actually going to copy a block in this exact same as the origin, except that we change the destination and then the identifier to be destination as well, right? Now destination we get from here as well. It's saying that you need to import the use effect. So let's go ahead and import our use effect like so. So we import that from React at the top. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to fit. So I've passed in the origin and the destination markers. And the second argument is actually going to be something. It's going to be something called the options. Okay. Now what you can do here is you can pass in something called edge padding. Now this basically means when it zooms in, how much room around the side of the screen do you want to give towards, you know, the top, left, middle, right, and all that. So I'm going to give everything like a 50, I think, right? That means that it won't zoom in like to the point where each marker is touching the side. I want to kind of pad it a bit, all right? So hit save and let's just give this a try, right? So let's go ahead and do London, UK. Okay, cool. And let's go ahead and do something like Essex. Okay, boom. Aha, check it out, guys. That's sick, right? We have our pointer, which goes ahead and say destination is Essex, origin is London. And then if we go back and we change it, because it's inside of a use effect, which means that whenever these change, it will re-trigger off the value. Let's go ahead and say something like Birmingham, UK, boom. Now I'm sorry, but that is sick. Right, that is sick. You don't have to mess around with deltas and all this other stuff. It just works, right? So if you've ever done React Native maps and you've ever got into that kind of sticky situation, that's how you get out of it, right? You use fit to supplied markers and it will save the day and it will help you out. Okay, so let's keep the pace, right? So we've got this down here, which is making it look pretty nice. Okay, so we've got this over here. And now let's go ahead and say, like, let's just imagine we went to London Bridge, or let's just say London Eye. So this goes and navigates over to London Eye. In that case, it kind of had a weird little kind of corner case, but let's do something like Scotland, UK. And I love how it zooms out as well. You get like a nice little slick animation, right? So the next part is picking the ride. And then obviously we're going to have some UI components down here to make it look and feel a lot more like Uber, right? In fact, let's do that right now, right? So over on this screen, we're going to have 2 extra buttons down here. So I want to have those buttons ready and done now. So if we go back to our home screen component, we're going to have these 2 extra fields down. These are pretty much UI components, right? They're not going to have any actually functionality to it. You can upgrade this definitely on your side to have more functionality. But what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to call it nav favorites. And this is kind of like where it says go home or go here or go there. So we're going to go ahead and create a nav favorites component, right? So I'm going to go ahead and create this component over here. So I'm going to create nav favorites.js in our components folder, React Native functional exported with a style sheet. And then this is going to be where the, the favorites live. Now, what I want to do for this part is I want to have it as a flat list. So I've already got the data prepared for you. So I'm actually going to pop the data in on the screen. So you're going to have this data here. Now this data can actually be outside if you want. So it doesn't have to block things up. So you can actually have that outside. And this data is just going to be 1 to 3. It's going to say home. And it's going to say location, home, code, destination. And you can actually code this up. So when you press it, it actually enters in the destination. If you wanted to do that, you can do that, right? So now over here, I'm going to actually have a flat list, right? So I'm going to import it and I'm going to have a flat list, which is a self-closed component, okay? Now for the flat list, we're going to have, remember, we have a few things here. We have the data itself that we pass in. So we pass in the data. And then we also have something called the key extractor. In this case, the key extractor. Okay. Now the key extractor is where we pass in the item. We want the item ID to be the keys for each of the loops. And the final one was render item, right? And for this one, you get a, let me just pop it down here. You get an arrow function, right? With some code that gets returned for each item. And then you destructure the item here. Okay. And what do we want to render each time? Well, we actually want to render a touchable opacity because it's going to be a touchable looking button, okay? So in this case, I'm going to do a touchable opacity. So touchable opacity. And then that's going to be it's going to be a parent component. And inside of it, I'm going to have an icon. And the icon in this case is just going to be, I'll show you exactly what it is in a second. But in this case, let me just do some text and just say test or something, right? So before we get too ahead of ourselves, say, yo, hit save. Okay. So we've got this out on the screen. So on the home screen now, I'm going to import my nav favorites and we should see yo, yo. And these are both touchable buttons. Okay. And the reason why we're going to do this is I'm also going to have this on this screen. So I'm going to have it in 2 locations. And we're also going to have a menu button that goes back to the menu in case you don't want to swipe back. So for the nav favorites, we're also going to go ahead and say nav favorites. And then inside of here, for the text, we're going to have some icons here. Now, as you can see, what I've actually done here is each of the items themselves have icons attached to them. So what I'm doing is I'm using the icon set from React Native Elements. And I'm going to go ahead and say, okay, render out an icon with the following styles, which I'll explain. So we're going to render out the following icons. So Tailwind, margin right of 4, rounded full, background gray 300 and a padding of 3 with the icon from the item. Now you can see we haven't actually got the icon. So what I can do is I can do ES6 destructuring, which breaks into the item and gets a couple of things. In this case, I want the location, destination, and the icon from these components. So all we're doing is we're basically breaking into this component and making it simple to go ahead and do it, right? Hit save. And now he says it doesn't have Tailwind. So I always forget that. My bad. Don't hate me, right? Do that, save. And now you can see, boom, we get these 2 massive things, right? Obviously it's not that nice. I want to clean this up a bit. So right now I'm going to say, remember by default it's columns, right? So what I'm actually going to do here is say style is Tailwind backticks. And then here I'll say flex row. I don't want to have flex column. I'm going to say items should be centered. So because I'm going to have more than one thing in that thing. And I'm going to say padding 5. Okay, looking nice already. And then I'm going to have a view, and I'm also going to show you some emit tricks, like view with some text inside. So view with text times 2, boom. I want to have 2 text fields inside of a view. And the first one is going to say the location. And the second one is going to say the destination. I keep saying description. And you can see, look, home. And now you can see where I'm going with this, right? So you see when on Uber, you have that sort of, clickable sort of thing where you can have your favorites. So that work, home, work. Right, now let's just style these up so they look perfect. So we're going to say for this one, the style of Tailwind backticks. And this one's going to say font semi-bold. And it's going to be text, which is large. Okay, that looks nice. And then for the destination, I'm going to say it should be a style with a Tailwind backticks. And it should be text gray. 500. The reason why I love Tailwind as well is because you have such a nice color palette that you can always use as well, which is really awesome. Okay, that looks pretty damn good, guys. I really do like that. Now, if I want to have separators between items in a flat list, we can actually add in an additional sort of thing here, which we can add in is called item separator component. Here, what we do is we have an arrow function which returns some, JSX, and this we can pretty much pass in a view. So I'm just going to pass in a view, a self-closing view, by the way. And this one is going to be interesting. I'm just going to say it's passing a style. And this style, again, I'm going to show you, typically you can use, just Tailwind styles and all that. So I'm going to say BG gray 200. But if I did like a height here of 1, you see that's quite a thick line, and I can't go lower than that in the height for Tailwind. So what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to combine Tailwind styles with inline styles, and I'm going to say give it a height of 0.5. Notice how I made it an array syntax. Now we get a super thin line, which is a divider between the components. And if I did in another one now, the nice thing about a flat list is you see it will just add on to that list. Okay, boom, looks good. What's really nice about this is I can go ahead and click get a ride, and I want that to appear underneath here as well. All right, so what I can do now is I can go ahead and say, if we go to our map screen and I go down to, let's go to our map screen. Now it's underneath, where's it gone? It's actually going to be in the, it's actually going to be in the navigate card. So navigate card. So inside a navigate card at the bottom, underneath this view, I'm going to have the nav favorites. And now, boom, it's there as well. So this is what I love about React in general. Look, with reusable components, completely upgrades the app, right? And it's completely reusable, which is sick, right? Which looks really nice at this point. So now we've got two things in there. Obviously, I'm going to set that as a challenge for you guys. It's not that hard. You can do on press. Whatever's in there, you can add that to make that the destination. Then you can have a quick shortcut to it. I'm pretty sure you can figure out how to do that after watching this build, right? We've explained a few of the steps there. Pretty sure you guys can do that. You guys are awesome. Okay, so nav options are done. Now at this point, I want to have this bottom part here. Now, before I do that, you see when I do Command J, that's an issue. And you're going to find this in a lot with React apps. That's not a good user experience at all. And imagine on a smaller phone, that's going to be a damn headache, right? So the way we fix this, in this case, because the entire thing is a component and I want the entire thing to shift up, we're going to use something called a keyboard avoiding view, right? Now, this is one of those things that can become a bit of a nightmare when you're learning React Native, but I'm going to do it over at the app.js level just to be, a completely basic introduction to this now. What you need to do is you need to import something called the keyboard avoiding view from React Native. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and here and pull in the keyboard avoiding view. Now we don't actually need the style sheet here. We can get rid of that. And we can get rid of the style sheet there. So we're importing keyboard avoiding view. And what we do is we're going to put it above the navigator level. So below the safe area provider for the icons, but we're going to put it there. Okay, and I'm going to put all the navigator contents inside over here. Okay, and now you realize it can't see anything, and you're probably wondering, oh no, all our hard work. This is just because we need to go ahead and give it a flex of 1, right? So you can do it 2 ways, Tailwind, or this way. I'm just gonna give it a flex of 1, and that allows it to use up all the space that it possibly can. Okay, now what we can do at this point is if I do a Command K now, still a bit of an issue, right? So what you need to do is you need to give it a behavior attribute. Now, to make this work correctly on iOS, it handles slightly different to on Android. So that it takes a property called behavior. Now, the way we sort of do this shift up motion in iOS is through padding, and the way it works on Android is through height manipulation. So the way that we can sort of be, sort of check this out is we can use something called platform, which is something which React Native gives us. So we can import this from, import is from React Native. We say if the iOS platform is being used, use padding, otherwise use the height. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now if I do this and I do Command K, oh, that's nice. All right, so it actually moves it up now. So we have enough room to work with now. All right, so imagine you can still type in, you still see all the search results, looks awesome, works, right? Now there is a final little difference you can do. You can actually add something called keyboard vertical offset. And the lucky charm for me in this case is to say if you're on iOS, do -64, which means afterwards we're going to have a little bottom component. And I kind of want to crop it out by 64. But on Android, they handle this for you. Hence we do 0. But on iOS, I need to do -64. Okay, but now if we do it, see how it crops in a little bit? And there's a reason why I want to do that, right? Because afterwards I want to add in one more UI element at the bottom. So at this point, we've done that work. So we're going to go back to the actual map screen and back to the navigate card. And inside the navigate card, we are now going to go ahead and do the following. So we're going to go ahead and drop a view underneath here. So underneath here, we're going to have a view. And this is basically going to say it's going to have a little rides button, right? So this is pretty much what we like to have. We have a rides button, right? So we're going to have a view underneath here, right? And now inside of this view, we're going to have two buttons, two touchable opacities. And one is going to say, you know, rides, and one is going to say Uber Eats sort of thing. That's just how the normal Uber app works and looks. So I'm going to have a first one inside of it is going to be a touchable opacity. Okay. And this touchable opacity is going to have an icon and some text inside of it. Now this is going to be relatively simple. So I'm just going to pop it in. An icon, which is going to be from Font Awesome, which is a picture of a car. Color is white, size 16, and the text is going to be text white through Tailwind styling, text center, and it's going to say rides. Okay, we save this, it's going to freak out because we haven't done our imports. So I'm going to import the icons up above, hit save. What else have we imported? Let's do this. We've got, okay, so it's white at the moment, that's why. So the touchable opacity, I actually want to make that a different color, right? So here I'm going to say style equals, and this one's going to be Tailwind, and this one is going to have flex, and it's going to be flex row. And to make sure that you can see it right now, I'm going to do BG black so you can see what I'm doing. But now you can see that rides comes up. Okay, so this is going to be a width of 24. I'm going to give the padding on the x-axis a 4 and a padding on the y-axis of 3. And you can see already it gets nice, and we'll make it rounded 4. So that's why I love Tailwind, guys. It's so nice to get stuff like that working as smooth and slick as it is like that, right? So it's just so quick to do stuff like that, right? And then I'm going to have another touchable opacity. This is going to follow the exact same similar approach. I'm literally just going to copy the touchable opacity right now and chuck it down here. And you can pretty much go ahead and pause the video and see the difference. Only difference here is I didn't do BG black. Instead, I made the text of the color of the icons black. And I didn't do BG white or text white, sorry, here. I just did black text. That's why we've got this nice view here. Now, this bottom section by default flexes column, hence why it's stacking up. On the view here, I want to do style equals Tailwind, backtick. I'm going to say flex row. So that's the first thing I want to do, flex row. And you can see it goes into a row now. BG white, right? Oh, this is a nice one. Yeah. I'm going to do justify evenly. Justify evenly. I think I have the best coding playlist. I'm just going to say it out. I'm going to throw it out there and start a war, right? I think I have the best coding playlist. I take pride in my coding playlist, right? Because it's just a fun, you know, playlist to go ahead and code with. Right, so justify evenly. And then I'm going to go ahead and say padding Y of 2. Margin top of auto, because I want it to basically take up the majority of the room at the top. If we don't have margin top auto, just stick above, you know, where it can. I want it to push all the way to the bottom. I want a border on the top. And then I'm going to say border gray 100, right? Border gray 100. Okay. And there you can see now we've got a nice little border at the top as well. So you see how nice that looks. Now, the rides looks a bit squashed there, doesn't it? All right, so for the rides, what I actually want to do is we have the icons and stuff like that over there. All right, so I actually want to fix that a little bit because that looks a bit squashed up right now. So I just want to check, have I got it slightly different here? I think I've just skipped a step. Let me just go ahead and see if there's a difference. There's a minor difference there, but oh yeah, oops. So for the actual touchable opacity, I need justify between for the icon. Justify between, I completely forgot to do that. And then you can see now the rides shifted over. Now, when I click this button, I want to navigate to the next screen as well, right? So for this one, I actually want to do on press, right? For that button, I want to say on press equals, and what this will do is it will say navigation dot navigate, and we haven't actually imported this, which is why I can't see it, I don't think. And it's ride options card. So this will also take you to the next screen, right? So now you can click on rides and it'll take you to the next screen as well. So you see that? You get a nice little rides as well as when you do this. So London, I've actually done London to London now, so that's a bit silly. But if we do like London to Birmingham, you see now. Okay, so now we're moving over to the ride option screen. So the really fun part now is where we calculate the total travel time, the total mileage, and in addition, we're also going to say what you want to ride in, Uber X, Uber XL, and Uber Lux. And I've actually implemented my own little custom pricing, which means that the further away you drive, the more it will charge you and so forth. And then we also have a surge pricing parameter. So imagine, sometimes you're on your Uber and you see that message where it says, it's actually quite busy at the moment, so we're offering surcharge. So I'm going to show you how to do that as well. So for this one, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into this screen. Okay, so this screen is actually going to be the ride options card, and this one is being rendered from the map screen under our second stack navigator, which is why I can swipe back and forth like this. Okay, so inside of ride options, I'm going to go ahead and set up a bunch of stuff now. Okay, so first thing is we're going to have a safe area view, because remember we have some area stuff that you don't want to mess it up. So I'm going to import that in here, and sometimes it doesn't work properly, so there we go. Okay, and then I'm going to have at the top, I'm going to have a sort of our own custom header. So I'm actually going to have a bit of text here saying select a ride. So let's go ahead and say select a ride. Okay, and this will be centered, and then we're also going to go ahead and center this out. So I'm going to say style, say Tailwind, backtick, text center. Okay, padding Y 5, and text should be extra large. Okay, all right, so let's do this. Boom, save. Okay, Tailwind. Hey, it comes through. Nice. All right, so you can see select a ride. So if I do London, UK, boom, we're in London. We say, let's just say Scotland, UK. Okay, and select a ride. Nice, we're on this screen now. Now as you can see that there's a slight background difference, white and gray. So I'm going to go ahead and change that as well. So here for safe area view, I'm going to say style should be Tailwind, backtick, BG white, flex grow. Okay, and then now you can see that I should, and just to prove, let's do 500, and there you go. Okay, so it is doing it, right? I'm gonna get paranoid about this stuff. I like to make it look perfect, right? So we got that. So I'm gonna go ahead and we have the text up here, and I'm gonna surround this actually in a view. I'm gonna move this into a view, because on this one, I'm actually gonna have a touchable button. So I'm gonna say touchable opacity. And this is going to be a button with an icon inside of it, which is going to be like a back sort of caret, right? So it's going to have a back button, which is going to navigate back, right? So touchable opacity, and that's going to have an icon inside of it. The icon is going to be chevron left from Font Awesome. So we just pop that in like so. So at the top, I need my navigate, because you see we've got this nice little kind of carousel there, but I want it to, caret, but I want this to kind of look a bit nicer. So this view should actually be styled out. Now the way I need to do this is we have the icon, we have select a ride, and right now actually what I might do here is I might absolute position this, because I don't want to shift anything around, but I always want it in that spot. So what I'm going to do is for this touchable opacity, I'm going to say style equals Tailwind, and I'm going to do absolute positioning, I think. So I'm going to do absolute, I'll say top should be 3. And I'm going to go ahead and say left should be 5. Let's hit save, and you can see. Let's wait for it to move. Touchable opacity style, absolute. Oh, oops, there we go. I messed that up. So it should be Tailwind. There we go. And now you see it moves over a little bit. Nice. And then I'll do padding of 3, and I'll do rounded 4, because I don't know. Yeah, I do want something there eventually. But when I click it, right? When I click this out, I actually want this to be, it wanted to take me back, right? So in order to do that, what I do is I say on press, okay? So what I do is I say on press, and then I go ahead and say an arrow function, and I do navigation. So I know to do navigation, I need my navigate object. So navigation equals use navigation. And then here I'll go ahead and say this. And I can say navigation dot. And here you can do can go back and all sorts of other stuff. In this case, what I'm going to do is very clever actually. If you do navigate to the previous card, it will handle it for you. So I'll say navigate, and then we're actually going to go back to the navigate card. So check this out. Now I can either swipe back or I can click this. And right now, why is it not clickable? Let's have a look. We've got absolute top left 3, blah, 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 padding round 4. Okay. And then we've got touchable opacity, BG flex grow, touchable opacity. Okay. Looks pretty good. Okay, there we go. So weird little fix there actually. I had a, yeah, I found, yeah, so it's a weird one. If you add it, if you don't have these curly braces, oh no, it was there, it wasn't nice. You don't need that. Yeah, it was just a bit stuck. Okay, so now you can see here I can click a little, so we've got our own custom header here. So you see, you can do it that way as well, right? Several ways of, you know, fixing issues. Okay, so we need to render a list of cars that you can potentially, you know, access and all that stuff. So how do I do that? Okay. Dun, dun. Now what we can do is we can go ahead and say for the flat list. So I'm going to actually have a flat list underneath now. So underneath select a ride. So underneath this view, I'm actually going to have a flat list. I'm going to import it. And this is a self-closed component. So similar to the exact flat list that we have used before. And here I'm going to say const data equals. I'm going to have my sort of, you know, data above. I'm going to check this over here. So this data is going to be UberX. So you see each one has a different ID, right? IDs just need to be unique. In this case, I've done UberX123, UberXL, 456, UberLux, 789. The title of each that's going to show UberX, UberXL, UberLux. The multiplier, this is going to be the cost multiplier. So for an UberX, it's going to be the normal cost. For an UberXL, it's going to be 1.2 times the cost. For an UberLux, it's going to be 1.75 because it costs more to get a luxury car, right? And then each of the images, I've gone ahead and saved you a bit of hassle, and you can go ahead and use that. Okay. So at this point, we've got the data. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass the data through for the flat list. So we're going to say the data is here. Okay. And how do we actually render this data out? Okay. So I can have the key extractor firstly, because we want to get our keys. And we're going to say the item ID is going to be the keys. Okay. And then for the rendering, this is where we say render item. And then for each one, remember we get an arrow function where we return, hence the parentheses, and we destruct an item, and that item is going to be, you know, each of the things in that list. And then inside of here, what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and say a touchable. So this is a bit where you've got to pay attention. It's going to be a touchable opacity firstly. So touchable opacity. And this, I'm just going to go ahead and say text for now and say car. So now you can see that 3 cars come rendered out on the screen. So we know something's working at this point. That's what I would say you should do. Right, we're close to 1.9k likes as well, guys. Smash the thumbs up if you're still watching. Hit the subscribe button if you're enjoying this. Let's keep on going. We're so close to the end now. Okay, so we've got the car. Okay, now obviously I don't want to just say the car. I want to have an image firstly. So for the image, we've used an image before, so I'm going to go ahead and save us a little bit of time. Pop an image in here, and the style is going to be a width and a height of 100. The resize is going to be contained to keep the aspect ratio, and the source is going to be the image of the item. Now I don't want to do item.image, so I'm going to destructure the item here. We'll say ID, title, multiplier, image, right? And if you are destructuring, but you still want the item, you can actually get the item still like that. So many of you may not know that trick, but you can still get the item if you do that. Okay, so you can destructure all the properties, but still get the item. And for the image component, I'm actually going to import that from React. There we go. And let's go ahead and go from London to, let's just say Scotland. Okay, and there you go. Got my cars. Nice. That looks pretty sick, right? Nice. This is looking good, guys. So the next thing we're going to do is we've got these image tags, and then I'm going to have the actual sort of title. So UberX, UberXL, UberLux, and so forth. So at this point, I'm going to have a view, and this view is going to have the text. So I'm going to have, so I'm going to show you a little Emmet trick. Rather than saying that, I can say view with text times by 2, and we get the little nice little snippet. And I'm going to say the title should go in here. Title should go in here, and then here I just want to have, let's just say travel time dot dot dot. So we're going to estimate that afterwards. So we're going to have UberX travel time, and you see it's a scrollable list. Okay. So for this view, I want to do the following. So firstly, for the touchable opacity, I want to style this up a bit because right now it doesn't look that good. I'm going to say style Tailwind. I'm going to say everything should be in a row because right now it's kind of in a column. So that looks better. But I want it to be in the center. So I say items center, and then it goes central. And I say justify the items between themselves. So justify between, save, and then you go. It kind of pushes it apart, right? So at this point, what we can do is I'm going to say padding X of 10. Should be padding X of 10. Okay. Right. So it looks a bit strange at this point, but I'll show you why we do this and what we're going to be achieving when we have this, right? So this isn't the end all be all. Don't worry, the style will change. It's all good, right? So padding X of 10. And then I'm also going to say, okay, so I'm going to show you afterwards as well. If you select it, how you can highlight the sort of selected option. I'll show you how to do that in a sec as well. Okay. So we've got the title, the travel time, and then we're also going to have the money aspect of it. Okay. So I'm also going to have a final text thing over here, which will say something like, just to say £99, but we want to make that dynamic afterwards, right? So for this text, I'm actually going to make it a style, and this is going to be Tailwind text XL. So it's going to be a little bit bigger text XL. And this is why I like Tailwind. It's so fast to style, right? Otherwise it will take ages if you're doing that normally. Now for this one, the other view, I'm going to pull that a little bit more left. So I'm going to give that a negative margin left. So Tailwind, negative margin left of 6, pulls it a little bit more that way. Just a nice little tweak, I thought, right? For the title, little style tweak here, Tailwind, I'm going to go ahead and give a dash dash and say text extra large, and I'm also going to give it a font of semi-bold, font semi-bold. And then you can see, boom, we get a nice bigger option. Okay, looking good, guys. Right. UberX, UberXL, UberLux. Okay, so we've got the 3 different options at this point. And obviously we're going to plug in the Google distance matrix. That way we can see what the travel time is, how many miles that we're going to be traveling, and then calculate a price accordingly, right? All of this to come. So it's a lot of fun, right? At this point, we're going to have to do the following. So when I click it, I want to, how do I get it to show me which one's highlighted? So when you have a flat list, you can do a pretty cool little thing. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a piece of state to keep track of what's selected. So in the React, you can say, it's a simple React stuff. We can say selected, set selected. And this is basically preparing a piece of state, which by default is going to be no. So nothing is selected. And if you don't understand this, feel free to check out my second link in the description, React Basics 101 for free on Skillshare. So get a recap of that. I would binge watch it if you don't know what that meant, right? I would recommend doing that. Okay. So once we've got that down, you want to go down to your, when you go to your touchable opacity button over here in the flat list, we're going to say on press. And what I would do is I'll say, set the selected item to that, right? So basically when you press it, I want to say, when you press one of those rows, it's going to set the selected item to this, right? And there's a reason why I'm going to do this. It's going to be pretty cool in a sec, right? We need to import our use state. Pop in from React at the top. There you go. Hit save. Boom. Go back to our screen. Let's just do London. Let's go Scotland. Okay. Oh, what have I done here? Use state. Oh, damn it. Okay. Just do it one more time. London, UK, Scotland. Okay. Look how nice the flow is, right? We're taking it for granted that this was all done right now. So sick. Right. So you got, if we click this now, it's actually storing the state for the selected car or the item, right? So what we can do now is we can actually apply a conditional style. So after this, I can say, okay, if the ID of the thing that we're mapping through is equal to the selected, and something might not be selected, so I'm going to optional chain it, selected ID, then I want to apply bg gray 200. Boom. Aha. Look at that, guys. How sick is that? And now you have a selected thing. And if you're wondering, well, you could have just used the ID, you know, you could have just set the ID in there. No, because I want to use that information at the bottom afterwards to show which car you've selected. Okay, so that was damn pretty cool, right? Okay, so we've got this happening right now. Select a ride, awesome stuff. We can go back and forth. So clean, I'll say so clean, right? So at this point, we're gonna have the little button at the bottom that we need to implement. Okay, so that button at the bottom is gonna be simply, it's gonna be outside of the touchable opacity, right? So we've got the touchable opacity, and what we have here, no, sorry, we've got the flat list over here. There we go, we've got the flat list over here, and we're gonna have a view. Okay, so inside of this view, we're gonna have a touchable opacity, right? And this touchable opacity is gonna have a piece of text inside of it, which is gonna say choose, you know, choose a car. Right, in this case, if you have a car selected, it's going to say selected dot, because it may not be, sorry, optional chaining, it may not be selected, selected dot title. Now, if you see down here, see how when I select a car, it changes? Right, so that's going to be the basis of the button, right? That's going to be the basis of the button, right? So now what we're going to do, you can see how this is starting to fly together, right? And this is the beauty of Tailwind, React Native, everything coming together. Tailwind dash dash, and we're going to say text should be centered. Text should be centered. Text should be white. And I want to do text should be extra large. Now you're probably wondering, why would you do that? You can't see the button now. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say the style is going to be Tailwind BG black. PG, babe. Oh, that light is tuned. That's good. There we go. Black button. There you go. Nice. Look at that. Starting to look better. And then we're going to say the padding on the y-axis should be 3, and we should also have a margin of 3. You can have it touching the side if you want. I mean, it looks pretty cool. I'm going to have a little bit of a margin so it's not touching. And because we're in the safe area, it's not going to go down here. Okay. So now we've got this happening. I'm going to also say that this button should be disabled if you haven't selected anything. Right. So I'm going to say touchable opacity should be disabled if there is no selected item. And also if there is no selected item, I'm also going to say that the background should be gray. So I'm going to say if there is no selected item, then we should apply BG gray 300. Okay. Now if I go back and I go forward, you see how nothing's selected? And then when I click it, then it says choose Uber X. That looks sick, right? See how when I come back, boom. Awesome. Okay, guys. So with that said, now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and complete the build by adding in the distance, the Google Distance Matrix API. Now this allows us to calculate the total distance from point A to point B. Right, and what that will do is it will allow us to essentially be able to say select a ride with the miles. It will tell us how long it will take to get to the destination with the Uber, and then we can use the relevant information from that distance matrix to calculate a price that we can then charge the customer. Okay, so a lot of stuff happening right now. So what we're going to be doing is I'm actually going to go ahead and have the following occur. So we actually need to go ahead, and inside of the map screen is where I'll have a lot of the logic for this, because the map has this functionality. So I think it's actually inside of map we do it. Yeah, so inside of map we do it, because all of the details are stored, you know, around the map. So it makes sense to have it here. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create a use effect, right? And this use effect is going to be completely responsible for calculating the travel time. Okay, so it's going to be completely responsible for calculating the travel time. And what this is going to be dependent on is based on the origin, the destination, and the Google Maps API key. Okay, so it's going to be, these three things are going to be, you know, this use effect code is going to be dependent on these few variables. Okay, so this is awesome right now. What we're going to be doing is we're using the Google distance matrix to make this happen. So anytime you want some asynchronous code, asynchronous because we now need to make a request to that API to say, here's the origin, here's the destination, give me back the information as opposed to how long it will take, the time, blah, 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 all that stuff. And what I'm going to do is I'm then going to push that into Redux, so that way I can go ahead and go to my other component, the one where I select a ride, and pull it from there using the travel time selector. Okay, so at this point we're going to have the use effect, and I'm going to say const get travel time. So in order to have an asynchronous bit of code, you have to have an actual block of code inside, and then you invoke that code like so, get travel time. But we're going to have an asynchronous block. You can't just use async await. You can't do this inside of hooks, because like a use effect hook, it breaks the rules of hooks. So we get the travel time. So at this point, we're going to say, we're actually going to protect ourselves again. We're going to say if, so before all of this, I'm going to say if, wait for it, if there is no origin or destination return. So I'm going to have the same, careful code there. And what we're also going to do, I mean, you can have that inside of this block if you want it, or you can optimize it a bit more, have it there if you want, that's fine. And basically we're making a fetch to a Google API. So this is basically called a get request, right? So what I'm doing here is I'm making a call to quite a long query URL, right? So the URL that we're making a query to is actually this one right here, okay? So it's this URL right here. Now notice how I use backticks, because I can interpolate some values from JavaScript inside. So this is the one that you want to do. maps.googleapis.com/maps/API/distance matrix JSON. And then here we set the units to imperial, and the origin we pass through at this point. Now this origin we're getting from Redux, the destination we pass through here. So destination to description. So we're giving, like London, UK, Scotland, and then the key we're passing as well. So this is like the magic to URL. Okay, so what I'm going to do is instead I'm going to say fetch, right? So I'm going to say fetch this information, right? So fetch it, which means basically make a request to that endpoint to get some information. Once this comes back, we should get a response. Now this response, we need to pass it as a JSON object. So we do it like this, okay? And then after that, what we do is we say .then, and then we have access to the data. Now this gives us a bunch of information back. For example, how long it takes to get from point A to point B and all that stuff. Now I've already done the hard work for you. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna dispatch this travel time information into it. But to prove that it works, I'm gonna do console log data. I'm gonna show you, okay? Because I want you guys to see it for yourself. So you see now, if I go ahead and do console log, you see how it came out with the destination is Scotland, origin is London. And then in here, we got the distance matrix. So it says 470 miles. And then it says the text is 8 hours, 7 minutes. And then we have this very handy little value here that we're going to use to actually calculate the price. So you guys can see how this is working, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and make a sort of, we're going to store this information inside of Redux. So I'm going to use the dispatch. So if I got the dispatch, I need to get my dispatch. So dispatch equals use dispatch, and I'm going to say use dispatch, sorry. And then here I'll say dispatch, and I will say set travel time information. So remember we set this up earlier on, and the payload for this is actually going to be, I've already done the hard work for you. So that information that came back, I only want to get this bit of it, right? So you see we've got to access this kind of object that comes back and all that stuff. So I've kind of saved you a lot of the headache for this, right? We actually already have the origin and destination, I don't need to keep that. So what I can actually do here is you can say data.rows. We're going to access the first array dot elements, and it's an array. I'm accessing the first element. Okay, so I've saved you a bit of hassle there. Don't worry. Thank me later. Right, all good. So now we have the travel time information available to us, which means I can go to any component because we just dispatched an action to update the Redux global store with that information in, which is awesome. It allows us to then access it anywhere inside of our components. Okay, so in this case, I go to ride options, And now here, I want to grab that information. So what I can do is I can go ahead and go over to my, I'm inside my ride options card, and I can go and say travel time information. So travel time information, information equals use selector, import it from our React Redux. And I'm going to go ahead and say select travel time information and pull that in from nav slices as well. So now inside of here, we now have access to it, which means if I say select a ride, you guys are going to be blown away with this right now, right? Smash the like button if you're enjoying this right now. I'm going to do select a ride dash. And then here, what I do is I say, wait for it. Oh man, this came at the right time, right? So I'm going to say travel time. Oh no, where have we gone? Yeah, dash. And then I'll say travel time information. It's optional because it might be, you know, asynchronous or loading. And here I'll say distance dot text. So this is actually the information that came back before, distance dot text. Hit save. Select a ride 470 miles. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go from London to, let's say, Essex. Essex, you so sick. All right, and then for the travel time, what I'm going to do instead, travel time 32.6 miles, right? Oh no, sorry, that's the distance. Now I'm also going to go ahead and say the travel time here, instead of this, I'm actually going to go ahead and do something else. I'm going to say the actual distance. So I'm going to say travel information dot, and this is going to be again, duration dot text now, duration dot text. Okay. And this one is going to be, and I'm going to add travel time after it. So travel time. Aha. Look at that, guys. 55 minutes. And just to prove that this works, let's say I went to like Germany, right? It's going to take ages, right? So if I go to Germany, and I think I've timed out on that. So let's do London. Yeah, I've timed this out. So sometimes because I keep spamming it, it's rate limited. So what I can do is I can refresh. I can do London to get a ride. Say Germany. Let's go ahead and say Germany. 10 hours, 24 minutes travel time. Haha, so sick. 528 miles. And now the price. The price is the final piece of the puzzle. Are you guys ready to do the price? So for the price, what I've done is, if you notice that from here, we actually got back a distance of value. So what I did is I figured out a nice little formula that works well with it, that figures out an approximation of the price. Okay. First thing we need to do is actually have a constant, like a constant, right? And this constant is going to represent a surge price, right? So in this case, we're going to say const, and I'm going to call it the surge charge rate. And this is really good for like if you have, you know, like surcharge, or, you know, like when you, how many of us have been on Uber and it says, you know, currently there's a lot of demand in the area and we are charging 3 times the amount to take you home. Right, so in this case, 1.5 is the current rate, let's just say, right? But imagine that if it was busy, that could go up to 2, and you can make that, you know, a piece of state and modify it. You can do whatever you want, right? But this is kind of a little architecture point. So surge charge rate. Now, with that charge rate for the price, I'm going to do some pretty cool stuff over here. So I'm going to use the internationalization JavaScript API. It's a bit of a mouthful, but basically what this does is it allows me to format a piece of text using a natural JavaScript API. So it's literally built into JavaScript. And then we're actually going to be able to use our, you know, custom formula to make this work. So what I'm going to say here is for the price, right? And I'm going to go ahead and space this out so you guys can see exactly what I'm doing. So I'm going to say new international. So this is built into JavaScript dot, and here you can see number format is what we're going to do. Parentheses. And I'm going to say ENGB because I want to do Great Britain. Okay. I pass in an option, and here with this option, I can say style is, I'm going to pass this number based on the currency. Okay. So this is going to be a currency passing number. And I'm going to say the currency itself is going to be GBP. Okay. So we've got style, currency, and the currency itself is going to be GBP. Okay. The next thing we do is we have that number formatted, and we say the number, and we pass in a number here or a value. Now for this number, I'm just going to give some space that way you can see exactly what number this is. So I'm going to say, okay, this number is basically going to be the travel time information, which is an optional because it may not be there in the beginning, duration, value. So this number will be higher if the duration is longer. Okay. I'm going to times this by the surge charge rate. So by 1.5, by 200 or whatever. And then each car has its own multiplier. So I'm going to apply that as well. So if it's UberX, it'll be 1, 1.2, 1.75. And then I'm going to divide this by 100 to get up like a, because there's 100 pennies in a pound, divided by 100. Hit save. Now, are you ready for this, guys? Are you ready? As soon as I hit save, we should see pricing. Hit save. Check that out. £561 to go to Germany from London, which sounds about right? So I'm going to do something a bit more realistic. Essex from London, £49.17. Perfect. That's literally pretty much exactly what it will cost you to go. UberX costs £49.17. Uber XL costs £59. Uber Lux costs £86. How sick is that? How crazy is that, guys? That is absolutely insane, right? Keep smashing that like button, because now I'm going to give you guys a rundown of the app, and we're going to go through every single feature that we have built in this insanely powerful Uber app. This is incredible, guys. All right, the final little piece of the puzzle I'm going to do is, you see when we scroll down, I'm going to add a nice little border to that view. So I'm going to say style equals Tailwind dash dash. I'm going to say MT auto border top border gray 200. Hit save, and now you can see, oh yeah, now we get a nice little border gray. I know it's very hard to see what I've done there, but if I do 5, see, it's actually there. It's there, but you just can't see it. You see that? Boom, it's there. But I want it to be super subtle. It's a gray little border, but it looks nice. All right, look at that. Dynamics. Let's do the whole flow. Let's reset this app and do it right from the beginning. Let's do New York, NY. Let's go ahead and say New York University, NYU. All right, get a ride. So I'm at New York University right here, and let's go ahead and go somewhere else in New York. So New York, let's go to the Bronx Botanical Garden. 2882 to go from, look at that, New York, the Bronx, Uber XL, Uber Lux. How sick is that, guys? Smash the thumbs up button if you thought that was cool. Also, we need to do the menu icon, right? So I'm also going to do the menu icon. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's do the menu icon right now, because the only way to go back is to do that, right? So smash the thumbs up button if you thought that was cool. Once we do that, I'll do the final one. So I forgot to do the menu icon. So over on the home screen right now, it's actually the map screen, sorry. We need a nice little button which allows us to have a home button, right? So it's going to basically navigate us back. So above this, where we've got the, the half split, I'm going to have a floating menu button. So this is going to be a touchable opacity. So touchable opacity. And this is basically going to be a component parent. Oh, this song came at the right time, right? And I'm going to import the icons. And then we've also got our Tailwind ready. Nice. And then I'm going to have an icon here, which is going to be a menu icon, right? And then you see right now, it's kind of weirdly over here somewhere where we can't see it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the style of this button. So style. And this is actually going to be a Tailwind button. And this is actually going to be something that's absolute, right? So it's going to be absolute position. So it's going to sit above everything. Top dash 16. So you can see, we can't really see it right now. So I will find it in a second. Left 8. Where is it gone? Right, we'll find it. I'm gonna do BG gray 100, BG gray 100. Okay, still can't see it yet. We'll find it. I'm gonna do Z index of 50. So now it comes to the top, because Z index is basically the layering in which things appear on the screen. And we're gonna do a padding of 3, rounded full. There we go. And now you can see, okay, but the way that we make it pop out is we add a shadow behind it. That's the little trick for front end devs. Shadow large. And now, boom, nice little icon which floats above everything. So touchable opacity. Now I'm going to do, and now I need my navigator. So I'm going to say const navigation equals use navigation. Use navigation. And then here what I can do is I can say on press of this button, then I'm going to have an arrow function fire up, which says navigation, navigate. And this is going to say go to the home screen. Okay, let's start out. Home screen, boom, sick. Okay, we keep on moving. So at this point, I'm gonna go from, let's say India. Let's go to, let me see, Bangalore. Everyone's saying Bangalore or something, right? So let's do Mumbai, Maharashtra, India. I'm not sure where that is, but okay. So we're in Mumbai right now. So anyone recognize this? Right? And we're gonna go to Dubai. Let's see if you can go from Mumbai to Dubai. Oh, okay. That's undefined non-object travel time. So this is because we might have an undefined at some point. So to protect yourself against this, you do travel time information. Where's it gone? Travel time information. And where we use it, all you need to do is basically go ahead and protect yourself. So at this point it is, where am I using it? Travel time.distance.text. So .distance.text. Just trying to find this example of where we're messing this up. So we've got distance.text, distance.text. This is where we are breaking. So basically we just need to optional chain it here. While it figures it out, that's why that happened. Okay. So at this point we can do, I'll tell you what, let's do London to Dubai. For London, get a ride to Dubai. And now we should be protected. Dubai, United Arab Emirates. Okay, so I've made the same mistake. This is in the same place. Where have I done this? Duration.text. Duration.text. And this is happening over here. It's duration.text. So you see, we need to optional chain it. That's why. London, UK, to Dubai, United Arab Emirates. There we go. It's an expensive drive, but I'm sure someone will, £4,000 to work, right? You could pay 4,000 and it will work. Let's do a little demo of what we learned today, guys. We built an Uber clone, which has the Google Places API, the Google Distance API, and the Google Matrix API. What was it? No, it was not Google Distance. It was the Directions API, for the direction from A to B. We use Google Places API for the autocomplete, and then we use the Distance Matrix API for the mileage and all that stuff. Crazy stuff, guys. Absolutely insane. Let's go ahead and demo through Uber. You can type in, let's go ahead and do London Bridge, get a ride, right? And you can also, you've got nice little UI elements over here, get a ride. You go ahead and pinpoint it. You can even click it. It says Origin London Bridge. Let's click on where to, and let's go ahead and say, let's go to Birmingham from London. So Birmingham, UK, and then boom, £132 to go to Birmingham, 127 miles. And you can scroll around on the map. You can click it. It says destination Birmingham. You can now click between the two. You can select a ride. We even have optional styling being applied. Perfect, lovely UI. We can either swipe back between screens, or we can click on this absolutely positioned button to go back to the home page. That has been absolutely incredible, guys.
Wow, that was crazy, guys. We just conquered the Uber clone. This is one of our most popular builds on the channel, and by this point you would clearly know why. At this point, if you're finding React Native really, really fun, just think to yourself, stuck in a 9-to-5 job, this is my office each and every single day. It's whenever and wherever I want. I write code for a living. Here's how you can too. The problem with coding courses, React, JavaScript courses, is that they're outdated. Heck, they're probably still telling you that class-based components are the way to go. I mean, they're probably telling you that Bootstrap's still a good idea. You need a course that's updated weekly, not teaching you some dinosaur techniques. You need a community of developers that are there to help you every time you get stuck. Not those guys over at Stack Overflow who, let's be real, their sole job is to make you feel stupid. You need mentorship from somebody who's got real experience in the industry. This is where we come in. Zero to Full Stack Hero is the ultimate all-in-one package for you to learn how to succeed as a web developer. Weekly coaching calls, over 100 hours of coding content, dedicated success coaches that are going to be there whenever you get stuck, and a guaranteed formula for success that has helped over 500 of our Zero to Full Stack members land their dream job. Stop wasting time in tutorial hell. Join us in the world's best developer community today and get the life that you deserve. Click the link somewhere around the video and join us today.
By this point, guys, you must be enjoying React Native. The power is incredible. One code base compiling onto all of these different devices. It's mind-blowing. Next up, we have an incredibly fun app to build. This one is the infamous Tinder clone. So in this build, you're going to be building an iOS Android clone of the Tinder app. We're going to cover React Native, Tailwind CSS, how to authenticate users using Google Authentication. You're going to learn how to build those swiping Tinder-like cards. We're going to implement the matching algorithm, which actually works between two users. And if that wasn't enough, once you've successfully matched with a user, we're going to implement one-to-one real-time messaging. That's going to be powered with Firebase's Firestore database. You're also going to learn how to use React Native navigation to have several different screens inside of your app, including the beautiful pop-up modal when two people match together. And to finish things off, we're including the use context API. So you're going to learn how to go ahead and leverage the React context API inside of your iOS and Android apps. So without further ado, Pop Fam, let's hop right in. Check this out, guys. Tinder 2.0 with React Native. Boom. Look at this app right now. We have swipeable cards. We have the context API. We have Google sign-in. We have the matching algorithm. We have one-to-one messaging. Everything is inside this app. Let's check it out. You can swipe nope. You can swipe match. Let's go ahead and swipe. Let's go ahead and do a few things right here. Let's go ahead and say nope, no, 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 Mark, no. We got a few things here. Oh, my girlfriend's on here. Wait a sec. We planned this. So I'm going to go ahead and swipe right on my girlfriend. And now let's imagine my girlfriend's on this phone. Okay, so this is her account right now. So she better be swiping no, 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 no. And I can also do this one as well. But she sees me. So at this point, I've matched with her and I can see, you know, she hasn't matched back yet. She should have. But let's go ahead and check what happens when she goes ahead and swipes match with me. Boom! We get a match. Now that is sick. Okay, so there's a match, which means if I go into my phone now, I can see Mehban. And if she goes ahead and sends a message, boom, she can also send a message to me. So we have full one-on-one chat right now. So let's go ahead and say, let's check this out. So let's do, hi, Mehban. And then she can go ahead and say, hey, Sunny. And this is real-time chat between two phones right now. All of this you're going to learn in this build. So all you need to do to go ahead and enjoy this build is smash that thumbs up button for the YouTube algorithm. But as you can see right now, this is the app we're going to be building, okay? So you have a real-time chat, even to the degree where this bit gets updated. So if I go and say holla, look at that. It gets updated over there. So everything works so sick. I'm going to be teaching you so many new things in this build. We're even going to have this nice little pop-up modal over here. And I'm going to have Google Authentication. So I'm going to show you guys how to go ahead and have Google sign in with an Expo device. Now, to let you guys know, this is on iOS and Android natively. Okay, so this is not a web app that we're building today. It's a fully functional iOS and Android app using React Native. Get that, let that settle for a second. Fully functional React Native app. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pull up my screen brush. And I'm going to go ahead and check this out now. So I'm going to go ahead and write down all of the things that we're going to be covering in today's video. So let me just see if that sticks. We're just going to have fun with today's video. Okay. So check this out, guys. We're going to be learning React Native. Right. And smash the thumbs up button if at any point I write something here which you do not know. If you don't know something on what this screen right now that I'm about to write, smash the thumbs up button and let me know. Okay, so we're going to learn React Native today. We're going to learn Tailwind CSS. Okay, we're going to learn authentication. And this is not normal authentication. It's Google sign-in with React Native. Okay, trust me when I say it's a little bit more that you need to do to get that working. Right, we're going to get the swipeable Tinder cards in play. Right, we're even going to have the matching algorithm. Now, this is the one that I'm really excited to teach you guys. When I say the matching algorithm, I mean, how do we go ahead and get that to work? How do I get somebody who I've swiped right on to then go ahead and firstly swipe right on me? That's just, you just gotta post a nice picture. But secondly, how does the actual algorithm work whereby you can then chat together because it knows that you match? How the hell does that work? How did I get the thing to pop up to say it's a match? How does any of that work? You're gonna find out today. So as I mentioned before, get your water and everything ready because you're gonna need it, right? I'm going to show you guys how to do one-on-one messaging, and I'm going to show you guys how to do React Native navigation. So we have so much good stuff to go ahead and dive into today. We're going to learn the use context API. And in fact, I'm actually going to go ahead and even show you how to create a custom hook to use with the use context API. So this will allow us to have our authentication neatly wrapped around our app. Okay. All of this will be done with Expo. Okay, so we're going to be doing Expo React Native today, which allows us to go ahead and have a nice, environment to go ahead and run our app in. You can then deploy it. You can do loads of fun stuff with it afterwards. So let's go ahead and kick this off, guys. Let's go ahead and get into a flow state right now. I'm going to open up a terminal. I'm going to go over to Expo to get this set up. Let's open up Expo. Oops. Oh, that's Expo Dubai. That's not the one. Okay. That's because I was looking at a device. So let's go ahead and type in Expo right now. I'm going to have to type in Expo React Native. Okay. So I want to show you guys how you can do it as well. Check this out. Expo.dev is the one we're looking for. Okay. Now, once this is open, you want to click on Getting Started. And their documentation is really great. And if you don't know what Expo is, it's kind of an environment or framework for how you can use React Native. Now, you can use React Native, by itself with the CLI tools, but I would honestly recommend that you don't. I'd recommend you do it with Expo until you need to use the native CLI tools, because it actually handles a lot for you. Okay, so check this out. So what you first want to do is npm install global CLI. And I'm probably going to have to do sudo in front of this because it's a global install. I've already installed this, so I'm not going to do that. What we want to do instead is grab this. I'm going to do expo init my project. Now I'm going to be moving at quite a nice speed today. So that way, if you do fall behind, or if you need to, suddenly slow down, relax, then I want you to go ahead and, rewind this afterwards and take your time with the build, but don't freak out if you're getting left behind. Okay. So we're going to go and do expo init. And for the third argument, we're going to go ahead and type in the name of the project. So I'm going to say Tinder 2, and we're going to say YouTube. Okay. I'm going to hit enter. And this will go ahead and set up a template for our application. Now you're going to get a couple of options at this point. You're going to see managed workflow or bare workflow. You want to go ahead and get the first option blank. Now, don't worry, I will be covering a lot of this on the channel. And if you want to learn even more about this stuff, we cover pretty much all those options in Zero to Full Stack Hero. There's a link in the description right now. Join my community, the Papa Farms community, and, constantly level up. All of our students are getting jobs in there. So it's absolutely crushing it. Okay, let's go ahead and hit enter. So we're going to start with a blank app. This gives us like a blank app or a blank canvas to go ahead and get started off with this thing. So this will go ahead and install the dependencies and get everything ready. And in the meantime, something that I do want to mention is we will be covering Firebase version 9 today. So if you've been trying to go ahead and get into, Firebase, and then you saw they've done a massive upgrade from version 8 to 9, where there was this whole modular introduction, right, with the dependencies and the way you use them, I'm going to cover it all today. So that means authentication, that means Firestore, all that good stuff is going to get covered today. Okay, now while we wait for this, I'm going to introduce you into how it works, right? So I've actually got it running on a different sort of IDE right now. So I've got VS Code open on another screen, and that's how I can pretty much go ahead and check it out. So once you've actually gone ahead and got it open, right? So I will show you how we do this. Oh, there we go. Screw it. We can do it now. All right. So once that's done, we're going to click on CD Tinder to YouTube. Okay. So I'm going to do Tinder to YouTube. I've got two open there. And then once we're here, we're going to do code dot. And what this will do is it will open up VS Code on our machine inside of that directory. Okay. And you can see there's some options there. It says you're on Start, you're on Android, you're on iOS, and you're on web. I'm going to show you which one to go ahead and do in a sec. Okay. Now you can see we've got this open. So I'm going to close my terminal and I'm going to just prepare my screen. Whenever you do any of this work, I really do want you guys to have a clean workflow. Okay. So try not to get scruffy with your screens. Have some stuff over here, have some stuff over here. Set it up however you want. If you've got several screens, it's even better. It's going to help you out a ton. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to have a look at what Expo sets us up with. So in this case, you can see we've got app.js on the left. So here you can see this is pretty much similar to what we're dealing with when we use, something like Next.js or when we use React by itself. Okay. As you can see, this is React. right? But it's just slightly different. Instead of divs, we have views. And this is because we are now building for native devices. So rather than a div, which is for the web, we're actually using something like a view. And a view go ahead and compiles down to the relevant code for iOS, the relevant code for Android, and also actually the relevant code for web. So that is why we need to use these special components when we're doing this sort of stuff. Okay, so you can see here we've got styles container, and all that good stuff. Now we are actually going to be using Tailwind as well today, as I mentioned earlier, right? Tailwind is an awesome CSS framework, and we are using something called Tailwind React Native. Now it doesn't have every Tailwind utility class, but it is goddamn beautiful, and it works really nice. Okay, and I'm going to show you guys how to do that in just a sec as well. We have this open right now. And you can see typically the way you actually apply styling, for example, here is you go ahead and have something called a style sheet. I don't like this approach. We will be using it a little bit in today's build, but I will be showing you a nicer way when we use React Tailwind, right? Oh, sorry, Tailwind React Native. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and actually install that right now. So if I go into here and I type in Tailwind React Native, and we should be able to see this pop up. So you can see the top one comes up, Tailwind React Native, and you're going to go down here. And it's simply an npm install Tailwind React Native. Now I'm going to go ahead and copy the dependency name, go back to my code, and you can see I've got a yarn lock file. Because I've got a yarn lock file, now what I need to do is go ahead and do Command J, and I'm going to do the following. So we've got a terminal open here, and I like to have two terminals open, okay? We'll make this a little bit smaller now. So we're going to go ahead and pop open a second terminal. My left terminal, I always like that to be the one that is running my app. Okay, and then the right one, I want that to be an extra terminal where I can go ahead and install my dependencies. So in this case, on the left hand side, I'm actually going to kill my terminal that I've got running elsewhere. So we're no longer going to see this dummy application. I've taken a couple of screenshots we can refer to, and I'm going to type in Expo start, right? Now, as I mentioned before, Expo is the framework we're using to build our React Native application today. Another really interesting thing about Expo is if you didn't have a Mac previously, you couldn't build iOS apps, but now you can, right? So now you can with Expo, and it's really awesome because most of us tend to actually have an iPhone or something similar, and you can actually go ahead and scan the QR code once we run Expo start. So as you can see here, we've got this nice little QR code. And if you point your camera on your phone, it will actually prompt you to download the Expo Go app. Once you've got that, it will go ahead and actually run on your phone. So you can develop on your computer as well as preview it on your phone, which is damn awesome when you're coding, right? And it's actually a lot of fun to show off to people. Okay, so we have this open right now. And what I'm going to do is let's get familiar with the commands that you can run in the terminal. So make sure you have actually selected the terminal. So I've clicked inside the terminal right now. And if I press I, so you can see there's a bunch of different options. I is for opening the iOS simulator. A is for opening Android. Okay, what I'm actually going to do right now is I'm going to close my iPhone 11. So I only have one device open. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and hit I. And it says opening on iOS. And as you can see, I've got an app running here right now. So what we're going to do is hit R to refresh in just a second. We need to go ahead and wait for this. And you can see it's opening the project and reloading. And in fact, to go ahead and make our workflow a little bit easier, I'm going to make this on the same screen. There you go. Now we've got a nice workflow. So we can go ahead and code with our app next to it. I'm going to make this a little bit smaller so we can see everything in one go. Okay, I'm going to keep it at a good pace. Go ahead, smash the thumbs up button if you're enjoying it right now. It's going to be a bit of a jam session today where we just go ahead and build out an entire app in one go. As you can see here, it says building your JavaScript bundles. You just need to wait for that. And you can see here that number aligns with that. So it's actually sending over that information to our emulator as we do it. Okay, so while that's happening, what we're actually going to do is clean up our workflow. We're going to put over our screen over here. And we can have the Metro button. Now we don't actually need that. So I'm going to throw that to the side, right? We need it, but as in I'll show you a nicer way that we can use it. And over on this side, on the extra terminal, I'm going to install Tailwind React Native. And the way I do that is I type in yarn add Tailwind React Native. And you can see here, that's installing on the bottom. And you can see open up app.js to start working on your app. So it's actually working. At this point, you can actually see that our app is over here and it works. So I can go ahead and say, just change this to see if you can get the same thing. I can say, hello, Papa Fam. Akash says, is this recorded? Nope. Hello, Papa Fam 1, 2, 3. And if I hit save, boom, there you go. Hello, Papa Fam 1, 2, 3. So you can tell it's not fake. Okay. So we've got this running on the left now. So you want to keep that open. And on the right hand side, we have our sort of dependency installer. Now we just installed this Tailwind React Native. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to import it like so. I'm going to show you guys how we can, get rid of these nasty style sheets, which there will be a use case later, but we don't need it right now. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and change this to TW to make it short. And that just means that whenever we want to use Tailwind, we just use that TW. Now, instead of using styles.container, what I can actually do here is I can do TW parentheses, and I can actually start putting in my utility classes from Tailwind. So at this point, I can actually go ahead and say something like, let's just do flex. You don't even need to do that. Let's just do justify center, and I want to do items center, and that repeats what essentially is happening here. So if I go ahead and do that now, you can see that it's disappeared for a sec. So let's actually go ahead and save. I'm going to make this also a flex 1 container. And there you go. That way it takes up the entire width, sort of height of the screen. Right now, important fact to know. In web development, when you use something called Flexbox, if you don't know Flexbox, stop the video right now, go to flexboxfroggy.com, do that game up to level 24, I think it is, and then come back to this video and hit play. Okay, and smash the thumbs up while you're at it. Right now, once you've done that, you'll understand that in the web, Flexbox by default puts everything, so all the items in a div, puts it in a row. Okay, but on any kind of React Native development, by default, it's in a column. And the reason why it's in a column is because, think about it, it's in a phone. So naturally, things should be in a column view as opposed to a row where we have more real estate on the desktop or website. Okay, so in this case, this is why we need to do this. Okay, so with that said, let's continue on. So you can see now our utility classes are working. All right, the status bar simply represents this top bit. For now, we don't actually need it, so we can get rid of that. But if you want to style your status bar, that's how you do it. So I'm going to go ahead and first start off by introducing 2 pages into our screen. So typically the way it would work previously in applications is you would have something like React Router to navigate between, let's just imagine your home page and the Contact Me page. In React Native, you have something called stacks. And what you do is you simply define what these stacks are, and then you navigate to the different pages. And when you do this navigation option, you can actually have that nice kind of swipe back active, like that kind of swipe back action that we get on a iPhone. So what I want to do right now to get things kicked off is I'm going to have a button, and when I click this button, so button title, and when I say click me, I want to go to the second page. Okay, so I'm going to be teaching you guys a ton of different concepts today. I'm going to import this from React Native. Now, what you can see is it says unterminated. Oops, there we go. So it says click me, right? Now, when I click this, I want to go to another page. So how the hell do we do that? So I'm going to teach you guys React Native navigation. So let's get into our flow now. React Native navigation. All right, it's like a warm up, it's like we warm up and we get into this. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and click read docs, and I've actually already done all this stuff, but we can go ahead and do this. So we need to install React Navigation Native, React Navigation /native. Okay. And again, I'm using Yarn. If you're using NPM, feel free to use NPM. And this is just the error that we experienced before. So Command K to go ahead and clear that. Let's do yarn add react. We're going to install that package I just showed you. Okay. So once that's done, you can go down here and it says Expo install. All right. So this is a bit where you have to kind of read a bit more carefully, right? So there are going to be bits where you might miss out. It's okay. We're going to go ahead and cover it all today. So I'm going to grab this Expo install. I'm going to copy this. And then you can see this is for an Expo managed project, and it's not for a bare React Native projects. Okay, so we want to do this one, not the bottom one. Okay, so let's install that one as well. And let's go down, and you can see we can actually continue on once we've done this. You can now continue to Hello React Navigation. Okay, cool. So we need to install some more things. A native stack navigator library, okay? If none of this makes sense, don't worry. By the end of today's video, you're gonna be so confident and comfortable with stack navigators. In the beginning, I remember I was super confused with it, but it makes sense now. And you guys are gonna even be able to do modals and all sorts of stuff. At the end of this, you're just gonna be swarming around with React Native content, right? So don't worry about it. All right, we're gonna go ahead and grab this and say yarn add React Navigation native stack. I can't even speak today, right? Let's do this yarn add. So we've added that in. And then you can see we can pretty much jump into it. So, and if we haven't installed anything, don't panic. Or if you did a little mistake here, don't worry about it. There's going to be times where this happens. You just have to do a yarn add what the package is missing and you can fix it, but don't worry about it, we'll get into that. All right, so app.js is our highest level in our app. Okay, so I want to go ahead and make this where the Stack Navigator lives. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create a Stack Navigator file, and there's a reason for this, right? Because I'm going to be using this later on. So outside of here, I'm actually going to create a Stack Navigator.js. Okay, and this I'm going to do React Native functional exported component. Whoa, okay. Where's it? There we go. Yeah, there it is. So let's go ahead, and we've got our Stack Navigator here. And if you're wondering how I did those snippets, by the way, you want to go to your extensions, and all you need to do, we've got quick access down. All you want to do here is go ahead and actually add in the snippets. So it's actually going to be called ES7 React Redux GraphQL React Native snippets. So make sure you get this, helps you out. We've got our Stack Navigator here. So now what we're going to do is we're actually going to go ahead and implement those stacks that I talked about. Now stacks are essentially going to be the different screens inside of our app and how they live inside our app. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is go up to the top, and we need to go ahead and say const stack. We need to create our what is called a Stack Navigator. And if we start typing it in and we say create Stack Navigator, it's not actually here, create native Stack Navigator, there you go, it automatically imports. Now this is the special function which gives us access to all of those kind of routing capabilities within React Native navigation. Okay, so what we're now going to do is, rather than views and all that good stuff, over here we're actually going to have the following. So we're going to say that we have a stack.navigator, right? And if you're wondering, Sunny, I don't want to copy this, right? Is there an easier way to do this? Then instead, what you can do is go over to Hello React Native Navigation, and you can actually go ahead and jump into this example right here. So let's go ahead and copy this one for a quick sort of reference, okay? So this one will go ahead and help you out a bit more. So you can see navigation container, blah, 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 and then we can go ahead and do it. So in fact, I'm going to show you what I like to do instead, because I think I have a cleaner way of doing this. All right, so I'm going to say let's do stack.navigator, okay? And that's basically going to be our parent component. And then what we do is inside of here, we have different stack screens. Okay. So as you saw in that example, they have a Stack Navigator and then they have the stack screens. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, and you can see here. Now this is an example very similar to how we have routes in React Router or a route in Next.js. Okay. Although Next.js uses file system, it's okay. Now in this case, we need to give every screen a relevant name. Okay. So in this case, what do we go ahead and connect to the home screen? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create a home screen, and then we're going to go ahead and connect it over here. So let's go ahead and create a folder at this point called screens, because we want our code to be nice and neat. Okay, so at this point, we're going to go ahead and add in the home screen, homescreen.js. I'm going to do React Native functional exported, and you can have S for style sheet, but I'm going to go ahead and pop that one in. So in this one, I'm going to say I am the home screen. Hit save. And I'm going to go back to my Stack Navigator, and I'm going to import my home screen. Now I just hit Control Spacebar at the end of the piece of text, and it imports it like so. And you can see I gave it the name of home. Okay. Now this Stack Navigator, I want to render it. So if I go to my home screen, and we can go ahead and you clean these up afterwards, I'm going to go back to my app.js, and rather than render this out now, what I'm instead going to do is have that Stack Navigator at the top level. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to say Stack Navigator. And you see how tab 9 just came in clutch there, right? So I can go ahead and import my Stack Navigator. And you can see what the nice part is about this. Your app.js is your highest level component, all right? So you need to make this clean. I cannot stress this enough. Do not have a messy Stack Navigator, okay? You want that to be super clean. Do not have a messy app.js. You want it to be clean. My words are getting twisted today. Right, now you can see it says, couldn't register the Navigator. Have you wrapped your app with navigation containers? So that's the next step, right? We have this Stack Navigator, but we need to basically tell React that it can support it, and there's like, and give it the sort of power it needs. So what we do is we go ahead and we import the following. We import a navigation container, and we need to wrap our app inside of the navigation container. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap our Stack Navigator in this container. So as you can see, now we get this nice little beautiful header. Okay, so it looks very, very nice at this point. So we've got the Stack Navigator here, and you can see, you should see this point right now where you have your home screen up on the screen. So you see, I am the home screen. Now that's rendering because it opens up it goes into the Stack Navigator, and it pretty much shows the first screen. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and have two screens now. So if I go ahead and pop this out, so stack screen, another one, what can we have as a second screen? So let's go ahead and have maybe, let's call it the chat screen. Okay, because we are going to build the chat screen at some point. In fact, we're going to build this. So I'm actually going to open this up. And what I've done is I've taken screenshots of this to make our life a little bit easier so that we can refer to it when we're building it. So this is going to be the home screen, right? This is actually going to be what we end up building. And the chat screen is going to be this one, right? So on the home screen, when you click this button up here, I want to go over to the chat screen. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and set the standard for that right now. So I'm going to go ahead and say chat screen. Right? And in order to build a chat screen, I need to actually create the component. So chat screen.js, and I'm going to do React Native functional exporter component. There you go. And I'm going to say I am the chat screen. All right, so let's go ahead and go back to our stack navigator, and I'm going to go ahead and import it like so. And here I'm going to say chat, right? Because you can't have two screens with the same name. Okay, has to be very clear. I'm going to go ahead and hit save. Now, you can see I'm the home screen comes up first, but if I was to go ahead and reorder this, you should see I am the chat screen if we refreshed. Now, I want to show you a little trick. On the sort of part of the terminal where you're running your app, if you press R, it will actually refresh the application, okay? So I need to go ahead and just check why this isn't working. Let's do R. I mean, Command F for that one because that didn't work. But let's go ahead and do Command D, reload. Or you can do Command D, reload, and that will work too. Not quite sure why mine isn't working, but you can see I'm the chat screen, okay? And if I go ahead and swap that around, it will become I am the, okay, then I'm gonna go ahead and start this one again. So Control C, would you like to upgrade? Oh, strange. Expo Go on iPhone 13, no, let's just do Expo start again. Because I wanna show you that it's actually a very handy thing to have when you can basically type in letters on that terminal, and it will actually do little commands, for example R to refresh and so forth. So if I type in R right now, you see it says reload, it's reloading the app. So that's really important, right? So I'm going to go ahead and swap this over. You can see right now the point is that the top one gets rendered first. Okay, it just didn't refresh. If you want to see a refresh, hit R in that command line and you can go ahead and refresh it. Okay, so at this point we've got the chat screen. So I'm going to go to my home screen and I'm going to go ahead and put that button back like I said. Okay, so we're going to have a button. Buttons are self-closing components, and in this case, look at tab 9, it's so good, right? So I'm gonna have on press and it's beating me to it. We're gonna click on chat. So go to chat, I'm gonna say go to chat screen. Okay, and then you can see now we should have a button in just a second. Right, cannot find variable. There we go. We need to import React Native, a button. There you go, go to chat screen. So when I click this, I need to do something, okay? Now we do not have on click. Remember, we're using React Native. It's slightly different. It's going to be on press this time, which resembles when we press the button. So at this point, we're going to say on press. And then we're going to go have an inline arrow function. And I want to navigate at this point. So how do I get navigation in React Native, right? Now we are using the React Native navigation library. So what we can do here is we can use a special hook. I can say const navigation equals use navigation. And you can see that this one right here pops up. This imports it from the library. And what this does is it gives me access to the navigation object. Now with this, it's basically like a router, right? So I can go ahead and say navigation dot navigate, okay? And then I can go ahead and pop in parentheses, and here you can see screen. Now screen corresponds to our stack navigator where we gave these names. So if I want to go to the chat screen, all I have to say is navigate to chat, okay? And with that said, now if I go ahead and click go to chat screen, aha, I am the chat screen. And look at this, guys, I get this beautiful, nice like app feeling where I can even swipe back between the screens. Right? Really, really lovely UI. So that is as simple as it is to actually put in React Native navigation. So it's actually not as hard as you might think. Okay, it's actually as simple to go ahead and do modals as well, but we're going to get into the modals in just a bit. Okay, so at this point, what I'm going to do, I actually need to build an app now. Right? So if we go back to our app, you can see at the very high level, we have the app looking pretty decent, right? So the first thing I actually want to do is I want to have it so that, you know, if you're logged in, then you should see the home screen. Otherwise, I want to show the user a login screen. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go ahead and create a login screen, right? And then we're going to implement the flow, and then we're going to have all the authentication part. So I'm going to say login screen.js. Okay. So what we're doing right now is the login screen. So I'm gonna say React Native functional export, and you can see login to the app. Okay. And then we're gonna go ahead and go back to our stack navigator. I'm gonna change this to login screen, like so. See how tab 9 quickly beats me there? I'm gonna change this to login. So now we've created a screen. So very simple to go ahead and get this stuff up and running, right? So now that we have this open, what I actually want to do is I want to protect the app, right? So I want to say, if you're not logged in and there's no user present, then what I want to do is I actually want to go ahead and not show you the rest of the app. I only want to show you the login screen. This way we protect the app from unauthenticated users. Only if you're authenticated do you get access to the rest of the app. Okay, so you should have something like, if the user is present, show these routes or show these stacks or pages. Otherwise, show the login page. Okay, so that's what we're going for here. So something like this, it will say const user equals, I'm just giving this an example right now, const user is false. And then what we would have is, we'll say something like, if the user is present, then we would have these screens, right? And we'd have to wrap it in a fragment because you're not allowed sibling components. And then I want otherwise render the login screen. So what this is saying now is that if you're logged in, then you'll get access to the screens. Otherwise, you're going to get shown the login screen. So if there was a user right now, so user true, then you can see I'm actually through to the app. Okay. If the user at any point goes to false, then I'm thrown to the login screen, right? So you see how that's locking me out of the app if I do it that way. Okay, so that looks pretty good so far. So now what I want to do is connect this user up to some real authentication. So this is where I introduce you to the world of the Context API. The Context API is basically like a global layer around our app. So imagine we have the React Native app in the middle of our sort of screen right now. Okay, now imagine if I want to store some variables, but I want to use them globally, right? Or I want to use them within a bit of scope that I define. Right? So let's imagine if I have my app on app.js. So imagine if I had this right here. If I wrapped this entire app, okay, if I wrap this entire app in something called a auth provider, then essentially what I'm doing is I'm wrapping it with this global layer. Now this global layer can be powered by, you can use something like Redux, but Redux is considered heavyweight. Why not just use something which is built into React, like the Context API? And that will allow us to store all the authentication variables in this global layer and then access them whenever we need to. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to very neatly create your own provider. Okay, so it's going to be really nice once we actually get this done. So what we're going to first do, and this is the bit where I need you to dial in, focus, because this is going to be a little bit more of concentration needed. So once we're in app.js, we're actually going to go ahead and create a folder here called hooks. Okay, and we are going to create a custom hook, and inside this folder we're actually going to create our custom auth provider, but I want to store it in hooks because eventually what I pull out is only going to be pretty much the custom hook to access things. So inside of it I'm going to say use auth.js. Now the benefit of what I'm about to teach you guys is that it doesn't matter what authentication provider you can use. Once you see what we do today, you're going to get extremely familiar with how to go ahead and customize this, whether it's Firebase, whether it's AWS, whether it's any login provider, Passport.js, whatever you want to use, it's plug and play up to this point. So check this out. So we have use auth. So at this point, I need to go ahead and get everything set up. So the quickest way to do this is React Native functional export. And instead of use auth, I'm actually going to say that this is now called auth provider. Okay. And we're going to get rid of a default export. So this is actually just going to be, we're going to say export const auth provider, and then we're going to start refactoring. So we have auth provider. Okay. Now this provider is essentially going to sit around the entire app. So the end goal would be something like this. I actually want to have it within the navigation container. There's a reason for that, which I'll explain very soon. But the goal is that we eventually wrap it like this, right? It's going to be auth provider, and I want to basically have it like so. Okay. So we're going to have something similar to this. All right. So this is the end goal, right? Now, what we call this is a HOC. Okay. So this is typically called a HOC or a higher order component. Okay, so learning curve, right? Learning time. So higher order component is essentially a pattern in coding where we have a higher order component. So it's at a higher level. And essentially what it's doing is it's just wrapping some kind of child component. Okay, so this is considered the children of the higher order component. And the goal here is that the parent basically injects all of the authentication power. So authentication, let's just say, passes down the core auth stuff to children, right? So anywhere below this tree now, you'll get all the core auth stuff once we've set this up, okay? So, and then again, the navigation container is a higher order component. Anywhere below it, below that point in the tree gets all the navigation stuff, hence why we needed it for the stack navigator. Okay, so I hope that clears that up, right? So now we're gonna create our first higher order component using the ContextAPI. Okay, and then I'll click save on this file, otherwise it will error out. Now this auth provider is nothing special. Okay, you can use, you can use state, you can use user, you can use effects, you can use anything that we typically use in a functional component. We can use it here as well. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing in this case. So at this point, we have the auth provider, and this actually takes some props. And one of those props, which you may have not been familiar with, is actually children. And this is present in actually every React component. Okay, so children, as I explained before, is anything which sits underneath that level. So in this case, we've embedded Stack Navigator inside the auth provider. So that would be considered the children. Okay, now what I simply want to do with this is go ahead and say the following. So eventually, I just want to render out the children. Okay, I want to render out the children. So it's going to simply just pass through, right? So whatever is in there, it's going to be passed through. And right now, it's surrounded in a view. At this point, we need to create something called an auth context, right? So as you guessed, this is where we introduce the use context API, all right? Also the context API. So as I mentioned, everything I teach, I do recommend you go over to the React docs afterwards, give it a thorough read, go ahead and check it out as well. Rather than just kind of taking my word, I always recommend you double up the knowledge. But in this case, what we're going to do is say const, and we're going to call it the auth context. And this is essentially that thin data layer for all the authentication stuff. Now you can have loads of these things. You can have a user context, you can have an auth context, you can have a basket context, similar to Redux slices, right? So you can see there's a similarity here, hence why all these guys do it the same way. So we're going to say auth context equals create context. Okay, so create context, and you can see this is actually built into React, which means it's going to be extremely performant. Now, the first argument here, this is actually going to be the initial state of the context, right? So initial state of the context, right? So this is kind of similar to slices. If you've ever done any Redux work, you really know what's going on at this point, right? But the initial state in this case, we don't care. We want it to be blank, right? Initially, it's empty. The auth context is empty. That's fine, okay? But at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and wrap our children over here in something called the provider. So we're going to say auth context dot, okay? And you can see I get consumer and provider, okay? So the first thing that we need to do is wrap our children in something called a provider, and then the value that we pass through, this is going to be like some kind of data store, okay? So we'll set this up in a second, but for now I'm going to say no. And then anything in the children to access this data store, or like this kind of information in this slice, then what we can do is use something called a consumer. But I've never liked that pattern. I'll be honest. I've always thought it's a bit of a weird way to do it. So I'm going to show you how to do it with a really sleek hook at the end of this, okay? And it's going to make it so easy to use this. So at this point, we have auth context provider. So what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and just start building this out, and I'll explain it as we do it. Okay, so I'm actually going to be using Firebase today for some of the authentication, and I'm also going to be using Expo Google App Auth. Okay, so Expo Google App Auth. This is a package which allows us to use Google sign-in for our it allows us to use Google sign-in inside of our Expo app, React Native app. It has an R in front of it, but thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that. The donations are flying today, guys. We're going to install this into our app. This allows us to have the Google sign-in. So I'm going to say Expo install, and let's get rid of that for now. That's just when we have compile errors. So you can see we're installing it. Expo install Expo Google App Auth. Okay, now that will go ahead and continue doing its thing. And then once that's done now, what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and start off the process. So we're going to come back to this in a sec, but as I mentioned before, part of this setup to go ahead and use, you know, our auth provider is to actually go ahead and get a nice little hook that we can use, because I don't like using a consumer, and that's the way they teach you in the React docs. I personally like to use hooks. So export default, and we're going to say function, and the default function I want to export from here is called use auth, right? So it's a custom hook, right? And as you can imagine, this has got use auth as the file name, so that's why we want to do it. All right, so at this point I'm going to go ahead and say return, and I need to use something called the use context hook. And you can see, look, it's already guessing what I'm doing, which is awesome, right? I need to import use context from React, and I want to actually pass in my auth context. Okay, now when I actually come to use this, you guys will see the amazing power that we have, right? So use auth, and you can see use context. Okay, so this is pretty much set up now. Okay, so I want to show you guys how we can actually pull through this data, and then I'll show you how we can enhance it afterwards. Okay, so at this point, imagine if the value over here that I passed through, I'm just going to pass in something like, you know, user, and let's just imagine the user was just Sunny. Okay, and let's go ahead and hit save. And then inside of our app.js, I'm going to go ahead and pull through my auth provider. Right, so you see auth providers come through. Oops, hit save, and let's just see if our app looks good at this point. So let's go ahead and open it up, and we can hit refresh. And you're going to get used to coming back here and doing an R to refresh. Okay, now you can see we're in the login to the app page. So I want to check something. I'm going to go to my login screen, and I want to use that user. Okay, so remember I showed you previously inside of the auth use auth file. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this on my right hand side over here. I showed you a second ago how we had the value being passed through here as user Sunny. So if I want to get that user information, what I can do is I can say const, and I can destruct the user from the use auth hook. Okay, and I can import that. And what's happening now is, because it lies underneath that part of the tree, as I mentioned over here, because the auth provider wraps the stack navigator and everything under the tree is then powered up with it, you can go ahead and get this information. So at this point, if I go ahead and say console log the user, now what we should be able to see is if I refresh my app, you can see when we touch the point here, you can see the Sunny comes through. Right. So, and by the way, guys, this is how you inspect the logs. You can either do it here, or you can do it with the Expo developer tools. So if I see right now on the iPhone 13, you can see it says, where's it gone? Sometimes it comes through on here, sometimes it does not. In this case, I haven't gone up, but the easiest way I'd say is check the console over here. And that's how you console log out to a React Native device. Okay. So in this case, you can see log into the app, and you can see we can actually pull through values from our context provider. Okay, so now that that's set, you can see how we've connected things together. Okay, so you can pause it, check out that stuff, get into it a bit more, but that is the easiest way to use the context API, right? So I really do recommend you just kind of familiarize yourself with that before we carry on. Okay, so at this point, I want to kind of, you know, obviously get a bit more dialed in with this. Okay, so what I want to do now is I'm going to go back to my stack navigator. And eventually, remember this user that we had over here. Oops, sorry. I'll need to actually make that a bit more readable. The user over here that we had hard coded, I'm actually going to go ahead and make this pull from, you guessed it, our newly found use auth hook. Okay. So this one right here, I'm going to go ahead and import this from, so let's go ahead and say import use auth from, not screens, it was actually from hooks. There you go. Okay, and you can see now, because there is a user, I can see the app, right? If I went over to my use auth screen and I change this to no, you'll see that we are no longer logged in. So you can see it definitely goes through. Okay, so you can see that looks pretty good at this point, whereas if I was logged in, boom. So now you see we have some very, very nice sort of control at this point with our application, right? So the auth provider is passing down information as a global data layer. Now I'll do a quick little diagram here to explain what the hell all that means, right? So I can see a lot of you getting confused. So right now, imagine this is our app. Okay, so this is like our app.js. Now imagine what we're doing, right? So I'm not going to do .js, but imagine that's our app. Now imagine the context layer, right? So in this case, the auth provider, right? Imagine we wrap it around the app. So at this point, we've got the auth provider. Okay, now anything that's declared underneath the tree of the auth provider, we can access the values that are passed down. So this stuff right here where we've got value user, we can access this at any point inside the tree after it's passed down through auth, after it's a child of auth provider. I hope that makes sense. And the best way that I like to use it is, rather than using the consumer pattern, I use the hook pattern over here, which makes it so much easier because you can just say const destructure a user from use auth. Okay, so that makes a lot more sense than using it the other way. So now basically, to put it into simple terms, as you can see over here, if I want to pull information, it's a 1-line bit of code. Super easy to go ahead and use once we get up and running. Okay, now this is the cool part, because we can build this auth provider. We can make it as powerful as we want, and we can also have variables, we can have functions, we can have all this good stuff in there. So in this case, you can see we have our first bit of sort of information getting passed down. So I'm going to now implement the authentication part of the build. Okay, once we got the authentication, we'll then go to building the rest of Tinder and the app that follows. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and set up Firebase at this point. All right, so the authentication here takes a few extra steps, but not to worry. As I mentioned before, just take your time, it'll be all good. Okay, so we're going to click on go to console, click on add project, and here I'm going to say Tinder to YouTube and click continue. I'm going to disable Google Analytics. You can if you want. I don't need it, so I'm not going to do that. So just click continue. All right, so at this point, we're going to click the cog and we're going to click project settings. Right. So over here, there are no apps in your project. So I'm actually going to add 2 apps. You can add the web app. I'm going to add 2 apps for now. Okay. The first one is iOS. So I'm going to click iOS. I'm going to try and hide the credentials, which are sensitive at this point, but for now it's okay. Now, here's the important part. For Apple Bundle ID, okay, now for the Apple Bundle ID, you need to use this special one because we're using Expo to go ahead and build out our app. So you need to type in host.exp.exponent. Okay, so please do not mess this up. And there's a reason for this. Host.exp.exponent, right? And that's because it's Expo, right? And what this is going to do, let me explain this one. This allows Expo to get through the Google sort of safety restrictions, right? Or the sort of limitations when you're trying to log in with Google. If you don't do this as the app bundle ID, when you try and log in, it'll say redirect URI error. Okay. Now, if you come to try and deploy this app, right? If you try and deploy this app to the App Store, you're going to need to repeat this step, but change the app bundle ID. Okay, there is a whole guide on this on the Expo website, but I'm going to show you how to get it working with the Expo simulator so you can develop. And then all you need to do is swap out the bundle ID with a new bundle ID. You just need to follow it along, right? But I hope that makes sense. So we're going to go ahead and set up our iOS device at this point. So first thing I want to do here, as you can see, it says download Google service info.plist. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly download that right now. Okay, I'm going to download that into our Finder, and then I'm going to go back over to my code and I'll show you how we pop that in. Okay, so what you want to do once you've got that file is I'm just going to go over to my let me quickly, I've got it down here now, so I've dragged it down here, Command B, and what I want to do is I'm just going to pop this in our directory over here. Now make sure I've got 2 in this case, so I need to get rid of the -2. So I'm going to go ahead and rename this to get rid of the -2. Hit enter. So in this case, oops, okay, there you go. Let me hide that. It is what it is, okay? But you want to hide that, you want to make sure it's super safe, okay? But you see Google service info plist, okay? So you obviously want to keep that private, okay? Now what I'd recommend is if you do this in a production sense, you actually store a lot of this stuff in environment variables. So after we've done that, we're going to click on next, okay? And what you need to do here is you can ignore this next part. Okay, you can ignore this next part, click next. And after that, you can click next as well. I'm just making sure nothing pops up. It's hard to remember what's going on. Click continue to console, okay? Now, once that's done, we get down here and you should have what I have at this point, right? So this is how you can pretty much guarantee that you're at the right point. You see an app ID, the encoded app ID, bundle ID, host, exponent, and then you've got your Google service info. This is basically like your key that allow you to connect to your backend, okay? So we've done iOS, right? I'm gonna do the same thing for Android, right? So again, I'm gonna do the host.exp.exponent, and I'll show you how to do this in a second, but we're gonna click on register app, okay? We're gonna wait for that to go ahead and do its thing. And as you can imagine, there's a little bit more setup when you do this, but it's okay, right? Just gotta be patient. So you can see download Google services.json. So I'm gonna click on download right here. There you go. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna simply pull that into the same location inside of our code right now. All right, and I'm gonna rename it and I'll show you my screen. What I've now done, guys, is I've gone ahead and pulled it in the Google services.json file. Okay, so you'll get the same thing at this point. All right. So at this point we click next, and then you can see you've got all of this stuff. We can ignore that because we're using React Native with Expo. So we can click next, and then we can click continue to console. Okay. So now you can see we've got the Android app and we've got the Apple app here and Android app there. Okay. So that's the first step that you need to get things up and running. Okay. Now I'm going to go back to our Expo Google App Auth, and we've already installed this one right here. Right. So we're going to click documentation for the master branch. You can go ahead and click this to go ahead and get a nice read. And you can see this is going to show you how to roughly use it, but I'm going to simplify this for you to make it a little bit easier, and that way you can go ahead and follow it a little bit easier than doing all that rubbish. So inside the auth provider now, we already actually went ahead and installed the dependencies earlier. So if you check in package.json, you should have Expo Google App Auth, right, version 9. Okay. So what we got to do now is we need to import the following. So at the top of the file, we need to go ahead and say import all as Google from that library. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and install Firebase. Okay. Because what I'm going to do, I'm going to combine this with some Firebase stuff. But firstly, actually, let me think about how we're going to do this. So at this point, we've got import all as Google from Expo Google App Auth. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a function here. And this function is going to be responsible for, right now, this actually set the user as null. So I want to see the login screen. Okay, so we should see a login screen now when it refreshes. I can just hit R if you want to force the refresh. All right, sign in with Google. And this is going to be asynchronous, right? It's going to be an asynchronous function. And we're going to do some cool stuff with this, right? So at this point, I'm going to say, I'm going to say await Google dot login async. Okay. And what we need to do here is we need to pass a config, right? And this config essentially allows us to go ahead and connect to a Google login, which allows you to get that nice pop-up, which then does all that good login stuff, right? And then what we're actually going to do is combine that with Firebase to actually keep track of who's logged in and who's not. Okay. What we need to now do is a bit confusing. You need to keep close track with me, right? We're going to say cloud.google.com, right? We need 2 credentials at this point. Okay. We need 2 credentials. So I'm going to go into my cloud.google.com, into the account that I'm signed in as, click console on the top right, and then we're going to check this out, right? So what we're going to do is click on, there should be a little drop down over here. Now mine says Tinder 2, but what I actually did is I created another one, Tinder 2 YouTube, right now. So we're going to go into the correct folder, into the correct project. We're going to click on this navigation menu, and I'm going to click on APIs and services and credentials. Okay, so this is the important part. Okay, so I'm going to hide it for a sec to make sure there's no special keys which get leaked out onto the internet. Right, but at this point you won't be able to see all the keys, so it's all good. But you can see we've actually got some auto-generated stuff for us, right? So you can see when we did our Firebase stuff, you see auto-created by Google Service. This is actually Firebase that did that. So in this case, iOS client for host exponent, right? And same here for So it should be one here for Android, but it's fine for now, right? I mean, maybe it's using web client, right? But there will be one there. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. I can check it afterwards. But anyway, there's going to be a part for that, right? So at this point, we've got iOS client, right? So what I want to do is actually, I think it should be there. So I need to double check. Oh yeah. Okay. So at this point, you can see we have, where'd it go? Android. There we go. Fingerprint. Okay. So we need to do this fingerprint thing. Now you're probably wondering what the hell is a fingerprint? Well, it's just a security measure to make sure that we connect to the right thing. So what I'm going to do right now is it's a little sort of procedure you need to follow. So I'm going to go ahead, go into my terminal, right? And you're probably going to need to be logged in with Firebase login. right? So you're probably gonna have to do Firebase login. I'm already logged in, but once you've done that, what you need to do is, Expo, we need to do the following. We need to type in Expo fetch Android hashes, okay? Expo fetch Android hashes, right? And I can share this because we've actually got a few things. It says there is no valid key store defined for this app. Okay, and I'll show you when you get this error, you actually have to do a little build process. Okay, but what it's trying to do right now is it's accessing the credentials for my Expo logged in account for the project Tinder to YouTube. Okay, so you're gonna have to probably log into Expo. I can't remember exactly what I did, right? But drop a comment if you get stuck on that, and I'll clear it up. But at this point, you need to do a build. Okay, so we need to say Expo build, I believe. Let me just see if I remember the exact thing. No, it wasn't Expo dash help. Forgot what the command was. Okay, so it was Expo build Android. There you go. Expo build Android. So Expo build Android. Okay, and this will go ahead, create a bundle for us, and then here you can see we've actually get this coming. So what would you like your Android package name to be? So I need the package name to actually be what I said before. Okay, so it needs to be host.exponent.exp.exponent. Okay, and then it says it's already in use, continue, yes. And then you can do either or. So I'm going to say APK. Let's just do APK. Doesn't matter. What we're going to do is try and get the thing. So this is the bit that you need to keep track of, right? It says, would you like to upload a key store or have us generate one for you? So I need to generate a new key store. Okay, and these keys are quite important, right? These keys are the ones that allow us to sort of use that special file that we downloaded earlier, right? It allows you to go ahead and prove that you are you. Okay, so at this point, we need to go ahead and we're going to let it do its thing. Now, at that point, you probably might face an issue because you may not have Java installed on your machine. So you need to go to Google, type in Java, download it, and install it on your machine. And the reason being is because Android requires Java to compile the code. So when you actually come to this build process, you're actually going to need to have Java on your screen, on your computer. Okay, so let's wait until that gets done, and that will go ahead and actually generate those key stores that we're going to need. So it's almost done. Let's see. It says building optimized bundle, generate source map, start a metro bundler, and you can see it built a bunch of good stuff. Okay, and checking if this build already exists, build queued, and then here, once you get to this point, it's actually going to deploy it to expo.io. So you can actually go ahead and check out. You can actually go ahead and check it out once it's deployed, and then you can actually use one of the online simulators to view your app or so forth. But we don't really care about that right now. We're going to click Control C. Okay. And the thing I need to do now is Expo fetch Android hashes. Because it generated a key store, I should get hashes now. And boom, we get hashes. Okay. So I'm going to grab this SHA-256 hash. And obviously you should keep this super hush hush and keep it to yourself. But in this case, I'm just teaching you a demo. I'm going to click add fingerprint and boom, it says SHA-256. So it's a unique hash. We're going to click save. And there we go. We have it on there. Okay. So we've got that one. And I'm also going to go ahead and maybe add in fingerprint. No, that's all right. We can keep one. Okay, cool. So we've got that done. Okay. So I've added in this hash. And at that point, we should actually have our Android one pop up here soon, because we are going to need the Android one. Okay. So hopefully it pops up through here in just a sec. And we should come through here in a second. Oh, it's actually here. What am I talking about? It's right there. Right. So with that done, what we're now going to do, guys, is this one, but for some reason mine wasn't showing you. So I'm going to show you where to get it from. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and first start off with the iOS client. So this client ID is basically how we're going to go ahead and tell our app where to go look for the correct connection to this Google sign-in, right? So let's go back here. Command J to hide this. I don't know why I've got it so high up. Okay. So Google login async. We need to create a configuration file. Okay. So this config file, at the top of the file, I'm going to go up to the top. I'm going to say const config equals, and I'm going to go ahead and pop in the following. Okay. So the first thing I want to do is pop in scopes and permission. And what this basically does is it tells Google that where we need scope, the scope of the profile, and I need the email. And what permission should we get access to? We need the public profile, I need the email, I need the gender, and I need the location. The gender would have actually been pretty cool, but I didn't do the gender. I just realized that now. But yeah, I guess it's pretty cool. I did open swipe. You get girls and boys on the swiping. Okay, so in this case, we've got the config here. Okay, but what we need to do next is we need to say iOS client ID, iOS client ID. Okay, and this client ID, I'm going to show you where we can get it from. So what you want to do is you want to go into your Google Service Info plist file or your Google Services.json file. So one is for your iOS and one is for your Android. I'm going to hide the screen quickly while I get my key. Okay. So inside of the Google Service Info plist, there is a part which says client ID. Okay. And I'm trying to think about how I can show you this. Okay. So I'm going to do this bit so you won't be able to see the full thing. Okay. So there you go. This is a good way of doing it. Aha. All right, so you can see at the top here, I've only copied a bit of it, but you can see at the top, we see string, and that's going to be the one that you need to copy, that client ID right there. Okay, so you need to copy that and then come back with me. Okay, so this is for the iOS app, I believe. No, is it? Which one was for watch? I always get confused. This one is for the iOS app, Google Service Info plist. And if you forget, you can simply check by going back here and you have Google Services and then the Info plist. So the one that I just showed you was Info plist. So I guess it's there anyway. All right, so we've got app.json. Let's go to auth provider. And what we're going to do is I'm going to paste that key in here. Okay. So I'm going to paste. Oh, it wasn't sharing the screen. That's fine. So I'm going to paste that key that I showed you over here. Okay. So give me 1 second. I'm going to paste it in there. Now I've got a nice little trick now that I can go ahead and do to make sure people don't go crazy on my stream and start hijacking everything. But I can go ahead and hide this key. So what I've done now is I've hidden the key from you guys. But basically over here for iOS client ID, I put in that value that I've copied. Okay, it's a really nice little thing, right? Probably wondering like, oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I know, I like it too. All right, so we've got that one. And then the next one we're going to do is Android client ID as well. Okay, so I'm going to show you where to get the Android client ID. Okay, so what you want to do now is go over to Google Services.json. I'm going to quickly hide the file while I show you where to get this one. But what we're looking for is a client ID, and it is in here. I'm going to show you where it is right now. Okay, so I have grabbed the client ID. Okay, so this is the one that you need access to. Okay, so it says auth client and it has the client ID. Okay, so you're gonna copy that and then come back to app.js. No, sorry, not app, stack navigator. No, sorry, use auth. What am I doing? Yeah, use auth. And then you're gonna paste it in here. Okay, so I'm gonna paste it and hide that key, and that way you guys can't see it. But remember, if you are doing this in production environments, use environment variables. I'm just trying to keep it somewhat simple for you to follow along with, right? I don't want to kind of overload because there's a lot of information in today's build. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and paste that in right now, and I'm gonna hide that key. So with that said, now you should have the following. Okay, so you should have your config. So you've got Android client ID and iOS client ID, and I've hidden the keys from you guys so that way we don't get any, any issues. But here I say Google login async and I pass in that config. Okay, now once I've got the config, this will go ahead and execute an asynchronous call. So you can see it returns a promise. And whenever we have a promise, I can actually go ahead and do .then. Okay. In this case, we don't actually need the await if you're going to do that, but you can say .then. And I'm going to go ahead and say, we're going to do an asynchronous call with this callback. And we're going to say the login result is what comes back from them, that sort of call. And I'm going to do something with it. Okay. So I'm going to say if the login type, so if the login result type was a success. So if you successfully logged in with the Google pop-up, then I'm going to go ahead and log in and do some cool stuff with it. Okay. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and set an error and do some other cool stuff as well. Right. But let's just go ahead and check that this works at a somewhat degree. Right. So what I'm going to do now is I've got a function here and I'm going to go ahead and pass this through here. So rather than, where we had the value, I'm also going to pass in sign in with Google. And if you do that, it's the same thing as doing shorthand. So I'm going to pass in sign in with Google. And now we have access to this function inside of our app. So you can see we can actually have not only the user variables, but we can also have our authentication methods pass through this context API, right? So we're gonna have sign in with Google. So if I go over to my login screen, and you can see this is where we're right now, right? I'm gonna go ahead and say const, and I'm gonna pass in, I'm gonna get my sign in with Google from use auth. And you can see where I'm going with this, right? If you want to change up your sign in provider for whatever you want, you can just hot swap it and do that. And it's not that difficult, okay? And I'm gonna go ahead and create a button here. And this button is gonna say login, right? So I'm just gonna say login. And on press, I'm gonna go ahead and trigger the sign in with Google function, okay? So let's go ahead and do R on the terminal to go ahead and refresh our app. And you can see you cannot find use auth, okay? So we need to do that. And whenever that happens, you just need to click I to open it in iOS, or you just click on Expo Go and it will do it for you. Okay, and you can see Tinder to YouTube, and you can see it opens it up. I cannot find button. Okay, so forgot to do that as well. And then do a refresh. Okay, so looks like my thing doesn't want to play well today. So whenever you get this issue, there's a few things you can do. You can either close the app like so, and then you can open it up again, and it will force it to go ahead and try and re-download the new one. Sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, it does get stuck. In which case, right now, I think it's going. Oh no, there you go. It's gotten stuck. Yeah, but if it does that, then I just do that as a trick to go ahead and force it to restart. You know, so if I click on login now, you should be able to see it says Expo wants to use google.com to sign in. Right, so if I click continue, wait for it, we should see a pop-up, okay? It says accounts.google to sign in. And you can see here, there is no URI error, right? It allows me to do that. Now, if I click OK, and it does this, then it says restricted client. This app is not yet configured to make OAuth requests. To do that, set up the OAuth consent screen in Google Cloud Platform, right? So we need to go ahead and set this up in a sec as well, right? I've not done a step here I need to do, okay? But we will get that done in just a second, and then we can continue on. Okay, but I'm going to show you how to set up all of the use auth stuff right now. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and show you pretty much, the reason why I'm going to do this is for the sake of time, but I'm going to go ahead and accelerate through the sort of what we need to do at this point. Now, I do want to have a few additional things here that we can go ahead and do at this point. So I mentioned before, guys, that we actually wanted to use Firebase to keep track of what users were signed in. So after we logged in, I'm actually going to go ahead and log you into Firebase using your Google credential. Now, how do we do that? So I need to go over to my Firebase. We've already set this up, which is kind of cool. And then I'm going to go ahead and say Command J, and I need to install Firebase into my app. So I can say Expo install Firebase. And this will go ahead and install Firebase into my application. Okay, and this is Firebase v9, by the way. Okay, so once that's done, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to do a final step here where I say add app, and I'm going to add a web, right? Because I need something called a config. So if I click this now, I'm going to go ahead and say for the Tinder, I'm just going to say Tinder to YouTube, and I'm going to say register app. I'm going to hide this for a sec because I don't want to expose my credentials. And I'm going to click on, and there you go. So when you get to that next screen, there will be some credentials which pop up with a snippet of code. Okay, so I'm going to show you what you actually get through when you get to that screen. So when you get to that point in the build, what you should see is this. Okay, so you should see something like this. Okay, so you want to copy this. So you want to click this little copy button down here and copy all of this into your code. Okay, and then these credentials, which are blurred out right now, you actually want to go ahead and store them in environment variables or whatever you need to do to go ahead and hide them. But in this build, I'm actually going to keep it quite simple. So I'm going to copy that right now. I'm going to create a file called Firebase inside this level. So I click on app.js, I click firebase.js, and over here, I'm going to paste those values in, right? So I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to paste those in, and I'm just going to quickly hide the credentials. Okay, so I'm going to use my nice little hide stream trick. And if you're enjoying the content, guys, smash the thumbs up button. It helps this channel go a long way. You have no idea, and this takes a lot of prep work. Okay, so what I have now done is hide all the credentials like so. So there's going to be 6 values here that come back. and then you're going to get that inside your Firebase config. Okay, so as you can imagine, this new Firebase version 9 uses yes, it will be available after. This uses the new Firebase v9, so you're going to see the new functions that we're going to be using in today's build. Okay, they're going to be using the latest and greatest. So once we've got that ready, what we now need to do is we need to say const, and I need to get the authentication object. So you can see it's already beating me to it, but that's using v8. So we need to now say get auth, right? And you can see it passes in the Firebase config, but what I need to do now is actually go ahead and import get auth from the appropriate place. Now, because we have this new v9 way of importing things, we need to say import get auth from Firebase /auth. Okay, and this will get us an authentication object that we can use to do logins and all that sort of stuff. And then we're going to have const db equals, and we're going to go ahead and get the database at this point too. Now the database we're going to be using for today is called Firestore, right? Firestore is a real-time database. It's a NoSQL. It's basically like an upgraded NoSQL database that Google provides to us. It allows us to have real-time data. It's going to power up all of the sort of, the features of our application as we go on with this build. Okay, so what I'm going to say is I'm going to say get Firestore. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and pop this in, and I need to import that. Now I import Firestore, that get Firestore from the following. I say import get Firestore, like so. Okay, and now you can see I've got my app, auth, and db. All right, now what I'm going to do is this is called a singleton pattern, whereby we initialize it once in this file, like the auth and the db, and then I just access it outside of the app, or I use it wherever I want inside of my app whenever I need access to these variables. This will give me access to the authentication, so I can do things like log in, I can do things like all that good stuff, and db will allow me to post information to my database. Okay, so now that we've done that, I'm going to go back over to my application, and I'm going to click on continue to console. I'm just hiding it for a second. Okay, so I'm going to go over to the Firestore database now. So on the left hand side of the screen, Firestore database, I'm going to create a database, and I'm just going to click start in test mode because we're going to need to do this anyway afterwards. Click enable, and once that's done, I'm going to go over to authentication. So what I'm doing right here is I'm setting up my database, so I'm preparing it, and I'm going to go ahead and prepare my authentication so the backend is ready to do what we need to do. Okay, so at this point, what we need to do is go over to our authentication, and I'm going to go to get started. And all I need to do at this point is go to, I'm going to actually have Google. Okay, I'm going to click enable, and I'm going to click project support email Papa React, and I'm going to click save. Okay, now with that done, we now have prepared the backend to go ahead and do this. Now it says download latest configuration file, configure SH1 certificate, and download Google services. Oh, okay. So what I forgot to do was actually give the SHA1 certificate. Right. So what we actually need to do is go back to our project settings, and remember what I showed you guys before. Okay. So I went into my code and I did that sort of, fetch hashes bit of code. Yeah. So I did fetch Android hashes. So do that same command. We actually need the other hash. Okay, so I'm going to show you which one, and you can see right here I need the SHA1, so the SHA1 hash, right? And I go down to my Android apps and I add in the second fingerprint. That's why it wasn't adding it to Google Cloud. Okay, so now we have two fingerprints. That's great. I now need to actually grab the latest Google services JSON file. Okay, so I'm going to do that right now. Right, so I'm going to grab that one. I'm going to replace it with the Google services. The client ID never changed, by the way. Okay, so that will stay the same. But I'm going to do that quickly now, and I'll show you what's going on. Okay, so I'm going to open up my code. I'm going to grab that file. I'm going to pop that file in and replace it with the one that I have. Okay, so I'm going to delete my Google services file. I just re-downloaded the Google services JSON file and I popped it back in there. Okay, so now we have the latest thing available. Okay, so we have the latest sort of hashes and fingerprints available. So if I go to my credentials now and I refresh, we should actually see the Android one here. While that's loading. Okay, there you go. Nice. We've got Android client and we've got iOS client. And if you do want the shortcut for the client IDs, you can actually grab them here. Okay, just FYI if you need them. Okay, so at that point, we're going to go back to our code and check this out. So once we're back at our use auth. Okay, the first thing I want to check is I want to actually see if it configured that option for me. I believe I'm not forgetting anything now, but I want to see if it's done it for me. So at this point, when you get stuck like this and you try and hit R and it does nothing, I would actually recommend you just cut the terminal and you start it again. Right, it doesn't take too long to do, but it's worth getting that up and running. It becomes a bit of an annoying issue that you have to do, right? So that's running now. If I do R, it's going to go ahead and say I need to click I, opening in iOS. So whenever this happens, get into these annoying corner cases. I close it, I open it up again, and then we should see it in just a second. Opening project, and then give it a second. Now it says building JavaScript bundle. So you can get into these corner cases. Okay, it's a bit annoying. It happens. It's not the end of the world. Okay, so it says login. So I click it now, and you can see it's about to log you in. And then what we need to do is click Sunny Sangers, try and log in and see what it says. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. So what I actually want you guys to do is at that point, if you get rid of that error, it means that you've done all of those steps correctly. Okay, so you've done all the authentication steps, so it should have just closed at that point. But the good thing is that now we can actually tap into the user's logged in state. We actually just logged in. Okay, so what we need to do now is as you can see, I logged in, but if I go over to my code over here and I go to my users in authentication, I'm not logged in, right? So how do I actually go ahead and push that logged in user to my Firebase to keep track of the users? Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go over to my if we logged in successfully. I'm going to upgrade this, and we're going to have to move pretty fast because there's a lot to do right now. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to destructure the ID token and the access token out of the login result. The way I do that is I do the following code. I say I get the ID token and access token out of login result. Now, once I've got that, I say const credential, right, equals Google Auth provider. Now, where the hell did Google Auth provider come from, right? We actually import that. I'm going to import that from Firebase Auth. So go up to the top of your file, import the following, okay, because we're going to need these afterwards. We're going to need Google Auth provider, on auth state change, sign in with credential, and sign out, okay? So we're going to need all of those things, so grab them while you can. So what this is going to do now is we just logged in with Google, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to construct a credential from that login, and then I'm going to pass this special credential over to Firebase. Firebase understands what that credential is and it stores it in its users, right? So then we should see an update on the user side. Okay, so now we say Google Auth provider, and what I'm going to now do is say I'll need to go ahead and say .credential. So you should see .credential. So you should say your IntelliSense come up. And this is going to have two arguments. It's going to have the ID token and the access token. So look at tab 9 comes in clutch, right? So once we've done that, looks pretty good. Okay, so we've got that looking all right. And then I'm going to say await sign in with credential. Okay. And what this special function does now is that this is what we're essentially, this is where we actually take this separate library that we just used, Expo Google App Auth, which prompted us with the Google sign-in. We got all the relevant kind of access tokens and stuff from Google. We now create a credential from that, and then we use it to sign in with our Firebase authentication. And that's very important because it's going to power up the next step. Okay, so once we do that, we can go ahead and continue on. Now, if we actually didn't have a success at that point, right? So I'm just going to check something, guys. So if this was a success, sorry, so that needs to be up at the top there with that. Yeah, it needs to be inside of the if success block. If it wasn't a success, then I want you to say return. Oops, just do return. And I'm going to say promise.reject. Right, because it's basically failed at that point, right? Or that means that the user's cancelled the sort of login process. Okay, now I can catch and I can do finally afterwards, but I'm going to show you what we can do there afterwards. But you're actually going to get this slight annoying issue at this point where it says async storage has been extracted from React Native, and now this is because the React module has the Firebase module hasn't been updated correctly. So I'm going to go ahead and hide these warnings for us until you can basically get rid of that yourself properly, or you can do what I'm about to do and just hide it for the duration of this build, because I'm not going to go through all of that now. So you need to go to app.js, go import logbox and say ignore all the logs for now. Just for now, It's not a main fix. It's just because we're trying to get through a big demo right now. Okay. And that will stop that annoying thing popping up. Okay. So at this point, I can go ahead and click login. And then I'm going to click continue. Use async storage. Yes, you can use that. It's actually part of the npm module that I installed though. So you have to go into your node modules, update the dependency and do some clever stuff with that. So I'm going to click Sunny Sanga. Now, as you can see, before I click it, there's no authenticated provider, right? But if I do this now, I build a credential, I pass it to Firebase and I sign in with a credential. At this point, if I hit refresh, I should see a user in here, right? So I can't see a user in here. And let's see why we cannot see a user in here. So we messed up something at this point and we need to see what went wrong. So we didn't actually catch anything. We didn't actually check. So it says undefined is not an object. Credential get ID token response. Okay, so what I actually did here by messing up is I forgot to make this an await because inside I've got an asynchronous call. So I actually messed that one up. And we have async. Let's go ahead and see. We've got Google async config. And we've got the login result, and we say if the login type is a success, then we log in, we get the ID and we get this, we build a credential from it, and then we await the sign in. Okay. And there you go. I messed up. So sign in with credential is a modular function. And now the new modular functions require you to pass in the authenticated object. So remember the one I created from our Firebase file, I need to import that. And that's the first argument. And then the second one is the credential. I rushed it. You need to be careful. Okay, don't make that same mistake. So I'm going to do Command K to hide the terminal, and then we're going to go ahead and do a refresh to make sure we're good. And I'm going to click login. And I don't know why my terminal is playing up today, but it's all right. So we're going to click Sunny Sanga. And at this point, I should see a signed in user. Okay, because we didn't get an error there. So, aha, there you go. Okay, so that worked really nice. All right. And the problem is that we simply weren't passing in the auth object. So you're using a modular function without the auth object. So it doesn't work. Okay. So that's, oh yeah. Okay. I'm going to handle that one in a sec. So right now we don't have the unhandled promise rejection. So what we're doing is at this point, we're rejecting if you didn't do anything, if you weren't logged in successfully, but we're saying it's unhandled. So we want to handle it if it failed for whatever reason. Okay. So the way we do that is we go up to this then block and we say catch, right? And with the error at this point, I'm going to say set error to be error. And now we don't have a piece of state to go ahead and keep track of the error. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create that piece of state now. Remember I said the auth provider is just a functional component. So all the state stuff works here. You can say error set error equals use state. I was about to say use error. And then we basically in the beginning, we don't have an error, right? So it's going to be no. Okay. So it's just going to be no for now in the beginning. But what we're going to do is if we get an error, we can set the error, and you're going to see exactly where I'm going with this. It's quite powerful with what I'm going to do here. And then afterwards, finally, we're actually going to go ahead and do sort of a loading state. Now I'll show you the loading stuff afterwards because it's quite a cool little thing that we're going to go ahead and tap into. Okay, so I'm going to click login. Actually, no, not yet. Sorry. I'm going to just leave that for now. We've already handled the rejection, so it's all good. Okay, so we're signed in now, right? But how do I actually know if the user signed in? So I signed in, but my screen says I'm not logged in, right? Because right now the user is no. Right, so how do I keep track of the user? Well, we've got this very nice handy function called on-auth state changed. Now, if you've seen any of my builds, let me know in the comments right now what we think we're going to do, and I can try and beat you to it. Okay, so I'm actually going to have a use effect hook. Okay, and what this use effect hook is going to do, remember, if you don't understand use effects, there's also a YouTube video on my channel right now. Okay, so in this case, you can see use effect. Now, when the component or when auth provider mounts, what I want to do is firstly make sure you've imported that we have. I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to call that on-auth state change. Now, this function is very powerful. What this does is it essentially fires off. It's listening to the authentication set, and it fires off if there is ever a change in the user's state. That means if you were logged in, that it would fire off that user as an event. If you log out, it will update and it will fire off another event. And then whatever you decide to do with that information is up to you. What we're going to do is keep it as a sort of tracking mechanism to tell if the user's logged in or not. Okay. So I'm going to say on auth state changed, and it's a modular function. So I need to pass in the new auth object. That's Firebase version 9. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say it's not async. I'm just going to do this. Okay, but what we actually do is we get back the user every time. Okay, so what you can do here is you can say if the user is present, that means that the user is logged in. Okay, or they just logged in, or whatever the case, but it means that they are now logged in. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep track of the user in a piece of state. So I'm going to say const user set user equals use state, and I'm going to say initially the user is going to be no. Okay, so if there is a user present, we're going to say set user to be that user right there. Okay, else they're not logged in, right? So you can say not logged in, or they signed out, or whatever it is, but this will get fired off when this happens, right? So we say set user to no, right? If they log out, we want to set the user to no. We want to kind of reset that, right? And then what we can now do is this user right here, we can actually go ahead and pass it through here. So we can shorthand this and we can just say user. And now if I do this, you see how we're logged in, right? So if I actually refresh the app, right? And this is super frustrating because I actually want my, I'm not sure why it's not showing me my terminal in the correct way right now, but let's see what's going on. So I'm going to close this terminal and I'm going to restart the terminal again. Okay, so I'm going to say Expo start. Okay, it's only happening when I'm live, which is a bit annoying, but anyway. Okay, so we've got that done, and then I'm going to click on refresh. So reload R. I'm hitting R on the keyboard when I reload the app. So now you can see it basically had a second and then it logged me in. So if I do R, watch how there's a little delay and then it logs me in. Because what it's doing is it's connecting to Firebase, and then what happens is it says, okay, was there a user event that fired off? In this case, yes. And so it sets the user and then it updates the state on the UI. So that's why you get a little delay. So to get rid of that initial delay, what we actually do is we're going to use something initial loading state. So this is a little pattern you can use. I'm going to say loading initial, and I'm going to say set loading initial equals use state. And by default, that's going to be true. Okay, so we have this loading state, which is going to block the UI in the beginning. Okay, so after you go ahead and set the user, whether or not they're true or false, whatever the case, I'm going to set the loading state after that to be false. Okay, so initially the app's going to begin with a loading state of true while we fetch the user, and then it only gets set to false after we set the user. Okay, so with that bit done, what I'm now going to do is, and also as you can see, it returns an unsubscribe object. As I mentioned before, this is a listener. Right, which means that this is actually going to be an unsubscribe function, and this is going to come in handy later. So pay attention to what I'm saying now. Okay, so in a use effect, you can return the unsubscribe to clean up, and basically what this will do is it will clean up the function by detaching the listener if there was ever a re-render. But what we can do is we can actually say if it's a one-line piece of code, we can get rid of the unsubscribe. We can make it a direct return, and that will actually trigger a unsubscribe for us. So that's a super clean way of doing an unsubscribe, because it implicitly returns an unsubscribe. Okay, so at this point, the loading initial, I can use this to block the UI. And the way I do it is I say, if loading initial, if there is no loading initial state, so if we are not loading, then load the children. Now, what you'll see is that there's no delay, right? There'll be no UI, and it only shows the home screen once it gets that information. But now you can see with the loading initial, we don't get that jitter. It just loads the actual app up. Now, what you could do at that point is you could load a splash, you could load whatever you want to do, but that's kind of a little trick that I like to do, right? Just so you don't get that little jankiness on a mobile phone, right? Because it kind of throws you off. I'm not logged in, I am logged in. What's going on, right? So that's kind of an annoying thing you don't want. Now, I'm also going to have a loading state, okay? Now, the loading state is going to be for whenever we're doing any kind of UI blocking logic. So for example, if I click on login, then I want to make sure that I can actually, set some form of global loading state. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to use memo in a sec to go ahead and make it even more efficient. We're going to say use state, and at this point where it says loading is going to be false in the beginning. Okay, now whenever I do any kind of sign in with Google action, what I'm first going to do is set the loading to true. Set a loader to true, and then after it's all said and done, catch is basically if an error went wrong, then is if a promise went right, but finally happens regardless of your promise's outcome. So at this point, regardless, I'm going to say set loading to false. Now what I can do is I can pass that down as well, and I can say loading. Okay, so I can pass that through as well. Okay, so you've got loading. Now I'm also going to show, we're also going to pass through the error if there was ever an error. And the final function that we care about at this point is actually a logout function. Okay, so we've done a sign in with Google. So I'm also going to have a sign out. So in this case, I'm going to call it logout. And I'm going to say this is an asynchronous function. In fact, I don't actually need, yeah, we will have it. I'll show you why in a sec. You don't actually need that to be fair, right? In this case, I'll say set loading is true in the beginning. So set loading is true. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say sign out. Now, where the hell did I get sign out from? Because I imported it from Firebase Auth. That's why I didn't call the function sign out. And you might run into that yourself. I've done it a few times, right? So to do this, you pass the authentication object, and this will sign out the current user who is logged in. Okay. So at this point, I can do sign out dot. And I'm going to say, if there was an error, then catch the error, right? I don't need to do anything after they've signed out. I really don't care at that point, because what I'm actually doing instead is the on-off state change picks it up, right? So that's why after we sign in as well, I don't need to set the state because it happens in the use effect. But here I can say catch the error if there is an error and set the error to the error. Look how nice tab 9 is. I just like that. It just saves me that issue of, that headache of typing it in, right? And then after I'll say finally, set the loading to true, set loading to false, right? And there you go. See how much quicker it makes you as a coder. So nice, right? And log out, I'm going to pass that through as well as a function. So we've got sign out, we've got sign in with Google, and we've got log out. Okay, nice. So at this point, you can see we've got all these handy functions. So we're going to try and move and get into a big flow state right now, right? So we've got the log out over here. So what I'm now going to do is go to the home screen. And as you can see in the home screen, I had the go to chat screen, right? So I'm also going to have another button just to test something right now. This button will say log out. Okay, so this is going to say log out. And on press, I'm going to trigger the logout function. So what I want to do now is say const, and I'm going to pull the logout function from my use auth hook. Okay. I'm going to pull that in from logout. So as you can see now, it's very expansive, right? To go ahead and do this. It's very powerful when you start doing this stuff, because now I have this very nice custom sort of hook that taps into my higher order component, which is using ContextAPI. And you can see it's just so powerful, right? So when I click this, I want to do logout. Okay, awesome. So if I do Command J, and now I got this logout button. So if I click logout, boom, I'm now logged out. If I click login and I click continue, I sign in. Now you should see, wait for it. Boom, I'm now logged in, and I can click log out. So we have authentication, ladies and gentlemen. That looks pretty damn sick, right? So in this case, you can see our authentication flow is working, but there is one optimization which I've not shown you before that we can do to make this a little bit better. We're going to use something called use memo. Now, the problem with this is, right, if any of these change for whatever reason, if the loading state changes, it causes everything, or the user, where the user is shown, where the error is shown, where the sign in with Google is shown, it causes all of that to re-render. The entire tree has to basically re-render. That's expensive, right? Instead, what we want to do is I want to basically essentially cache as much as I possibly can. And I only want to sort of, change this if an error triggered, if the loading state triggered, or if the user state changed. Okay. So the way I do that is I say const memoed value. I'm going to call this memoed value. And I'm going to say use memo. Okay. Now I recommend you do look at this on the React docs as well. But what you can do inside of use memo is it's similar to a use effect in the way that you write it. You have a dependency array afterwards. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to return an object. So I'm going to basically wrap this in a parentheses and return an object. Now, what I'm going to return here is simply this stuff. So it's no different. It's just going to be that I'm moving it from here to the use memo. And instead now I'm only going to update this information if the user changed, if the loading changed, or if the error changed. And you can optimize as much as you want or do whatever you want to do. The point is that now what I'm doing is I'm not passing in the individual values. I'm passing in this memoed value. And what this memoed value does is it caches the value. So imagine if you had an operation or a variable which took like 5 seconds to load. If nothing changed in that dependency array, just give the value that you previously calculated rather than wasting another 5 seconds to give that value again. right? Instead, now you've got it cached, boom, you give it, it's way quicker. There's no need to re-render everything. So that's what benefits, that's one of the benefits of using memoization. Okay, so in this case, I'm passing that through here. Okay, looks damn good. Okay, and one thing I want to show you is if I go into my login screen and I pull in my loading state, what I can show you is that if it says, I can basically say, if you're loading, right, check this out, if loading, then I'm going to say loading ... else log into the app. Now check this out. Okay, so it says log into the app. Obviously it looks like crap right now, but if I click login, see how it says loading? Aha, see that global loading state kicks in, Sunny Sanga, and then wait for it, loading, boom. Aha, looks really damn nice. Okay, right, so it looks really good at this point. We've got our chat screen, we have our authentication. So we are now finished with our authentication provider. You just built your first higher order component, which looks something like this, right? So we now have this beautiful auth provider, which wraps the rest of the children inside of it. And then it's going to go ahead and basically power it up with any authentication requirements that we need. Okay, so we've done the authentication portion now. Now we're going to go ahead and build the remainder of the app. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and build out the Tinder app with the cards. We're going to build the match functionality. We're going to build the chat. We're going to build the chat rows. And we're going to do all of that. And I'm going to make this look really nice. And we're going to move at full speed right now. Right, so this is the use hook that we created, the use auth hook. Absolutely looks amazing. Right, so you can go ahead and pause at any point there to go ahead and capture it. But yeah, that's what we just basically done. We set up our connection to our authentication, and now we're going to move on to the next step, which is customize our login screen. So that's the first thing we're going to do. And I'm going to go ahead and move very fast now with this sort of UI components because we have a lot of work to do. Okay, so for the login screen, what I'm now going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pop in. We're going to need the navigation. So I'm going to say constant navigation equals use and navigation. I'm going to need this in just a second. Okay. Because I'm going to need to actually redirect the user at some point. Actually, no. So at this point, there's two ways I can customize. I don't want this header. I want to customize it to make it my own look, right? So I can do this two ways. I can either go to my stack navigator, go to the page over here, and I can customize the options. So here you can see it says options, and here you can actually go ahead and customize this. I can say header shown. Oops. I can say header shown, and I can basically say false. I can do it there, right? And what that's going to do is it's basically going to get rid of the header for me. And you can see how it went up into that safe area, right? So we're going to show you how it's going to go ahead and save the safe area. So I'm going to show you how we can fix that. But what if I don't want to spam our higher level stuff over here? So if I want to do it at the component level, I basically go into my component and I do the following. I say use layout effect, which is basically a use effect, but it triggers on the UI aspect as opposed to when the component mounts, right? So when the UI is finished painting, basically. Now what I say is navigation.set options. And this is the special function which basically does what I just showed you before. Here I can say header shown, okay, header shown false. And that does essentially the same thing, you can see. But now it's inside the component level as opposed to spamming up the rest of the higher level stuff. Okay, so at this point, I can add a safe view, which means it will never go into that thing. But right now, I want to have this kind of neat looking screen that I showed you just a second ago. So where is it gone? All right, I'm going to build this right now. So you see, I don't want it to hide the top, so I want to expand it all. All right, so the way I do that is I'm going to do the following. So we're going to go ahead and just start this out. So I no longer want this. I no longer want the button like that. I want to have an image background. Okay. Now, image background is a special React Native component, which allows me to use an image as the background. So in this case, it's actually a component like so. And the image background is going to be this gradient. That's actually an image. Okay. So you can see image background. Sorry. There you go. And I'm going to import this from React Native. Okay. And what this is going to do is it's going to go ahead and have the source, which is going to be the back. Right, so it's going to be the Tinder PNG. So what I need to pop in here is what the picture is that it's going to point to. So this is the picture that it's going to go ahead and point to. And right now we have nothing inside of it, right, which is why it's freaking out. So what I'm actually going to do is add in a piece of text, right? So a piece of text, and this text is going to say sign in and get swiping. Okay. And right now I'm getting a weird error right now, which is saying undefined is not right. So where's this coming up? Image base. Oh yeah. Okay. So in this case, I need to go ahead and give this two things. I'm going to give it a resize mode of cover and a style, which is Tailwind Flex 1. I'm going to go ahead and import my Tailwind. And then let's wait for this to come back. Okay, so the reason why you can't see this at the moment, and the reason why I was complaining is because image background needed to have some styling applied to it. So in this case, I've said Flex 1, basically grow as much as you can and use up the space, right? So over here, but to make this visible, I now need to make this have Tailwind. And I'm going to make this a Flex 1, right? So it uses up enough space. Now you can see, boom, and you can see sign in, get swiping stuck over there, right? So I'm going to make that look a bit cleaner in just a sec. But what I want to do is that is basically, if I use a button, you see it came up like the text that we had previously. So if you want a custom sort of looking button, what you do is you make something called a touchable opacity. Okay. And you can see touchable opacity like that, right? And what this does is basically you can wrap whatever you want in it. So in this case, it's still hidden over there, right? And we can't actually click it. But I'm actually going to show you how we can get that to the center of the screen. So right now I'm going to use style, and you can see how that's so nice. It helps me save a bunch of time. I'm going to say the background of that button should be white. But before I do all that, I'm going to say it should be an absolute position button. I want the bottom to be 40. And I want it to be width of 52. Width of 52. And I'm going to make the text Tailwind text center. Okay, and then this needs to be a little bit more straight, so I'm actually going to make this let's think how we're going to do this. I want this to be if I want to add in, so basically Tailwind can't do everything with React Native, so what I need to do sometimes is customize it with the style. So without React Native, you actually add in a style like this as an object, or you add a style sheet. But if you want to have both, you can have this and you can reference your style sheet, or if you want to be lazy like me and type in margin horizontal, you can do that too. Margin horizontal, and I'm going to give it a 25% margin horizontal, and that way it gets it centered. Okay, because it's 25%, 25% centers it. And then I'm going to say BG white. And now you can see that. I'm going to give it a padding of 4, and I'm going to say it's rounded to XL. So you see why I love, honestly, why I love Tailwind so much. It's so nice. It's utility classes, which allows us to write our CSS really quick, right? So looks pretty good at this point. I'm just going to hide that. There we go. Looks a bit messy. So at this point, I'm also going to make this font bold. So font bold. I'm actually going to say semi-bold, semi-bold. But there you go. Okay. So this button, I'm actually going to have on press. You know what? I'm not going to lie to you though. A lot of it, so some of it is prepped, but there are a lot of elements where I do freestyle it and I add stuff in. I've been guilty of that, and that's why some builds go on for quite a while. Check this out. So, and now when I click that, it should say sign in with Google. And if you see touchable opacity, when I click this button, can you see how the opacity changed? Right, the opacity changed. Okay. Now, one thing I did wrong there is I put the on press on the text. I want the on press on the touchable opacity. That way, when I click this, it does it, right? But opacity is because it's the opacity changes when I click it. You can also get different ones like touchable, where is it gone? Touchable, highlight base, and a few others, right? Touchable highlight and so forth. Okay, but I like touchable opacity. It's got like a nice kind of app feel to it, right? So Andrew says, never done anything with React Native. Currently rewriting a pretty awful front end for HR app. Dude, I feel your pain, man. I feel your pain. But it's worth trying this out. So it's pretty fun to do. Right? So now you can see sign in and get swiping. So if I click this now, boom, and let's click Sunny Sanga. And you can see now I go to the login screen. Right? So it looks very clean in what we're doing right now. Now that's actually that portion done. The login screen is done. Now, as you can see, we are logged in, right? So if I go ahead and do refresh, you can see I automatically come to the login screen because of that loading initial inside of our authentication state. If I log out now, it's only then do I come back to the screen. And you can see I can't get back. I can't swipe back, right? So it actually blocks me out. Okay, so now we're going to move over naturally to the home screen, right? So you can see as it's pretty cool how we progress through this build. So I'm going to go to my home screen, and you can see this looks like, this looks rubbish, right? So I'm going to make this look a bit nicer. So for the home screen, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off with deactivating this top portion, because what I want the home screen to look like is this. I want to customize the header and do a bunch of cool stuff with it, and I want to have this cards and all that good stuff. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say I'm going to use the navigation option with that use layout trick that I showed you earlier. So use layout effect, and I'm going to do the following. Remember, this is just like a use effect, but when the component paints on the screen. Okay, so here I'm going to go ahead and say navigation dot set options. I'm going to say the header false. So navigation dot options. In fact, you can do it all here, yeah, but there is actually a handy little thing. Now, in none of these screens I actually need the header. So what I can actually do is I can set a default. Right now, the default can be as part of the stack navigator. So here I can say, let me just double check where I put this. This is going to be in the stack navigator. It's called default options. So default screen options. And what you can do here is you can pass default options for the screen. So I'm going to say the header shown should be false by default. So now you should be able to see, if we were to refresh, it should be not there. In fact, which is strange because it is there. And that's weird. It has worked before. Okay, but I'll show you anyway. I'm going to set that anyway because I want that to be the standard. But over here then, if I have that back, I can say navigation.set options, and it's good to know both, I guess. But I'm going to say header shown false, and there you go. It gets rid of it. Now, as you can see, it flies up into that dangerous area, right? So the way to get rid of that sort of danger element, right? Because some phones have a notch, some don't. And obviously you don't want to sit there and say, if iPhone 12 do this, if iPhone this do that. I mean, it's a headache, right? So instead of doing any of that rubbish, we can go ahead and for inside of here, we can use something called safe area view. Okay, so it's not just a normal view, it's called safe area view, right? Now the safe area view, I need to import it. So I'm going to go ahead and change this to safe area view. Oops, safe area view. And as you can see, I get two options. It's actually going to be the normal React Native one that I want. Okay, React Native. Now there has been a time where I need the other one, but you can see now it actually pushes the view down out of the danger zone. So it's a very handy little trick that you should know about. Okay, so let's try that out. So you can see now it should bring back the, oh, to be honest, that's probably why. Oh no, didn't want to do that. Okay, so that's probably brought it back. But if I go to my stack navigator and I say header, no, you're right, because when you do header, you can actually pass a component in. But if I just say header, no, let's see what happened there. If it didn't, that's fine. Okay, I mean, we're not going to mess around with this, but yeah, it has worked in the past. I'm not going to debug it right now. That's fine to do now. Okay, so we're going to deactivate the header shown false. Yeah, I've done that, Ben, but it's it said it for the default screen options. I don't think it came up as screen options. Yeah, maybe you're right in the sense of it could just be screen options. And then inside of home screen, I don't have. Let's just have a look. Okay, I think you're correct. Yes. Okay, so it's actually not default. It's screen options. Good call, guys. So yeah, we can actually simplify our code now. Thank you for that. But yeah, that's how you do it. It's going to be screen options, not default screen options. Right. So now you can see that looks much better. Right. And now if you want a header, we can explicitly say we want a header, but just don't forget that we added that in. So at this point, what we're going to do is I'm going to actually create the header. Okay. Now the header is going to be at the top. So I'm just going to mark it. I'm going to say the header goes here. And then I'm going to say end of header. Right. And that should help us out a bit. Right. So the header over here. Now let's go ahead and build this. So I'm going to say I'm going to view. And this view is going to have only if the user is signed in. Well, in this case, we are signed in, so it should be fine. But the user can be, oh no, that's fine. We can grab it now. So we can say user. And you see how easy that is, guys. We just pull the user through like this. Right. So it's very, very nice. Koki, this is actually a native app, so it's already on a phone. Right. So you can see view. My full-time job, by the way, is 0 to Full Stack Hero. So third link in the description if you want to join the Papa Fam, the official community and course. That's my full-time job, guys. right? And building amazing YouTube videos for you guys, right? So in this case, we're going to say touchable opacity, and I'm going to go ahead and import touchable opacity. And the first thing I want to do is build the left part. So I'm going to build this right here, right? Sorry for the poor resolution, but that's going to basically be my user profile image, the picture. Okay. So with the user, I get a bunch of information back. One of the bits of information is called the photo URL. That's what comes back as the user. Okay. So if I do console log on the user and I go ahead and say console.log user at this point, so user, and I just do this, now you can actually see back the user that we get back. You can see all their credentials. So let's have a look. You can see all this good stuff comes back. Photo URL, that's actually the Google login picture, and you can see display name, email, and all that good stuff. So you see how clean this build is, right? So as you can see now, we need the user.photo URL. Okay. So at this point, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and say image. So I'm going to get an image, right? And image is a self-closing component, and I'm going to go ahead and import it like so. Okay. And then at this point, I'm going to say the source of the image is going to be from the user URI. So I'm going to say, and it's not just a normal SRC source. Here you pass an object where there's a URI, and the URI is going to be the user.photo URL. Okay. So that's the one that I just showed you. Now, nothing is shown because we haven't passed any styling to it. Okay, so for this image, I'm going to give it a style, and I'm going to go ahead and say style equals Tailwind, and I need to go ahead and probably pull that in. I'm going to say the style here should be a height of 10 and a width of 10 as well. Okay, width and a height of 10 and width of 10. I'm going to say rounded full. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's cool. So you got height of 10, width of 10, rounded full, and it says cannot find a variable. There we go. So in this case, I'm going to go up to my import this. Okay. So as you can see, I get my nice little picture. The little picture comes through, and as you can see here, we've got the image and we've got the touchable opacity. Now, right now, if I click it, it gets a nice little highlight effect, but nothing actually happens. So as you can see, we've got touchable opacity. So here I'm going to say touchable opacity, Tailwind of absolute style, Tailwind, absolute, left 5, and I'm going to say top of 3. I want this to be absolutely positioned, and as you can see, it's there, right? And don't worry about I am the home screen and all that stuff. I'm going to reposition everything, okay? But this is how I want it to be for now, okay? So in the middle over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it as a Tinder logo. Okay. Now that logo I've actually downloaded and I've just saved it. Right. So what I'm actually going to do is, just for an example to show you that you can have a hard coded value as well, I'm just going to pop a logo.png at this level. Okay. Obviously you should have an images folder, do all that good stuff, but I'm just showing you how you can do it from a URI or from an image. Now, if it is static assets inside your build, I would recommend doing it like that. And then you can compress them and manage it and all that good stuff. But yeah, you can do it that way as well. Okay. So, oh, that's horrible. Wow. Absolute. What the hell was that, man? Okay. Absolute. There you go. That's why it just sits on top. Right. And I'll show you this afterwards. So right now I'm just going to comment out these because we're just focusing on the header. Okay. So after that is done, I'm now going to have on this part, I'm going to have touchable opacity for the image. So touchable opacity. And this is going to be for another image, and this image is going to have the source, and this is going to point towards that logo.png. So the way I do that is I say require, and then I go ahead and find the directory of the location. So in this case, it's going to be logo.png. Okay. Now for the styling of that image, I'm going to go ahead and say style equals Tailwind, and I'm going to go ahead and do a height and width of, oh, look at that. Look how nice that is. This one's actually going to be a height and width of 14. So instead, I'm going to do height and width of 14 and hit save. And now you can see it pops in. We get a nice little Tinder logo. It's going to be clickable because that's going to be what brings up the modal. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and do, I'm going to position that in a second. Okay. So in the view here, I'm actually going to say style item center to centralize all of my elements. So I'm going to go ahead and say items center. And I'm going to make it relative, so that way if anything is absolutely positioned, aka this thing, it's going to be in the center of that. Okay, so item center. And what have I done here? Yeah, I've messed this up, so that should be inside there. Okay, there you go. I get this. I got my nice clickable element. So I'm going to now do the right hand side, the little chat bubble. Okay, so those chat bubbles are actually pretty cool because they come in when you install your app with Expo. Okay, so as in when you set up an app with Expo, you actually get something called Expo Vector Icons. And I'm going to show you this right now. Expo Vector Icons. Okay, so if you type in icons on Expo, you actually get this right now, and this by default comes installed when you set up your app. So you can go ahead and pull it in like so. Okay. Now you can actually browse all the icons at icons.expo.fyi, and here you can actually go ahead and type in anything. So you can search for an icon or family. So if I typed in something like, and also you can filter between different types. You can have font awesome and design, all those good things. So it comes out of the box when you're using Expo. Really kind of easy to do that. Okay. So this is how I actually find all the things. If I need a heart, I can go ahead and use a heart and so forth. So that's how I'm finding these, in case you're wondering. Okay, when I use them. But the one I'm going to use right here is I'm going to pull in a couple of different ones, and design and TPO and TPO and ionic icons. And as you can see, if I click into it, I can see all the different variants. So I can see what needs to be typed in when I want that, right? I'm going to chuck in a touchable opacity. And in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say touchable opacity. And I'm going to say inside of it, I'm going to have an ionic icon. And what I'm going to do is a nice little Emmet trick, right? And the ionic icon is a self-closing component. And this one is going to go ahead and say name. And the name here is, you see, I get all this IntelliSense, right? And this one is actually chat bubbles sharp, right? And it's actually going to be S plural, chat bubbles sharp, okay? And that's going to represent the bubble, that one that we see over there. And the way I get it on the screen is I give it a size. So in this case, I can say size of 30. And as you can see, it comes underneath, and that's because of item center, right? Now, remember I said I want to also use absolute positioning. Now you can use, you know, something like items or justify between or justify evenly, and that will also work. Okay. So I want you to know that you can use those as well. I'm now going to do absolute right zero, and I'm going to say right 5 and top 3. Everyone's probably watching like, what are you doing, dude? There you go. All right. So you can do that, or you can actually have, you know, justify between. I'm going to show you both to use a justify between. You can do it something like this. If I got rid of the absolute positioning and I got rid of this one, you'll see some difference. You do that, but then you need to say flex row. So do flex row. And you can have it like that. And then you can add a padding around the side. I mean, you could do that as well. But if we did that, let's just do padding X of 5. You could do that as well, right? I'm going to actually, you know what? I'm going to keep that one a bit cleaner. Okay. So there you go. Handy little demo of how you can use both touchable opacity. Okay. So at the top right here, what I actually want to do now is change the color. Now I've already got the Tinder color on the record, so I can go ahead and say color equals this hash, and that's going to be the Tinder kind of pink, similar to it anyway. And now I can actually hook these up, right? So I'm going to have it. So if I hit this button, I'm going to log out. Okay. So we're going to try that right now. So the first one, I'm going to say on press. If I do that, I'm actually going to say log out. Okay. And this I'm going to get from my logout, from the auth, use auth. Now look how easy it is. Once you pull that in, boom, I'm logged out, sign in. It's just so sleek, right? Once you set this up. So you can see here, we've got this, right? So we've got this middle one and this. Now the middle one is going to be responsible for when we actually update our users' information, which I didn't take a screenshot of, but we will do, right? And I'll show you where it is. Okay. And then this one is for the chat. Okay. So for the this one on the right, I'm going to go ahead and say, it's going to be an arrow, and it's going to say navigation.navigate. And this is going to go towards the chat, right? So this is going to go to the chat screen. Now, obviously we don't have a back button, so you get kind of trapped at this point. And my swiping, for some reason, oh, there it is. Yeah, swipe works. Okay, so you can do that. You can do this, and then you can swipe back. But obviously we want to have a button there as well. we're going to go ahead and set up this one as well, right? So you see right here, we're going to go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to have the cards next. Okay, so over here, I'm going to have the card over here. I see these middle cards, and then I'm going to have these little buttons over here as well. So this little cross and heart. Okay, so for this middle one, I'm actually going to have the modal pop up, by the way. Right, so I'll show you how we do that as well afterwards. Right, but then I think now maybe let's do the card. Yeah, let's do the cards. So for the cards, we're going to use a swiper library. Right, so there's a nice little library called reactnative deck swiper. Right, reactnative deck swiper. So if I go here and I say reactnative deck swiper, you're going to get this nice kind of, you know, there's a few things here. We've got the GitHub repo here for this one, React, and you can see they've got an example of how you can use it. Right, so it's an awesome library. Hopes you get this nice little functionality, but there's a lot of things that we have to consider at this point when we build this. All right, so pay close attention. So I'm going to grab that. I'm going to go back to my app, Command J. I'm going to say yarn add React Native deck swiper. I'm going to hide that. Okay, and at this point, I'm installing the dependency required. Document.write. I love you. I like that. All right. So at this point, we got I love you too, everyone. Right. So at this point, we've got this, and I've got the I am the home screen. Oh God, what happened now? Refresh. Oh wow, that's weird. So we've got that open now, and I'm gonna go ahead and do the following. So you can see they've got an example down here of how you can use it and style it and all that good stuff. I've simplified this a bit for you, so you don't have to kind of mess around with it too much. But if we go up to the top now, you can actually import the swiper library. And then I'm just going to go ahead and pop it in down here. Now, the swiper library requires a few different things. So we're actually at the end of the header here. And what I'll do is I'll keep the comment in there to help you out. But instead of all this stuff now, I'm going to have the cards. Right, so cards. Okay, so I'm going to import the swiper like so. Okay, now swiper is eventually going to look like this, but obviously we have to style it. We have to make it look pretty good. Okay, so at this point, what we need to do is I'm just going to pull in a bit of dummy data to help us out with this, right? So what you can do is you can use this dummy data if you want, or you can just use something different. But right now we've got some dummy data here, and you can see it's just an array of 3 objects. First name, last name, occupation, photo URL, and age. And I'm just using this to render something on the screen while I work. Okay, so before we get the backend set up and everything else, so I'm going to say cards equals dummy data, right? And you can see, whoa, there's no render method, and that's fine. We're going to go ahead and fix that, right? So this requires a function called a render item, right? And what this does is it goes ahead and you get each card as a object when it renders through them. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and say it should be a view that gets rendered out. So let's go ahead and say a view. A view, and inside that view, I'm going to have let's just imagine I have a piece of text which says, let's just do card dot, and this is going to be card.firstname, okay? Because that gives us each individual thing. So card.firstname. So it says render card is not a function. So render item, sorry, it's render card. My bad. It's render card. It's such a relaxing bit of music in the background. Right, so you can see there, it's just weirdly there, but we need to style it and make it look pretty good. Okay, so I'll show you what's going on right now to make this look like that. But what we need to do is surround this in a view so we can kind of encapsulate it and have some control over it. Okay, I'm going to put my swiper object inside of it. So view, here I'm going to say style equals tailwind. And then here I'm going to say flex 1. I want to use the space available. And I'm also going to do a negative margin 6. So I'm going to pull that thing up. Right now, obviously we can't see what's going on here, but you just got to trust me in this just for a sec. Right, the background color of swiper, I'm also going to give a sort of, there's a container style that we can go ahead and do some stuff to. I'm going to say here, we're not going to use tailwind there, sorry. I'm going to use background color of transparent. Okay, and that's actually going to be a string. There we go. Okay, now for this one, for each card, I'm actually going to make it have a background color. So let's say background color tailwind, I'll say BG white. And as you can see, not yet. We need to give it a height, 3/4. And if I gave it a background, let's just say red 500. Let's see if you can see that. No, not yet. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to say rounded Excel. And in fact, what I'm actually going to do right now is refresh, because I'm pretty sure it is there. I'm just not sure though. I'm not seeing it. So we get the render card, and I'm showing out the card, and the key would be card dot. Each one should have an ID. In this case, let's just give them all IDs, fake IDs. 1, 2, 3. ID 4, 5, 6. And 789. 789. There we go. Each one is going to have its own key. So it's going to say key is going to be card.id. There we go. And why are we not seeing this still? We have to figure out what's going on. So, oh, okay, I figured it out. Okay, so this is where you have to be careful, right? Safe area view is never actually expanding to use the width that it's allowed to use. Thank you, Murat. That's why I love it sometimes. This is not returning, right? You have to be careful of that, right? So at this point, when you do this, if I actually wanted this, I could do return with the parentheses or a direct return. So you might run into this exact issue, and it happens to all of us, as you just saw, right? So I'm gonna do that. Now you go. Now it's returning, right? Now, obviously right now, there's still the issue that I mentioned, which is this one where you got style and you have to actually allow this to have flex one. And that means it will use up as much room as it possibly can, right? Now let's do a refresh and let's see what's going on. Right, so refresh. Aha, nice. Now we got a red card, right? And obviously, as you can see right now, I can swipe up, I can swipe down, I can swipe left, I can swipe right. But you see, I swipe through all the cards, right? And it seemed to work. Okay, but what I want to do is I want to limit it to only be swiping left and right. Okay, and obviously I want to make it look a bit nicer than that, right? So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say card firstly, rather than just some text, and also the background here I want to be white, right? And right now, this the annoying bit about this is because it's painting the card on, you have to probably do a R refresh manually whenever you make changes here. Just something to know. Okay, so here I'm going to have an image. I'm going to say image, and this is going to have a source, remember, and it's going to have a URI because that's how we do it here. We say card dot, and here I've got photo URL, card dot photo URL. Okay, and refresh. And we don't see the image again because we don't pass styling in. So remember, you can see the effect that styling has in this case, right? So you have to always kind of have your images have their correct kind of height and width. So in this case, I'm gonna say height of 4, oops, height of 4, and I'm gonna say width of 4, and rounded XL corners. And I'm gonna absolutely position it top 0. So I'll do that in a sec. So let's do this. And what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to make the view relative. Yeah, I'm going to make the view relative because I want to absolutely position something. If you don't have relative on the parent component, it's relative to the overall screen, and then it kind of throws it in there, right? So here I'm going to say absolute, I'm going to say top 0. So I'm going to stick it to the top, and then I'm going to refresh because now I've added in this new image. Aha, look at that. All right, so I get Elon and I get another Elon. That Pokemon cards, NFT win. All right, so at this point I've got my cards, pretty cool, right? And then I want to do something a bit cooler with this, right? So I want to have at this point a sort of, you know, like a kind of a white kind of container at the bottom, which has some stuff like this where it says, you know, like this is this. And then I also want to show the cards stacked up, right? So a few things that I want to add. Yeah, so where we have swiper, I'm actually going to go ahead and say stack size is 5. And what that does is it will have 5 cards behind. You just don't see them right now, right? But trust me, they're there, right? And I'll show you how to get them, right? So we say stack size, and then I also need to do something called card index. The card index should start at 0 every time, right? That means that it starts from the first thing in the list, right? And trust me, that will come in later on quite handy. Now I'm going to deactivate the vertical swipe because right now I can swipe up if I want. So I'm going to say vertical swipe false. And right now when I swipe out, oops, false. when I swipe out now, you must animate. Okay, so I've actually messed one thing up in this case. I need to go ahead and do vertical swipe, animate. I'm actually going to do animate card opacity as well. But let's refresh because I've made a change and it's hot reloaded. Let's try it now. There you go. All right. So the animate, by the way, animate card opacity was when I swipe out. Can you see how the animation comes in? All right. So it animates out. Oh, it's because I changed the stack size. That's why it didn't pop in. My bad. Remember, there's hot reloading here, so you have to actually do a fresh reload. And can you see the cards behind now? It's actually pre-rendering them behind. We've got the render card on the screen, right? So we can see the card coming up right now. All right, so we've got the picture over here. So now I'm actually going to go ahead and put that white box there, okay? So next to the image, so it's just going to be adjacent to the image, I'm going to have a view. And this view is not the view that you're thinking about. This is still React, right? So we've got view, and I'm going to have inside of here two things. So I'm going to have another embedded view with a bit of text inside. So this one's going to be, and in fact, I'm going to use Emmet here. I'm going to say view with a bit of text inside. And I'm going to say, this is going to be card dot, it's actually going to be display name, not first name and last name, because that's the way we model it in the database. So I'm going to say, for now, it's fine. I'll do first name, last name, first name, and then I'll do card dot last name. There you go. And I need to camel case this one, first name, last name. And outside of that view, I'm going to have another thing, which is going to be for, actually inside, I'm going to have another one, but this is not going to be for this. It's going to be for the card job. So it's going to be card dot job. And in this case, I've got occupation. So I'm going to change that to job. Okay. So we've got card job, and as you can see, it comes up here. So Sunny Sanga, and then you can see you've got Elon's, but you just can't see it right behind there. Okay. So outside of this, I'm going to have card age, and I will show you why I've done that. So card.age, and this is going to have a closing bracket, and you can see tab 9 just coming in so clutch, right? And you can't see where it is right now, but the whole point of that is because I've got one container, which is the first view, containing two pieces of text, and they're stacked up on top of each other, hence this one, right? And then I've got the other container with the age in over here, right? So as you can see, you've got the first container with the two pieces of text and then the age over here. So in this case, I'm going to add a style, guys. I'm going to say Tailwind. I'm going to say, what should I do here? I'm going to say BG white, firstly, to make sure I can see it. I'm going to give it a width of 4, so that way we can see even more of it. And again, it's not going to show this because it paints it on the screen and it doesn't show it. So I'm sorry, I have to refresh hard to see this. So if I do Command J, I do R, now you'll see a white section. Okay. Now what I want to do is I'm going to make this absolute bottom 0. Now the parent is relative, right? Which means that if I do absolute in this case, it's going to be relative to the parent. So if I do bottom 0, then you're going to see it. Remember, it's painting it on there, right? So we have to go ahead and actually refresh it like so. Right? So that looks pretty good so far, actually. And then I'm going to say justify between, and I'm going to say item should be center. This should mean that the text gets split apart. So justify center items between. And now again, refresh R. And okay. And we've got the view over here. And we need to say flex row because by default it's in a column. That's why it's stacked up on top of each other. So flex row, which is different to the web. Web we typically have, you know, by default the other way. Now we've done justify center, but actually I should have done justify between. Okay. Now I do want to add a padding on the x-axis. So the padding on the x-axis should be of 6 and a padding on the y-axis of 2. And that means it won't touch the sides and you have a little bit of padding on the top and bottom. All right. And I want the bottom to be rounded off. Right now it's hard to see, but that's a square corner at the bottom. So I'm going to say rounded bottom edge XL. So it should be cornered off. And then that for now will do. And I need to style the rest of it. So quick few things. I'm going to add some styling here to make it look quite flush. I'm going to say the text should be extra large and it should be a font bold. Boom. And then that one will look pretty good once I refresh. And then the style down here for the age will be text 2XL. Refresh. You can see that looks pretty good right now. Sunny Sanga. And if I check this against this one, pretty good. Okay. In fact, I think we're pretty much there with that one. So back height of 3/4. Okay. So in that case, what I want to do now is actually add in a little shadow so I can't see it. Now, frustratingly, I do love the shadows in React Native, in Tailwind CSS, but we don't get Tailwind shadows in, you can see Tailwind class unknown. We don't get that in the React Native package. So I have to manually do this with style sheets. So this is where I'm going to show you that you can combine the two worlds and you can have the traditional style sheets. Someone say const styles equals, and this is how you typically do your styles with React Native, right? So style sheet.create, and then I say card shadow. And I'm just going to create some custom styles down here. Now the shadow properties over here, you can go ahead and look into, but this is going to generate a shadow, right? So shadow color is like a slight gray. It's going to have an offset. The opacity is going to be 0.2. So it's going to be a very light shadow. Small radius and elevation is going to be 2. And you're going to see the effect of this. I'm going to import style sheet from React Native. So I need to import that from React Native. Okay, and then if we refresh, now you should see a nice little shadow. Oh no, sorry, I haven't used it yet. So we need to go down to need to use the shadow, and I'm using the shadow where I've got my card text. So here, so whenever I want to combine Tailwind styles or any, two different styling languages or paradigms, you want to go ahead and put an array, and I want to do comma, and I can just literally concatenate the styles. So I can say styles.card shadow, and just like that, with a refresh, bada bing, bada boom, I get these cards. Look at the difference a slight little shadow makes, and it's stacked up, right? Now you're probably wondering, but Sunny, you don't have it saying match and pass or nope top, right? How do you get that, right? So I'm going to show you how to go ahead and do that as well, right? So in the top here, we actually have this cool thing called overlay labels, right? So this is a prop that comes through, and what this does is it takes an object, and this object is predefined. Okay, so there are actually predefined things here. So if you have a look over here in overlay labels, default props, so this is how I figured out what the map was, right? And you can change the element to whatever you want. You can actually make it look like a, whatever kind of no sign sad face you want. But in this case, I'm going to go ahead and do for the left hand side, I'm going to make it give it a title and a style. Okay, so the style is pretty much what we're used to, but I'm going to say the title is nope, and the style is a label, and the label is text aligned right, and the color is red, right? And I'm aligning it to the right because when I do this, it needs to come on the right hand side of the card, hence why that way I can see it. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing with right. Okay, so here I'm going to say right, and that one is going to be outside here. Right, so we got right. So now if I go ahead and do this, you see match and nope. And if you can see this one, if I don't do text align this, yeah, you're going to see it comes up over in the left side. You see that? It's very hard to see, but it's in the left side over here. Yeah, nope, right? But if you do text align right, only for the nope, then it comes up on the right hand side. Whereas this side comes up match. And then you get that nice cool little effect, right? So looks pretty cool, right? So we have that doing its thing. You're going to learn useref as well. If you haven't used useref, I do have a tutorial on that on the channel, but you can check it out. Command J. At this point, we've got the card down here. I'm going to now do, there's these special functions that they give us. Okay. So in this case, I've got on swiped, and you can see you've got loads of them. On swipe right, on swipe left, and you can tap into these functions, right? So I'm going to do on swiped left. And for now, I'm just going to have an arrow function, which just says, console log, swipe pass, right? So swipe pass. And because you're passing, or if you go left, you're kind of like saying, nah, right? Or swipe nope, right? So I'm going to call it a pass though. That means you passed on that person. On swiped right is going to be a function, and we're going to say console log, swipe match. Oh God, what is that? I'm going to say swipe. So, God, come on, swipe. It's not going to be pass, it's going to be swipe match. Okay, so pass and match, right? So in this case, now we can check this out. If I swipe right, it says, one sec, what is this? Tailwind class items between, where am I using that? Items between, items center, oops. That's what I was doing wrong. Okay, there you go. That's why I was looking a bit janky. Yeah. Wondering, it seemed a bit off to me. Oh, there you go. Right, so now if I hold this open and I swipe right, we should see swipe pass or swipe match. Sorry, swipe match. There we go. Swipe pass. There we go. So now I can see, I can tap into that moment in the life cycle when I swipe. So we can do something with code right at that point. So right now we've just got this console log, and I'm actually going to leave them in there for now. All right, and we're going to do something interesting with it afterwards. Now I'm going to set a background color here. It doesn't really do much, I'll be honest, but I'm going to set it there. I did it before when I was coding this up, and there was a point at which I thought it looked nice, so I'm going to remember to throw that in. Okay, so at this point I can't swipe up and down, it's only left and right, and we get our nice little overlay labels. Now you can re-enable the vertical swipe and add like a super like feature, but I'm going to leave that up to you guys, right? Because we've got a ton more to do. Okay, so how do I add two buttons here and then I can tap into it and I basically make it automatically do that? How do I do that? Right. So at this point we're going to go ahead and do a ref. So I'm going to basically create a reference to the swiper card. Right, so I'm going to go to my home screen and I'm going to go ahead and say const ref. Now I'm going to make a reference to the swiper object, right? So a reference is like a pointer. It allows me to point at any object on the screen. So in this case, or any element. So I'm going to say swipe rep equals use ref. I've got a tutorial on this inside of my React Basics. Make use of the class. It's free. Please, please, please make use of that React Basics class. It's free content. And if you want to really dive into it, join Zero to Full Stack Hero. Okay. But use ref. This is basically how we create a reference. So to connect this reference to point at something, I go to my swiper and I basically say reference equals, and I just pop in my swipe ref. And now it's connected. Now it's pointing at the reference. Okay. So I hit save and it says cannot find use ref because I need to import use ref from React. Okay. And there we go. We get rid of the error. At this point now, I can do some pretty cool stuff, okay? Because what I can do now is I can have two buttons. So I'm actually going to go ahead and create those buttons now. So I'm going to go down to the bottom of the screen and I'm going to have a view. Sorry, I'm going to have a view. And I'm going to have two touchable opacities, right? One is going to be for the X button, one is going to be for the heart button, right? And what I'm actually going to do is this view is going to style them accordingly with justify evenly. Right, so the styling is going to be the following. It's going to be Tailwind, and this is going to say something like it's going to be flex row, justify evenly. So justify evenly. Okay, and inside of here I'm going to have a touchable opacity. So touchable opacity, and inside of that I'm going to have that NTPO. So NTPO. Right, and that NTPO is basically one of the icon libraries you see from the vector icons. Okay, so the name of the icon that I actually care about is called cross. Right, so it's called cross. Given that we had so many technical issues, we are back. Right, so I've got the first one here. I'm going to go ahead and copy and I'm going to paste the next one. Oops, name, not enough. There we go. Now we have the touchable opacity there. I'm going to change the next one to ant design. And this one's going to be for the heart. Okay, and you can see they're tiny right now. I want to give them a bit more size, right? So I want to give both of them a size of 24. As you see, I did dual cursor there. And then you can see I'll get a bit bigger. Cool. And now the touchable opacities, I'm going to go ahead and style both of those. And I'm going to say the style here should be, let's give it a Tailwind style. Oops. Tailwind. And you can see I'm doing dual cursors right now. And I did that by clicking. And I clicked option and clicked in two places and I can type. So I'm going to click option, option. Now I can type in two places, do the same job. So I'm going to say item center and I'm going to say justify center. Justify center. And I'm going to say rounded full and width and height of 16. So width and height of 16. And I'm going to do BG red 200. And this one I'm going to change to BG green 200. And boom, I get colors. All right, look at that. So you can see here, look at that, looks good. All right, now the top one for this one, we'll say the color is red. And this one, I'm going to say the color is green. Hit save. And now we get this nice little effect, right? Now, how do I go ahead and trigger a swipe or I trigger a nope? All right, so on the touchable opacity, here you can see on press. And here I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm going to connect to that swipe ref. So basically the clever part here is I say swipe ref. So the thing that is pointing at this card, go to the current thing you're pointing at, and this has got built-in functions which are attached to that object. So they've created these functions which we can invoke, and I'll show you how we found that. As you can see here, it says it has props. There's a method here. Methods, trigger imperative. You can use a reference. So that's what we're using. Swipe left, swipe right, blah blah blah. So I did the same thing. I did swipe right. And I'm going to do the same thing, but swipe left on this one. Swipe left. Boom. And let's check it out. Swipe right. Boom. Oh, okay. I got the wrong directions. All right. So this one swipe left. There you go. Swipe left, and this one swipe right. Oh. And that's just when I've got some compile error with my text cannot bind variable. Yeah, that's one before. Command K to hide it. There we go. Command J. And now you can see I can either swipe right or I can hit like. And I can do the same with that. That's pretty cool, guys. That is pretty cool. All right. So you can see now we get this nice little behavior going on. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and hook this up in just a sec. But for now, we've got the UI done here. I'm actually going to go ahead and also do the little pop-up modal, do the chat functionality. We've got a lot to go. Now, we are going to do the following. I'm going to basically try and have it so that, okay, we create a user, right? So I created a user here, but inside of the Firestore database, we don't have any track of a user. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if you haven't basically configured your profile, it's going to force a pop-up to come up on the first time you enter. So basically, if you sign up to the app, or you sign in for the first time, or if you don't have any user information, it just forces a modal to pop up, and then you have to enter your information. I'm not going to do image uploading. Instead, I'm going to have 3 steps. I'm going to have enter your profile picture URL, just because for the sake of time. I'm going to have enter your job, and I'm going to enter your age, and then you can update your profile. We're going to do that right now, okay? And I'm going to show you how to do a modal as well. So let's head over to Stack Navigator to begin, okay? So if you want a modal, right now, you can see we've got screens next to each other. So if I click on this button, it just goes ahead and pushes me over to the next screen. But if I want a modal, but Stack Navigator here, okay? Now, these are normal screens, right? But what I need is a modal screen, and I need to adjust something called the presentation prop. Okay, so the way you do this is you use something called stack groups. So, okay, so I go ahead and say stack group, and I go ahead and close this. Now I'm going to pop these into a group, and it works just the same way. Nothing changed, right? But I can have multiple stack groups, and I can apply different styles based on each stack group. So I'm going to have another stack group. So let's do stack.group. And inside of here, I'm going to have a screen, and this screen is going to be for, you guessed it, the modal screen. This is going to be the pop-up where I adjust the user's information. I'm going to call this one the modal screen. Okay. Now for this stack group, I'm going to go ahead and actually change something called screen options. Screen options. Okay. And here I'm going to change something called presentation. And the presentation here, you can see I get these pop-ups. There's loads of different types. We're actually going to be using a transparent modal when you match, right? But in this case, I'm going to have a normal modal. So I'm going to show you different types of modals. Okay. So if we go ahead and hit save now, it says you have not got a modal screen. So Command B, go over here. Let's go into our screens. I'm going to create a modal screen.js and do our React Native functional export. Boom. And then I'm going to go ahead and say, I am the modal. Hit save, go back to my Stack Navigator, and then come down here and I'm hit control spacebar. Do not have modal screen. I need to just import it manually at this point. All right, and then do modal screen. There you go. Nice. So now if I click this, I want to navigate to this screen, and look, here's the wicked part, right? And I'll be honest, I didn't realize it would be this easy when I did it. I was kind of shocked, right? And I was really happy because I thought they're going to love this when I show them this. But check this out. Because I set presentation to modal, it's so clean because all I have to do now is navigate to the screen just like any other, but it handles it as a modal. So if I go to my home screen, which is this screen over here, and I go to this touchable opacity at the top, which is this one. And basically what I'm going to do is on press, and I'm going to go ahead and say, douche like this. We'll say navigation dot navigate to the modal. Okay, and now check this out, guys. It's that simple. And look, I can pull it down as well, and I get all of that UI. That is so nice. And you can mess around with all the different variants. The transparent modal is this one that I'm going to do afterwards. That's where I match. Okay, but how sick is that? Right, looks really nice. So now I want to force this modal open when you don't have any user information. Now, how do I determine if you have user information? In here, I'm going to have a collection of users, and you're going to have a user ID. Okay, and then that user ID is going to be responsible for determining if you have any information there. So at this point, what I want to do is I want to basically say let's customize the modal screen. So first I need to go ahead and make this look the part, and then we'll go ahead and hook it up to the back end. Okay, so for this modal screen, I'm going to go ahead and say this right now. I'm going to go ahead and pull in my Tailwind. So I'm going to go ahead and we've still got the matching logic. We still got our chat, right? So crazy, right? So we're doing Tailwind, and then I'm saying flex 1. I said to Jay, I was like, this is going to be a challenge, man. This is going to be a big challenge. I'm saying items should be center, and I'm going to do padding on the top of 1. That way it's not touching the top too much. And then over here, I'm going to have an image, and this image, I've already found the location for it. Okay, so I've already shortened the URL to help you out. I need to import this image. It's going to have a height and width of 20, and it's going to have resize mode contain, and that is essentially just going to say Tinder, right? So it looks kind of nice. And you can see now we get this really kind of sleek looking kind of pop up, right? I think that just looks so nice, right? And we have this open. So I'm going to have a text over here, and this text is going to say welcome to the user. Right now, how do I get the user? You know, we done all that work earlier to make our life so easy. We can just say user from use auth. Look how nice that is, guys. Import, come down to here, and I can say welcome user.displayName. That's the property that we have there. If I go into this, welcome Sunny Sanga. Looks pretty nice. Okay, and at this point I can say style, and I'm gonna do Tailwind in text Excel, text gray of 500, padding of 2, oops, not 2500, padding of 2, and font bold. All right, so you guys can go ahead and check this out. But you see, look, we've got Tinder pop up here, we've got that working, and now I'm going to customize and have the input fields over here. So at this point, I'm going to have 3 different kind of label and text inputs. Now, the label is nothing fancy, it just says text. Then the first one, I'm going to have a piece of text which says step 1, and it's going to have the profile pic. This is going to have text center, padding 4, font bold, text red of 400. And it's just going to say step 1. And then we'll have some little input box. Now, for input fields on the web, we have an input field, right? But for the React Native ones, we have this nice kind of text input field. And this one's actually kind of easier to work with, to be honest, because you don't have to do e.target or value crap. You just have unchanged text. I'll explain it in a sec, right? So in this case, we're going to say text input. So we've got the text input, and I'm going to import it from React Native. There you go. And then you can see we've got the placeholder I'm going to pop in. So the placeholder, I'm just going to say enter a profile pic URL. All right, so enter a profile pic URL, hit save. And as you can see now, if I do Command K, I bring up the keyboard, and you can just see I can type in, right? So you can see it works really nice, right? So at this point, I'm going to do a little bit more styling to this. I'm just going to add a bit more style there. And there you go. We've got step 1, profile pic, enter a profile pic URL. Now I'm going to clone this and do this 3 more times. And I'm going to change the text in each one. I'm going to have step 1, step 2, and step 3. And step 2 is going to say the job, right? So this is going to be the job. And step 3 is going to be the age, right? So when you kind of sign up, this is going to be your thing, right? So it's going to say enter a job. This is going to say enter your age, right? Or let's just say enter your occupation. Let's be a bit more suave. Enter your occupation, right? So cool, looks pretty good, right? So you can see enter a profile pic, enter your occupation, enter your age. So once we've got that in, I'm going to add in the final bit, which is going to be a touchable opacity button, which I'm going to style up. So this is going to be a touchable opacity, and this is going to have a piece of text inside of it. Now I'm going to import the touchable opacity from React Native. And inside of this button, I'm going to say update profile. Okay. And this button, I'm going to style it to make it look quite nice, right? So I'm going to say Tailwind. And in here, I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to say it has a width of 64, a height of, I'm just going to say padding of 3. And then I'm going to say rounded Excel, absolutely position it with a bottom of 0, Okay. And you see it goes way to the bottom. I don't really like the way that looks. So I'm going to have to figure out why that happened. But in this case, I messed it up. And that is because of I didn't do the text. Where's it gone? I did absolute bottom 0, rounded Excel W64. Okay. And then I'm going to do the text. I'm going to update the text here. So this is how the text will look. I'm just quickly shortcutted it. So I did text of white. Oh yeah, I didn't give it a background. So for now, I'll just say BG red of 400. Okay, and you can see it's way at the bottom over there, right? So I need to make that look a bit cleaner. Now the bottom should be 10 because that way it's 10 off the ground. All right, so now it will always be relative to the bottom. And there you go, update profile. All right, looks pretty good. You can use safe view, but in this case, I don't want to use a safe view, right? I don't need to use safe view. I mean, you can fair play. You can use a safe view if you don't want it to touch there. But in this case, I do want it to be up a certain amount anyway. So, right. So let's check this out. Now, I'm going to have it. Now I need to kind of hook up these forms to state. These are all input fields. So I need 3 pieces of input fields to track what the user is typing in. Right. So I need the first kind of 3 things, and these are going to be the image, job, and age. So set image, job, and age. So I need to import useState, make that work. And I need to connect these. So for the image piece of text input, what you do is you say the value is image, but on change text. So this is when the user types in, it fires off the text that they just did. And then you simply say set image to text. And look how good that was with tab 9, guys, honestly. And then we say value equals job, and we say set on change text. Let's see if it figured it out. On change text equals text set job. Look how nice that is. Wow. Tab 9. Value equals age. On change text equals text. Oops. Text set age. Right. So that's just mapped each field to it. Right, so now as you sort of type in, I can track it and I can use it in a call afterwards. And what I want to do is I'm actually going to have a Boolean value, right? So I'm going to say the form is incomplete if there is no image, or there is no job, or there is no age. And what I want to do is I want to style this button and deactivate the button if it is if it's deactivated. Okay, so here I'm going to say disabled. Oops, no, disabled if there is an incomplete form. Okay, so if there's an incomplete form, I want to disable that, right? And what I'm also going to do is I'm going to go ahead and have a bit of regular styling, and I'm going to say if there's an incomplete form, then I'm going to apply Tailwind style of BG gray, BG gray of 400. Otherwise, a Tailwind style of, and what have I done here? I've done, there we go. I don't need that. Tailwind, otherwise it's BG red 400, and then I can get rid of it from here. So it's going to be gray if you don't have this filled in. Now if I fill each one in, so A, there you go, update profile. Otherwise, if any of them are deactivated, it deactivates the button. Right, unwanted characters, yeah, you guys can always do, you know, validation, all that sort of stuff by yourself. I'm not going to cover all of those things, but you can feel free to, you know, you can always customize it, and you can also have autocomplete, all that stuff. Again, we're limited in time, so I don't always do it. But for the age, I'll show you a quick validation. You can say max length is 2, because I know we're biased, but we're not going to have people who are typically over 100 years old or 1,000 years old in this app. Okay. And if you are, I'm pretty sure they're not going to be on Tinder, right? So keyboard type for the text input, I'm going to have numeric, and numeric means that when I've got on the age, if I do Command J and do R, okay, so my app froze. So when it freezes, you can go ahead and pop that open. and I'm gonna have to restart my, yep, I have to restart my server. Remember, it happens sometimes, you get that. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do Expo start, and that will go ahead and kickstart it off. There you go, just kickstart it off again. And in this case, I can go ahead and do R to refresh my app. It says I to open on iOS, and then get rid of this, open up Expo Go once again. It's a little bit annoying, you have to do this, you have to have a bit of patience for this. And then it should say downloading JavaScript bundle in just a sec. There you go, then it'll do it. So a little bit of a workaround at times, you're gonna run into it, it crunches, but yeah, okay. So at this point, we've got this, and you can see if I go to enter your age, Command K to bring out the keyboard, it's now numeric for the age. Whereas for these, it's keyboard. So kind of handy little trick. With that bit done now, I want to go ahead and create a function which will go ahead and say update the user profile. Okay, so this is going to be the first interaction with the database, right? So we already went ahead and set up the database in the beginning. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to say const update user profile. Okay, and then I'm going to say that this, at this point, I'm going to go ahead and do, so this is where we use Firebase version 9 modular functions. Okay, so I also want to do the following. So I mean, you can have, in this case, I've actually got rid of the header, but previously what I did have was I actually had a use layout effect which styled the header. So I'll quickly show you an example of what I did there. I did the following. I did a use layout effect with navigation. I can pull in my navigation like we do our normal stuff. Navigation equals use navigation. Import that. And I basically did the following. So I said header shown true. Header shown is true. So this is what I previously had, by the way, guys. Oh no, it's just, okay, so header shown true. Okay, so I need to cut it again, but yeah. I mean, I kind of prefer it without it, but when I demoed it, it did have a update your profile at the top. So it's kind of your call at this point. I had update your thing before, but I mean, this kind of looks pretty cool, to be honest. I think I prefer this without the header. But yeah, you can see the point, right? If you want the header, you can do that. Yeah, I don't want the header. I think we're good. We do need navigation though. Okay, let's do R to refresh. Okay, cool, we're good. Come on, Jay. Now, what I need to do at this point is I need to go ahead and set the user document, which means I need to add a document with the user's ID. So at this point, we're going to be using the user's keys quite a lot. Okay, and this comes from the user's profile. They have an ID attached to them, and it's called UID. So at this point, I'm going to set the doc. So I'm going to add a doc, right? And we're not doing add doc because I have an ID. So I'm going to set the doc, right? So we've got set doc from Firebase. And the way it works now is it's kind of like this. It's modular in the sense that you have to add in these functions. So I'm setting a document, and then the path to the document is defined by importing doc. And now with this, you pass in the database. So in this case, I pass in the database, I import it from our Firebase file where we initialized it. And then what I do is I go ahead and I basically refer to the collection. So it's collection, document, and so forth. So in this case, it's going to be the collection of users. So it's going to be a user collection. And then the ID here would be the user ID. So let's say user.uid. Okay. And now at this point, afterwards you say .then, right? Oh, actually, sorry, not that. I need to actually give it some data to go ahead and add in, right? So what I'm going to do here is go ahead and pull in the following. So I'm going to get the ID, which is the user ID. The display name is going to be the user.displayName. The image, job, and age is going to be from the corresponding 3 fields, which I've mapped to state previously. The final thing I need is the timestamp. Okay, it's quite important, the timestamp. And this is defined by something called server timestamp, because you never want to use your own timestamp. The reason being is because if you use your own timestamp, I'm in London, you could be anywhere else in the world, our times are different. Whereas if we use the central server that we're both using, it's the same and we can order our stuff appropriately. So at this point, we've got set doc. Now, after I've done setting the document, then what I can do is I can go ahead and say then, and I'm going to do a navigation, right? So I'm going to say navigation, because basically what I want to do is I want to close the modal after you're done. The way you do that is you can say navigation go back, or you can just say navigation.navigate home. All right, navigate home, because the home screen is home. Okay, and then if there was an error at any point, what I'm going to do is catch the error, and I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to say alert on the screen. And I know this is a lazy way, you know, you can, I would say probably at this point you can go ahead and upgrade this with some kind of nice UI trait or something, but I'm just going to have a simple alert. And then this is where we do it now. So if I pull this open now, I need a profile picture. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and grab a profile picture right now. So I have one nearby, which is going to be a picture of me. So this one right here. Now there's a little trick you can do here. So I just type in any character, I click over it, and I click paste. And there you can see I paste from my computer's clipboard to my React Native one. The job, let's say CEO of Papa Fam. CEO of Papa Fam. And then enter your age. Oh, okay, I'm 27. All right, update profile. So it should update and then dismiss or hide it. So something happened. What happened? Okay, maybe I didn't refresh. I didn't do something correct. Let's have a look. Okay, so I need to most likely refresh. So let's have a look. Oh, okay, I'm not actually using my bloody function. All right, makes sense. Update user profile. Okay, so in that case, what we need to do is we need to go up to, oh, and also, by the way, guys, when you have this, right, because the actual function being called is using the argument like the same way, what you can do is you can actually get rid of that and you can just say set image and it will set it. It will actually invoke it with text, which is quite cool, right? If you didn't know, now you know, right? Why would I want a timestamp on the profile page? It's not right now. It's because you're creating the user at this point, right? You're creating your user card at this point. That's why. And trust me, that timestamp is critical later on, okay? So at this point, once you go ahead and say on press, I'm gonna go ahead and say update the user profile, okay? So pretty slick. I can go ahead and do Command J. So let's do this again. So let's go ahead and do this. And I'm going to say A, select all, paste. Oh, okay. I need to get my link again. So let's do A, paste. There you go. And the job CEO of Papa Farm. I'll build another build where I show you how to upload pictures. 27. And let's click update profile. Okay. So there you go. It updated the profile and then it took me back here. Okay, so if we refresh our collection now, we should see that there is a user with my Google ID. So this is the Google ID, and you can see my details are in here. So now we can actually check in from another user's perspective and see what's going on. So the first thing I need to actually do is I'll open up another simulator because I'm going to need it in a sec. So I'm going to open up an iPhone 11 because I already had one from before. All right, so I'm going to open up another phone. And we're going to use that in just a sec. But the point is that now what we can actually start to do is pull in the cards. Now, obviously, I can see this is the predefined dummy cards, right? We actually want to have it so that it's pulling in the cards that we built. Okay, we have this looking pretty good at this point. So now what I need to do is the update's done. And I now need to do a fetch over here from the home screen to get these cards. Okay. And this is the intricate part. So I really need you to pay attention when we start moving into this territory, okay? So now what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna have a piece of state for all the profiles that load over here, okay? So I'm gonna go to my home screen. I'm gonna say const profiles, set profiles. And we're gonna say equals use state. And it's gonna be an empty array to begin with, okay? Now, because it's an empty array, that's fine. We can start to use that afterwards. But the point is that these profiles should be what we map through instead of the dummy data over here. So I can swap that for profiles. Okay. Now, if I go ahead and refresh, we may get an error because it may have nothing to render on the screen. Okay. Oh no, that's not the reason why we haven't got a use state. I need to go ahead and pull in my use state from React. So we've imported it at the top. Command J, Command R, oh no, sorry, just R. And now you can see it says undefined evaluating card ID. So one thing we need to do, which we need to do anyway to protect ourselves, is there are times where we either swipe to the end of a deck, in which case there won't be a card, or there's an asynchronous point where we're loading the card. So we need to check if the card exists. So the way we do that is we go ahead and say, if there is a card, then I want to render the card out, right? Otherwise, over here, so ternary operator, otherwise, what should I render out? Right, so I'm going to show you what we render out otherwise. So otherwise, I'm going to render out this chunk over here, and I'll show you and explain what we actually render. Otherwise, I'm going to render out this. This is a view, and it's basically just a normal card, which says no more profiles, and it's just a little sad face emoji, right? So you can see it's little sad face emoji if there are no profiles that you find. And the fun part is that you can just keep swiping these and there's no profiles. It's kind of a nice little UI, right? So if there's no more profiles, you can just keep swiping and it's kind of like a sad little fun game, right? But that's kind of how you can do it if you don't have any profiles. Now, what we're going to do is when the actual home screen mounts, so we're going to create a use effect. So at that point, we're going to say use effect, right? So I'm going to have a use effect, and this is going to have the following. So this is basically saying when the home screen component mounts, I want to trigger off some code. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to first say, well, actually, before we do this, I'm actually going to say use a layout effect, and I'm basically going to do something similar. But when the component finally paints on the screen, and you can refactor this, you can push, maybe use effect. You can put this at a different layer. You can even put this at the layer of the authentication level. Well, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to have it here. I mean, I actually thought of a good way you could do it right now. But anyway, right, we can have on snapshot. So I'm going to get a real-time snapshot, so a real-time listener. And what this is, the whole purpose of this is I'm going to go to the user here, and if you don't exist, I'm going to force that modal open. Right, so you have to enter your details in. Okay, so I'm going to import doc, and then you can see I'm importing it from the top, and then I need to use the DB. So I need to import my DB, and that's it's modular. All right, so now, and I'm going to go to my users, and then the user is going to be the user who's logged in. So user.uid. Okay, now this will give me a snapshot of this exact kind of collection and user. So the point here is if this does not exist, I should open that modal. So now the way I do it, I say if there is no snapshot, so if snapshot does not exist, then what I'm going to do is navigate, and I'm going to do modal. Okay, now you can make it a full screen. I understand you could just hide it, but I'm trying to show you guys a few tricks. Okay, so at this point I have a profile, hence why it's showing. Okay, but if I was to force delete my document right now, right, you can see if I was to go ahead and let me just double check what's going on. I've got navigation to navigate modal. Right now, by the way, this has got a unsubscribe function. So you'll see me do this a lot where we've got this little thing. I'll repeat it one more time. But in a cleanup function, you should detach your listeners, right? Because if you don't, I explained this in React Basics 101, then you're going to have several listeners as basically every re-render. It's going to attach a new listener. You don't want to do that. So in your cleanup function, you have to do unsubscribe, and that's basically the return function here. And we just store it in a variable and call it when we have any re-render. But if you have one line of code, I can just do this. I can return directly here and do an implicit return, and that will do the same thing. Okay. So at this point, if I now do a refresh, we should see it should force open let's have a look what happened here. So we've got snapshot. Let's console log the snapshot and see what's happening. So it found it. So it did find we've got this going on. What the heck was going on? Users are empty here. And we've got on snapshot, DB, users, user ID, snapshot. Now, do I have any other console logs? Console.log. Let's have a look. Console.log. Snapshot swipe past snapshot. Okay, interesting. That's interesting. That's old code then. Right now, this is showing a user. Oh, snapshot.exists is a function. Oh, okay. I always make this. All right. Oh, my girlfriend just ordered her iPhone. Nice. you can try out my new my version of Tinder. No, don't be getting on no dating apps, right? But in this case, you can see now it worked. Okay, so if I refresh, you can see Sunny does not have information in his profile, hence it should throw that modal open. Okay, so if I now go ahead and populate this, if I do A, I'm gonna do select all, and I'm gonna go ahead and just do my little trick and paste, and I'm gonna say the job CEO of Papa Farm, and say 27, update profile, and then you can see now I'm in. So I have a profile, right? Now if I go ahead and get rid of, if I refresh, you can see it doesn't show the modal, right? It doesn't fit the screen because we're not using the full screen modal, we're using a normal modal. Okay, so at this point you can see now it lets me through. So the next step is to fetch all the profile cards. So I'm going to first show you by fetching all of them, including my own, which you shouldn't see. You should only see the one that you're matching with or whatever. And then we'll do the filtering process. Okay, and then we got chat. So let's keep going. All right, wow, okay, I'm going to try and get this done in 5 hours. Okay, so we've got use layout effect, and what I'm now going to do is have the one that is responsible for fetching the profiles. Okay, so I've got profiles here, so I'm going to create a use effect over here. So use effect, and this use effect is going to go ahead and have a dependency array. And what I'm going to do inside of this use effect is I'm going to go ahead and say, on snapshot, and I'm actually going to do this a different way, right? And there's a reason why, and I'll show you afterwards. I'm going to have a unsub, which is empty over here, and I'm going to create a function called fetch cards, which is actually going to be an asynchronous function. And this is because later on I have to do some clever stuff inside of it. Now eventually all I'm going to do is just call this outside, so fetch cards. And this is basically, if you ever want any asynchronous calls inside of a use effect, you have to wrap it in an inner asynchronous function, and then you can have your async awaits. A little trick if you didn't know it. Okay, so at this point what we want to do is we're going to say const I'm going to say unsub equals after all of this, by the way, we need to return the unsub. Yeah, that's how you do it. Okay. So we say unsub equals, and I'm going to say on snapshot, and I'm going to reference the collection. So it's not going to be this one. So I'm actually going to check all of the users here. So there will be several users here. In this case, we've got one. So I'm going to say something like the collection. So it's not going to be just one. So I need to import it from Firestore. Where is it gone? Firebase collection. Okay. And then I'm going to say, go to the collection, go to the DB, and it's going to be the users collection. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is you have, when you have a snapshot, you have a real time listener. So we have a snapshot that gets fired off. And what I want to do here is I'm going to set the profiles. Okay. I'm going to set the profiles to, and this one you have to kind of hang in there with me on this one, right? So what I'm doing here is I'm setting the profiles and I'm mapping through this data array. And what I'm doing is I'm going to build an object. Okay. So I'm going to build an object, and what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to say snapshot.docs.map. And for every single doc, right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to return, I'm going to reshape it. So this is what a map is. You reshape the object. So I'm going to say, okay, I want an object where the ID is doc.id. Okay. And I want the rest of the doc.data to be spread out, so I don't have to do doc.data. So now profile should be a flat looking sort of nice thing to handle. So if I do console log profiles now, and I go do this and I clear my console and I save, now what we should see is, look, I get a nice kind of flat URL. I get an array where the object is Sunny, and oh no, so it's this one here. That was a re-render. So I get an array where the object is with one object inside of it, age 27, ID, display name Sunny, job, photo, and so forth. Nice. Okay. And what I'm actually going to do is eventually, rather than just mapping, I'm going to do some clever stuff at this point to make sure we don't show the user's card. Okay. So at this point, what I want to do is I want to have two profiles. So I'm going to go ahead and add a second profile, and this can be Mehrban's profile or however we want to do it. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and say on here, I'm going to say Expo Go. So I'm going to open up Expo Go. and you can see Tinder to, oh, no, not that one. I'm gonna do I. Oops, no, it's not that one. It was Tinder to YouTube. So what I do now is if I hit I here, it says opening project. So I have the second phone up. Okay, so I'm going to sign in on that phone, and I'm going to use the Papa React account, which I'm going to pretend is the right one. Okay, so I need to use another account here, not my one. I'm going to quickly log into the Papa React account. Right, so I'm just logging in on a separate screen to that account right now. I just need to go ahead and authorize it. So let me quickly just prove that I am who I say I am. Okay, so it just loaded up and it says welcome Sunny Sangha. So obviously in this case, it's going to say Sunny Sangha because that's coming from Papa React email where the name is Sunny Sangha. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create like a Mehban profile, which is my girlfriend. Okay, and we're going to use her as an example here. So I've got a picture of my girlfriend here. Let's go ahead and do this one. And in this case, I'm going to do a select all, and I'm going to do my little trick. So I paste in this. I don't know if this picture will work. Jay sent it to me as a TikTok one. I'm going to say model and dancer and accountant. Right? Accountant, and age is 23. And let's do update. Okay. And in this case, okay, that picture was actually didn't load. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to change that picture over here, and I'm going to change her display name manually to Mehban. Right. So obviously that's just an edge case. It won't happen to you. But I'm going to do it there. She's getting nervous because she's on here. That picture didn't come up. So boom. Okay. There you go. There's my girlfriend. Right. So we have me and we have Mehban. She's probably going to get well shy now. We've got me and Mehban on the screen. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is firstly, it's not showing our names correctly. So if I go down to the cards where it says first name and last name, I'm going to go ahead and say card.displayName. And it should come up now with the right name. So you can see it says, for me, it says it here, but for her, it's going to have to, we need to reload the phone. And let's see what hers says. Okay, you can see it's there, Mehban, and mine's Sunny Sangha there, right? So you can see Mehban's there, and then you get the swipes through. Now, obviously, it's not saving our swipes or anything like that at the moment. It's just showing them out, okay? But the point is, my left phone, this is Mehban signed in. This is me signed in. So pay attention to that part, okay? This is Mehban on the left. This is Sunny on the right, okay? And you can tell by the S over here represents Mehban, and the S over here represents, this represents me logged in, okay? So that's how we're going to pretend right now, okay? So the point is this would actually be really hard to demonstrate if I didn't have a girlfriend. Okay, but at this point, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to go ahead, and it is a dramatic picture, I know, I'm sorry. It's the only one I had online. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make it exclude the picture of the person, right? So what we can do is, before we map and we set the profiles, what I now need to do is I say, before the map, I say filter, right? So I say filter, and I'm going to go ahead and say filter through all the docs, and go ahead and check if the doc ID is, make sure it's not equivalent to the user UID. So the user who is logged in, exclude them, filter them out, and then set the profile. And that way you'll never run into your own user ID, right? So if I go ahead and hit save now you should see, there you go. Now Mehban sees me and I see Mehban, but we don't see ourselves. So we're getting into algorithm territory. Okay, I like to throw the word around, but it is what it is, right? It's just a case of the logic that we use to go ahead and exclude those pictures, right? Now you can eventually shift that over to the server side, but in this case, it's pretty cool, right? So now I can swipe on her, and she might swipe on me, who knows, right? But she's gonna swipe on me. So in this case, if I go back now, you can see we've got this. So it works, okay? It filters out the person, so you'll never swipe on yourself, right? So at this point, I now need to go ahead and record your swipe, and I need to record your passes, okay? If we swipe right, I need to go ahead and record a swipe. And if we swipe left, I need to record a pass. Okay, so I need to create these two functions that will do that now. So the swipe left is pretty simple. We're going to have for every user. So for imagine here for Sunny, it's going to have a collection where it says matches and passes. And then inside that, it's going to have the user ID with the information of the user who you've swiped and passed on. And then we're going to go ahead and actually exclude them from the profiles that go ahead and show. So right now we're going to go ahead and do the following. So at this point, I need to actually make it easy to see what's going on. So I'm going to go ahead and put our phones over each other. I'm going to say const swipe left equals, and I'm going to go ahead and have a function here. Now, at this point, we can go ahead and do, this can be async. So async. Okay. I think she looks gorgeous. So at this point, we've got swipe left. Now, what I'm going to do here, this is the part where you really have to be clever with what you're doing, right? And you have to really kind of think about this. So if we go down to our swipe left, on swipe left and on swipe right, now each of these returns something called a card index, and that actually tells you which card you just swiped on in the list of profiles. Okay, so at this point, what I'm going to do is, if I swipe left, I'm going to call my swipe left function. I'm going to pass the card index. Okay, and I'm going to do the same thing for here on swipe right, which I don't have a swipe right function yet, but I'll create one. Okay, so we have the two things. So swipe left, I'm going to duplicate this function and rename it for swipe right. So swipe right. Okay, so we have swipe left, swipe right. Now for swipe left, I'm going to basically have it. So if she swiped me left, it would add a record in her. So if we had a swipe left instance, it's going to go ahead and add it passes in here, right? So I'm going to do that first. So firstly, the thing we need to do is, if there was no profile which matched it, so in this case, remember the card index came back here, card index. So profiles card index. So basically what I'm doing here is, if you swiped on a card, so you get the card index, I need to check the card index in the profile. If it doesn't exist, then what I need to do is I just need to return. So I don't want to do anything. I want to kind of end the execution here. I don't want to interact with the database at all. Okay. Now what I need to do is I'm going to basically make our life easier, and I'm going to say const user swipe. So if I swiped on me, that user is basically inside of this variable, profiles card index, but it's easier just to, now we can say user swiped. Okay. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have a log which says you swiped pass on that person. So it makes it a little bit easier for you when you're developing it. Otherwise it can get quite confusing at this point. So you swiped pass on that. Okay. So then I can say set doc. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to the doc, right? And I need to import set doc. I think I did automatically do it. Yeah, I did at the top, set doc. There you go, set doc. And what I do is I set the doc, and it's going to be, I need to pass in my DB because we're using Firebase version 9. I go into the users collection. I go into the user.uid. So now I am at this point where I'm in the collection here, and I'm going to go into the passes collection, and I'm basically going to have a reference to that user. And the way I do that is I say user swiped.id. So you see a lot of the IDs are getting passed around now. So that way, inside of the passes collection, there'll be a user swiped ID in there, right? So what I'm going to do here is, to make it easy, this is where the data goes in, but I'm literally going to just put the user swipe data in. Okay. So at this point, I'm literally just throwing it in there and putting it in there, right? This doesn't actually need to be here because we're not using any async await stuff. Okay. And here, I'll leave it there for now. Okay. So let's test this out, right? So Command J, and there we go. Boom. Refresh. And okay. So now if Mab, this is Mab on the left side, right? This is her logged in and I'm logged in here. Remember, check me in the corner. So what I can do now is I can go ahead and swipe a nope. So Mabon should now have, so this is Mabon's account. She has a pass, which means she passed on me. Okay. And then if it was the other way around, now if I pass on Mabon, she is now in my passes. Okay. So what we now need to do is I'm going to go ahead and show you how to do the exclusion logic, and then I'll show you how to reset this so you can go ahead and develop it and test it. Okay. So at this point, now that we have this, you can see the problem is we passed each other, and we obviously wouldn't do this in real life, but we passed each other, but it shouldn't come up again as a card. Okay, so the way we need to do an exclusion now, and we typically want this to happen on the back end, is we now need to go ahead and have something like so. So I need to go up to my use effect over where I set the profiles. I need to modify this one. So in the fetch cards call, okay, so over here, now what I need to do is I need to create a I need to have a variable. So I need to say const passes, and basically what I need to do is at the moment when I fetch the cards, I need to fetch that information, the passes information as well. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and get that information. So what I do is I say get docs, and notice how it's get docs. It's not a real time listener. It's just going to fetch that information, right? So I'm going to say get docs, and then I'm going to go ahead and get the collection, and I'm going to go ahead and pop in the following. So oops, get the collection, and I'm going to, yep. And oh my God, I'm going to say DB users, and I'm going to go into the user.uid, and I'm going to go into their passes collection. Okay, so that means I will get their docs, and at that point I can say dot then, right? So when it comes back, right? Because get then, yep, that's fine. When it comes back, that will give me a snapshot. Okay, and there's not a real time snapshot because we use get docs, not on snapshot. And what I can do here is I can go ahead and say snapshot. I'm doing a direct implicit return, hence why I don't have curly brackets. I can say snapshot.docs.map, and I can change the structure. Now I don't care about the entire user object. All I need is those IDs. So I'm going to map it down to the ID. So I can say doc.id. So now I have all the IDs here in passes. Okay, so when I fetch the cards, I have all the IDs. So I would have the IDs of all the people that you passed on in the passes. That'll be an array here. Okay. So at this point, what I need to do is I can say const passes or past user IDs. And what I'm doing here, if you passed on anyone, okay, if you passed on anyone, so if there was passes.length is greater than 0, then we can use that variable. But if there wasn't, if you didn't pass on anyone yet, then I need an empty variable, or let's just call it test. And the reason for this is because when I query on the back end, I can't pass in an empty passes array. You have to pass in a value, and it doesn't really matter that we say query for test. It really doesn't matter at this point, because there'll be no ID with this in there. Okay, but you can see here past user IDs. So what I can do now, which is really cool, is I can actually go ahead and say where we have our query, right? Now where we have our collection, sorry. So here, collection, there's a new thing in Firebase v9, right? So if I want to query this data, so this one, what I do is I wrap it. So I say query, right? So the first thing you want to do is query and wrap, okay? And then what I do is I import query from Firebase Firestore, yeah? And then what you do is that allows us to pass in a second argument at this point, okay? And over here, what we can do now is, oh, sorry, no, wrong one. Here, right, comma, and you can see it says query constraints. So at this point, what I can do is I need to import something called where from Firebase Firestore. Okay, basically I'm saying query this collection where, and then what I need to do is where the ID, right? And what I'm actually doing now is I'm querying all of these documents where the ID is not present here. Okay, where the ID is not present here. And what and the way I do that is I say, and the ID referring to this one. So where this ID, so that's why I've copied the ID in here. You can't query on the ID. So you have to say this ID where ID is not present here. So the way you do that is you say where ID, and then we can do a not in, and then you pass in an array. Okay. So typically I can just pass in the passed in user IDs, but I'm actually going to upgrade it a little bit because I'm actually going to eventually need swiped user IDs as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to have an empty array that I just spread this value into. We've got the filter, the map, and as you can see now, passed user ID. So if I refresh on this now, we should see no one. And there you go. It worked, because now we can see that it doesn't show people that you previously passed, because it's querying them out in the backend. So it's only showing where they're not in the past user IDs. So now we're basically doing it, right? We're querying it out. So I can do the exact same thing for the swipe right logic, okay? So I'm gonna do the same thing for swipe right logic. So I'm gonna first do something similar. So I'm literally copying the same code. So if profile card index return, get all the relevant user data, which we do here, right? So user swipe, the same thing over here. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. And then I'm saying the logged in user profile. Oh, okay, that's that one I can actually show you afterwards. But at this point, what we're doing is, if you swiped on the user, I need their details, right? So what I can do is, what I'm actually doing here is I'm saying swipe right. I'm doing set doc. Oh yeah, so I'm actually checking right now if it's already done it. Check if user has already swiped on you. Oh, see also swipe. Oh yeah, so at this point I'm going to do this. So the first thing I want to do is this. User has swiped as first interaction between. So right now I'm just going to do that, right? So you swiped on this person, and I'm also going to say their job as well. And we're going to set the doc at the point at the same place we did the passes, but I'm going to do for swipes. I'm going to do the same thing with the user swiped. Okay. What we can do at this point is, and even if it did, you can move the logic to the front end. You can do a lot of different things. Okay. So obviously I haven't exhaustively tested that, but you can do, there's many ways around this, right? If you don't do not in, you can do, there's another array contains. You can also do that one, right? And that probably has a higher limit. So feel free to experiment. Okay. I'm just showing you a logical flow. So at this point, I'm going to do the same thing here, but for swipes. Okay, so swipes, right? And at this point, I'm going to do the exact same thing for swiped, right? Or let's call it actually matches, or did I say matches or swipes? I did swipes. Yeah, I did swipes. And I'm actually going to say here, swipes instead, right? And this is going to be swiped user IDs. Okay. And then what I can do is I can literally just concatenate it. All right. So I can say concatenate the past user IDs with the swiped user IDs. And now it will literally eradicate anyone who you swiped left or right on. Right. So you'll never get a duplicate. All right. At this point, if you want to test this out, the way to test this now is you should see that we have passes here, right? So what you can actually do is you can delete the collection of passes to go ahead and force it to refresh. So let's delete that one. And you can see we would have got rid of one of them. So if let's do a refresh, and at this point you can see that somebody get docs. I can't find variable get docs. Where have I got get docs? Oh no way, have I not? Oh wow, okay, you need to actually import that. Okay, there you go. Get docs. Wait, I've messed something up. Get docs. Now it's not showing here. So what did I change? Past user IDs, swiped user IDs, where IDs not in. One, two, get there. Okay, let's have a look at this. I actually got rid of this one. Reference cannot find variable get docs. Let's check out what this is saying now. That's async storage. That's fine. We got rid of that one. Cannot find variable get docs. Home screen. Get docs. Where do I have another get docs? Get docs. Get docs. Okay, so this is where I simply need to refresh properly. Can't find variable get docs. Get docs. Oh wow, okay, didn't even import it. All right, so that's why. Okay, so at this point, if I refresh, did I delete both passes? No, so this one passed, I didn't do it. So let's have a check, delete collection passes. Okay, so let's have a look if we did this correct now. So if I swipe right on Sunny, so I'm on Mehrban's account, and now we should see on this phone, we shouldn't see anyone. Okay, so we've made a mistake somewhere. We need to have a look where that mistake is. So what we've done is we've got past user IDs, swiped user IDs, where collection DB, where ID is not in. And then we've got this on snapshot. And I did swiped user IDs. And let's actually have a look if it counted as a swipe. So we've got swipes, and you can see that that ID is in there. So that's correct. And swipes and swipes, and then we've got this unsubscribe on snapshot. Okay, and then we've got, let's actually just console log, and let's just see that we get something back in here. Swiped user IDs, swiped user IDs. So I can actually check this now, and I can see array of test. Okay, so at this point I don't have the correct values, and that is because I know why. Yep, so the dependency array. So at this point, we do need to actually put in, firstly, we need the DB in there because that's needed. But that shouldn't have been the reason why, I don't think. In this case, we've got array test. So we've got swipes dot length is greater than 0. Okay, this is interesting. So on swipes equals, oh, that's why. Oh, god damn it. Await. There you go. See guys, you have to await the docs. That's why we had the async in the first place. Now you can see we actually get a value in there. So she swiped right on me. I swipe left here as an example. I'm not saying I swipe left in this demonstration, but check this out now. So if I was to right here, that sounds horrible. I swipe pass. But there you go. Now it doesn't show on a swipe or a pass. And you can see it doesn't break if I do this as well. Okay. So at that point, nice little debugging session. So I'm going to reset everything now. So we've got swipes and passes and it works for both. And they can combine together to get the combined effect. So at this point, swipes, go ahead and delete this. So now we should have both of each other on our screens again. Nice. Okay, it brings us up. Cool. So you can see it works very, very well. So at this point, let's do R. And I'm going to continue on. So, okay. So now we have our swiping logic. So now what we need to do is go ahead and actually have the match logic. Okay. So how does a match work? Once we have the match, we can actually progress really fast through the chat part. The chat part, you're going to be amazed at how quickly I blow through that, right? So at this point, we have this. Okay, looks pretty good. So now we have to build that out afterwards. That's fine. Let's do the match functionality. So we've actually got the sort of more complicated part out of the way. So how it eradicates swipes and passes, which is pretty cool. What we now need to do is the swipe right logic. Okay, so what we need to do is when I swipe right, we need to upgrade the logic so we can actually go ahead and check what's going on. So firstly, what I need to do is the user swiped. I need to get the user who is logged in. I need to get their information. So I've already got the user swiped information because it's inside the profiles, but the user logged in, I only have so much information, right? I don't have the sort of occupation and job and all that stuff. So I need to get that as well. The way I get that is I go ahead and do the following. Okay, I say const logged in user, or logged in profile, let's just say logged in profile, because I need to fetch this from this point, right? This doesn't come out of my authentication provider. I have to get this. So I have to say equals await. And here I'm going to say await get docs. There's a reason why there's two awaits. Get docs, or get doc, sorry. And I'm going to go ahead and get the DB. I'm going to say the users. I'm going to get the user.uid, user.uid. And once that's loaded, the first await, then I'm going to get the data from the second await. Okay, so that will give me the data from this user. I just want to make sure I didn't make a typo there. I feel paranoid about that. Okay, yeah. Await, and I get the doc. I go into the doc. So now the logged in profile, I have his information and I have the person who we swiped on, his or hers. Okay. So now that we swiped, now this is the interesting part. So I need to first check if the user swiped on you. Okay. And by the way, this is just a kind of a disclaimer. Okay. For this tutorial, I'm actually going to be checking the other users' records, right, on the client side. I personally am doing this because it's easier for the demo, but if this was production, what I probably would do here is I would just take the logic that I'm about to show you and have it on a cloud function. So that way, whenever a swipe or a pass was made, or whenever a match is made, sorry, it would check to then apply this logic on the server. So that way, no user is ever looking at someone else's matches or passes, because it's kind of like I would feel like it's a breach, right? But in this case, we're going to do it for the demo. Okay, so you can do that on the server in a cloud function if you really wanted to. But in this case, I'm going to do it here. So in this case, I'm going to say get doc, and I'm going to say the doc that I want is, I'm going to basically go ahead and say, so what I need to do now is I need to pass the DB here firstly. I'm going into the users, and I'm going to go ahead and go to the user who we swiped on, right? And I basically need to check their swipes, and I need to check if my user ID, so the one that is logged in, is there. Okay, so if that makes sense, then you're with me. Okay, so once that's done, that will give me back something called a document snapshot. Okay, so document snapshot. Now with that document snapshot, what I can do is I can say, if the document snapshot exists, so if the document snapshot dot exists, right, then the user has matched with you before you matched with them. So they already swiped on you before you swiped on them. Okay. So at this point, we need to create a match. Okay. So once you do that, we need to go ahead and create a match. Okay. So at this point, we can say, hooray, you matched with someone else. Okay. Okay. So if that's the case, then you matched on them. If it doesn't exist, right, then we can actually go ahead and create the first interaction between the two people, right? So at this point, the user was the first one who swiped out of the two. Okay. Or the fact is they didn't get swiped on. Right, that's what it actually would have done. User has swiped as the first interaction between the two, or didn't get swiped on. Okay, so that's basically what we can do here. And then you can obviously, you can change that afterwards to go ahead and upgrade that if you want to have it. Just exclude those results. Okay, so imagine you match with someone, right? Now what we can do is we can go ahead and say set the doc, right? And I can go to the doc and I can say db.users. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the same logic here. So I'm actually going to first record so if you match with them, I still need to record it in your matches, in your swipe. Sorry. If I don't do that, it won't, it's still going to be a problem. Right. So I can actually I could put that outside, but I'm going to leave it in there for now. Okay. So once that's done, so I record the swipe, right? So that's the same thing I'm doing here, recording the swipe. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a match. So create a match. And a match is going to be not in the users collection. This is going to be a list of matches. Now a match, now the way I'm going to basically store matches is I'm going to have user 1's ID and user 2's ID. And I'm just going to combine them together to make their unique ID, because it's always going to be a match between one user and another user. So it will always get them. Okay. So the way I can do this now is I can go ahead and do the following. So I can create a match. I'm going to say set a doc. Okay, set a doc, and the doc in this case. And firstly, by the way, I need to actually create a sort of function which will always guarantee that one user's ID goes before the other user's ID. Okay, I mean you don't need to, but I'm going to show you a reason why it'll be handy later on. Okay, so I'm going to show you a quick little handy thing. So let's create a lib folder for utilities. So let's create a lib. Oh god. No, don't scream it, lib. Let's go and say lib. Okay. And at this point, I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to say generate id.js. Okay. Generate id.js. And this is the function I'm going to do in here. Okay. This is going to be const generate id. This is a helper function right now. Generate id equals. And this is going to take two IDs. ID1 and ID2. This is a handy kind of thing, even for like blockchain development and things like that. But you can say if ID1 is greater than ID2, so it's just doing a simple string comparison, and it's saying, okay, if that's the case, then it will return ID1 plus ID2. Okay. Else, it will return ID2 plus ID1. ID1. Okay. So you can go ahead and do that. Now you can actually really simplify this to make it super slick, right? But this is the kind of generic way of doing it. And I'll say export default generate ID. And I'll quickly show you how to shorthand this. So if you've got this kind of situation, you can go ahead and do the following. You can say do an implicit return, so you can get rid of this, and then you can go ahead and put a condition, and you can say if ID1 is greater than this, then it will return implicitly ID that plus ID2, else it will implicitly return ID2 plus ID1. And that's a whole function of its own. That's crazy, right? Now say if ID1 is greater than ID2, it will return ID1 plus ID2. Otherwise it will return ID2 plus ID1. A single line function. Okay. Little handy trick if you didn't know. All right. So at this point, I can go ahead and go back to my home screen. And when we create the match, okay, so create the match. So in this point, I can go ahead and say set the doc. So we're gonna say set doc And the document here is going to be, we're going to pass in the DB because it's modular. We're going to create a new collection of matches. Oh, okay. So here I'm going to say generate ID. I'm going to import my useful function that I created earlier. So I'm just going to try and import this, generate ID. So let's actually go ahead and import my utility function. So import generate ID from lib. So it's going to be lib / generate ID. Okay. And it's a default, hence why we don't need the curly brackets. So in this case, I can go back to my matching algorithm here, and we can say create a match, generate ID. And the first ID that I want to pass in is user.uid. And the second one is going to be user swiped.id. Okay, so a little bit different there. And I'm going to go out of here. Now, once the information that we need to set now, this part is really important. Okay, so pay attention because I use this information to do a bunch of searches in a sec. Okay, so at this point, we need to firstly create a users array, and I'm going to be using this afterwards to actually help us find the user. Now, this user array is not going to be users array, so it's going to be user object. And what I'm going to do here is the first key is going to be the user.uid, and the value of it is going to be the logged in profile. Okay, and the second user is going to be the user swiped.id, and it's going to be user swiped like that. Okay, this is an object, not an array. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have an array of the users matched. Right, the users matched. And what I'm going to do here is pass simply two strings, which is going to be the user UID and the user swiped.id. Now, when you're doing NoSQL, you can honestly store it however you want, right? So this is going to be used for a string comparison check later on. And this one is going to be used to actually go ahead and tell which user is which, right? Without having to do a secondary fetch, right? So obviously, if you want to keep data up to date, then you have to compromise with that. Right, but in this case, you're going to do timestamp, and here I'm going to do server timestamp. Okay, so server timestamp, import it from Firebase, and there you go. Okay, so that will create a match, right? And then once you've done the match, what I want to do is say navigation dot navigate, and this is going to go to the match screen, right? And what I'm going to do is this match screen is going to be this one right here. It's a match. You and this person have liked each other. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pass in the two users as props, because when you navigate to a screen, you can actually pass information as a prop. So here I'll say logged in profile, and I'm going to say user swiped, right? So user swiped. There you go. Nice. So in this case, we've got navigation. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. So the only issue here is match. Right, so in this case, match. Okay, so what I'm going to actually do is go to my stack navigator now, and before it complains, I'm going to create another stack group. So basically this, and this one is not going to be a presentation modal. This is going to be a different type of modal. It's going to be transparent modal. Okay, so this one's going to be called transparent modal, and that's going to represent this transparent modal, and you can see it's full screen modal. Okay, and this one's going to be called the matched screen. Okay, and this one's going to be called match, like that. Okay, which means that I need to now go ahead, create the match screen. So match screen.js, do React Native functional export, boom, and then say this is where we basically we'll build that rest of that stuff, right? So I don't know what happened over here. Oh, because I saved it. Oops. Stack navigator, match screen. Need to import my match screen. Okay, and then I need to refresh my apps, and then I need to go back to my home screen. And it should work now. Okay, so if you matched, oh wow, that was a mind-boggling thing, right? So now if you match, what we should have is a match with you and the other person's ID concatenated with the relevant information stored. That way we can process it and do everything we need to do. Okay, so at this point we've got create match and you got navigation match. Okay, cool. So if I was to go ahead and test this out now, I mean, we may not see something pop up because we don't have anything there, but if I go ahead here and do this match, then what we can see is you swiped on Sunny Sangha, CEO of PapaFam. If I swipe on Mehban now, you swiped on Mehban. Aha, hooray, you matched with Mehban, right? So we matched. And then what actually happened on her screen is a modal came up. That's why I can't actually swipe, but the modal is just invisible. Like we haven't got any styling on the modal, but it worked. It definitely worked. Okay, So at this point, to reset the test, and I can show you that it worked, I can go back here and I'll show you how to reset and actually test this now. So there was a match that was made between two users, Sunny and Mehrban, with the user IDs, with the two IDs matched together. So in this case, I can delete the match to test this out, and I can go forward, delete my swipes here. This is how you quickly do an iterative test. So you can go ahead and swipe this, delete that, and you can go ahead and check this one, delete collection swipes. Okay. Okay. So now at this point, I'm going to go ahead and build out that match screen, and then I'll show you in one go how it works, because otherwise it's going to be a bit time consuming. So we've got the match screen now. So match screen, how we do this is we need firstly two things. I need those props that I pass through, right? So the props that I pass through, I'm going to say const navigation equals use navigation. I need to import that from navigation core. And the next thing I need is something called params. So really what actually happens here is we get the root. So there's this thing called root, and we use something called use root, right? Use route, right? I don't know, American and UK, right? And inside of that, there's something called params. And params actually contains two things. So I can actually destructure it further, and I can say the logged in profile and the user swiped is actually part of the params. Okay, so that comes through because remember, when I actually sent the user to that new modal pop-up, that's what I passed along. So I basically extract that information that I passed along. Okay, now we've got logged in provider, user swipe, params. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to style this page out so it looks like this page. It's a match, and you get all this beautiful stuff. Okay, and you get the two users as well. So in this case, if we've got the view, I'm going to go ahead and say style equals, and I'm going to import my Tailwind so I can start styling very quick. I'm also going to need touchable opacity, and I'm also going to need image. So I'm going to quickly do those now, touchable opacity, and I'm going to import image. And now what I can do is over here, I can say Tailwind is going to be height of 4. This one, I'm going to do BG red of 500. And you just have to trust me that I'm actually styling this right now, because I'm not going to keep testing it and show you. I'll show you once it's kind of semi up. Okay. And I'll say opacity. And this one, I want it very faint. I'm going to do 0.89. Reactnative. What the hell? Okay. Yeah, it's not compatible with V9 yet. That's why I didn't use it. I don't know what's going on there. I need to refresh. Unable to resolve document builds from matchscreen.js. Tinder could be found read by node modules. Okay, interesting. Oh yeah, oops. Why is that? Okay, weird. That's it. We're good. Okay, so at this point, I've got this, and I want to have opacity of 0.89. Okay, so now I'm gonna have the top part, which is going to be it's a match. Okay, so at the top, I'm going to have it's a match. So I'm going to have view, and inside there I'm going to have an image. Image is self-enclosed. The source of that image is going to be a URI, and inside of a URI, I'm going to have the appropriate shortened link, which I've saved you time. I can go ahead and grab that one. Okay, now this is basically what we're building here. So I'm going to pop this over here so you guys can see it. Okay, so this is going to represent the it's a match part. We've already made it background red. The opacity is this color. And then if I go to view, I'm going to go ahead and say style equals Tailwind. And we don't need the array around it because I'm not using anything else. I'm just going to say justify content centrally. So justify center. And I'm going to do padding X on the 10 and padding top of 20 to give it a bit of a gap at the top. Okay, cool. And then we've got the next bit, which is you and so-and-so have liked each other. So I'll show you how I do that. So I go down and it says text style, text white, text center, and margin top. You and the user display who you have swiped on. Because remember, you're not saying you are the logged in profile. You wouldn't say you and the logged in profile have liked each other. Otherwise, it's like you and Sunny have liked each other. If it's me, doesn't make sense. Okay. So at this point, I need two images. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a view. And in this view, I'm going to style it accordingly. So I'm going to say style is going to be flex row. And I'm going to say justify evenly. And that's going to be for the two pictures. So justify evenly. And this is going to be a margin top of 5. Okay. Now this is going to have two images inside of it. And each one is going to be a height and width of 32. And it's going to be rounded 4. Right. And the pictures are going to come from the user logged in profile and the user swiped. Hence why we can see it here. Okay, so this would represent the two pictures like so, and because we're doing justify evenly, it will evenly distribute the space. The final thing we need to do is touchable opacity. Okay, so touchable opacity, and I'm going to go ahead and put a piece of text inside of it. And at this point, I can say send a message. right? So I want to have something like that, send a message. And the style for this send a message button is going to look something like this. Got background white, margin 5, and that's how we acquire that styling. And then what I want to do is I'm going to do on press equals, and at this point I'm going to say once I click send message, I want to hide this. So I'm going to go back and then navigate to the chat screen. So I need to actually go ahead and do the following: navigate, go back, and navigate to the chat screen. Okay, and I've got my navigation there. And then I just need to go ahead and say style for the text is central. So it's style text center. And if we did that in one go, boom, wow, that's crazy, right? I hope it works in one go, right? So at this point, that's my draft. So what I'm going to do now is match and see. So Nairban's on the left-hand side. This is her account, and she can see me. I'm on the right-hand side. I can see her. So at this point, if she swiped on me, at this point, if I go ahead and open up my Command J, you swiped on Sunny Sanga. And if I swipe on Merban or I click this, oh, you and Merban have liked each other. The only thing that didn't work is the image, right? Bowdy says tag 9 or GitHub Copilot, tab 9 in my opinion, right? So in the image here, I just need to go ahead and do style, height of 20, width of 4, and rounded. There we go. Aha. In fact, I don't actually need the rounded 4 because it cuts it off. You see that I actually cut it off a little bit. You could end up making that a bit bigger. Oh, that's okay. Let's just keep it that. Okay. So in that case, you've got it's a match. Looks pretty good. And if it's send message, and you see how it closed it and it took me to the chat screen. It's just very hard. But how sick? How sick is that, guys? We actually just built a matching. Like that's what? Like that's so cool, right? It actually worked out of the box. Right, so now we have a match in there. Wow, why did I go super light all of a sudden? But yeah, now we have a match in there. So if I refresh, because the match got deleted, the database did. So now I can see the matches. So what's really cool now is I can actually go ahead and just start using that information to generate the chat section, which we can race through now. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and build the chat screen. Okay, we're doing so well, guys. Literally, if you're enjoying this content, smash the thumbs up button. Now with the chat screen. So now what we're going to do is I'm actually going to create a folder called components, because I'm going to have loads of reusable components now. So I've got a folder called components. I'm actually going to create my first header.js, and this one's going to be React Native functional exported component. And I hit save on that. Go back to my chat screen. And all right, so in this case, chat screen. So for the chat screen, I'm going to go ahead and say, we're just going to do a quick thing here. Actually, I'm going to say, instead of a view, I'm going to use safe area view, and it's going to come from React Native, and I'm going to import a header. I love this song. And I'm going to say the header in this case should be title of chat. And there's a reason why I've got a title and all that stuff here. Okay. So this header, let's quickly build this header. Now the header, what am I building right now? I am building this header, and you can see this header is reused here and here, hence why we're using the same header component. Okay, so let's go ahead and build this up. Header props, these builds are huge, guys, so I'm just moving quite fast for them. So props come through here, we're going to destructure, get the title, and I'm also going to have something called call enabled, and that is going to render out a phone icon if you're on this screen. Okay, obviously it may not actually, yeah, it doesn't do anything, it's just UI. Okay, so we've got the header here. So at this point, the outer header view is going to be style, and this is going to have Tailwind, and this is going to, that means I need to import Tailwind, and I also am going to import a icon pack called Foundation. Right, so we're going to use that for an icon in just a sec. I also have Ionic icons because I'm going to have an arrow that comes from that, and I also need React navigation, so I'm going to pour that in now as well. Okay. And the top styling is going to say padding of 2. It's going to be a flex row because things are going to be in a row themselves. Items are going to be central. The items are going to be centered on the y-axis, and we'll say justify between, like so. Okay. And then if I go over to my chat screen, you should see now we didn't import header. There you go. And if I go back to my header, now you can see this comes up. So if I go into my chat, it doesn't say anything at the moment, but if it said I am header, like I am Groot, there you go, I am header, because it's in the safe zone as well. That's why it works. It's in the safe zone inside the chat screen, which is rendering the header. Okay, so we've got text, I am a header. So at this point, I'm going to have the top section actually have the arrow and the title. Okay, so for that arrow and title, I'm going to pop in the following. Okay, so this one right here, I'm going to paste in, and then we can go ahead and cover it because I want to show you more important stuff. So this right here is just simply a view with two elements inside. One is touchable opacity with an icon, and one is a text with the title, and you've got the irrelevant styling. Okay, so very kind of simple things. The on press, so when I press that back arrow, I just want to do navigation.go back, and that means it will go back to the previous page. So in order to do that, I say navigation.equals use navigation, and I import it from, I already got that, yep. And then that allows us to go back. Touchable opacity, we forgot to import, so I can go ahead and pull that in. And now you can see, if I go ahead and see this, it says chat. Okay, now that doesn't look good because I haven't got a second element on the page. But I need to fix that. Flexible item sensor. Okay. Now I'm gonna say if there's a call enabled, right, then I'm gonna render out that call icon, right? So in this case, I'm going to render out a touchable opacity, similar thing. It's just going to be a call button. Okay. Now, right now, this actually looks super strange. One second. Let me just figure out why I've messed up here. Let's go back to this button. So this is central. It's because I haven't got width of full somewhere. Chat screen. You see my chat screen. Okay, so it's not that one. It's going to be inside of my header, justify between. In my header. Am I going crazy right now? Oh, fluoro, damn it, flex row. That's why. Alright, I was like, what is going on? Flu. So in that case, if I click go back now, you see it triggers navigation go back. Right, so we actually have our own little custom UI. Right, and if I was to go into my chat screen and say call enabled, you can see we get a phone. Right, so now we can with this reusable component which allows us to do that. Okay, so the next thing I want to have inside of my chat screen is something called a chat list. Right, so inside a chat screen, I'm going to go ahead and say chat list. Right, so this is going to be another component, and this is going to be responsible for rendering the next part, which is this. This is going to be a list of UI components where we can have, you know, several different lists of the users that you're talking to, right, or you matched with. So we're going to go ahead and make this a smart component as well. So what I'm going to do is create a component called chat list. So chat list.js, and then React Native functional export. There you go. Chat list, and say I am chat list. I'll just say chat list. Right. Go back to our chat screen, import this in. And now we should see in a second, I am chat list. So, and the reason being is because this needs to be style of Tailwind, and it needs to be flex one. And that means we also need to import our Tailwind from the top. So, import Tailwind, boom. All right. And now you can see it just flies off, right? Tailwind right now. And I don't think it was flex one that we needed. It was, no, it's not flex one. I don't need. No, it's not flex one. I messed up. Right. Style. There you go. View. Right. Chat list. There you go. Okay. So it just hadn't refreshed. So view chat list. Okay. So right now we are building the chat row or chat list component. Okay. So view chat list. Now what we can do is inside of if you have, firstly we need to fetch all the matches. Okay, so that's the first thing I'm going to do. At this point I'm going to say const matches, and matches set matches equals use state, and this is going to be an empty array to begin with. Now we're going to have a use effect which is going to go ahead and fetch those. All right, so fetch the empty matches, and let's go ahead and say boom. At this point I want to actually create a row time listener because it has to be row time, remember, on snapshot, and we need the DB. So firstly I need to import on snapshot. I'm going to say DB, actually we don't need DB yet, we need to say on snapshot collection and import that, and it's going to be the DB at that point that we need. And then I'm going to say go to the matches. Okay, and we're not just going to do all the matches, right? We need to query this. So I'm going to wrap this in a query. And I do like the modular stuff. It took a while for me to get used to, but I do like it. It's quite intuitive once you get the hang of it. It's just painful to learn something new, I guess, right? but you should be learning something new. So where, so I need to go ahead and pull in my where. I'm gonna say where users matched, right? So remember when you matched, right? We actually created this thing, this array. So where users match, and it should query to see if you are contained it. So it's gonna find all the ones with you inside of it. So users matched, and this one's gonna say array contains. And obviously, you know, this can be refactored. I know there's optimization issues and not issues, but there's ways you can do this. You're always going to get that with NoSQL. So it's something which is always going to be present. So let's save that in the chat. Okay. So the next thing is a snapshot. And then I'm going to go ahead and say that snapshot, we should get back and set the matches to snapshot.docs, snapshot.docs.map. And I'm going to change the shape. For every doc, I want to have the following object that comes back. I want to have a implicit return with an object, and I want the ID to be doc.id with the, and I'm going to spread the rest of the data so you don't have to write doc.data. Okay. And remember, on snapshot has a unsubscribe. So remember, we're going to do implicit return to make sure we unsubscribe from that. So there you go, implicit return, and that will call unsubscribe when it does it. Okay. This is pretty cool. So at this point on snapshot, we should have, oh, there we go. Right, so use state, and I'm guessing use effect we've got. Yeah, okay. So over here now we have can't find variable user. Oh yeah, my bad. The user here is actually a dependency here, and we need to actually pull the user from our use auth. I guarantee you guys are probably wondering like, whoa, that use auth came in handy now. That's why it's really awesome. So at this point, let's go ahead and do this, and you can see chat list. Okay, so at this point, we've got an array of matches now. Okay, so if I was to console log the matches, I should see something in the console. So if I go ahead and do this, right now I have no match because did I match? Yeah, we matched. Okay, let's figure out what's going on. So we've got collection DB matches. So that matches. We've got the where users matches is an array contains user ID, and the array contains user matched. Matched, right? There you go. And now you can see, okay, now I've got a match. There you go. So you can see we now have a match that comes through. Okay, so we get an array with the match. Okay, so what we can do now is we can actually go ahead and list it out. So typically what we're used to is we end up doing something like, you know, matches dot map, and then you go through it. But in React Native, you have something called a flat list, which is an optimal way of rendering through a list, and you can basically render out something every time you have an item, similar to how we map. So what we need to do right now is we're going to go ahead and change the flat list to or change the view, change all of this crap to a flat list. I'm going to say flat list, and I'm going to go ahead, and this is actually a self-closing component. And what I'm going to do here is import flat list from React Native. And then I'm going to actually firstly check, and I'm going to say if matches.length is greater than 0, only then should you show the flat list, right? So only then do I want to see a flat list. Otherwise, I'm actually going to show a very simple kind of message, which just says no matches at the moment. Okay. Now, a flat list expects a couple of things. Firstly, it expects the data. The data needs to be an array. In this case, it's matches. We need to give each thing a key. In this case, we have this key extractor function. And the way you go ahead and extract the key from each thing, because remember, when you're mapping through anything in React, you should give things a key, right? In this case, you say item.id, okay? We got the key extractor, so you're extracting an ID from each one. In this case, we're mapping an ID, so there you go, it maps out. The next thing I need is a render item. Now this one, pay attention to, okay? So it's gonna go through every single item, right? But this is actually where you have you see it says info. But what we wanna do is we get this info, but we need to destruct it, and you actually get a prop which is set. The key is set to item. It is set to item. I'll repeat that a few times. Set to item. You cannot change that, okay? Unless you say as, or you change it here to like card or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, but the point is that's set, right? Each time it renders out, now you can render out something. So what I'm going to render out is this new component, which we're going to create called chat row, okay? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass a prop called match details And that's just going to have all of the information that gets thrown in. So that's going to be all of the match details that was basically set here, but for that individual match. Okay, I need to create this component now. So I need to create this component here called chatrow.js, RNFE. There you go. And the match details comes through here. So match details. Okay, hit save. Now over here, I'm going to go ahead and import match details, chatrow from import chatrow from, let's do let's do components / chatrow. Nice. And at this point, we can refresh. And we can go over to our thing, and you can see here it figured it out and it rendered it on the page. So it's just not showing anything for chat row. So we need to build our chat row now. The only thing we need to do here is the final sort of bit here is just say Tailwind, and I need to give this actually a height of 4. Now the benefit of using a flat list, guys, is that it actually becomes a scrollable list by default as well. So you'll see it comes in there, and you see there's a little bit of an asynchronous wait there, which is fine for now. It's okay for the demo, but it basically found that there was a match for you. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to chat row. Okay, now for each chat row, this is going to be, again, what we're building right now is this. Right, so this is a nice UI component. So I'm going to go into my chat row, and I'm going to go ahead and build out the element itself. So right now the overall thing is going to be a touchable opacity, because you want to be able to touch that row. Right, and then the inside of it, we're going to have an image and a view. Right, so the first thing is the image is going to be an avatar. So we're going to have an image, and that's going to be a self-closed component. Image is going to be, oh god, image is going to be this one, and I need to import touchable opacity as well. Now the image, the source is going to be, I'm actually going to see if I can destructure. No, we don't need to. What I can do at this point is I can say that the image is going to be, okay, what I need to do is I get the matched info, right? But I need to go ahead and actually split that information now, because what happens is that matched info contained 2 users. So I need a utility function, which will help me now basically get rid of one of these users. Okay, so I need to actually do something pretty cool right now and figure that out. So I'm going to show you how we overcome this issue. So the first thing is, let's prepare this file. So const navigation equals use navigation. We're going to do a bit of kind of, you know, necessity or sort of things that we need anyways. We're going to say user equals use auth, and then I'm going to go ahead and do the following, use auth, and then I'm going to say so we've got this now. I'm going to make sure, I'm going to basically create this helpful function. Okay, so I'm going to create a helper function, and let's just go and do that right now. So lib, I'm going to create this function called get matched user info. And the whole point of this is, what I want to do is I need to basically go ahead and get only, I need to pass in the users array, and I need to pass in the user logged in ID, and I need to basically eradicate one of them and get it back. Now there are many ways you can do it, but I just want to make a helpful function that can do it for me. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is go ahead and say const get matched user info. So get matched user info. This takes the array of users, which comes from the match. So this array of users, right? So the array of users, and it will take the user logged in ID, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say, I'm going to first copy it, because guys, you should follow immutability, right? You should always follow immutable patterns. I'm going to show you an immutable pattern, right? In this case, I'm going to show you some form of protecting yourself. So in this case, const, I'm going to say new users equals a copy of the old users. Okay, so I'm copying it. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to manipulate this new users here. So I'm going to say delete, and this is actually a function here. So I'm going to say delete new users, and I'm going to delete the one with the user logged in ID. Okay, now there's so many ways you can do it, but you can use omit as well if you want. But in this case, user logged in, this will actually remove the user logged in object from the array. Or from the, remember, it's not an array, it's an object within objects. So object has, object inside of it. So I'm going to delete that one. And then I'm going to say const, and I'm going to destructure the ID and the user, ID and the user from, and this is a sort of clever one right here. So what I'm doing here is I'm getting the new users, because right now what that will do is it will make this a object with one object inside of it. So what I want to do is I want to basically flatten it. So you use a special thing called flatten or flat, I'm going to do object.entries. And what I'm doing here is object.entries. I'm taking the new users array because it's literally right now an array that looks like this, right? It's an array that looks like this. So what I'm doing is I'm getting the key value pairs with new users and I'm calling flat, right? And what this does is it essentially turns this into a array, a single dimension array with an ID and a user. So you have an ID and a user object, right? So hence I'm destructuring it with array destructuring to get the ID and user object. And then I'm going to return that as an object. I'm going to return as a nice little clean object where rather than having an embedded user, I'm just going to spread the user. And that literally gives us only one of this. That will give us all of these details without any of the extra data structures. That is data structures. When people say you need to learn how to data structures, that is how you sort of, manipulate through some stuff. It's pretty cool, right? I think. Right. All right, so that way we go ahead and do it. So this is going to be users. Sorry, there you go. So we've got this useful helper function, export default. So we're going to export the default function. In this case, you can see ID and user. And now what I'm going to do is go back to chat row and I'm going to go ahead and use that special function, because remember, I'm going to give it a quick explanation again. It's going to take this user object and combine it with a user ID, and it's going to basically transform this into a single object that comes back. Okay. So what we do is I'm going to create a use effect. And this use effect is going to be responsible for manipulating that data into a different shape. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the matched info. So I'm going to create a piece of state for matched user info. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to strip the matched user info basically by doing it like this. I'm going to say set the matched user info to get matched user info, which is our useful helper function. So I'm going to import that from our import get user from lib / get matched user info. And this one is going to go ahead and remember it takes the users. So it's going to take match details.users, match details.users, which is the array of users plus the user who is logged in. And that will go ahead and actually set the matched user. So it will strip out the user who we've matched with. Okay. And what this is dependent on is two things, match details and user. So we need to update this match details and user. Boom. There you go. That is slick, right? And now we've got the user effect already in there. Cool. So in this case, I'm going to have another user effect. Okay. And this user effect is going to go ahead and check for messages, but I'm going to do that one afterwards. Okay. I'm going to do that one afterwards. That's basically how you get that, the last message sent kind of thing going on. Okay. So at this point, I've got the matched user info and I can now use that to render out the row. Okay. So for that image, I'm going to go ahead and have the following. I'm going to have a style. And this style is going to need my Tailwind, my trusty Tailwind. If you're not in love with Tailwind right now, I don't know what's wrong with you. If you are in love with Tailwind, smash the thumbs up to say thank you. Because yeah, I did that. I hope I did that. So in this case, we've got the following. So for the image, I'm going to say it's Tailwind rounded 4. And it's going to be height and width of 16 because this is going to be the avatar. So height and width of 16. And we're going to say width of margin right of 4 because I want it to be a little bit detached. And the source is going to be the URI. And this URI is going to say matched user info dot photo dot URL. And the matched user info at some point might be undefined because we start off with a value of no and then we reflect. So I'm going to optional chain to basically protect it from crashing. That's what it does. Okay, so it will handle it gracefully if that's the case. Now, if I go back here, you can see it doesn't show anything at the moment because our attachable opacity doesn't have any style applied to it. So the style here, we're going to go ahead and do is Tailwind. I'm going to say flex row. In fact, I'm just going to pop this in here to rush it a bit. So we're going to say flex row, item center, with a little bit of styling there. And then what we're going to say is I also want to have a card shadow. So remember previously what I did was I had that kind of, just for shadows. Shadows are a bit annoying. We want to kind of get it right. So I'm going to import my style sheet at the top. So we've got a style sheet and I'm going to go ahead and combine it with this style for the card shadow. And the way we do that is we simply have a Tailwind and we have a array and we do a comma and we just implement our card shadow. So we do styles dot card shadow. Right. Now at this point, let's see where it's at. Why am I not seeing this? So match user info, and we've got the touchable opacity, chat row. So I can see that a chat row. Let's do that and just do a refresh. And let's go ahead and go to this and use state. Okay, so and let's go ahead and try again. So go here, and there you go. Whoa, Mevon came up. Nice. And if I go here, I will come up. Nice. So you can see the other person. Now I've got a typo, rounded 4. So at this point, we've got these two sort of, lovely lovebirds looking pretty all right. And we now need to have the basically the text, right? So the text I'm actually going to pop in here because it's a pretty simple snippet. It's after the image. I've got a view with some text inside of it. So in this case, matched user info, and last message right now, I'll show you how to implement afterwards, after we've implemented the next part, right? But in this case, it will show the name now. So it says Merwan, say hi, right? So in this case, when I click it, how do I throw this over to the actual, so how do I throw this over to the messages screen, right? And do we have a messages screen? That's the next thing. So firstly, Stack Navigator. Let's check if we've got a messages screen. No, we don't. I'm going to go ahead and pop that in. And here I'll say messages screen. Boom, there you go. So I'm going to go ahead and create a screen for this message screen, and it's going to be singular, not plural. And this one is going to have a message tag on it. I'm going to go ahead and create that screen right now. I'm going to say message, React Native functional export. Boom, go over here, and I can go ahead and say message screen. Okay, hit save and go back to my Stack Navigator, import it. There we go. And now you can see over here, if I click this, we're going to now hook it up to direct us to that screen. Okay, but firstly, I want to do two things. I firstly want to say in the message screen, we should have a header, right? So here, just to sort of render something out. So let's do a header. I'm going to import that like so, and I'm going to do core enabled, and this one is going to have the title, which we'll set in a second afterwards. For now, I'll just say title chat, but we can go ahead and change that afterwards. Okay, and what I'm going to do is on the chat row component, on touchable opacity, I'm going to have it so it says on press. And this one is going to have navigation. Oops. So it's going to be an arrow function because we need to do a little transition. Arrow function to navigation.navigate. And I'm going to navigate to the message screen, but I'm going to pass over the match details as well. So now, because we've done all that fetching once before, we don't need to go ahead and overwhelm our database and keep having to fetch. You already know who the match is. You already know the person. We already done a bunch of stuff around it. So we need to just do that right now. Okay. Chat row. And now what we're going to do is I need to pass over the match details. So match details gone flying around, as you can imagine. Okay. So at this point, if I click this, we should navigate to that component. If we do, smash that thumbs up button because boom, we just crushing guys. And that worked, right? Now, obviously this is in the safe zone, so I need to go ahead and fix that, but looking not bad, right? So this one right here, I'm going to change to safe area view. And then now you go, there you go. So look at that, chat. All right, so I'm going to change this chat to be the actual person's name. So if I go into my chat message room, message screen, and what I can do for the header here is I can use our little helpful function. I can say get matched user info, import our library. I can actually get the match details. So remember, the match details came through as a prop. Match is simple. I can go ahead and say const user equals use auth. Use auth. All right. We got this undefined match details.users is undefined at this point because I haven't gone through here, or I haven't passed in the correct value of match details. And let's see what we're doing at the chat row level. Make sure that we're not doing it right, because match details is actually message on press. Let's do a refresh. Come on, okay. Okay. So go here. Okay, interesting. So match details, maybe I'm doing some dumb mistake. I am quick way to debug this is you go ahead and say console log your props And let's just see what we're getting. And let's do a question mark here. Oh no, that's correct. That is correct. It's coming through. I messed up because title comes here and then I didn't do display name. Oops. And then it's rendering through to that, which is then causing it to break. Okay, that makes sense. So now match details. Okay, that's why. So boom, boom. Aha. Right now it's still not saying the right thing. It's saying get matched user info dot display name match details dot user get matched info call enabled. Interesting. Okay, so at this point I've got an error here saying can't find variable match details. Match details is guaranteed. Okay, now okay, let's actually debug that because something went weird. Props. All right, let's actually get rid of the header for a sec. Let's go here. Let's go here. And what we can do is we can actually see that the match details do come through. Okay. And if I go ahead and say match details, can't find. Oh, oops, sorry. Props.match details. Okay. Let's figure out the user. Let's do this. Enter in. You can see undefined. Oh, okay. So I'm making a silly mistake here. So let's chat row. And let me see chat row. And what I've done is match details. And what we should have done is navigation.navigate message match details. Okay. Let's see. Match details. Okay, so weird thing happening right now. Message screen. Props are. Oh my god! I'm so silly. I'm so silly. I'm so silly. All right. Obviously it came through, but I'm looking at it as normal props, right? We're being silly here. So yeah, Daniel got it right. Yeah, thank you. Router equals use root. Sorry. We have to use this as, remember, this comes through as the params, guys, the params. And then const, do you still work out something? I do, thank you for asking. Match details equals params. And I'm gonna go here, so match details. Now we have the match details, which means that we shouldn't get an error here, which means I should see a name. Ah, there we go, nice. In this case, I should see Sunny. Oh, that's weird. So I'm on my account. I do this, and I see Sunny Sang go, ugh, okay, what's going on? So message screen, it shouldn't say Sunny Sang, it should say, if I'm Mehrban and I click on Sunny, it says Sunny Sang. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yes, that's actually okay. The reason being is because remember, yeah, remember what we actually did here was Mehrban was the display name, but the user was actually, oh, that's weird. It was actually Mehrban. Okay. Oh, wait a sec. I made another rookie error. Right. I'm done. Display name, get match user info. Message screen. I needed to go to. This is actually going to be the user's. Okay, so it's fair. That's actually meant to be like that to a degree. Okay, so the reason why it's doing this right now is because that is actually going to be. That's actually going to be the email of the user. So in that case, get title, get match with display name. Okay. I mean, what I'm going to do now is actually go ahead and say console log, get match user info. And you see Sunny Sang. Okay, fair enough. Pops up. But if I wanted to just see match details, I just want to see match details, user array, display name. And I'm passing in user.uid.displayName and param user.useAuth. That's a little bit confusing though, because we've got match details.users, user.uid.displayName. Now, in this case, display name is here. And I've got get matched user info, get this, blah, blah, blah. And this is saying user logged in, delete ID user, get matched user info. Have I made a slight error here? No. Let's have a look. So that's fine. Strange. Okay, so no, we should see. Right, Sunny is here, and this one is Meban. But Meban, when you click it, it should pass through as Meban. Okay. That's okay. What I can do now is I can go ahead and say get match details. So let's do match user details. Boom. And this will return an object. Now this object, Sunny, CEO of Papa Fam, but I tracked on. So my chat row might be broken. Chat row. Get match user info. Chat row. Get match user info. User UID. Oh, okay. So, god damn it. Okay, we can get this. We can get this. All right. Match details dot users user UID. And now what I want to do is, well, I mean that's correct because it's popping up with Meban. And then oh, okay. I'm just not passing in. I mean, okay. This is so strange. All right. So get set match user info. Match details user. And now in here, I've got the same issue. So I've got message. So message. I'm just debugging, guys, right now, if you can't tell. Okay, so let's figure this one out. So we have console.log match details is the params. So match details comes back with all the information. Oh, here's the issue. No? Match details.users. Let's just double check what actually comes in here. So it comes back with me and with Meban. Okay. And then the user who is logged in this case, is going to be console.log user.uid. Undefined. That's why. God damn it. I didn't import my user. Oh my God. I knew it. Damn it. Yes. Namir, nice dude. You caught it out. That's you definitely caught it out. There you go. Okay, there you go, guys. We made it. We made it through there. Let's go ahead and get some music in. Okay, that was good. That was cool. I was thinking, I was like, there's something's wrong here. All right, there we go. Yeah, Sunny Sanga, Meban. There we go. Okay, we did it. I like getting stuck like that. I think it shows you guys that it's human to get stuck, and then we can debug it ourselves. Okay, so we have match details now, and match details came from match details here. Awesome. So we got the message screen now. So what we can do now is we can go ahead and do the following. So we can say smash the thumbs up button if that was cool, by the way. All right. So let's create a function. Let's actually go ahead and fix this up now. So we've got okay, so the next thing we need to do now is here for the keyboard avoiding view. So this one is actually quite interesting and it's quite important. So we need to have two things. We need a sender message and a receiver message, and then we need to go ahead and do some other interesting things. So first thing I want to do is actually have at the bottom of the screen is have some kind of text input where we can go ahead and have some, you know, where the user can type in. Okay, so we're going to have a view. And here I'm going to have the text input side of that view. This text input I need to import from reactnative. Style is simple. It's just going to have large text placeholder. And we need to have a value for the input field, which is going to be const input. And we're going to say set input. So input set input equals use state. We're so close, guys. We are so close to the end. Use state. And this is going to be an empty string to begin with. Okay, so what we now need to do is set input. Meban's watching, nice. We got set and send message. So I need to create a function to send or send message. Okay, cool. So at this point, we've got our Meban pops up, use state. Oh, rookie error, shit. There we go. So I'm over here. We've got Meban, Tailwind. God damn it. Okay, one after the other. Next punch. Tailwind, boom, boom. Yeah. There we go. Now you got this nice little kind of, and what we need to do is we need to glue this to the bottom of the screen, but we need to make it have a keyboard avoiding a view, like sort of behavior to it. So that way, if you're at the bottom of the screen, the keyboard actually lifts up so it doesn't ever get cropped. Now, the way we do that is actually quite interesting, and I'll show you how in just a sec. But what we need to do now is we need to have it as, well, we can do that in a sec anyway. I'm going to upgrade the style of my view. And this is going to have flex row, justify between, item center. And the reason being is because I want this to be a bit bigger. You see there's a border now. We've got a nice gray top sort of a border at the top, border gray, pixel, x-axis padding, y of 2. I want to have a button as well. So this one's quite easy. Honestly, that really is just like ending it strong, man. Thank you so much for sharing that with me. Button. All right, so I'm gonna say send. I'm gonna make the color of that button be like the pink that has the Tinder pink. And then I'm gonna say on press of this button, I'm gonna say send message. Now, if you notice, I've got this on submit editing. That's because when you're typing in and you hit enter on the keyboard on when you're typing in here. So if I hit return, that will go ahead and send the message as well. So either or, right? So Jeff says, thanks, Sunny. Thank you, dude. Honestly, thanks for sharing that. Huge, man. So in this case, send message. Okay, cool. So we got this, and then you can send the message. Now, message screen here, right? How do we do that? So where we have message screen, that's going to be basically where we have all the messages that populate. Okay, so what this is actually going to be is it's going to be a flat list. Okay, and what we actually need to do now is have a keyboard avoiding a view. So I'll show you how to do this. We say keyboard avoiding view is the one that we need, and this one is quite a pain if it's the first time you're using it. I'm not gonna lie, I'll explain how we use it properly, but it's quite painful to use it when you're first getting it right. So all you need to know is that you have to set a few different things right now. First thing we need to do is we need to check if we're on iOS or Android. Basically, it pads the screen slightly different. It pads it on iOS with padding. On Android, it uses something called height. The whole container will have a flex of 1, and the keyboard vertical offset is 10, and I'll explain that one in a sec. Now what we need to do is put everything that we want to have inside this keyboard avoiding view inside there, right? And as you can see, there's something there which we're not filling. So at this point, the only thing that we need to kind of do now is actually have the flat list kind of, have some information in there. So if I go ahead and have, firstly, the safe area view should have a flex of 1 because it's not using up this full style, a full sort of range right now. So Tailwind is a flex 1. And now you can see it should push a little bit further down, and we need that to have a flex 1 as well. And in this case, I'm going to have justify between, that makes sense. And then we're also going to have keyboard avoiding a view. Okay, so at this point I want my flat list, and that's gonna have all my messages. But there's a little trick we can do, right? Basically, when you've got that list of messages, how many times, if you've got this open and you click in that list of messages, you want to hide the keyboard, right? So what we want to actually do is we're going to say touchable without feedback. So this just means a touchable area. And what we do here is we basically say we need to import this from React Native. At the top you can see touchable without feedback. We're going to import this, and we're going to say on press, we're going to say keyboard dot dismiss, and keyboard we have to import from React Native, right? So keyboard gets imported from React Native. So that means whenever we touch inside of that list, it's actually going to go ahead and get rid of the keyboard. Okay, now inside of here I'm going to have a flat list, right? Now I'm going to demonstrate this in sort of a test quickly. I'm going to have a text, and we'll say test. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to literally spam this down. Only expected you to have a single child. William, oh no, sorry, not that one. Touchable without feedback is going to be a single child. So okay, so in that case, we can just do something like this. And I could do something like this. There we go. Boom, boom. Okay, so we almost spammed it all the way. So if I go ahead and continue more. Okay, so at this point, for that text input field, I actually need to make it stuck to the bottom of the screen. And the way I did that was I actually had that as the keyboard avoiding view. It should not be in this. It should be outside the touchboard back. There you go. Now you can see it, right? So you can see what is actually happening here. So we have the keyboard avoiding view here, right? And this will be eventually a scrollable list. And you can see the outline over here with this, right? Now, what I need to do to make that essentially look a bit better is do BG white, firstly. Okay. Now, don't worry about that little gap. The reason being is we will have a flat list here, which will make it do its magic, okay? So with this bit, what I need to now do is have the following take place. So if I do keyboard avoiding view now, so if I go ahead and hit enter here, all right, I will fix this. Don't worry, we'll get to it. There's just a lot of overlap right now. The keyboard avoiding view has to actually go underneath this view. And then I need to do the following. So that's actually correct right now. Instead, what I haven't done correct and I haven't explained properly is I need a flat list here. There you go. Just do this flat list. Let's just build it. Okay, so in this case, if I've got data, my data can be the messages, which we're going to need to fetch. Right now, we don't have any messages, but we will have them in a sec. We're going to go ahead and say the style is Tailwind padding left 4. And then I need to go ahead and do the following. So for each of the messages, we're going to basically be collecting them in a certain way. So right now we don't have messages. So I need to quickly just go ahead and hook these up. So I say messages, set messages equals use state. And it's going to be empty array to begin with. So that way now at least we can use that variable. And we're going to say, okay, so messages. And then here I'm going to say the key extractor, because remember every single thing should have a key. So this one is going to be for every item, the key extractor would be key item.id, and render item, remember, is that kind of funky one that actually renders it out. Now remember, it works like so. You have to destructure with a key inside of item, and it doesn't change. It's always going to be item. Okay. And in this case, we have two types of messages. We have a sender message and a receiver message. Now, if you are the person who sent the message, in which case the following logic would apply. So if we had message dot user ID, all right, and I'll show you the messages afterwards. If that's equal to the user who is logged in, then you're technically going to be using a sender message, and that's going to look slightly different. Okay. And that sender message is going to have a key, which is going to be the item message ID, message ID, and it's going to have a message. Right, going to be, and what we're going to do is we're going to rename this item as message. Okay, and we're going to pass that through like so. Otherwise, what you're going to do is you're going to have the same thing but for a receiver message. Okay, and this is going to look slightly different now. So I'm not sure if I always spell this wrong, to be honest. I think it's receiver. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. But the point is that there we go. So feel like I had it right the first time. Okay, so now I'm going to create the sender and receiver message firstly. So I'm going to create the sender message.js, React Native functional export, boom. And I'm going to create the same thing for message screen and receiver message. Receiver message.js. There we go. React Native functional export, boom, save. Okay, we have two messages now. Okay, receiver with an EI. Oh, it's gonna bother me now. Okay, there we go. Receive a message. Fair enough. Okay, receive a message. Okay. All right. So now what we're gonna do is we have the sender message which comes through here. I'm gonna import that. We have the receiver message which comes through here. I'm gonna import that as well. So sender message. Do this, and I'm gonna just go Command D, receiver message. Yeah, there we go. All right, now each one takes a message prop. So in this case, sender message takes a message prop, and so does receiver. And this one has message as well. Okay. And then we should be able to see that there shouldn't be an error now when we have this bit here. Okay, cool. So you can see it actually takes up the full space, right? And what we can actually do here is I can keep it super neat. I don't actually need background white. If you want to keep it like sort of, you know, with this kind of gray theme, which kind of looks quite clean, right? This looks dope. And the point is when I hit enter now, I should be able to send a message up here and then it render out the list of messages. Okay. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Okay. So with that said, now what I'm going to do is we've got the logic over here for the everything that we needed, right? So forgot to rename in the component. I think okay. Ah, yeah. Fair play. Right. Receiver. There you go. Okay. So we got the message here. So what we're going to do is, I like this song. It gets me the vibe. Right. So I'm going to go ahead and style my sender message, style my receiver message, and then we'll implement the message logic. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that now. So sender message is going to look the following way, right? So I'm going to just go ahead and pop in some of the styles, right? So we can save a bit of time. But basically the point is that the style here will look, oh God, look like so. It's going to be Tailwind. So I need my Tailwind. And this is background purple 600, rounded large, rounded top right none. And there's a reason why top right. So it looks like a little bubble. And then it's going to say padding on the x-axis, y is slightly less, margin x-axis, margin slightly less on the y, and align self. And I'll show you what these do in a sec once we get it. Okay. So message comes through. Now the structure of the message, once we define it, it's going to be message.message. It's going to be like message.contents, but that's how you can check it out, right? If anyone else wants that React Basics 101, second link in the description, make sure you check it out. Style equals, I'm going to say Tailwind, and I'm going to say text is white. Okay, so it's going to be like a white piece of text. Now what I'm doing here, by the way, guys, it should have shown this, is here. So what I've just done is I've just gone ahead and built the sender message, which is the purple. So if you send a message, it's going to be a purple one. If you're a receiver, so if the person you're messaging sent you a message, you can do this. Now that's why we get the top right none, top right padding none, and that does that little bubble effect, right? It's like a flat design, right? So we're going to do the same thing over there. And now flex start, by the way, crops it, otherwise this would go to a full width. So what we've done by doing flex align self flex start is a little trick. We do this, and then margin left auto basically determines this space automatically, so it pushes it to the right hand side of the screen. Now you know, right? So we've got that. I'm going to do receiver as well. Okay, so the receiver is going to be a similar thing. So the style is going to pop in over here. And then for the text, we're going to have a similar fashion. So we're going to have, rather than this, we're going to have the text, which is going to be text white. I need my Tailwind to pop in. And then the only difference with this one is we've got an image, and the image comes from the message.photo URL. Okay. In this case, it's going to be like so. Height and width of 12 to get this. And then we've got rounded 4 to get the circle. Absolute is going to be top 0, right? And it's going to be minus left of 14. I'll show you this in action. But the point is, guys, is that this image is absolutely positioned, right, to the left negative 14. So it pushes to the left. And then what I've done here for this one is I've given it a margin left of 14. So this is margin left of 14. And then this one is absolutely positioned in to fill that gap. Right, now you can do it so many ways. I'm gonna say, oh, there's just one way I decided to do it, but you can do it however you want, right? So if I go ahead and save that now, what we can then do is go back to our message screen, and this is where the sort of funnel logic comes into play. Okay, so if I was to send a message now, I need to basically go ahead and have it so that that message goes up to a database, right? And where I'm going to store it naturally, which makes sense, is in that match. We're going to have a collection called messages, which is where we have all the messages for that match. Okay, so what I'm going to do is when you send a message, I'm going to say add a doc. I'm going to import that from Firestore. Add a doc. I'm going to go to the collection. So again, I need to import that from Firestore. Add a collection. There you go, collection, and I'm going to pass in the DB. Remember, the DB I need to import because it's modular. I'm going to keep saying it. Matches, we go into the match details.id. That's how we have the, remember we prepped this up beforehand So we had all the match details that get passed through. Then we're going to go into this new messages collection that we're going to create. Okay, we're going to add a document in there, which is going to represent that message. Now, the input we track when the user types in. So the first thing I want to do is, most importantly, have a timestamp, so we know when the user typed that message. I'm going to import that from Firestore, and that's actually easier than the way we used to do it. And then the following details apply. So the user ID is going to be the user who is logged in. The display name is going to be the user display name that you are logged in as. And then it's going to be the photo URL. Now, the photo URL, because this is a photo URL that you've uploaded to your profile, the way we get it is slightly different. We have to go into the match details. We have to go to the user which is logged in. So that's why I made it an object, right? Because we can access it like so with the key. And then we go and get that photo URL. And what this does, guys, is it makes sure that the person that you swiped on, you're going to see their picture when you're messaging them. Okay. And then the final thing is the message, which is the input. Okay, there you go. None of these files exist. What the hell? Firebase Firestore. Oh God, what is that? Firebase. There you go. Yeah. And then we've got after that, you can do asynchronous and then do then, but it's kind of easier just to do set input. And if you really want, you can go ahead and retain it. And if there's an error, restore the input. I just don't like to do it. I like to do set input straight away afterwards. Okay. At this point, if I send a message to Mehban, you should see if I say, hi, Mehban, and I hit enter, what it just went ahead and did is, if I go into the match, you see messages. I sent a message. Sunny said, hi, Mehban, and that's his picture. That's the timestamp, and that's the user ID of Sunny. And what you can see then is we should be able to go ahead and use all that information to render it on the UI. Okay. So now what do I need? I need a real-time listener, which can check on the real-time sort of status of messages. So I'm going to pull in my use effect. We are almost there, guys. So close right now. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and have an empty dependency array for the listener. In fact, here I just need match details. That's my dependency, and I need the DB. All right. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say on snapshot, and I need to import on snapshot. All right, so on snapshot has been imported. I'm going to say go to the collection, and the collection that I'm interested in is a DB. So we can remember modular. Let's keep saying it, matches, and I'm going to go ahead and do match details.id. I'm going to go into the messages, and basically now what I'm going to do is I need to query this on top of this collection. So I need to query, wrap the entire collection, and I'm going to go ahead and say query. And then I'm going to go ahead and say comma. Now I'm going to do order by. So you have to actually wrap the query first, and then you have the order by. And the order by is basically going to have two arguments. The first one's going to be the timestamp, and the second one is going to be descending, because I want it to order based on those values. Okay. So at this point, what I can do is hit save. Okay. And now I have all of my I query for that. Yep, I've got this query, and I can go ahead and say comma, and it says snapshot. Right, and that'll give me the most recent messages, I believe, at the top. So I say set messages, and what I'm going to do is say set messages. I'm going to say snapshot dot messages. Oh, sorry, snapshot dot docs dot map. And what I'm doing is that for every doc, I'm going to draw out the perfect sort of thing. So draw out, I say ID, doc.id, and I'm going to go ahead and say doc.data. Now you can, Andrew, use async await, but the problem is that if I did that, it would only clear that after it updated to the database. I didn't really want it to do that. I want it to be instant. Like it feels like it's instant. That's why I did it. But now what we're going to do is we're going to return back this object, right? So we're going to basically map it to a simpler object, so I don't have to keep doing doc.data. Basically unwrapping it, okay? And then what we do is we say close. There you go. And then finally on snapshot is remember it has an unsub function. So I'm going to do implicit return, so it unsubscribes itself if there was ever a re-render. Okay, hi Mehban, there we go. Aha. Now, the interesting part here is, well, firstly, congrats guys, that was pretty sick. Look, it actually comes up. Oh God, that was an error there. Image, I forgot to import image on receiver. There we go. I just had a feeling it was that one. All right. So if I go here now, you can see hi Mervan, hi Mervan. And if I say, so right now this is Mervan on this side. So I need to say, hi Sunny. Hi Sunny. How's it going? All right, so if I do this, how's it going? Say, hey Mervan. This is quite funny, right? But the point is, this is a bit, the only strange part is why is it like top down, right? So easy fix here. Firstly, it's in the correct order. We just need to do a special little hack here where we go into the flat list and we go ahead and say inverted, right? So I go ahead and do this little final piece of the cake, which is inverted equals -1. Now, boom, look at that. So now it will come at the bottom. So now if you say, what's up? And then it'll say, hey, how's it going? Nice, right? And there you go. And you can add the timestamp, you can add more styles, you can do whatever you feel like doing, right? But it looks pretty good, right? There is a very confusing aspect. The way I would say is have two things open and make sure you know whose side. So in this case, I'm logged in as Mervan on the left, and I've synced with Sunny. I'm logged in as Sunny on the right, and I've matched with Mervan, and then that way I can tell roughly what's going on. So as Sunny on this side, I see Mervan's picture talking to me. As Mervan, I see Sunny's picture talking to me. That makes more sense, right? Okay, so what I'm going to show you now is I'm actually got one more feature to do, which is this one right here, right? So quick little last message, and then we're actually done. All right, believe it or not, then we are done with an entire build that huge. And in fact, what I wanted to show you is the keyboard avoiding view. Look how beautiful that works, guys. It goes ahead and avoids. And remember I said here, if I tap outside that space, it does the keyboard dismiss. That was that little kind of wrapper that I did. So really, really slick, right? And I'm gonna now have a final bit of functionality whereby if I type in, it should show me the last message here. So I'm gonna show you how to do that. So chat row, let's have a look how we do it. So in chat row, I'm gonna have the following happen. So I'm gonna create a piece of state to keep track of the last message, okay? And this is gonna be a string to begin with, empty string. And what I'm gonna do is the last message, I'm gonna go ahead and actually set this. Now, I'll quickly run through how you get this functionality. We have a use effect. And what this is going to do is I need to basically pull the messages in, and I need to get the last one after a sort. Okay. So what we need to do is a few things we're going to have as dependencies. DB and match details are going to be the two things. All right. So here we're going to say on snapshot, and I'm going to just do the implicit return to unsubscribe straight away. So I'll say on snapshot, boom. And I'll say query. So firstly, I'll do the collection because otherwise it gets confusing. Collection. I'm going to do DB, and then I'm going to do matches, and then I'm going to do match details.id, and then I'm going to say go into the messages for that match detail. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap. So first I need to import my DB. I'm going to wrap this with a query to make an order by happen. And then order by, and remember I need to actually import that, and I need to import the query. And I'm going to order by timestamp in, I believe it's descending, yeah, so it'll give me the latest version. Okay, so we get that, and then after that I get a snapshot. And what I want to do with the snapshot is I want to set the last message to snapshot.docs. I'm going to the first message because that's the one that we've ordered in, right? I'm going to protect myself while I'm accessing it, right? I'm going to go in there in case there was not an issue, there was not a message already present, and I'm going to try and find it, okay? And the reason why I'm protecting is because there may not be a message, hence why I'm protecting, okay? So at this point now, we have a last message. So what I can do now is you kind of, oh, that's a good point. You can also limit to 1. Yeah, so you could do limit 1 as well. I'll let you do that. But very good point. You could limit 1 to actually reduce the load that comes back. That's a great shout, dude. Because then you're shifting it to the backend. So I like that. I like that. So at this point where we have set say hi, here I can now say last message or say hi, something like that. So in this case, I can swap this out with last message or say hi. So if there's no last message available, it'll just say hi. So in this case, let's see. On snapshot is not defined. Let's pop that in. Let's go here. Boom, boom. How's it going? Okay, now if I say Papa Fam rules. Papa Fam rules. Let's go, guys. That is dope. Nice. Now, I don't have test data, but I did demo it in the beginning, right? So remember, I showed you loads of different swipes and stuff like that. But what I'm gonna do to test this entire demo and the entire flow is I'm gonna reset the state of the database by doing one simple thing, and that is I'm gonna delete the match, I'm gonna delete the swipes, and then we're gonna replay everything, and I'm gonna demo this entire app to you because we have absolutely just gone ahead and not only smashed that build, we've absolutely killed it, right? I'm not gonna add any more to it, but that is huge already, right? So if I go to the users right now, I can't believe we overcame all those problems and we did it no matter what, right? This is what the power of the Pub Fam's about. I'm gonna close this now, and then I'm gonna go ahead and reset the state, right? So let's go ahead and check this out. So if I go ahead and reset the store now, boom. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and log out as Sunny. I'm going to sign in. We have Google sign in this build. I'm going to go ahead and demo this out right now. Check this out. We have Google sign in. I can go ahead and sign in with Sunny Sanga. And then we can go ahead and we can swipe right, swipe left. So I'm going to swipe right on Mervan. She's going to swipe right on me. And then whoever matches, boom, we get a match. Okay, pretty cool. And then let's go ahead and see if I got a match over here. Oh, I did. But let's go ahead and send a message. Oh, nice. That works. Pretty damn cool. And then as, I always forget this one, as Sunny, I'm going to say hi, Mervan. And there we go, guys. That is so much functionality in one video. I don't know what to say. I'm amazed we pulled that off. That is huge. And remember, we also had the ability to upgrade your profile. Remember, so it comes in, if you didn't actually set up your profile, you would actually get this prompt that comes up first. So we went through modals, we went through all of that good stuff, right? So I'm going to go through, we went through React Native, we went through TailwindCSS, React Native navigation, including transparent modals and irregular modals, Firebase version 9 with authentication, with Firestore, real-time listeners, all that good stuff. You learned about the use context API with a custom use hook, with a custom use context hook that we allowed us to use it really easily. Swipeable Tinder cards with a matching algorithm, one-to-one messaging with real-time functionality, and tons and tons and tons of tips and tricks. That was sick. Congratulations, Papa Fam. You just completed one of the biggest builds I think I've ever done on this channel. That Tinder app literally had all the parts of a moving app. You had your front end, you had your back end, you had the matching algorithm, you had one-to-one real-time messaging. Incredible stuff. If you found that really, really fun, make sure you smash the thumbs up button. You've just added another app into your portfolio. Last up, we have the Signal clone. In this build, you're going to build a real-time one-to-one messaging app with chat functionality, the UI, the whole lot. And you're even going to go ahead and deploy it at the end. We're going to be using React Native navigation to go ahead and navigate between the different screens in the app. We're going to be using Expo to power this app. And we're going to be using React Native elements to design the chat UI that you're going to have between two people as they send messages across. All of this is going to be powered with Firebase's Firestore database. Let's hop right into the final build, Papa Fam. Let's get it. This is what we're building. Check it out. The Signal clone. This is a React Native build, guys. Completely cross-platform. We have so much stuff to look forward to in today's build. So let's check this out, guys. This is the app that we're building. Let's do a little run through. So you can see it's both on the web and it's on the phone, okay? So over here we have an iOS simulator running. And I'm going to show you guys how to do this with Expo, okay? So let's go ahead and firstly smash the thumbs up button if you're excited for today's content. So you guys can see This is all powered by Firebase Backend. We have some authentication here as well. Let's test this out, guys. Let's go into the official PupaFam chat. On the left-hand side, we're signed in as Mark Zuckerberg. On the right-hand side, we are signed in as Sunny. Okay, so let's go ahead and say, yo, what's up? Let's type it in. Boom, we get it there, perfect. And you see, look, dynamic, guys, perfect. Everything works. This is fire. From Mark. Right, so everything is working perfectly and we have loads to look forward to. Okay, so let's go through a few of the features in this build. Right, we can create new chats. Okay, so I'm going to go through everything from the beginning. Okay, so let's imagine we have the YouTube chat v2, because this is, this is going to be better than last time. Let's go ahead and create the chat, and now you can see YouTube chat v2. Now let's go ahead and as Mark, let's type in, yo, what's up, Sonny? And check this out. Watch over here, guys. Watch over here. If I send the chat, boom, it actually updated the chat over there. So we're collecting all of this information. We're going to show you guys how to do all of this in today's build. Now, I will be deploying this at the end, so you guys will be able to see how you deploy an Expo app to Firebase. And then we're going to show you we're going to leave it off with sort of you having a deployed Expo build that you can then go ahead and, if you want, deploy to the App Store. Okay, so let's go ahead and break down this build, and I'm going to show you a few other things that we have to look forward to. So you guys can see over here we have the web app, and then on the right hand side we have the iOS app. Okay, so everything is working just as we expect. Okay, so you guys can see right now that we have the terminal up and running. Okay, so we're going to be using something called Expo today, so let's jump into that. Okay, so you want to go ahead and go to expo.com. So you can just chuck it in Google and you'll see over here. Now, Expo is going to go ahead and help us simplify everything inside of React Native. So actually what you want to do is go to React Native, go ahead and check out reactnative.dev. Okay, go ahead and click get started. And the first thing that we're going to do is go ahead and get our app set up. Okay, so in order to do this, you can go over to, let's go ahead and type in React Native, wait for it, React Native install. Okay, and then you can go here, setting up the developer environment. So once you're here, we need to go ahead and install something called the Expo CLI. Okay, so if you guys have never used React Native before, I'm going to break it down and make it very simple for you. So we're used to building web apps. Okay, so when we talk about web apps, we're talking about React apps. They're typically just going to go ahead and have the front end. Okay, and before I didn't actually show you the authentication because the light blew up. So let's go ahead and show you that. So you guys can see we have full authentication over here. We have register functionality, and we have the opportunity to log in. So we have all of this which is going to get built today. And yeah, we're going to absolutely crush this. Okay, so let's go ahead and install Expo. So React Native, guys, allows us to build cross-platform apps with React. So we don't just have a web app, but we also have this amazing ability to have iOS and Android apps. It compiles from the same code base. So incredibly powerful stuff, okay? Now let's kind of break down this build before we jump in. So this entire thing is powered with something called Expo, okay? So the entire build is powered by something called Expo. Now this is what we can code. This is what we're going to use to power up our app. It simplifies everything because now we don't have iOS and Android dependencies separately. We just use Expo to install one set of dependencies, for example, Firebase, and then it handles all the separate dependency installations. Okay, so everything is actually very simple to go ahead and use. Now we also have a few other things. We have React Native elements. Okay, so we have React Native elements, and this will go ahead and power the beautiful things like this avatar. You see these icons over here. It goes ahead and even powers this little component over here, right? So it gives us a lot of this functionality, and even these buttons are React Native elements. Okay, so it's similar to Material UI. That's how we're going to be doing it. All right, we have our trusted Firebase, which is going to be doing the authentication and the database portion of today's build. So we have everything handled with that. Okay. Now, when we use Expo, we also get a icon pack. So remember previously we had to install separate Material UI icons. However, here what we actually get is Expo icon pack, right? And this has things like vector icons, which we will be using today, which are basically, for example, as you can see here, these are all vector icons. Now, vector icons are crystal clear and they are going to go ahead and be perfect to use and rescale because they're SVG icons, which means that they don't pixelate, right? When they get bigger, which is a big deal, okay? So let's go ahead and install Expo to get started. So we're going to say yarn global add Expo. I've already done this, so we don't need to actually do this step. Now you can use yarn or npm. I recommend whichever one you use, just stick to it. because it'll be easier for you to go ahead and handle your dependencies. But you'll probably have to do sudo to get this working. So you'll say sudo yarn global add expo CLI, which will allow you to run it as an admin, which is a lot more better, right? So now to get our app up and running, it's very simple. So just like create React app, we have something called Expo init, okay? And this goes ahead and sets everything up for us. So what I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna say cd into my builds. So I think I've got it inside of desktop builds. Make sure you're in a folder that you wanna set everything up in. And I'm gonna say Expo init, and here we're gonna say signal clone, and I'm gonna say YouTube, okay? Because that's what we're gonna call it for today. So we'll go ahead and set everything up. So here you get 5 options. What we're gonna be doing is using something called the managed workflow. Like as I mentioned previously, Expo simplifies everything for us because it allows us to install one dependency, and then it handles the iOS dependencies and Android dependencies under the hood. It does all of that for us. So we're gonna do a managed workflow, and we're not gonna be using TypeScript today. We're gonna be doing blank. So you're gonna hit enter on that. And this will go ahead and set up the app just like Create React App. Everything is that simple. It will get up and running, okay? So once we have that done, we're gonna go over to Firebase. Right, so now let's go back over to papareact.team. Make sure you're in the correct account. Then you wanna go ahead and click Go to Console. We're gonna go ahead and add a project. And here we're gonna say Signal Clone. And then here I'm gonna say YouTube Build, okay? The reason why I'm saying build is because we had a YouTube one before that failed. So we're gonna click Continue. We're gonna disable Google Analytics for this one. Let's go ahead and click continue. Now, once you're over on this screen, go ahead and expand the bar and then go ahead and click this cog. We're gonna go ahead and go over to the project settings, okay? And then once we're here, we're gonna go ahead to the bottom and we're gonna click on this web app icon. Now, once we're up here, we're gonna type in signal clone. So signal clone, I would preferably stick with the name that you had. We're gonna register this and we're gonna click register app, okay? Perfect. We're gonna click next. And then if you haven't done this step, I highly advise you do it. You'll probably again have to write sudo npm install or yarn add global. Then we're gonna click next. Now, once we've done this, it's very simple. We pretty much go ahead and click continue to console. Over here, we'll have a config file. Now, once you're at the config file, all you need to do is go ahead and copy this. We're gonna use this in just a sec to go ahead and connect our backend to the front end so that everything works perfectly, okay? So let's go ahead and you should be able to see this. So now we need to go ahead and cd into the correct build folder. Perfect, now we're inside. What we're gonna do here is we're gonna go ahead and say code, and then I use Code Insiders, but for you, it's most likely code dot. Okay, I'm gonna open up a coding workspace. Now, once we're inside of here, we're gonna go ahead and do the following, okay? We're gonna go into app.js, and you should see this is our simple template that gets set up for us, right? Now, a few differences that you need to know when you're working with the React Native. It's no longer CSS, right? We have a style sheet instead. So the style sheet that we're gonna be using today is pretty much gonna be this one right here. Now, you can export this into a different file, but for the simplicity of today, we're gonna keep these inside the same file, okay? This will keep everything sort of neat, and you can see there's a very slight difference when it comes to styling. For example, what you might have seen previously is something like margin left when we're writing CSS, right? When we're doing it this way, we have to do camel casing. So just a few differences to know when we're working with React Native. Another quick difference to know that divs are now views, right? So very subtle differences. And the reason being for this, guys, is because when we're coding with React Native, we have to write components that are going to be able to compile down to the web, iOS, and Android, right? So it's very, very fundamental that we understand that now. So that way everything makes a little bit more sense, okay? So the reason why we're not using Create React App is because we're building a native app today. We're not using React, we're using React Native, okay? Now let's go ahead and run this app. So the way we run it is I need to make sure I'm not running the app elsewhere. So I'm going to go ahead and close that right now. So take one last beautiful look at this app. Guys, this is what we're going to be building today. And also, guys, just to mention, we also use React Navigation. So check that out, guys. Look, you can even swipe back on your phone. And you see how the header dynamically changes. Everything is incredible, right? Everything is so nice and incredible, right? So now what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and simply get this app up and running. So I'm going to go open up my terminal with Command J. And once we're here, I'm going to type in yarn start, okay? Yarn start. Hit enter. Now what we're going to do is you should be able to see this in your console, right? So your big QR code that you can scan on your phone. Now, an amazing thing about Expo is that if you put your phone over this QR code, it will actually load it up on the Expo client on your phone. So you can demo your app on your phone. How cool is that, guys? Really, really cool. So I'm going to go ahead and hit save, okay? So Now we can see our Metro bundler is up and running. I'm going to close the iOS simulator to make sure that this is all fresh. We're going to close the app before, and we're going to go ahead, and you can either go ahead and click here, so run on iOS simulator, and we're also going to click run in web browser, right? So we want to have our app running in 2 different locations. You can see it will go ahead and open up an iOS simulator. Now bear in mind, if you're using Windows, right? If you are using Windows, then remember that you're probably going to have to set up an Android simulator instead of an iOS one, or develop the app using the web emulator, okay? So you can do either way. Either way is going to work perfectly for you. So now you can see over here that it's actually gone ahead and set it up on side of, so you can see here it says open app.js to start working on your app. Perfect. And on the right hand side, it's very small right now, but at the bottom you can see 100%, and then it will go ahead and show the same thing. So this is perfect. Everything looks great at this point. So now what we can do is we can just check this out. So I'm going to make it a little bit simpler for us. I'm going to close the terminal behind, go ahead, move my phone over to this screen. Right, so you want to set up your workflow in a way that suits you, and I'll make this a little bit bigger so it's a bit simpler for you guys to see. So now we have the app up and running. Now, really nice thing about React Native is you have some really, really cool and sweet hot reloading. So if I go ahead and say, let's go ahead and say, let's build Signal, okay? And then I was going to make a little reference to Elon, but we'll leave it. We'll go ahead and hit save, and check out that, guys. See how nice that is, right? So I've actually created a few new screens so that you guys can see this simpler. But there you go, guys. Look at that. It looks really clean. We have Let's Build Signal, and everything is working perfectly as it should, right? So no problems at this point. We have a really nice fast hot reloading. Now you're probably wondering, what the heck is status bar? And this is simply the color scheme for the top, right? So you see this little status bar. If we go ahead and change the style to light, we'll actually change the background color to white. So you probably can't see that right now. But if we leave it on auto, if your phone is on dark mode or light mode, it will go ahead and fix this, right? So this is where we want to be right now, okay? So at this point, what we're going to do, and also guys, remember, if you don't have an iOS, if you don't have a Mac, you can actually just scan that QR code. So the one that we saw over here, you can scan that QR code on an iPhone and then use your iPhone as a simulator. How amazing is that, guys? Right? So you can actually do that and then use your iPhone as your simulator device. So what we're going to do first is actually introduce React Native navigation, right? So this is going to allow us to have multiple screens inside of our app. So when we're using React Native, we need to navigate through similar like how we do on the web with React Router, okay? So on the web, we use something called React Router, and then on React Native, it's something called a React Native navigation. Now think of this, guys, when you're using a phone and you swipe through your phone, you have essentially stacks of pages which go on top of each other. Now when you swipe back, it pops that off the stack, right? So you have different screens inside of your app and they stack on top of each other. Whereas on a website, you have different routes, and when you click a link, it takes you to a different route. On an app, you have pages essentially which are stacked up, and then that allows you to have that functionality. You can swipe back and it will basically remove the page from the stack. So that's what we're pretty much going to be doing today, okay? So let's check this out. So let's go ahead and install React Native navigation, right? So what we'll do is also, we'll actually go ahead and copy our Firebase credentials, go over here, create a firebase.js file, and then we're going to go ahead and just paste it in there for now. Okay, so we're going to use that later on. But what we're going to do is go over to React Native navigation. Okay, and then we're going to go here, click this, and we're going to go and make sure we click read docs. And then here you can see you've got npm or yarn. We're going to click on yarn, and it says yarn add React navigation native. So that's the first step that we need to do. Command J to pull up our terminal. I'm going to split the terminal at the bottom, and then we're going to go ahead and do Command V to paste it and install our dependency. Okay, this will go ahead and install React Native navigation inside of our app. Okay, so that's not all that we need to do. You see, installing dependencies into an Expo managed project. Okay, so now what we want to do is copy this entire line. So I'm going to click this, or you can click this and copy. I'm going to go ahead and run that inside of our terminal. So you can see this will go ahead and install all of our dependencies into the terminal. What we're going to do now is we've already installed the dependencies. So now we can skip this, and we just need to do one more thing. We can go ahead and copy this line, go over to our code, and at the top of app.js, we just need to paste the import React Native gesture handler. Okay, so this will allow us to go ahead and get everything set up. Now remember, I spoke about those screens that stack up on top of each other, right? So what we need to do, just like how in the web, when we use reactjs, we actually have something called a router, right? or router if you're American, right? Here we have a navigation container. Okay, so we're going to go ahead, copy the navigation container, and then we're going to go and actually put that inside of our app right now. Okay, so navigation container, I'm going to go ahead and surround my entire app with the navigation container. Right, so let's go ahead and do that. And then boom, right? Grab the entire component and chuck it inside, save, and you should see everything is fine. It's not freaking out. It's not dying at this point. Everything is good. Okay, so at this point, what we're going to do is click on next, right? Then you've got the stack navigator library. Okay, so remember, we talked about the different screens that are going to stack up on top of each other, right? So what we need to have is the functionality that allows us to implement those individual screens. The way we do that is we go here, click on yarn and do yarn add React navigation stack. So each of those screens can be considered as a stack, right? So let's go ahead. It's a stack screen, but it's part of an overall stack. So here what we do, Command J, I'm going to go ahead and install yarn React navigation. So let's go ahead and make it a little bit bigger for you guys so you guys can see that. So Command J, it's already been installed. Please subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Right. So what we're going to do now, guys, is we're going to go ahead and go over. So we pretty much set up the majority of things at this point, right? So a few things we need to do. We need to go ahead and add a screen in. So before we add a screen, we need to start building individual pages of our application. So the first page we're going to build is the login screen. Okay. Makes a lot of sense. We're going to do that. So we're going to create a folder because you guys wanted some folder structures. We're going to say screens, open it up. Inside of screens, we're going to create the login screen.js. Okay, save that. So we're going to use the React Native snippets, right? So we're going to go ahead and say these are ES7 snippets, right? So here what I say is I say React Native functional export with a style sheet, right? ES, and that will allow us to do this. Now this sets up our initial component. Here I can say I am the login screen. Okay, and then you can see it. We go ahead and save. Now, if I want to implement this as the first screen, let's go ahead and go to app. And then what we're going to do here is firstly, we need to create that initial stack. Okay. So the stack here is what is going to hold all of the screens. So the way we do it is we say const stack equals create a stack navigator. Okay. So now let's go ahead and add that screen. So here, what we do is we say stack.screen. Okay. And then we say name of the screen. So you have to give it a name. And this is similar to how on React we say root, right? So the root name, right? So here we're going to go ahead and say login. Okay, so this is going to be the login screen. It'd be good if I spell it, right? And then we pass a component to that, right? So similar how we do root. So here I'm going to say login screen, just like this. And then we're going to import it with our magic sort of handy trick. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to get rid of all of this stuff inside of it, right? So now what we can see, we have a self-closed screen inside of our navigation container, right? Now you can see it says can't find create stack navigator. So I'm going to go ahead and import that. And that should go ahead and import that from the required place. And if it doesn't, you just might have to manually do it. So let's go ahead and manually do that. Boom, perfect. So what we're going to do now is we have the screen up and running. Okay. So the first screen that we have is the login screen over here. Okay. So when we have the login screen, we need to go ahead and first just make sure this is up and running. Okay. So let's see if everything's working. Let's go to app.js. And then here we can pass something in called initial. No, it's not initial, sorry. Navigation container. Oh yeah, we need to create a stack navigator. I forgot. Right. So before we have the screens inside, we need to do something called stack.navigator. Okay. And then here, this is a component which takes children, and the children is going to be the screen. Okay. So there you go. It says, I am the login screen. Now a few things to go ahead and notice when we do this stuff. Okay. So can you guys see how it says I am the login screen, right? But at the top we have the login. So there's a few things that you can do which are pretty cool here. You can go ahead and pass something in called options. Now I'm going to show you one of the options. An example is title. Okay, now title here, you can go ahead and say or let's say let's sign up, right? And if I go ahead and save this, it changes the title of that screen. Right, so really cool little things like this we have to take in mind when we're using React navigation, right? React Native navigation. So we can go ahead and do that. In today's build, we're actually going to be keeping that to a minimal, and I'll show you a different way how we can change those settings inside of the component itself. Okay, but what we're actually going to do as well is apply a global style to all of the screens inside of here. And the way we do that is we give the stack navigator something called screen options. And this goes ahead and applies what I showed you to all of the screens inside this navigator. So here I can go ahead and say, let's just create a variable called global screen options. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and create that at the top. I'm going to say const global screen options. And this one is going to have, it's going to be an object. Now we're gonna have a few things in here. I'm gonna have header style with a background color, header title style, which is gonna be white. And then I'm gonna say the header tint color, and I'll show you what that means in just a sec, right? So that I'm setting the background color here to blue, okay? So this is how we do it when we're using the style sheet sort of syntax, when we're using JavaScript to style our CSS rows. And here we have header title style. So this will change the title to white. And then the tint color will change any icons that I end up putting inside the header to white as well, okay? So that's how we go ahead and do that. So you guys can see over here, we have the stack screen login. So let's go ahead and open up the login screen. And what we're gonna do here is we are going to open it up and implement the following. So we have quite a lot to do in today's build, right? What we're going to firstly have is an image. But remember I said we have React Native elements, which are special elements, which are just like material UI, okay? All right, so now what I'm going to say is React Native elements, okay? And then we're going to go to React Native elements, go ahead and read the docs. And then here, we're going to say yarn add React Native elements. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and pull it up, Command J, boom, React Native elements is installing. Now here you can see it might say unmet peer dependency, and that's because we're not installing these vector icons. But if you're setting an app up with Expo, remember I said you get the vector icons by default, which are part of everything, okay? So we don't have to go ahead and install it separately, it just works, okay? So we don't need to do anything after that, and it already goes ahead and works, okay? Once that's done, what we can do is we can start using the components from that library, okay? So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna go ahead to the top and say import button, input, and image. Okay, so these are three components that we will be using inside of this thing, right? So I'll make this a little bit bigger for you guys. It might be a bit easier for you to read. There we go. Right, that might help you all out a little bit. Okay, right. So at this point, we're gonna go ahead and have an image first, okay? So I'm actually gonna bring that status bar back, and I'm gonna say the status bar should be actually a light color, okay? So I want it to be a status bar with a white color inside of it, okay? So in order to do this, I'm gonna pull that in, and then you guys can see now that if this will refresh, let's go ahead and wait for it to refresh. And actually what we need to do is not from here, sorry, we need to import it from the Expo dependency, Expo status bar. And there you go, guys, look at that, how it changed the top to white. Okay, so very, very nice stuff there that we're seeing. Okay, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and create the following. So we're gonna add a image first. So over here, I'm gonna go ahead and remove this. And we'll say image, right? Now image is a self-closing element. It takes a few props. Okay, so the first one, source. Okay, here we're gonna go ahead and pass in an object. The first thing is called URI, and this is similar to like a URL, right? But what I'm gonna be doing is passing in the signal picture. Okay, so this is a picture of signal. And then what I'm gonna do is pass in a style, and inside of it, similar to how we do inline styling, I'm gonna pass in a width and height of 200. Perfect, everything works just like we expected it to, okay? So this is how we apply CSS, right? So we can either do it here or we can refactor it into a style over here. But you have to use style sheets inside of CSS, okay? Now over here, what we're gonna do is we have the image up and running, okay? The next thing I'm gonna do is similar to how we have a div, I'm gonna have a view, okay? So I'm gonna have a view. And what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna connect this to a style outside, okay? So I'm gonna say this is gonna be styles.input container. Input container. This music's a vibe. Input container. And then down here, I'll say input container. And this is how we essentially reference outside styles. Okay, so you could probably move this into a different file if you want to clean up your code. We have an input field, right? So we have view over here with the input container. Now inside of here, we're going to have an input field. And this input field is going to have a placeholder. And it's going to be a placeholder for email. Okay, so we're going to hit save. And you guys can see, look, beautiful element gets put in front of us, okay? We're gonna go ahead and make sure, and this is what's cool about React Native, guys, is that here you can actually have a few things like autofocus. So when the page loads, it automatically puts the focus on that. The next thing we're gonna do is type of email, okay? So subtle things like this make it really powerful, okay? And then what I'm gonna do is have a value attached to this. We'll do that in just a sec. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have an input field again for the password, okay? So I'm gonna say placeholder is password. Here, we're not going to autofocus because we already did it for the second one. And the type is of type password. Okay. Now we have to be careful. This is a lowercase e. Now over here, we're going to make sure we have that secure entry when we type in, right? So here we're going to go ahead and say secure text entry. And this will enable us to have this beautiful secure text entry. okay? And this is going to be the email. Now, if you're using the simulator, Command K will allow you to bring up the keyboard, okay, for when you're testing. So that's going to help you out a lot when you're doing this, okay? So we're going to go ahead and pull this in. So now what we're going to do is we're going to map this to a piece of state. So we're very comfortable with state. State is essentially how we write variables inside of React. We go over this in many tutorials on our channel. So let's go ahead and say const email, and we're going to initialize with a getter. So we're going to say email, and then we're going to say use state. This is a vibe, guys, and we're going to make it an empty string to initialize, okay? All right. And then here, we're going to go ahead and copy this. I'm going to do the same thing for the password. So we're going to use multi-cursors. If you don't know how to do that, it's Command D on a VS Code terminal, code, you know what I mean. Password, there you go. And now we have two pieces of state, and now we need to connect it to our input fields, okay? Let's go ahead and connect this. So here we say value equals email. And then it's really nice in React, okay? In React Native. To map this to the sort of state, we can say on, you know, usually we have on change and then you have e.target.value, that stuff on the web. Here we have on change text, okay? Now what's cool about this is it gives you the text that just changed, right? So it's easier than e.target.value. And here we say set the email to the text, simple. Go ahead and save, and it's pretty much gonna work. That's very nice, right? Everything works in the way we expected it to. All right, we do the same thing for the email. So I'm gonna go ahead, paste it in, and then we're gonna just change this up to say password, and make sure you have the camel casing correct. And there you go. We mapped to the value and unchanged text. Go ahead and make sure it works. Perfect. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and create two buttons, okay? So outside the view, I'm going to create two buttons. So the first one I'm going to do is button. Now, interesting fact about React Native buttons, they take props for the title. They don't have a child inside, which is a string. Here we say the button is going to be login. Let's go ahead and see how that looks. Perfect. So by default, you'll notice that the layout inside of any React Native Expo app is by default flex, okay? But interesting fact, the flex that is applied is by default in a column instead of a row. So you need to know that difference when you're using React Native, because that threw me off when I was learning React Native, okay? So don't forget that and don't get stuck in that sort of trap. By default is a column. That's why everything is taking up space, but in a column. And it makes sense. It's because we're developing on an app. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and firstly, I'm going to create a piece of styling for this. So I'm going to go ahead and say the container style. So typically we say style equals, however, because we're using a React Native Elements component, they actually wrap something inside of an internal container. So in order to style it, we have to say container style. Now I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing for a second button. And here we're going to have a button for register. Okay, and you can see they both get styled with the same prop. So here I'm going to say button, and then we'll be able to style that in just a sec. Now for the second button, I'm going to pass in something called a type, right? And here we can say outline, and check this out, guys. You get an outline button, and look how they now have the nice little clickable animations. Everything looks really clean, okay? So this is amazing, and it looks really good, okay? So now what we're going to do is we're going to have a title for the yeah, that's perfect, everything's good. Okay, so we're going to create a function for signing in. So I'm going to go ahead and say on press. So it's not on click, it's on press now, because remember we're talking about an app. And here we say sign in. Now sign in we have to create as a function. So I'm going to go to the top and say const sign in equals, and then here we can have a function. Okay, so now that's connected to this button over here, and we'll obviously implement the sign in functionality very soon. Okay, now for the register, we're actually just going to move the user over to a different screen. Now I'll show you how to do that in just a sec. Right now, quick interesting fun fact, right? I want everything to be placed in the center. Oh, I accidentally locked the screen. So sometimes that can happen when you press Command L. It's annoying that happens. Right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and style the outer container, right? So this in outer container. So you guys will be able to see at the top we have the view, right? Now here we're going to say styles equals, and then I'm going to simply pass in here style dot container. So this is kind of a pattern that you'll see. Okay, so here we're going to go ahead and say style dot container, right? So once we got that, we go down here and we're going to create the container, and then we're going to pass in an object. Okay, now down here what we're going to do, it says cannot find a styles. Oh yes, oops, because styles, there we go. And make sure you keep saving, you keep hot reloading. That way you'll know when something breaks, okay? All right, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna say flex one, so it will use up the entire height. Let's go ahead and do that. right? So use up the entire height, and then we'll say align items in the center. Now remember, the axis is vertical right now because it's a column, okay? So we're gonna go ahead and do that. And it stretches everything, right? It looks all weird and it looks a bit strange. Right, now we're gonna say justify content center. We'll fix everything, don't worry. So you can see that's now in the center of the screen, okay? And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say, give it a padding of 10, and let's make the background here white, okay? So I'm gonna make the background color white as well. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Let's go ahead and hit save. And this is perfect, okay? So obviously we'll fix all of the input fields and the button design. But one thing I don't like, guys, is look how when I press Command K to open my keyboard, look at this, right? This is not what we like in an app, right? This is really irritating. Like, we shouldn't have a UI like this where things get sort of hidden in the way, right? That kind of looks very distracting and it doesn't look that great when we're doing this. So the way to fix that, and we're almost at 400 likes, guys, amazing stuff. The way to fix that is we go to our surrounding outside container and we simply change it to something called a keyboard avoiding view. Okay, so we go ahead and change this outside container to a keyboard avoiding view, right? So which we do need to import. So we need to import this from React Native. So I'll go ahead to the top, keyboard avoiding view from React Native. Go ahead and pull that in. Now this one is very important that we do the next steps. Okay, here we have to say the behavior is padding. Okay, so it's going to apply padding when that change happens, and we're going to say enabled. Okay, I think this by default is actually true as well. Default is true, so we don't actually need that. So if I go ahead and hit save, now look, it looks the same, but look what happens when I open the keyboard. Look at that, guys, perfect, right? Now I actually want a little bit more space from the bottom of the container, right? I don't want it to sort of annoyingly touch that register button, okay? So this is a known bug when you're using this stuff. So what the fix is that everyone does typically is they go to the bottom button and they add an empty view with a start with a height of 100. And there you go, you get a perfect fix. Look at that. Very nice dynamic elements in play at the moment, okay? But right now you can see we've got this style looking pretty good, okay? So for the button, I'm gonna go down here and I'm gonna say a width for the button of 200 will do. And I'm gonna give it a margin top of 10, okay? Because I don't want it to touch that top button, okay? So margin top of 10. This will be applied to both the buttons. And look, it looks pretty nice already. Now the input container, I'm gonna say is a width of 300. Let's go ahead and hit save. And you can see everything starting to come into play. Okay, so this already, look at that, guys. Very, very nice, right? Papa Mahmoud says, nice trick with the view component. Yeah, looks really nice, right? The width works slightly different, yeah, when we're using React Native, because remember the flex is the opposite direction, right? So by default, it's in a column direction. So now for the input field, right? For these input fields, what we're gonna do is I'm actually gonna go ahead and give them, are we gonna style them? I don't know. I think we're good with this right now. I think that looks pretty good. Okay, that looks pretty good. I'm happy with that. So the next thing we're going to do now, guys, is we're going to connect a register screen. Okay, I want to basically connect this. When I hit the register button, it takes me to a register screen. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and create a register screen. So we're going to go ahead and say React Native functional export S. There we go. And then you've got the register screen over here. Now app.js. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and add a second screen for the register. So this one is going to be similar to what we've done previously. We're going to go ahead and have a register screen. Register screen. Okay, so this is going to be register, and then this one will be the component is register screen. Make sure you import it at the top, right? Everything should be fine. And then it says got an invalid value for this. It's because we didn't save our register screen component. So now if I say I am the register screen, you guys are about to see some magic right now. Watch this. Hit save. Now guys, check this out, right? So what we're gonna do is we have both screens inside of the navigation stack, right? So we've got a navigation container and we've got two screens inside of a stack navigator, right? So two screens inside of stack navigator. So what we can do now, because they're already prepared, we've already got everything up and running, right? Then what we're gonna do is have it so that when I click this button, it pops on the register screen, right? So remember, like I said before, this allows you to have that swipe back functionality because then you can pop the screen off. So we're going to pop this on top of the stack. Okay, so how do we do that, right? Because all of these screens are inside of these navigators, right? It gives us a very powerful prop. So we're going to go to the register screen, and here are where the props come in. Now what we typically get here is we can destructure to get something called the navigation, right? Because remember, it's inside of the navigation and stack navigator. So we get a navigation prop. So at this point, it's very powerful what we can do here. So you get that inside of the login screen as well. So here what I can do is I can say navigation, save. And then here I can go down to the register button and I can say on press. Right, so let's go ahead and add on press. And here we just pass in the inline anonymous function. Here we're going to say navigation dot navigate. That's how we change screen in React Native navigation. And then we pass in the name of the screen. So here register was the name of the screen. Remember here we gave screens names. So simply now what we did is we just said navigation.navigate register. So if I click this, look what it did, guys. It moved me over to the register screen. Right now what I can do is you see it's on the stack. So I can actually swipe back on the phone or I can click the login at top. How nice is that, right? Really, really clean. If you guys thought that was pretty cool, smash the thumbs up. Crazy stuff, guys. Let's keep going. So we have the register over here. And then what we're going to do now is build out the register screen. Okay. So the register screen is obviously crucial because it allows us to register a user inside of Firebase. Okay. So we're going to do a similar thing as we done before. We're going to have a keyboard avoiding view. Keyboard avoiding view. That's going to allow us to have the sort of dynamic nature when the keyboard rises. Okay. Right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to say behavior equals padding. Nice. And then we're going to give this a style. And this one's going to be styles.container. So you're probably going to get used to this sort of notion of the outside element being the container. Okay, perfect. Now what we're going to have is we're going to have a status bar. We're going to say the status bar here is going to be light. Okay, so the status bar we're going to probably need to import as well from Expo status bar. So let's go ahead and pop that in. And now over here, right, if we go ahead and hit save. So what we can do here is we can say, firstly, let's have a text element, right? And it's going to have a style with a margin bottom. And it's going to say create a signal account. So look at what we've done here. Simply a text element. So this is essentially what in React Native, we don't have H1, H2, H3 and all that stuff. Instead, we have a text element and we can pass in a prop. So we can actually pass in H1, H2, H3, and it will go ahead and style it as simple as that. Okay. So if we go ahead and hit save now, you see that it says create a signal account at the top. Okay, so everything works perfectly at this point. So now what we can do is have the input container for everything, right? So I'm going to have a view to go ahead and get everything set up. Now I'm going to give this a style of styles input container. Okay, so here I'm going to go ahead and say styles.input container. Now that's perfect. Inside of here, I'm going to have an input, right? So I need a bunch of things from React Native elements. I need a few buttons and I need an input field. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Imported, perfect. And now once we're inside the input container, I'm going to have a few different input fields. I'm actually going to have 4, right? So let's do it. I'll show you guys what happens with the first one, right? And then we'll go ahead and copy some of the rest. So I'm going to say input, right? Now this is going to have a placeholder. So remember, inputs are self-closing tags, right? And then here we're going to say the placeholder for this one is going to be the full name. So it's going to be the full name of the user, okay? We're going to go ahead and hit save. And then here I'm going to say auto focus on the full name. So the first field, okay? So you get a bunch of nice stuff when you're coding with React Native, right? The type here is going to be text. And then obviously we're going to map a piece of state, right? So now we're going to create a piece of state called the name. So here I'm going to say const name, set name equals use state, right? And it's going to be an empty string to begin with. Now what we're going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and import this from React. So we've imported it from React, okay? Now I'm going to map this to our button. So again, we do our little trick. We say map it to the name. And then we say on change text, because this is a very nice little handy thing in React Native, which gives us the text as a callback, which we can then set the name with. Okay, boom, perfect. Everything worked really nice. We can go ahead and test our component to make sure the typing's working, and it works nice. Okay, everything looks good. We're gonna go ahead and copy that 4 times, right? Now we're gonna modify each one of these, right? This one is gonna be the email. Okay, and we're gonna change the type to be email. Now I'm gonna get rid of the autofocus on the other 3, because obviously we don't want to focus on that because that doesn't make any sense, right? Now we need something for the email state. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, paste it. And then here I'm going to do Command D to multi-select. Change this to camel casing, perfect, right? We're also going to need one for the password and we're going to need one for an image URL, which is going to be the person's profile picture, right? So here I'm going to say password, Command D for our little trick. Make sure you change the camel casing. Make sure your standards are always high. And here we're going to have image URL. Okay, so again, everything needs to be perfect. And again, camel casing. Perfect. There we go. Nice. Right. So here we're going to say email. Set the email. Perfect. Now here we're going to say the password, right? Input your password. And then here we're going to say the type is a password. Remember, secure text entry, right? So that way we get that nice password effect. Here we say set password. And then remember, you just want to make sure that all your camel casing is correct. Perfect. And then here we're also going to go ahead and do the final thing, which is actually going to be a profile picture URL. Okay, so here we're actually going to say profile picture URL, which is going to be optional. Okay, this is going to be optional. And then here we can say the value is going to be for image URL. Okay, and then here we're going to do the same thing. We're going to make it so that we do it for the image URL. And then we're actually going to have, when you reach the final field, if we hit enter on the keyboard, what we're going to do is have it so that it submits something. Okay, so similar how we do that form trick on reactjs, we can do a similar thing here, but it's called on submit editing. Okay, and then when we do enter on the final field, so this one over here, I want to have it so that it triggers off the register function, which we're going to create in just a sec. Now what we're going to do is create the register function. Const register, and this is going to be an anonymous arrow function. There we go, save, and there you go. Stops freaking out. We're going to register. It says cannot find variable password. Let's see where that is. Let's have a look. Set password. Where is that happening? Ah, there we go. Oops. There we go. You can always have a little bit of fun. Images URL, okay? So here as well, cannot find image URL. There you go. Make sure you don't make any of those mistakes. I would definitely check through, and you can see cannot find image URL. So image URL. Oh, okay, it's actually done it as a full uppercase, which we don't want. We want this one. There we go. So you guys can see full name, email, password, profile, picture. Okay. So alind, yes, there is. Useref is probably going to be more performant. Okay. So now we have this up and running. So outside this view, we're going to go ahead and add a button. Okay. So we're going to add a button, and this button is going to have the following title. It's going to say register. Okay. So it's going to say register. And then over here, we're going to say on press. And this is going to have this is just going to trigger the register function. So we're either going to be triggering it on the final field or on the register when we click the button, okay? And then we're going to have a raised look on the button, okay? So this will change the aesthetics of the button. Now, sometimes your React Native can freak out a bit, okay? So you want to hit Command Control Z, and then it will open up that menu, and then it will happen. You're going to get used to that happening. Trust me, it happens a lot. It's annoying, okay? So you guys can see when we do this, it will trigger the register function, okay? So now what we can do is we can go ahead and give it the raised look. So to do that, we just type in raised, and look how the aesthetic will change very slightly, okay? So on React Native, we do on press because we're using native elements, okay? So it's no longer a click. Now to style this button, we're actually gonna go ahead and say styles.button. However, in this case, yeah, we are gonna apply that. Remember guys, when we're using native elements, we have to target the container style, okay? Now here I'm going to dial in on the button so we can style it in just a sec. Now let's go ahead and make this look a lot cleaner. I want to make this look a lot better so that way, you know, it just looks a lot cleaner, right? So how do we do that? At the top, firstly, the text element that we pulled in from React Native, right? We actually want to make sure that we use the React Native elements one instead, okay? So I don't want to use the native, this one, I want to use the React Native elements one. And that way we can pass in the H3 that we spoke about here. So as soon as I hit save, there you go, right? Everything looks really clean when we do this, right? So now what we can do is go ahead and make this look a little bit cleaner, okay? So let's go down to our styles, and we've already given the container. There we go, styles.container, perfect. So we go down here, and then we go ahead and say flex 1, okay? And then I'm going to do a few of the other tricks that we've done before. The align item center, justify content center, padding 10, and background color of white, right? So again, it does the same thing, but because we have the keyboard view, look what happens. If I do that, see, perfect. Look, it adds that little keyboard, right? So again, you see it touches the bottom. So we're going to do our little view trick, right? We're going to add that underneath the button. So if we add that under the button, perfect. We get that nice little increment in sort of the height, okay? Really, really nice stuff. Now what we're going to do is target those buttons. We're going to say the button should have a width of 200, okay? I'm going to give the width of 200, and I'm going to say the margin top of 10, right? That looks a bit cleaner. And then for the input container, right? So that container that I gave at the top, right? So this one over here, we gave it a style of input container. Let's go ahead and tap into it. Let's go ahead and say input container width of 300, right? So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and implement maybe the register functionality. We could do that at this point, but let's have a look. So I'm going to show you guys a little trick, right? So whenever we're inside of a component, remember those options I told you that we could do inside of the app.js, right? Remember where we can go ahead and implement, like for example, change the title at the top. We can do that inside of the functional component, right? So the way we do that is we use something called a use layout effect. Now, a use layout effect works similar to how a use effect works, right? So now what we're going to do is we're going to change those options inside of the functional component, and that's very powerful, right? So the way we do that is we use something called a use layout effect. Now, a use layout effect is going to essentially have it so that when the screen paints, just before it paints, do something, right? And this is good for when we're doing navigation, right? So when we're doing any kind of navigation work, we use something called the use layout effect. So that way, when we navigate to a screen, it would be before the paint as opposed to before the render, which happens in the use effect, okay? So you can go ahead and check out what the user layout means, but inside of the React Native navigation docs, they explain it quite well, right? So we're gonna go ahead and make sure we've imported this from the top, right? So this needs to be imported from React, and this is part of React, okay? So now what we do has the same layout as a use effect, okay? And what we'll do is we'll pass in the navigation as its dependency, because whenever the navigation changes, we need to change what is like sort of happening behind the scenes when the screen is repainted. Okay. Now here, what we can do is we can say navigation dot set options. Okay. And this is a really powerful thing, right? We can say set options. And you pass in an object here, and basically here you can go ahead and customize all of those properties that we saw before. So header back title, if I wanted this to be ABC and I hit save, look at that, guys, top left, top right, right? So you can see at the top it says ABC, right? So really, really clean stuff at this point, right? Really, really nice to see that. Right, so we have ABC at the top. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna keep it as login. So I guess we'll keep it, but I'll keep that there as reference, okay? So if we go ahead and click register, you can see we can change that, or we can say back to login, or something like that, right? Back to login. And you see how that adds a little bit more of a user experience, right? Register or back to login, right? So at this point, we're gonna go ahead and possibly, I think it's time to implement the basics of the authentication, okay? What we're gonna do, we're using pure React here. We're not gonna be React Native. We're not gonna be using Redux in this build. So we're actually gonna do it very clean, right? I'll show you how we do that. Okay, so at this point, we're gonna go over to Firebase. We're gonna go into our console. So this is where we had a config before. We're going to go into authentication. We're going to go ahead and click get started. Today, we're going to have email and password authentication. Okay. Stay tuned on the channel, subscribe if you want to see all of the authentication types. So now what we're going to do is go ahead, and it's already set up, right? So now we can have some kind of authentication inside of our app. Now we're going to go to Cloud Firestore, initialize the database, because the database is going to be used to hold all of the information inside of our build. We're going to be starting in the test mode, so it doesn't matter what location we click enable to get started. Okay. All right. So we're going to go ahead and click enable. And once this is done, we should be able to go ahead and get everything set up. So the next step is let's go over to our Firebase file. So this is inside of our firebase.js file, okay? If you're wondering how I did that little trick, is Command P, right? Command P is how you do a quick search of your files, and that's how I get around really quick when I'm coding, right? So firebase.js. Now inside of here, we need to do a few things. We need to go ahead and install Firebase as a dependency. And the way we do that inside of Expo is, you can see Cloud Firestore was set up, perfect. We go ahead and say Expo Firebase, and I'll show you how we do this. I always recommend doing things from the tutorial as well as going and checking yourself. This is why I show you how I do it. We say Expo install Firebase. This will mean that Expo handles all the dependencies. It installs the web dependencies, the iOS dependencies, and the Android stuff all for you, okay? So here we say Expo install Firebase. Go ahead and hit enter, and you can see Expo starts to do its work, okay? That's really clean, and it's really nice, okay? So now what I'm going to do is go ahead and implement it as required. Now we need to do a few things that are slightly different to how we did it before. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is go ahead and say import all from Firebase as Firebase, right? So import all as Firebase from Firebase, and then we can go ahead and close that because it's gone ahead and done it perfectly. Now you need to manually import the services you want. So in this case, we're using Firebase, Firebase Auth. Now you can see here, it says optionally import the services you want to use. So if you're using any of the additional services, you're going to have to do an import of these. So bear that in mind when you're doing this stuff, okay? We have the config down below that we copied from our app. And the next step that we want to do is actually go ahead and say, so typically what we do at this point is we just say like app equals initialize or something like that. Or say we say const Firebase app equals Firebase.initialize app, and then we pass in our config. Okay, now if I do this, there is a slight little change when it comes to doing native apps, right? So we want to do a slight little optimization at this point, right? So the way that we do that, okay, is we say let app, right? So we create a variable, let is because we're going to change that variable in a sec. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so that if the Firebase apps.length, so if we've already initialized an app, right, we shouldn't keep initializing it. Right, so if only if we haven't initialized the app, right, so it hasn't been initialized yet, then what we do is we go ahead and say, okay, update my app variable to the Firebase instance. So let's go ahead and initialize that application, right? Else, what we can say is just use the Firebase app that's already initialized. Think about it, because now we're inside of an app, so it works slightly different, right? We don't want to keep on initializing something when we don't need to, right? It can be a lot cleaner than that. Right, so now what we can do is, thank you so much for the kind words, guys, really appreciate that. So now what we can say is const, and then here we can say db equals app.firestore, right? So we're setting up our database access variable. The next thing we're going to do is set up our Firebase authentication variable. So this one just uses Firebase, and here we say auth. Okay, perfect. And then what we do is we say export, and then we say db and auth. This means that we now have access to our Firebase variable. So this one file connects everything in the way that we need. Okay, if you get an error where navigation is not defined, remember you have to go into your props and pass it in as a destructured variable. Okay, so I just see it in the chat right now. That's going to probably help you guys out. All right, you can do app.auth, but they do recommend for some reason you do Firebase.auth, but either or, it's preference. Okay, completely fine. At this point, inside of the register screen, okay, so once we're inside of this register screen, we had a register function. This was triggered off when we either went to the profile picture and we hit enter because it's the last field that we go ahead and submit on, or we go ahead and click register. Okay, so it's going to be either or of those things. Okay, all right, so now guys, we're going to go ahead and register. Okay, so what we do here is it says timed out wait for magic to be valid. Okay, so I guess you can ignore that. You get a few quirky errors when it comes to React Native, it's fine. So here we're going to go ahead and say auth, right? And auth comes in from our local file. So in order to do that, we need to go ahead. Firstly, I'm not sure if I saved my Firebase file. I did, yeah. There we go. So I can say auth, and then to go ahead and import this from our local file, I go to the top and I say import from our local Firebase file, okay? So what we do, so we say auth dot, and then here we say create user with email and password. We pass in the email and the password. Okay, this will return a promise to us. So we say dot then when the promise comes back. This gives us something called an authenticated user object that comes back. Okay, with this authenticated user, right? If it's a then, it's successful, right? We can do something with the authenticated user. If there's any error at any point, we're going to implement a catch block. So here we say error, and then we just say if there was an error, you simply alert on the screen of the error message. This could be for many reasons. This could be if the user was essentially sort of, if you input some things wrong, or if you implemented something else, then that's what's going to happen. Okay, so now you can see auth user here. So with the authenticated user, what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and say auth user dot user. Right, so now what we say is we say auth user. This gives back like 4 objects inside of it, and one of them is the user themselves. Okay, but what we're going to do is we're going to update their profile, right? Because when you create a user with the email and password, you're just giving an email and password. But we collected some more information. So what we can do here is we can make their display name. Display name is a property on Firebase. We make that the name, right? So that's the name piece of field that we entered here. So that'll be their name, right? The second thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and have a photo URL. Okay, photo URL. Bear in mind the key for the Firebase one is actually it's all uppercase URL. Okay, and then what we're going to do is pass in an image URL. Okay, like so. And then what we do is we're going to say, okay, if an image URL wasn't passed in, we're going to by default use a picture of a placeholder, right? So I'm going to just use a picture of a placeholder. So it's like a little circle avatar image. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now we have an authenticated user, right? So this will work in the way that we expect, and it should be pretty clean. Okay, so we're going to save there, and we're going to sort of hold fire up for the moment. We're going to go to the login screen, and we're going to implement some stuff over on this side. Okay, so the login screen, what we do here is we're going to implement a listener. Okay, so everything sort of starts at the login screen. So we're going to go ahead and create a use effect at this point. Okay, so I'm going to create a use effect. And there you go, you need to import it. This is a standard use effect, and the dependency here is going to be nothing. So we want it to run only on the component mounting. Okay, so we only want to do it once. And then what we need to do is we need to say auth dot, okay, on authentication, so on auth state change. So first I need to import my auth object. Let's go ahead and pop that in. That will help us out with our autocomplete. And then here we can say auth dot on auth state changed. Okay, so I don't know why my thing's not coming in, but here we can say auth. Oh, there we go. Auth on auth state changed. And then here, this will give us the authenticated user. Okay, so an object just like before. And this might be empty if they're not signed in. So here, all we need to say is if the user is authenticated, okay, then what we're going to do is we're just going to push them to the home page. Okay, so we're going to push them over to the home page. So now what we do is we go ahead and say, okay, so if the user was authenticated, we go ahead and say navigation.navigate, or instead, navigate means we push onto the stack. So when we push onto the stack, we have the ability to go back. But if we log in, we don't really want to swipe back to the login page. So what we do here is we say navigation.replace, and we're going to go to a home screen. Okay, so if we go ahead and hit save, right, we need to actually implement a home screen, otherwise it has nowhere to go when I finally do the login. Okay, now the reason for this was because whenever we change our authenticated state on Firebase, it will attach to the device so that it will know if we're signed in or not. It will persist. So by default it has persistence, so even if you refresh, it will know if you're logged in or not. And then what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go and make sure that we unsubscribe from this if there's a re-render. So this is for performance issues. We're going to say const unsubscribe, because this gives us back something called an unsubscribe. Now on a use effect, you have something called a cleanup function. Here you can either do this, right? You can either do a cleanup function like this. Oh my god, what's going on? You can either do a cleanup function like this, right? Unsubscribe, or an actual cleaner way of doing it is because we're just invoking a function, you can just say return the unsubscribe, and it will just go ahead and invoke that. Okay, so this will allow us to unsubscribe if the component remounts, which keeps our performance very neat. Okay, so at this point, everything looks pretty good. We're gonna go ahead and create the home screen component. So I'm gonna go ahead and pop this in, and the name of that component is gonna be home. The component is gonna be home screen. There's gonna be home screen. All right, so we're gonna go here to screens. We're gonna say home screen.js. Now, once we're inside the home screen JS component, we're gonna say React Native functional export with a style sheet. And then here we're gonna say this is the home page. Okay, so we have the home page. Go back to app.js. Here we're gonna say import. So we have this screens, home screen. Perfect, everything works really nice. All right, so now we've got the home screen in place. So that means everything is technically set up, right? So let's go ahead, hit re-register. So at this point, if we type in Sunny Sanga, let's go ahead and do like a test email. So we say sunny at, let's just say sunny@gmail.com. And then we do a password, and let's say ABC. Oh, it's gonna, so you have this little bug on React Native Developer. So you might have to go here, and then it asks you if you click. So you can go ahead and say, I'm just gonna do ABC, and then the profile picture URL, okay? So for the profile picture URL, I'm gonna quickly find a URL right now. So I'm gonna type in Sunny Sanga. Let me go ahead and get a picture real quick. So I'm gonna go ahead, grab a picture, got it, copy image. So all you need is the URL of a picture. So I'm gonna use a temporary one for now. So we're gonna use a hard-coded value. Oh, and it's not value because it's input. So I'm gonna go ahead and paste it, okay? And then you can see it goes ahead and does it. So if I click register now, okay, so it registered, right? But nothing happened. Interesting stuff. Nothing happened, okay? So we want to see what's going on under the hood, right? Did it even register an account? What went on? I mean, like something should have happened there, right? So let's go to the signal clone, let's go to authentication, and let's see what happened. If we click register, okay, interesting. No one actually registered. If I go ahead and hit register, or if I hit enter, again, nothing happened, which is very interesting, okay? So now we're going to debug this, right? So it should have connected us and gone ahead and done that. But if I go ahead and do Command Shift V, reload, firstly, it's good to give it a try again. But what you can do is you can open up the sort of console for this right now, okay? So we're going to do Control Command Z, debug remote.js, okay? Now what this does is it opens up another terminal, okay? So it opens up this terminal over here. Now what you can do is go ahead, right click and inspect. Now what we see here, if we go to the console, is you'll get a console of everything inside of the app now, okay? So if we go ahead and hit register, if I hit register right now, the email address is by default. So let's try again, sunny@gmail.com password. Let's go ahead and do ABC. And remember, you're gonna have that little bug. So here we're gonna say choose my own password, ABC. Profile picture, let's go ahead and do that one that we had. Oh, okay, guess I can't paste it. There we go, paste. All right, so if I go ahead and hit register now, you see nothing's happening here, right? So nothing's happening over here. So we need to have a look at why that's happening. So first point of call, register screen. Is register actually getting triggered off, right? So it seems to be connected, right? Everything seems to be correct and connected, okay? So what we need to check next is that we don't actually do any form of, I guess, like we don't actually redirect after that or anything like that. So it just done a little refresh, which is a bit frustrating, but that's fine. So now let's go to our login screen, okay? And let's get reload. So you get bugs on native, just get used to them, it's fine. So what we're gonna do here is inside of our login screen, right? We have if the authenticated user navigate.replace home. So let's see if there is even a user that comes back, okay? Auth user. Let's go ahead and check what happens right now, okay? So you can see it worked, right? It took us to the home page because there was a user inside of there, right? So if we go back and open this up, and if I go ahead and do Control Z, reload, you guys should be able to see there is a user inside of here. So if we open this up, it found the user and it logged me in. Okay, so you see down here, it's got the user and it went ahead and worked, right? So you guys can see there's just a slight sort of delay with my internet connection, but if we go ahead and hit reload, when we're on the when we're in the login screen, it will go ahead, find out if the user's logged in, and then it will go ahead and log us in, and we get the user here. Okay, so you can see it's sunny@gmail.com. Let's go ahead and see. The photo URL was no though, and which is not correct. Okay, so it didn't actually go ahead and create the user as we wanted. So at this point, when we're debugging, we always want to make sure we get this right. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and delete this user. Okay, so I'm going to delete this user. I'm going to go back and we're going to make sure we get this right. Okay, so let's go ahead and do reload. And then you can see it most likely won't have a user. So it says no, hence it didn't redirect us. So now if I go ahead and do sunny@gmail.com, let's go. Oh, sorry. The name should be Sunny. Sangra, there we go. And then here we say sunny@gmail.com, and then let's just do a password, and then we have that annoying little trick, so we have to go ahead and click this, choose my own password, ABC, profile picture. Let me go ahead and grab a profile picture for you guys. Let me go ahead and find one. Make sure you use something which has a JPEG or PNG extension at the end of it, otherwise you will run into like some annoying issues and annoying things that you really don't want to kind of deal with or can't be asked to deal with. Okay, so at this point I found a JPEG picture. Okay, so I'm going to use the JPEG picture. So we're going to go back to our emulator, okay? And then here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste, and you can see I've got a picture which has a JPEG extension. Okay, so now what I do is I click register, right? And now you guys should be able to see. So if we go ahead and hit register, which we just did, I think I didn't actually, let me just double check a few things. So we can see that does it. Let's go to our register screen. We have on submit. And I think inside of our register screen, what we actually also need to do is we can actually navigate the user away from this page to make sure that that works as well. Okay. So Let's just double check if the user is actually there. But what you can do is you can force a re-navigation. So after the update is complete, right, it will go ahead and it will provide us with a value. Okay, so we can go ahead and say, so let's go ahead and save this. And you can see auth_user.user.update is not a function. Interesting. Okay, so we've made a little mistake over here. Auth_user. Oh, update profile. That's where the error was occurring, guys. So you see, it's very important to have a catch. Okay, very, very important to have a catch. Okay, so here, what we have to do is we say update profile. Okay, and that will allow us to do it, which means that once again, we actually messed up the this bit. Okay, so refresh. And it's fine, guys. If you get into this stuff, don't stress out, don't freak out, don't think you're a bad developer. Just go ahead, keep your head up, get over it and accomplish it, right? So now we're gonna go ahead and reload. And now we shouldn't have a user that's found, so it will return no. Perfect. So let's go ahead and do this one more time. Say Sunny Sanga, sunny@gmail.com. Again, when you go here, you get that annoying little bug that the developer tools has. We go ahead and click choose my own password, ABC. Profile picture. Let's go ahead and use the one that I found. Register. As soon as I hit register now, it should go ahead, update my profile, and then start to re-navigate me. Okay. So right now the internet might be a little bit slow because I'm streaming, but there you go. It re-navigated me over because we had a listener inside of login. So I didn't click anything. It just logged me in. For you guys, it'll be a bit quicker. For me, it was slow because I'm streaming as well. So the internet is a bit slow. Okay. Or it's being used up by this. So now you can see it says this is the home page. Okay, so that's perfect. Except on the home screen, I don't want to have a back option. Okay, so even though we did a redirect, so let's go ahead into a login. We did a replace. For some reason, we're getting a back option. Okay, so we want to get rid of that. So let's go ahead and remove that right now. Let's go to our component. And here, what we're going to have is, we'll go ahead and get to this afterwards, okay? But right now you can see if we do this and I refresh, it will open up the login page and then it will redirect, right? So you can add loading states. I'll leave that for you guys as a challenge, but you can see here, it's just because the internet is slow, right? And you see the replace works as it should because we don't get a stack. Okay, so that's perfect. Okay, everything's working perfectly. So once we're on here right now, what we're gonna do is start building out the home screen. Now the home screen, a bit of a big one. We're gonna get this working perfectly though. Okay, now a few things to note. You see this little notch at the top, right? So whenever we're working with native sort of elements, right? The notch at the top, we have a few things like here, right? So the status bar, we're gonna change in a sec, but this stuff down here, right? We wanna kind of protect against things getting snipped off at the bottom over here, okay? The way we do that is we change our surrounding container with something called a safe area view. Okay, so instead of a view, it's a safe area view. Now, a lot of phones have the little, you know, cutout and things like that. We want to protect against that. So we can go ahead and do this. Yes, you can add a splash screen. Definitely feel free. Give it a try, guys. Go ahead and update this as much as you want. Okay. Now, inside of here, we're essentially going to have that list of chats that we spoke about before. Okay. So in order to do that, remember that list of chats was actually scrollable. Okay. So what we do then is we go ahead, get rid of this, and we say scroll view. So now we have a view, but it's scrollable, right? So React Native makes this very simple for us to implement. Okay, we've already implemented it, already pulled it in, and we don't actually want to pull it in from React Native gesture handler. We don't want that one. Okay, we want to actually have the scroll view from React Native. So make sure you don't make that mistake. Okay, guys. Now the next step we want to do is we're going to use something called we're going to create one of those list items in the middle. Okay, so each of those individual list items that we had before, okay, everything that we had before, what we're going to actually go ahead and do is create a component for that sort of list item. So that way you guys can start to see what we're talking about. So we're going to create a component to resemble it. Okay, so here I'm going to go ahead and outside of screens, I'm going to create a folder called components. Inside of here, I'm going to create a component. This component is going to be called custom list item. Custom list item.js. Okay. React Native functional export with a start sheet. Right. So we get here. Now let's create this custom list item. And what the heck is this custom list item? It'll make sense in just a sec. Okay. You can go ahead and push this to a Play Store if you want after. All right. So we're going to be using something called list item from React Native elements. We're also going to need an avatar. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that in. So So you've got the list item and the avatar. I'm going to go ahead and make the surrounding something called a list item. Okay. Now, when we do this, inside, we're going to have a few more advanced things than just a piece of text. Okay. Firstly, we're going to have an avatar. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in the avatar. Let's go ahead and hit save. Now the avatar here, let's go ahead and get rid of this for now. Right. The avatar here for now, we're going to have a default placeholder just for now, just to test this out. Right. It's going to be a rounded avatar, which means it's going to have a little circle on it. Okay. And the source of it is going to be this. Now you'll be able to see this in just a sec. Right. So I'm going to go into my app, into my home screen. And I'm going to go here and I'm going to put in the custom list item component. So we'll import it, self-close it. And then here you can start to see that little component that we spoke about. Okay. So we're going to go to our custom list item and we're going to continue to build this as we expect it, right? So this list item has some content inside of it. Okay. So what we do is we go ahead and pop it in here. This is going to be a closable sort of parent, and we're going to have some children inside of it. So we're going to have the list item. We're going to go ahead and have the list item title. So the way we do that is we go and have the following. So we pretty much write the first line like this. We say list item title. And again, it's going to have a closing component. Right now inside of here, we just pass a piece of text. So we can say, let's just go ahead and say YouTube chat. And then let's go ahead and do that. So you guys can see it's starting to come together, right? It's starting to come together pretty nice, right? What we're going to do now is we have the title. We're also going to have the subtitle. Okay. So for the subtitle, it's very cool what you can do here, by the way. This is actually an extremely powerful thing that you can do inside of React Native. Okay. So sometimes when the text goes too far, we want to have something called an ellipsis, which basically adds 3 little dots to basically say there's more text here, but I can't show you all of it. Right. So how do we do that? Here we say number of lines is 1 because we only want to have one line of text before we sort of have the cutoff point. Okay. And then what we say is ellipsis mode is tail, and ignore the error that you're seeing right now. It's just when the debugger isn't connected correctly. Okay. So for now, we have this sort of, the debugger attached, which is fine. Sometimes it has a little issue. So you can see there, right? We have a subtitle. Now here, this can be like, this is a test subtitle. Hit save, right? So now you can see you've got the YouTube chat, right? This is a test subtitle. Everything works expected as we want, right? Now let me go ahead and show you something. If I go ahead and I was just going to spam this, right? Check this out. The text is too long and then it adds a little ellipsis. So it adds the little dots, right? So you see those little dots at the end, adds those in, right? Now that's very important for UI purposes. You don't want to kind of have some crazy overflow, because imagine someone put 50 lines of text, it's going to expand way too much. Okay. So what we're going to do now is actually have the sort of, this would be where the test message goes in, right? So we'll configure that afterwards. So we're going to make this component actually a bit more customizable than what you can see right now. Okay. So the way we're going to do that is we're actually going to have a few things that get passed in. So I'm going to close the debugger for now, so that way it doesn't keep erroring out with us. So I'm going to go ahead and hit reload, and then we're going to go ahead and pass in a few props. So we're going to pass in an ID, we're going to pass in the chat name, and we're going to pass in the enter chat function. And this will make a lot of sense very soon. Okay. And then you're going to see that a bit because it has to go ahead and refresh. Okay. So that's all looking pretty good, right? I'm going to close the debugger by doing Command Control Z and say stop remote debugging. So that will actually allow my performance to be a little bit higher while we're coding. Okay. So we have that in place. Now what I'm going to do is go back to my home screen, right? So inside of the home screen, on the top right, I want to have some icons. Okay, I want to have on the top left, I want to see an avatar on the top right. So how do we go ahead and customize headers inside of React Native navigation? Okay, the way we do it is we go to homescreen.js, right? So we're inside this file right now. Then we need to implement the use layout effect. So remember before I told you we can customize the options by simply doing the use layout effect. Okay, so use layout effect. And then there we go. We have the sort of clean up stuff there, and we have any dependencies that we may want inside of here. Okay, so everything is perfect on that front. So what we can do here is I want to say the title for this page should be signal. Okay, so this is actually going to be, when we're inside of here, we're going to access the navigation options. So here I'll say navigation, there we go. And here I'll say navigation dot set options. Okay, set options. And then here I'll do this. Now while we're debugging, because I don't always want it to kind of, you know, do this loop where basically it's going to check if I'm logged in, kind of move me around. When we're sort of coding it up, what you can actually do is you can actually force it to kind of, you know, go to the screen that you want. So inside the stack navigator, you can change the initial root name to home to force it onto the home screen on the beginning. This is good when you go ahead and get this thing set up, right? Command Control Z, reload. And you're going to find that you'll be doing this a bunch, right? It gets very frustrating sometimes when you're coding inside of React Native, but you just have to build a level of patience. Okay. So it says cannot find the variable use layout effect. So we've already imported that, and there you go. So it loads up this page first. So now rather than home at the top, the Signal app actually says a title of Signal. So if I go ahead and change that here, you can see it changes the header to that. Okay. So perfect. All right. So now we have the title Signal. So I'm going to go ahead and create the header style. Okay. So here what I do is I say the background color, and I'm going to make the background color to be white. Okay, so the header style, the background color here should be white. Let's go ahead and do, oops. Background color white, right? So what have I broken here? So let's go ahead and change this. Title, there we go. All right, so you see, we want it to be white, right, inside of this page, and I want the text to be black. Okay, so let's go ahead and do header title style is black. That's how it looks inside. And I also want the icons on this page to be black. Okay, so if there's any icons, we call that the tint color, right? And yeah, if you're enjoying right now, just smash the thumbs up button, get this video out to as many people as possible, right? So we're going to go ahead and implement the header left. Now what we can do is we actually add a custom component to the left side, the right side, wherever we want to do it. The way we do it is we say header left, and then we pass in a functional component. So I'll show you how we do this. Is we say header left, right? Pass in an arrow, and then here we just do a direct return. Now we're going to have a view with a margin left. So like this, and there's going to be a closing. There we go. Perfect. And then inside of here, what I'm going to have is a touchable opacity. And I'll show you what we're going to do. First, I'll leave the touchable opacity. First, let's just have an avatar, right? And the avatar is going to have the following. So let's go ahead and do this first. Let's go ahead and have an avatar. This is going to be imported from React Native Elements. Let's go ahead and do that. Perfect. And then what we can do is the source of the avatar, okay? So this, if it freezes like this, guys, Command Control Z, allow it to refresh. If it continues to freeze even more, then you can just close it and rerun, but I'll show you how to do this. But yeah, you have to be patient with this. It does tend to do this quite a lot when you're doing React Native stuff. You see, it's just going to freak out at times, okay? Which is fine. Cannot find variable view. Let's go ahead and import. And then there you go. Perfect. Okay. So now the source here, I'm going to make this a rounded avatar. Perfect. And the source here is actually going to be the person who's logged in. It's going to be their picture, right? So I actually uploaded a picture when I signed up and I registered. And the way we do it is we say auth, right? And I'll show you how we get the current users logged in. So firstly, I'm going to pull in my local authentication. And I'm also going to get the DB because we're going to need that later, right? Now for the authentication, I'm saying it could be empty. So we're going to protect with optional chaining, right? This means if it's undefined, it doesn't just die on us. And then we're going to say get the current user, right? This again could be undefined because they might not be logged in when they reach this page, right? And then also, guys, all of this is going to be the URI key, right? And then here we say this is going to be the photo URL of that user, okay? Hit save. And now when we're on this page, if we go ahead and hit the refresh, let's go ahead and wait. We should in a sec see that the current user has a photo URL. However, we might have been logged out. Right, so if we logged out, that's fine. We can go ahead and fix this. So the way we do it is we go ahead and get rid of the initial root name. Let's just double check that we're logged in. Let's go to login screen. Let's go ahead and do console.log. Oops. Console.log. So here we're going to go ahead and say auth user. And I'm going to run the debugger to make sure that we're logged in. Okay, so command control. We're going to say debug remote JavaScript. Okay. And then here it will open up a side little inspector. And then what we can do is pull that in and have a look at what's going on. All right, so here I can say inspect. And let's see if someone's actually logged in, right? Because it might have been logged out for some reason. Console, you can see at this point, we've got the console.log auth user. We're saying if the authenticated user is there, go ahead and log us in. So you see it logs us in, and then we have the user's icon at the top, right? So sometimes you just have to be patient with this stuff, right? So at this point, this screen is protected by that login flow. Okay, so now you can see this is all good. So at this point, you can see we've got the header left looking pretty good. Now, if I want to click this, you see there's no feedback, right? So what we have something really nice in this called touchable opacity. Okay, so touchable opacity. Now the way we do this is touchable opacity like so. Okay, so we can go ahead and pull that in, and then auto import, and you want to make sure that it's not pulling in from the gesture handler, but instead from the React Native itself. Okay, just want to check what's slowing me down a bit. Something is actually killing my computer a bit. I think it's a similar. Okay, so it's the debugger, right? So I'm going to detach the debugger, so because it is actually slowing everything down. So let's go ahead and cut the debugger. You can go ahead and leave site and then reload, and then Command Control Z. And this is something that you're just going to have to get very patient with, okay? It does tend to like sort of stress the machine a bit, but it's fine, right? If it gets to a point where it completely freezes, what I found works really well is you can just close iOS, right? Close it, close the debugger, go back to your environment that you're running everything in. So or you can open up your terminal where it's running, and then press I, and it says opening in iOS. It will go ahead and restart everything. Sometimes it's needed. Okay, doesn't mean you're a bad developer. It's React Native. Any React Native developer will tell you that this is how it happens, right? It's just frustrating at times. Right, so at this point we'll wait for it to load, and here I'm going to do touchable opacity, and there we go. We have a touchable opacity, and this is not going to be like this. It's actually going to be wrapping our element, and this will give it something. So it'll basically make the opacity change when the component is pressed. Okay, so at this point it's not showing, so we can maybe just see on that. It should come back in a sec. So let me go ahead and make that down. All right, if not, what we can do is, while this is sort of, you know, being slow for us, right? So if it kind of freaks out, takes a while for you to load up, it's fine. What you can actually go ahead and do is, firstly, let's just try and close this out. Let's close it out completely. And what I like to do is just completely close the simulator. So I go ahead and force quit the simulator. That's fine. And then give your computer a bit of breathing room. All right, go ahead, Command J. Let's open it up on the web, and we can carry on developing on the web. So I'm going to show you guys how we can carry on the web. So another portion of this build is happening on the web. Amazing stuff. So now what we're going to do, sign in with Sunny. I think it was gmail.com, ABC, login. All right, and this should go ahead and redirect us in just a sec. Oh, my login. I didn't even implement login. Oops. Let's go to the login screen. Let's quickly implement that. We're going to carry on the web though, so you guys can see how true cross-platform this is. Okay, so login screen. We didn't actually implement the sign in. Okay, so sign in. I'm going to have it on the final field. So I'm going to say on submit editing, and then we're going to go ahead and say sign in, and then we're going to go and also say on login button we're going to sign in. Now here it's very simple to have a sign in, right? Very similar to what we've done in the past, guys. All we have to do is import our authentication. So we import our authentication like this, okay? And then what we do is we go ahead and say, right, so we're gonna go ahead and import the authentication, perfect. And then what we're gonna do here is where we have the sign in, we're gonna say auth.signin, okay? So here I say auth.signin with email and password. And here I pass in the email, I pass in the password. And then afterwards I'll return a promise, right? But we don't care about the promise because I have a listener here. Instead, all I want to do is I want to catch if there's any errors, right? And this will work in a very clean way. If there is any error, all I want to do is alert with the error itself. Okay, that's all I want to do. Now here what we can do is I can go ahead and close that. So let's go ahead and say sunny@gmail.com, ABC, login. And there you go, guys. It logged me in. Right, so you can see now this is just proof that it's working on the literally on an iPhone and on the web, which is really powerful, and it's really cool to see that. And you can see I added the touchable opacity, right, which gives us this clickable functionality, right? So touchable opacity is the thing that gave us that. Right, so this is working exactly as we wanted it. Let's go to our home screen and let's carry on. So what I want to do is I want to actually reduce the effect. So what you can say is you can say active opacity is 0.5, and this has to be inside of JSX brackets, No, sorry, what am I doing? It should be equal. There we go. All right, perfect. And then what we're going to have is our on press, right? So I want to make it eventually. So when you press this, you'll sign the user out. Okay. Now signing the user out will be pretty easy to go ahead and do. All we have to do is create a function for signing out, which we're going to write over here. So I'm going to say at the top, const sign out user. Okay. It's going to be an anonymous function at the top. And then over here, what we're going to say is auth, right? So we're going to get the authenticated object and we say sign out, right? And this will return a promise when they finally sign out. Okay, so remember it's an async function that happens. So what you're going to be doing is just saying navigation, right? Dot replace, because we don't want to have the back. Obviously, when you sign out, you shouldn't be able to swipe back to the home screen because it defeats the purpose. So here we say replace with the login. Okay, really nice. Right, so now what we do, so we're going to go ahead and hit save, right? So sign out user, we're going to map to the on press, right? So we can either have it on here, on the touchable opacity. So here we can say on the press of touchable opacity, sign the user out, okay? So now if we test this out, it'll log us in. If I click it, sign me out, right? The reason why that works so well as well is because in the login screen, we set up a listener, which basically said that, okay, if you log out, go ahead and replace with the home screen, right? But here we actually navigated back to the login, right? But we signed out before we did so, which is why we're not getting thrown back to the other screen. So let's go ahead and log back in. And then here we say ABC, ABC. Go ahead and hit enter. And then you go, there we go. So I'm just gonna hit never on this one. There you go, perfect. Look at that, guys. That's really clean, right? Really, really clean and, and nice. So now with that done, we're gonna go ahead and oops, I've closed that one out. That's fine. We're gonna go ahead and implement header right, okay? So now we can go ahead and say header right. And then we're gonna do this. And then, so we've got the view over here. And then we're gonna go ahead and have, for this view, I'm gonna style something inline right now. And obviously, you know, you can move this out if you want. All right, this one's gonna be flex direction row, justify space between. But before I do it, I'm gonna show you what we actually put inside so you guys can see how it works, okay? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have touchable opacity. We're gonna have a few different things, like a few different icons. Now, what's really cool is, remember I said it pulled in the native icon pack in the beginning, right? So what we can do, there's one icon that we get from the ant design library and one that we get from the simple line icons library from vector icons. Now this is really powerful. You see, like if I hover over it, you got a lot of stuff inside of it. But basically it pulls in a bunch of different libraries. You even have material icons inside of here, okay? So everything works really, really nice. I'm gonna refresh the music, there we go. We've got the ant design over here and I'll show you how we use icons, okay? So obviously we want these icons to be clickable, which means I'm going to wrap them in something called a touchable opacity. So they have that little feedback element, right? I don't want it to be super intense. So I want it to be an active opacity of 0.5. So it's just like half the intensity. Then I'm going to say, pull in the ant design, right? So this is an icon. The name of the logo is going to be camera outline. So it's camera O. The size is going to be 24. The color is going to be black. All right, so you'll see what I'm doing right now and that'll make sense in a sec, right? And if we hit save now, you guys, we should be able to see, it'll log us in and we can't actually see anything yet, okay, yet. Now the way we do this is if we go to the header style at the top and we put in flex direction row, justify content space between, and we set a width of 80 and a margin right. Let's go ahead and see if it comes in. Okay, so we can't actually see anything yet. So we need to figure out why we can't see anything at this point. And then we should see some buttons over here, right? So the goal is to see 2 buttons on that right side, right? And then what we're gonna have is we're gonna have a touchable opacity. And we're gonna have the similar thing with the simple line icons. And I'll show you how we do it, okay? So let's go ahead and do this. Touchable, and we have an error here. No, we don't, yeah. We're gonna have another touchable opacity. So everyone thinks I made a mistake when I do that, right? It's camera outline, right? So that's what it actually stands for, the camera outline, okay? And then here we'll have a simple line icons with a pencil, size 24, camera black, okay? And then what we do is we go ahead and have active opacity 5, and there we go. Okay, now this one, so you see header right? We actually need to make this entire use layout effect dependent on the navigation, right? So it's most likely why it might not be updating. So if we go ahead and do this, Okay, still can't see it. Interesting. But we will fix it and we'll get to the bottom of it, right? So size is 24. There we go. So what I can do here is firstly you can inspect and we can have a look at it. Let's see if anything's even getting pulled in, right? So you can see there's lots of nesting that happens with this, which is fine. We can see in the components as well. Animate component. Okay, so that's not going to be much use actually. So we'll go ahead and we'll find out if this is working even on the iOS simulator in just a sec, right? But header right, everything here looks pretty perfect. In fact, I'm just double checking. Let me go ahead and sanity, do a little quick sanity check. And what we'll have for the touchable opacity for the right button, it would have been a little drawing pencil. And then in that, I would have navigated to a different screen. So what I'm going to do right now is, oh yeah, I have seen the error. Okay, so now here was the error, guys. You want to do a direct return. This is why we weren't seeing it. So now you guys can see everything is there, right? Now the style was to basically get all of this, right? So you can see these are touchable opacity elements. So it looks really good. Everything looks really nice. Right, so everything looks really, really nice, right? So I'm going to have it when we click this add button, right? I want to add to the list of chats, right? So let's go ahead and implement that functionality. The way I'm going to do it is I'm going to have an on press on the touchable opacity, and here it will say navigation.navigate. Okay, so it'll be an arrow function which says navigation.navigate, right? And what we're going to do is we're going to create a screen called add chat. Okay, it's going to be a simple add chat. Okay, so when I click this, it will go ahead and it will push me to the add chat. Let's go ahead and create that next screen. So here we're going to get rid of that. We're going to create the add screen. Add chat screen, okay? This is going to be the add chat screen. This one's going to be responsible for creating a new chat, right? So I'm going to go ahead and make a new component inside of our screens folder. And we're going to say add chat screen.js. And then we're going to do React Native functional export with a style sheet. Boom. And then this will say add chat screen. And remember, this will get the navigation come through here. Amazing, right? So now this is looking really good, right? Let's go to app.js, and then here we're going to go ahead and say add chat screen. There we go, import it as well. Perfect. Now we have add chat, right? So if I go ahead and click the pencil icon, it takes me to the add chat screen, right? Perfect. So now you see the crazy thing about today's build, guys, is we're actually building something which works cross-platform, which is incredible, right? So now you've got the add chat screen. So here, what we're going to do is go ahead and build out that screen for us, right? So how do we do that? So what we're going to do is firstly, I want to change the, oh shit, I like this song. This is Fast and Furious, I think. So we're going to change the top to be the add a new chat rather than this title. So now we go ahead and do this. Right, so here what we're going to go ahead and say on the add chat screen, we're going to have a use layout effect. And then here we have the dependencies. And then we have this. I'm just going to save this song because I like this song, dude. Oh, it's already on my playlist. That's how you know. That's how you know. All right. So here we're going to have view, and this is going to have a style. And you know how we do it. We say styles.container for the outer container. Here we say container. We go ahead and pop it like that. And then inside of it, we're going to have an input field, but not regular input field. We're going to have a button and input, which comes from React Native elements. Perfect. That's how we want it. Okay. So once we're inside of the layout effect here, we're going to go ahead and say navigation.set options, right? Set options. Now, because we're using navigation, we need to make sure it's a dependency inside of our use layout effect. And then we're going to go ahead and say title is going to be add a new chat. And then you guys should be able to see at the top over here, go ahead and go to the screen, add a new chat. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted, right? I'm going to change this to be add a new chat. And then I want the header back button to say the header back title button to say chats. Okay. So let's go ahead and see how this looks. So now this is something interesting, right? The header back title on web doesn't appear, but if you are running this on iOS, the back title, so that back button will have chats attached to it. So there's slight differences when you're using web or iOS or Android. So it's very important to know that, okay? So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and add an input field, right? So here, I'm going to say input, and then we're going to have a placeholder. And then here we're going to say enter a chat name, Okay. Now we're going to create a piece of state to keep track of this input field. So here we're going to go ahead and say const input set input, and here we're going to say equals use state, and this is going to be an empty string, save. And then we're going to go ahead and make sure that we import use state so it doesn't bug out. We're going to map it to the value here. So we're going to say value equals input. Okay, hit save, and then here we'll say on change text. Right, now here I'll say it gets the text and it goes ahead and updates the input. So set input, and then set input to the text, like so. Right, go back to the page, and there you go, we've got a chat. Amazing, right? So then we have left icon, right? So I'm going to have a left icon for this one. So inside of the input field, you can also have something called an icon if you're using React Native elements. So here I'll say left icon, and this will go ahead and just be simply a icon component, right? So the icon component here is interesting. It's basically going to use the similar library that we used earlier, but it's just a different use case for it. Okay, so here I'm going to go ahead and pull from the React Native vector icons font awesome, and then here I'm just going to say okay, right, so I just added this line of code here. Okay, now if I go here, you can see now we get a nice little icon next to the screen, right? So it looks really good. Okay, and then underneath this we're going to have a button. So here I'm going to have a button, and then this is going to say on press. It's going to have some stuff inside of there, but here we're going to have a title which is going to say create new chat. Okay, now when we press that button, I want to create the chat, right? So I create the chat when we press the button. So what I can do is I can create a function up here, and then here I'll say const create chat. Okay, now this is an async, right? So we're just going to mess around with something. I'll show you a different way of doing it. We're going to say async, and then we're going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to say await db.collection, and here what we're going to do is, all right, so inside of our DB, right, inside of Cloud Firestore, we're going to have all of the chats stored in a collection. Okay, so they're going to be stored in a collection. So here I'll say db.collection, right? We need to make sure we import from the correct one. Then we're going to say collection of chats, and then we're just going to add to that collection of chats. Okay, now what are we going to add? We're going to add a chat name, and this is going to be mapped to our input. And then here we say dot then, and then once it's done, we're going to navigate the user back to the screen. So now this is another cool trick, right? We have the navigation object up here, but what we can say is just say go back, and it literally goes back to the previous screen. So we don't even have to like tell it what it's doing. Now here we can say catch, right? An error, and we're just going to have some error handling. We're going to say alert the user of an error if it happens. Perfect. Okay, so this should go ahead and connect us to it. All right, so now if I go ahead and say, let's just say signal clone chat, and I go ahead and create a new chat, right? You see, it took a little second because it was async, and then we can go ahead and do it, right? Now the button on press worked here. We do on change text here, but we can also do on submit editing, right? And we can also trigger the create chat. So again, two options to submit. Now I want to get that shown up on this screen, right? So how do we go ahead and pull it in? So if I go ahead and refresh from Firebase, you should see now that it's working. Signal chat clone. There we go. Signal clone chat. Perfect. So I'm going to go ahead and change the style a little bit here, right? So I'm going to give the container a background color white, padding of 30 and a height of 100%. Go ahead and do that, and immediately we'll see a nice little difference there. There we go. Looks very clean, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to run the iOS emulator again, because that way we can see it running on the phone. So I'm going to press I, and it should open up the iOS emulator again. So unable to boot device. Oh, okay. So I think I have to restart. Let's give it a sec for that to load. And what I'm going to do is come on, and I'm going to actually stop the remote debugging. There we go. So now we haven't got the remote debugger open, so it should actually be quicker. So we're going back to the app now. So I'm going to quickly sign in. sunny@gmail.com. ABC, login. There we go. You can see everything's working over on this side. Go over here. You can see we've got the chats. Remember that little back button that I was talking about? There we go. Lovely stuff. Everything looks really, really clean. Okay. This looks really good. And there we go. Okay. So what we're going to do now is actually show those chats on this screen. Now, how do we do that? Right. To show the chats on this screen, we need to go to our home screen. Okay, so we're going to go to the home screen, and then here we're going to have to do some special logic with a use effect. Okay, firstly, we need a piece of state to store everything. So now what we're going to do is we're going to say const. Right, I'm going to make this full screen. There we go. We're going to say const, and I'm going to say we're gonna have a chat, and we're gonna say set screen, a chat, sorry. This will go ahead and be responsible for keeping all the state, which by default will be an empty array, okay? Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a use effect, right? So I'm gonna create up here, a use effect. Now the use effect is gonna go ahead and have dependencies, which are gonna be nothing. It's just, we just want it to run and connect on the first amount, right? So here, what we're gonna say is const unsubscribe, because remember, we need to clean up our functions afterwards. So const unsubscribe equals, and then we're gonna connect to our DB. So DB, and we're gonna import our DB. So we've got the DB already imported. So we're gonna see db.collection of chats. Remember, we pushed inside of a collection of chats, right? And then what we're gonna say is on snapshot. Okay, so on snapshot, this will give us a live snapshot, right? So it's real-time snapshot of the database. Here, what we can say is set the chats, right? So set our local state, which is an array, to the chats here. We're gonna say snapshot.docs, right? Snapshot.docs.map. And then here we're gonna say for every single doc, we're gonna go ahead and return an object, right? Now the object is an implicit return with an object inside of it. So it's an object that we're returning. I want the ID to be the doc.id, and I want the data to be the doc.data, right? Now, if you're wondering what these fields come from, where they come from, let's go ahead and have a look. So this is the doc.id, and everything inside of here is the doc.data, okay? So that's how it all goes ahead and works, okay? And then we want to make sure we clean up our function by saying return unsubscribe, right? Perfect, there we go. And obviously we need to make sure we firstly import all of the correct dependencies, so the use state and the use effect hook. There we go, right? This is looking good, guys. This is looking really, really nice, right? So what we can do now is inside of chats, when the screen renders, we should be actually collecting all of the different screens inside of an array. So what does that mean? We can go down to the bottom of our code, and when we render our custom list item, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna say chats.map, and we're gonna say for every single chat, right? I wanna render out something. Now this chat, I'm going to destructure it, right? So obviously this is a chat prop, right? So it's going to be a chat prop. We're going to destructure it, and I'm going to pull the ID and the data from it, right? Because this is where it came from. So here we're going to destructure the data item to be chat name, right? Now here, what we're going to say is render out the custom list item like this, right? And then what we're going to do is I'm going to get rid of the hard-coded one, right? Now remember, the custom list item, we passed in a few props, right? So we passed in an ID, which is going to be ID, and then we went ahead and passed in a few other things. So now what we're going to do is we're going to have the ID that gets passed through. We're also passing through the chat name, right? So over here, the chat name. And then we're also going to pass in, remember I said an enter chat function, right? But we're going to go over that in just a sec. But remember, you always want to pass in a key when you're doing this stuff, right? The key allows you to have a like efficient re-rendering of a list, which is very, very important, right? So now if I go ahead and hit save, everything looks really good at this point, right? So now at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say, so we should be able to go ahead and, if I refresh now, so we got the YouTube chat. We've got the custom list item that's rendering, right? So let's have a look at what's actually happening. So this is actually the one. This is actually the one, except right now it's not actually using the correct things. So now what you're going to do is we're going to go ahead and have the custom list item element. Okay, so this one here. Right, so when we've got the list item here, what we're going to do is make sure that we actually implement those keys, right? So the first thing is we're going to say the key for this list item is going to be the ID, because it's a unique identifier, so it's perfect, right? This one's also going to have something called a bottom divider, which gives it like a sort of subtle line underneath, right? You also see, look, it's actually draggable, which we'll fix this in a sec, right? But you don't want to have this sort of like messy as such, right? Is we've got this here, but I don't want the YouTube chat to be hard-coded. I want it to be the chat name that we get as a value passed into the prop. So here I'll say chat name. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go here and we're going to say that we have to fix the sort of subtitle stuff right here, right? So it will take a second for that to kick into play, right? So here I'm just going to go ahead and do ABC. So not a second, sorry, we have to implement that functionality. I'll show you guys how we do that in a sec, right? We can't implement that just yet because we haven't implemented the chats inside of here right now, okay? So this is working pretty good now. So if I go ahead and go to the phone and I go ahead and say YouTube chat, wow, create a new chat. There you go, YouTube chat, wow, right? So everything came in perfectly, right? So it looked really, really good. I think the sort of chat's a little bit delayed. That's why it comes flying in at a certain point. But cool, this is looking really good, guys. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go and create the next screen. Okay, so we're gonna create the next screen. So firstly, for the scroll view over here, right inside of the home screen, we wanna make sure that it's actually sort of got a height of 100%. All right, so the style of the scroll view should be applied here, and we should say it has 100%. So if I go ahead and do this, so if I go here and I say container is has a height of 100. All right, so a height of 100. So let's go ahead and do this. Oh, sorry. When you do 100%, you have to put in strings. Okay, so it's gonna be 100%. Oh, and then we also make sure that you do that correct. Otherwise, that's gonna bug out. So this will mean that you see when we do this, guys. Look at that. When I grab it, that's a lot cleaner, isn't it? Yeah, that's a lot more cleaner. Right. All right. So that's gonna be a lot cleaner for you guys to see. So now what I'm going to do is have a clickable element, right? So when we click it, it's going to allow it to go ahead and do something. So what we're going to do now is we're going to have this actually be a click-through element, okay? So for the custom list item, remember we had a on press, right? So here, where we had the custom list item itself. So here, what I'm actually going to do is implement an on press. And what I'm actually going to do, guys, is I'm going to make a function here, and this will make sense in a sec, but I'm going to basically say enter chat, right? And here we're going to pass an ID and a chat name, right? So I'm actually going to do this, but right now we don't actually have anything here which is get passed to it, okay? So inside of the home screen where we have the chat, right? So let's go ahead and go to the home screen, enter chat, okay? So what we're going to do is really cool, right? We want to, when we click this, we want to go to a screen, which basically, obviously, if we click it now, it's going to freak out because there's no on press. But when we click this, it will take us to a different screen, right? Now, the screen that we're going to do is create a chat screen. So inside of here, what I'm going to do is go ahead and say, I'm going to go here to our app.js, and then I'm going to say, copy this, and I'm going to say chat, okay? So chat, and then like this, right? So now what we're going to do is we're going to create a chat screen like this. So here, I'm going to go ahead and create a screen called chat screen, right? Chat screen.js. Perfect. Now with this done, we're going to go ahead and do React Native functional export with a style sheet, right? And then we're going to go ahead and do this. And now on the chat screen, we're going to have the following. So we need to style this out. So the chat screen is quite a big element here, guys, right? But what we can do that's really cool is when we click this and transition to the element, we can pass params, right? So we can pass params inside of that transition to the next page, right? So when we click it, we want to pass some parameters over, right? So what we can do is inside the home screen, I'm going to create a enter chat function, okay? So what I do here is I say enter chat like this, and this will take an ID and a name, okay? And then what I'm going to do, oh sorry, chat name, sorry. I'll take a chat name and like that, right? Now what we can do here is we can say navigation.navigate, right? But when we do the navigate, when we do the navigate, we're going to go ahead and we're going to navigate to chat. But what you can do is you can actually pass a second set of params, right? And here I'm going to pass the ID and the chat name. Right? And this is the equivalent thing of doing this. So if you've ever done this, yeah, 6 trick, let me know in the comments right now. So if you ever do this, you can make it a bit cleaner by actually, if the key and value is the same thing, it'll work. Okay. So what we're going to have now is when I click this, we're going to pass over enter chat, right? So here I'm going to say enter chat equals enter chat. That means we're passing through our function as a prop. So when I click this now, it should have something to go ahead and reference when we do the enter chat. There we go. So it says the action navigate with payload name, blah, 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 was not handled by any navigator. Do you have a screen name chat? So think about what happened there, right? I created the chat screen, right? And here, if I say chat screen, so if I go to app.js down here, and then you can see I didn't actually import the chat screen. That's why, right? So now if I click it, boom, chat screen, right? Perfect. Right, so this looks really nice now, really good. Right? Everything looks pretty clean, okay? So that's really nice and it's working as we expect. So the chat screen, this is the fun part where we have the chat functionality, okay? So what we're gonna do here is now have, so we're actually passing those props. Remember I spoke about the props, right? So if we go to the chat screen, how do we access those props, right? Like, let's go ahead and see how we do that. So over here inside the chat screen, we go ahead and do this, right? So inside the chat screen, we say root and navigation. So now we're going to go ahead and get the navigation, but you also get something called the root, right? Now inside of the root is something called params, right? And we're going to use that in just a sec. So here, if I was to go ahead and say, like, for example, root.params.chatName, right? And let's go back here for a sec, save it. Now check this out. This should be correct, right? But if I go ahead and click this, YouTube chat wow, and if I go here, signal chat, there we go. So you see, it actually dynamically pulls through that value, right? So we can go ahead and use root params now. So what we can do, I'm going to firstly customize this top section. Okay, so again, use layout effect is how we do it. So this is how we do it. And then we have the dependencies down here. Okay, so this is all like as we expected, as we wanted, right? So what we can do now is go ahead and say navigation. So navigation dot set options. Okay, set options like this, right? Again, takes an object. Okay. So here we go ahead and say navigation, and then inside of set options, what we're going to do now is actually have a few different settings. So the first one I want it to say chat. So I want just to have literally the chat that we have at the top, right? So it's fine for now. I just want to show you that we can do that. And then on the left, you see the title, right? I actually want to align it to the left. So header title align pushes it to the left, right? So that's how we do that. Now, I don't want to show the header left title, so I don't want it to say back. I just want this. So you see how clean that is when we do that, right? So now we get that left align functionality, right? Looks really, really clean, right? All right, so now we're going to go ahead and customize the header title. Okay, so the header title, I'm going to go ahead and say should be the following, right? So we're going to do I'm not going to make the same mistake. It's going to be implicit return with the parentheses. And then here we have a view. Okay, inside the view, I'm going to have an avatar. Right, so I'm going to have an avatar like so. All right, I'm going to say avatar rounded. Right, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply some styles to the view as well. Right, so the view, I'm going to go ahead and say style should be flex direction row align item centrally. Right, now you can see obviously it's disappeared because what we've done is we've created and sort of replaced the header title. Right, so then I'm going to go ahead and say rounded. Right, so for the avatar, but what I'm also going to do is I'm going to have a text, right? So the text is going to be the root params chat name, right? So I'm going to do here, I'm going to have a text, and then this is going to have the root params dot chat name, like so. Okay, so here, now what I'm going to do is for the source here, right? I want this to be dynamic. I want this to actually sort of have, you know, like, so whatever chat you're in, so you see signal, clone chat, YouTube chat, so that works. But I want the picture to be the last person who spoke. Okay, so last person who spoke. So if obviously if somebody hasn't chatted, it's not going to have anything there. But what we can do at this point is go ahead and just use a sort of placeholder value. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this placeholder value. So if there's not a value, then I can go ahead and do that for now. So this takes a URI. So we're going to say the source equals a URI, and then it has this here, right? So you can see that, right? So we're going to style this and make it look pretty good, okay? We're going to style this in a sec to make it look pretty, okay? So the text right now, I'm going to pass in some inline styles, right? You can also do it underneath or below. It's fine to do that, right? So for the text here, I'm going to go ahead and say options. So style, color white, margin left, font weight 700. Immediately gives it a little bit more of a pop, right? Changes the look and feel of it, right? Now, what's it called? When we go back here, so this is all good. Now, what I'm going to do here is, this is all perfect at the moment. We're going to implement the header left, right? So the header left, I want to actually change this arrow. I want to have a different arrow because this is not the one that they have in Signal. So here I'm going to say header left, and then I'm going to do the following. Let's make sure we're in the correct parentheses. Yeah, there we go. So I'm going to target the header left. There we go. And then what I'm going to say is touchable opacity. Touchable opacity. Oops. There we go. And I'm going to import it from React Native. Make sure you don't import it from the wrong one. And then here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a logo from Ant Design, right? So again, it all gets imported. I'm going to actually import a bunch of them because I'm going to do a few things later. Now I'm going to get the Ant Design component, pop it in here. And then here, I'm going to pass in a few different properties for styling it. I'm going to say the name is going to be arrow left, right? Arrow left. And then for the size, we're going to give it a value of 24. And then the color is going to be white, right? You can also provide a hex value if you want to have custom styling over that. We go ahead and save it. Let's go ahead and jump in. Let's see what it looks like. All right, so my native actually froze. So what you can do, if it freezes, you can even try reloading. And then you can try again. Yep, so you're going to run into that quite a few times, right? But you can see now, look at that, guys. Looks pretty good, right? So the header left has the new arrow, right? It has this arrow backwards. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pass two things, a style and an on-back handler for that touchable opacity. All right, so I'm going to pass a style margin left 10, and then I'm going to pass on press to navigate and go back. So now if I click it, boom, see that? We now have our own custom button at the top, which is really clean. Right, and look how nice the transition is, guys. The blue at the top, how it transitions into the nice white. This is clean. Now we have this, right? Everything looks pretty good, but let's go ahead and implement this chat, right? Before we're done, on the header right, I'm going to actually have two sort of icons. I'm going to have the video camera and the call button, okay? So I'm going to do that as well. So two of those things. So how do we do that? So header right, we go ahead and do this. We say header right, and then we pass in a component with an arrow, like so. Perfect. And then what we do is we go ahead and say, firstly, I want to have a view. So view, and essentially, again, it's like a replacement for a div. And we're going to have a touchable opacity, right, with a child inside of it. And this is going to be the font awesome, right? So it's going to be the video camera one. We're going to have it there, so you can see video camera popped in. We have another touchable opacity in here. We're going to have an ionic icon. So I did these imports earlier at the top, and you can see by default, again, flex this column. Remember that, right? So what we're going to do is some inline styling here to fix that. So inside the view, I'm going to go ahead and pop it in here. Style is a flex direction of row. Justify content space between, width of 80, so that way you get a nice little spacing. Margin right, 20, so it's not touching the side, right? We want to make sure it looks pretty clean like that, okay? What we're going to have now is this looks pretty good, guys. Look, looks pretty good, right? So at this point, we're going to implement the following, right? We're going to implement the sort of look and feel of this page. So firstly, we're going to have a safe area view, so that way stuff doesn't creep past these little weird borders. So we're going to go ahead and say safe area view, right? So this will be a safe area view. I'm going to apply a little style here. So I'm going to say style. I'm going to do an inline style. And again, you can refactor all of this stuff to make it down below, however you want to do it. I'm just showing you how to do it. So now what we're going to have, first I'm going to change the status bar to light, okay? So status bar, let's go ahead and import it from Expo. And then you can see, cannot find safe area view. Let's go ahead and pop that in from React Native. And let's go ahead and pop in. So now you see a status bar area changed to white. Really clean, looks good, guys. Looks really good. So let's go ahead and keyboard avoiding view. So now I'm going to pop in a keyboard avoiding view because I want that chat to sort of, you know, I want the keyboard avoiding view is important here. And I'll show you what we're going to be doing with it, right? So it's very, very cool use case for it here. So I'm going to get rid of the text. I'm going to go ahead and pop in a keyboard avoiding view. And this is going to be it's going to have a child component inside of it. Now here, I'm going to do a few things which are pretty cool, right? I'm going to go ahead and say the keyboard. So this takes a few props and I'll explain what we're doing. Here we need to import platform from React Native. And we're saying if the platinum is iOS, then the padding, and then apply padding, otherwise apply height. This is a slight difference with Android versus iOS with the keyboard avoiding view. Styles.container, we'll go ahead and style in a sec. So we've got a container element down here. Keyboard vertical offset 90. This will allow us to offset the screen. And I'll show you why we're doing this in a sec. Okay. So if we click this now, it says cannot define the keyboard avoiding view. Let's go ahead and import that from React Native, right? So we're importing that from React Native, and this will allow us to do something very cool. So now we have this screen, right? So we have the keyboard offset view, right? So the keyboard avoiding view. And then what we're going to be doing inside of there is having the followers. We're going to have a scroll view. So firstly, I'm going to have a React fragment because I'm going to have a few weird things next to each other inside of here. And then I'm gonna have is a scroll view, right? So first I'm gonna have a scroll view, and this will be where the chat sits, right? So the whole chat will sit in it. So chat goes here, right, inside of a scroll view. And then what we're gonna have is next to the scroll view, I'm gonna have sort of an area that where you can type a message. Okay, so that's why we've got a React fragment here. But here I'm gonna have a view, right? And inside the view, we're gonna refer to this as the footer, right? So we're gonna refer to this as the footer, right? So again, we're gonna need to style that in a sec. And then what we're gonna have here is a text input field. Okay, so text input here, and we're gonna do the following: text input, self-enclosing element, and we're gonna have a placeholder for this, which is gonna say placeholder, and this is gonna say signal message, like so. And I need to import this from React Native, save, and we've got a scroll view that we need to import from React Native, not the gesture. So there we go, the signal message, we've got an import there, right? So we'll go ahead and make it look fancy in a sec. Now, once we've got that done, right, we're gonna actually go ahead and style this afterwards with a styling element. So we're gonna go ahead and say text input. So I'm gonna go ahead and add that in here. So we can style that in just a sec. And then we're gonna map this to a piece of state, which is the input. Okay, so the text input. So we're gonna quickly hook that up right now. So I'm gonna go here and say const input. This is where the user is gonna type in a message and send it. Over here we'll say set input equals use state, right, which I'm gonna go ahead and import from React, and it starts off with a blank value. Perfect. We go back down to the area of the text input. We map it to the input, right? And then we also say on change of text, we go ahead and get the text back as a callback, and then we set the input to be whatever the text was when the user typed. So that's how we get it clean, right? So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have next to it a sort of send message button. So it's gonna be a touchable opacity, right, with a child in the middle of it. Now obviously I don't like the effect that they have, so I'm gonna half the effect by saying active opacity 0.5. We're gonna have an on press which sends a message, right? So we're gonna hook this up afterwards. Send message. And then this will go ahead and be a function after. So we say send message. There we go. And then what we're gonna say inside of that touchable opacity, we'll have the send, and you guys will start to see what we're actually doing in just a sec. We're gonna have an ionic icon, right? So I'm gonna import this. Name is send. I'm gonna show you guys how we find them afterwards. But it's on the Expo website. You can actually go ahead and very easily find them. So we already went ahead and imported that at the top. Nice. Okay. Go ahead and save. Now we've got the send icon, right? Really nice, really clean. Okay. So at this point, what we can do, like kind of, you know, make this look a little bit more presentable, because right now it looks really weird and random. Okay. So at the bottom, we're going to go ahead and style the first thing, which is the container, right? So the container is going to have a flex of 1, so that way it reaches the bottom. Okay. So now you can see the signal messages touch the bottom. Okay. Because the scrollable container will have flex 1. The footer, right? So let's go ahead and style the footer. Now here, I'm going to say flex direction row, align item center with a width of 100% and a padding of 15. Okay. So here, now what you should see is down here, it's kind of, you know, it's still flexed a bit, right? So what we need to do now is make it so that the text input, which has text input here, I want to give that a bunch of styling. So I'm going to show you guys the exact styling we do and explain it, right? So we're going to get rid of this, and we're going to go ahead and do this. So what we're saying here is stick it to the bottom, height of 40 pixels, that way it's not flat. Flex 1, so that it will take up the majority of this room, right? So it'll go ahead and take up as much room as it possibly has. Then we're going to go ahead and say the margin right should go 15, so that way it's not touching here, right? Then we're going to border color transparent, border color transparent, but the background color will be like a slight gray, right? Border width of 1, so that way you've got like a very sort of, you know, I don't even know if we need that one, to be fair, right? Padding of 10 is going to allow it so it's not just going to be super cramped close to it. And then color gray for the sort of text that you're going to type, in the border radius of 30, so we get a nice rounded border. Save it, and you guys can see, look at that, lovely, right? And if I go ahead and do the Command K, can you see how it moves up with the keyboard, right? If we didn't have this keyboard avoiding view, right, it wouldn't move up with the keyboard. The keyboard would go over it, right? We want to have this, right? Here we don't actually need the border width, I don't think. Yeah, so we don't need that. Cool. right? And that works pretty nice, right? And here, if we get rid of the border color transparent, we don't actually need that too. So thank you, Rico, for the suggestions. That must have been when I was cleaning up the code. There we go. Nice. So you guys see that, right? It looks very, very clean and smooth. Okay. So this is looking really, really nice at the moment. Now what we're going to do is, and you can see we've also got the send button, right? Which is hooked up, but it doesn't really do anything. Right? Unable to find dev menu. Interesting. All right. So we go ahead and do this reload. Right. So sometimes it goes ahead and freaks out, which is fine. Just give it a sec. Okay. And then what we're going to do is actually implement the sort of chats. Okay. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to have the chat screen, right? Now the chat screen, we're going to have the send message. So let's actually implement the functionality a bit first, and then we can go ahead and sort of implement the things that we're going to see. So on the send message, we're going to say, firstly, I want to dismiss the keyboard when you send a message, right? So keyboard dot dismiss. And this will actually go ahead and force the keyboard to, you know, hide when we go ahead and use it, right? So I want to say, we just need to, oh, we already imported that. Okay, cool. So now what we can do is I also want to do it so that around this right now, right? So you see if I've got the keyboard up, right? Have you noticed in a lot of apps, when you click out of it, right? So when you click outside of here, you want to kind of hide the keyboard, right, for you. Now, once we start inputting stuff inside the scroll view, it won't be that way, okay? So what I'm going to actually do is add a touchable without feedback and make it so that when you press anywhere around here, it will dismiss the element, okay? So obviously you want to pull this in from React Native, not the other one. And then we can clean that up after, that's fine. So now if we go down here, and you can see what we need to do now is make sure that we correctly implement the closing parentheses. So here we can say touchable without feedback. There we go. There we go. And then let's go ahead and make sure it's all correctly imported. So right now this isn't correctly done because we've got rid of, oh, oops, we actually got rid of something there. Oh, there we go. Touchable without feedback. There we go. Perfect. Cool. Nice. So now what we can do, guys, is have it so that when the keyboard's up, we click this and it will make sure that it hides the keyboard when we do that, okay? So we're going to go ahead and say db.collection, right? And then what we're going to do is say go inside the chats, right? But which chat are we in, firstly, right? Remember, we passed this in. So we did chats.doc, right? We passed in the root. We passed in the root dot params dot id. Remember, we passed that in when we came in, right? It gave us the root params with it, right? We ID and the chat name. That's how we got this bit at the top, right? So everything is looking really good at this point. So what we're going to do is actually go ahead and say go inside the chat and go inside the collection of messages. And what we're going to do is push a message in, right? So we're going to pass in an object here, right? And what we're going to say is there's a timestamp. Right. Now, if you ever follow my videos, there is a neat way of doing timestamps. Okay, so the neat way of doing a timestamp is you basically go ahead and import Firebase, not from our local, but the actual Firebase. And while I'm here, I'm actually going to import our DB and Auth from our local. Okay, so this is really clean. And then what we're going to be doing is going ahead and having it so that when we click the send, it goes to Firebase, and then it goes to Firestore. Right? And then it goes to the field value and it gets us the server timestamp. Now, why am I doing that for the timestamp? Because remember, you might be in, let's say, America, or you might be in Asia, whereas I'm in the UK. So our timestamps are going to be different. So if we both use the server's timestamp, it will be a uniform timestamp that will stay true regardless of who it is. Okay. So that's going to be something important to go ahead and do. Right. So at this point, what we're going to do is we've got the timestamp, but here I'm going to say the message is going to be the input. So remember, we mapped the signal message to a piece of input, right? Then what we're going to do is go ahead and say display name, right? Now, what is the display name of the message, right? Who's the user that sent it? The way we can do that is we can say the auth, right? So we're going to go into our auth and then we're going to say get the current user, right? And the current user would have a display name because we set it when we registered, right? So that's how we get the user's name. And then we can also say the email. Okay, so here we can say the email is going to be auth.currentUser.email. And the same thing for the photo URL. Okay, photo URL is going to be auth.currentuser.photo URL. Right, so now we go ahead and add in the following properties, right? And this will be the user's profile picture. All right, once that's done, what we do is we say set input. Right, now set input is we go ahead and just do our little trick to basically clear out the input. So we'll dismiss the keyboard, we'll go ahead and add it, and then we'll set the input to clear. Right, or you could if you want to make this super neat, is do it then call back on the add and then do it that way, but I'm just going to keep it clean right now. Okay, so now if we go ahead and say this is a test and hit enter, so right now we're not actually doing anything, right? Reason being is because in the input we've got the on change text, but we haven't got the on submit editing, right? So on submit editing, we need to go ahead and say send message as well. So obviously we want to have two options. We want to have it so when we click this it works, but also want to have when I hit enter, or I can click this, it'll basically go ahead and send it. So it cleared this, nothing freaked out. Let's go ahead and check out this, right? Let's go ahead and refresh our Firestore. And then we should say messages. And you can see, look, message. And it's got my details. It's got the picture of me. And it's even got the timestamp and everything perfectly aligned inside of it, right? So this looks really good at this point. So now here, once we've got these sort of messages being pushed in, we need to set up a listener. So typically what we do, thank you so much, Anupam Tiwari. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Right. So now what we do, guys, is we go over to the, let's go ahead and have, thank you so much for that donation. We go in and set up a use effect. Okay. So the use effect. Okay. So now we have a use layout effect. Okay. So here what I can say is I can say use layout effect like so. And I'm showing you how you can do this either with a use effect or with a regular. It depends on what you want to do, but at this point we're going to use this because we're dependent on the root. Okay, so that's why I'm using the use layout effect. So at this point, what I can do is I can say, okay, we're going to basically set up a listener. So we're going to do const unsubscribe. That way we have a cleanup afterwards. Const unsubscribe equals, and we can say db.collection, right? Now the db of collection is going to be reference to chats. So here we say .chats. Okay, we have db.collection of chats. And then here what I say is doc, and then here I say root.params.id. Okay, so we have that, and then we go into the collection of messages, so the ones that we just pushed into. So we're going to go ahead inside those messages, then we're going to go ahead and order it by the timestamp, right? So we're going to order by timestamp, and then we're going to say by descending. Okay, so order by timestamp. Oh God, what have I done? Descending, right? So you can pass in this, and it says, okay, we'll order it by descending. So the most recent message will come to the top. And then I'm going to say on snapshot to get a real-time listener. This will give us a snapshot inside of a callback. Okay. And then what we can say is set the messages, plural, set messages. So we need to go ahead and create a piece of state to keep track of all the messages. And then here we say messages set messages equals use state. And then here we go ahead and put the empty arrays. This is a sort of initial thing. And then here I'm going to say set the messages. Let's go ahead and save. Set the messages to, inside of here, what we say is a snapshot.docs.map through every single doc, right? We're going to go ahead and return an object, right? So I'm doing implicit return, and then we're going to go ahead and say id doc.id, and here I'll say data doc.data, and I'll pass in the data. So we know how we like this because we want the ID when we're rendering things out. Okay, you can help grow the channel by smashing the thumbs up button, guys, and sharing this with friends, family, anyone who you think it can benefit. That's what you got to do to help us grow. So what we're going to do is we're also going to clean up our function. We're going to say return unsubscribe, right? So oops, unsubscribe, and then we're going to save. So we're going to go ahead and do this, right? So we have the chat now. So now what we should have is the messages array loaded up, right? So we can render this now on the screen. Right, so where do we render this on the screen? Okay, so where we have the scroll view is going to be the ideal place to do it. So remember the chat goes here. So what I can do here is I can go ahead, pop it like this, and I can say that let's go ahead and map through the messages, right? So map through, and for every single message, right? So what I'm going to do, so they're going to go ahead and destructure the message. I'm going to deploy this to the web, yes. Right, so here I'm going to destructure the message, and we're going to get the ID and the data. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and do the following. We're going to go ahead and render out, and here we're going to have some logic afterwards which will go ahead and separate from a sender to a receiver, right? Actually, we'll do it now, right? We'll do it now. What we'll say is we'll do the following. We'll say, okay, if the data, so if the message email is equivalent to the authenticated user, so the person who's logged in, if it's the same as their email, then it would be the person who, it would be you as the sender, right? So this is going to be that case, else it would be something else, right? So I'll explain what happens here in a sec, but this would be the app, this would be the sender, or I mean, I got them mixed up, but you'll get the point, right? Once this works. So we'll say view, yeah, and then I'll do the same thing here, just put empty view, right? So there you go. And then what we can do is inside of here, we'll have an avatar, right? So we have an avatar. Here we have the YouTube chat. We've got, so if it's the person who basically sent the message, I think I've written receiver, but you get the point, right? So we have an avatar here, and we also have a piece of text. Okay, so a piece of text like so, right? Now the piece of text here is going to have a style attached to it, and I think I've got these the wrong way around, but it's fine. So just follow them and you can swap them around yourself, right? So here what we'll have is the data message, right? So I have the actual message of the sort of thing that was sent. Okay, now we should be able to see that. So that'll be the receiver's text, right? Now on the other side, we're also going to have a similar thing. We're going to have the avatar, and we're going to have this, right? So it'll be receiver text, but it won't say receiver text. It will actually say the sender text. Okay, so this one will say sender text. Okay, so very simply put like that. Right, so at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to go and check out we're going to style this up a bit so it doesn't look so funky, right? So when we render out these views as well, right, we're going to go make sure we will have the key as the ID, because any list element we want to sort of be very efficient with our rendering. Now this one we're going to say style is of styles.receiver, right? Styles of receiver, right? Receiver, wait, I'm sorry, have I messed this one up? No, okay, good. Yeah, here we go. All right, styles.receiver. Let me just copy it. There we go. Okay, and then down here in this one, we're gonna have, in this one, sorry, this is where the eyes start playing tricks on you. So style equals styles dot, I'm not sure why somebody just said rendering. I'm not sure, I don't think it's lagging, guys, is it? So we can say styles.sender, right? Styles.sender, there we go, perfect. Everything's working good, right? So let's go ahead and hit save, and everything is doing good. Right, so now what we're gonna do is let's actually style this out a little bit so we can start to see something on the screen, right? So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and start styling the receiver, okay? So for the receiver, I'm gonna go ahead and do the following, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and say padding of 15, right? So if we go ahead and paste this in, so this is gonna be the styles that we want. We want a receiver of 15 padding, background color is going to be a slight gray for the person who sent it, align cell flex end, and I'll show you what this does in just a sec. Border radius 20, margin right, so we've got a margin right over here, margin bottom 20, max width 80, and position relative, right? So let's go ahead and hit save, and let's just type in test. Let's say send. Okay, so you can see that, right? I mean, it looks a bit funky right now, so we're going to fix that up, and then we can go ahead and do it. So you can see this is the person who sent it, right? So we'll go ahead and work that way. But I mean, I guess I've got the things mixed around, but it's fine. And then for the sender, I'm going to have some other alternative styles. What we're going to do is we're going to say sender, and then here we'll have the following styles get applied, okay? So for the sender, it's going to be very similar. And the reason why we're doing a few of these things is we've got padding 15. I want to keep it relatively, simple on the styling side. This will be a blue color. Flex start would mean it would come over on this side, right? So if I do it for this one, flex start, you'll see it pops over on this side. So you see, that's how we get the sort of sender receiver sort of look, right? But this one is going to have a border radius of 20, margin 15, and 80% max width and relative. And we can test this out afterwards by sending her to do it, right? Right, so now what we do is I'm going to go ahead and set everything up. So let's carry on adding to this, okay? So let's go to, and we're going to set up the receiver text, which we've done, the sender text, which we'll style in just a sec. Now for the avatars, this is where the interesting style comes in, right? So for this one, it's going to be the date. So we've got the source is going to be the data.photo URL. So you see that, right? The picture came through for me, right? So if I say this is a test, right? This is a test, right? And now what we can do is I'm going to say a size 30 rounded design, right? So let's go ahead and do this. And you can pass the styles in here as well for the React Native element here in this case. And what I'm going to do here is something interesting, right? I'm going to say absolute positioning, right? So bear with me. I'm going to say absolute positioning. And what happens is you see it kind of gets weirdly positioned, right? But I'm going to say bottom -15, right -15. And check out what happens, guys. Look at that. So it gets put in the corner at the bottom like this, right? So you can see now it comes up at the bottom. So like, look, yo, there you go. Look at that. It comes up really nice, right? And this whole thing is scrollable and it works very nice, okay? So we have this working as the way we expected it. Size is 30. And now there's a little hack that we have to do, right? So if we render this on the web, the absolute positioning won't be working as we expect it to right now. Okay, so there's a little hack that we will put in place here. So if you want it to work on the web for the absolute positioning, I'm going to add something to the container style, which will basically do the same rule, but it's for it will basically help the web fix itself. Okay, so that's how we do that for the web element. Now we can do the same thing for the avatar down here. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy the styles in, but we've just basically swapped it around so it's now applicable to the left side. Okay, so it's going to be applicable to the left side for this one. So the absolute positioning will go ahead and be styled appropriately. So what we can do is here is this is fine for now. We can go ahead and refresh this. Let's go ahead and refresh. So sometimes again, like I said, you're gonna get this freaked out sort of state where it kind of, you know, bugs out on you, but that's fine for now. All right, so we're gonna hit save. I'm gonna say command, and I'm just gonna go ahead and do, I'm gonna do I to open it up again on iOS. So you see, you can just force it to kind of refresh if you want to do that. You sometimes will get stuck in those. Trust me, when I was building it, I got stuck in that so much. All right, a little bit of a loop. All right, so now what we're going to do is go in there and you see everything's working, right? So what we're going to do now is we've got the sender and receiver, but I need to style the sort of the text a little bit more, okay? So for the text, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here, and for the actual sender, so on the when we send it, this is fine, right? But I've got them mixed up, so sender and receiver the other way around. But for the other side, so say for example, if Elon Musk messaged, I want it to say Elon Musk on his side, right? So on his side, what we're gonna have is we're gonna actually have the display name showing as well. So where we have the style send the text here, I'm gonna say style send the name as well, right? So on the blue side, it will show a sender name, and I'll show you this in just a sec, right? So now what we can do is I'm going to add some styling to that, and I'll show you where we do it. I'm going to go down here and say sender name as a left of 10 pixels, padding right, font size 10, and color white. And then for the sender text, I'm going to style it as such, like here. And then we're going to do this, right? Now, what we're going to do now is sender text, we're going to have this, and same for receiver text, okay? We're going to do the same thing. There we go. Right, so we just change the text a little bit, how it looks. And then what we're going to do is you see at the in this bit here, right, it touches the top. It doesn't look very clean, right? So what we want to do is actually add a inner sort of class name, right? So here, what we can do is for the scroll view, what we can do here is we can actually add something to something called content container style, right? And what we can do here is we can say padding of 15. So we're going to say padding top 15. Okay, and you see how that gives a little bit more sort of padding at the top, which is a lot more nicer, right? So what we're going to do now is go ahead and we have this working the way we expect it. So I'm going to go ahead and firstly, we can stress test it. So we can go ahead and pass in a few things. Let's just go ahead and say test. Okay, so everything's working pretty good. Okay, nice. So what we're going to do is I'm actually going to render it on the web. So let's go ahead and have W. Let's go ahead and open this up on the web as well. So I'm going to pull this open on the web, and you can see over here, I mean, I'm on the same account. So this is going to actually send in the same message. You see it sends in the same one, right? So I'm going to go ahead and register. So I'm going to go ahead and register a new account. Let's go and say Elon Musk. Let's go and say Elon at musk.com. And here I'll do elon.musk.com, ABC, profile picture. Let's go ahead and find a picture of Elon Musk, right? Elon Musk, let's go. All right. So now what I'm going to do is go to the images and let's kind of grab, let's see if this is a nice JPEG. So I do copy image, and the way I check, guys, is I'll go ahead and do that. That's not a JPEG because it doesn't say JPEG at the end. Let's go and try this one. Nope. Let's try maybe this one. Yep, JPEG. See that? .jpeg. Nice. So I'll grab that one. Boom. Register. And there we go. I've registered an account, and maybe it wasn't a JPEG. Oh no, maybe it wasn't a JPEG. Oh no, it was. Okay, it was JPEG. It just didn't update. Let's go here and let's go into the Signal clone chat. And now you can see, guys, look at this, right? So check this out now, right? So you guys can see on the web we're Elon Musk, and on the phone we're Sunny, right? So if I go ahead and say, hey Sunny, look at that, right? Hey Sunny, and we'll sort that error in a sec. Yo Elon, and look at that, guys. How cool is that? Right? Everything works. There's a slight difference. There is a little bit of an overflow bug on iOS. So on web, you see that. So it won't stick to the bottom. So that's something that you, like, it's not a bug. It's just something you have to account for. And you can implement that if you need to. Okay. So here what we can say is, let's just try yo. And same way other way. What's that, dude? Nice. Right? See how cool this is, guys? Like, how fun is that, right? So this is pretty damn cool, okay? So everything works in the same way that we expect. Even if I go ahead and create a new channel over here, so let's go ahead and say socials. Comes through on here. Go ahead and open up the socials chat, and you can see everything's pretty cool. I say yellow, and it comes through. Nice, right? So this is the way it works, right? Everything works in sender, receiver fashion. You see how it shows you the sender's name. So if I go ahead and say Sunny, it'll say Sunny, and it'll say Sunny Sanga with my name. So my display name comes up, right? Whereas if I'm not the one signed in, it'll go ahead and show the other person's name. So that looks pretty damn cool, okay? So what we can do now is actually go ahead and say, so let's go ahead and maybe, let's just pop this to the side for a sec. All right, so now that's all pretty good, right? Everything's working exactly like we want, right? This is looking really nice. So let's go ahead and change this top bit, right? So how do we get the picture at the top to look the way we want it to, right? So let's go to our header title at the top, right? And what we can do here is we can say that the header title is going to be where we have the avatar source. We can say it could be the messages, the first message, because it's going to be sorted, it's going to be fine. So it'll give you the first one, the most recent message. And then guys, go ahead and smash the thumbs up button if you haven't already. So here I'm going to say it's optional because it could be undefined when it's fetching data dot, and then we'll say the photo URL, right? And then we'll say if that's no, then it will back up to the sort of, you know, the dead avatar, right? So now you can see if we go into the socials chat, it goes ahead and it shows nothing right now because we haven't refreshed. Let's go back into a new one. Let's go into socials. And right now we're not actually passing it in, but if I say test, it should actually show. So right now this is not the up-to-date version. So my my web was a bit dead. So let's go ahead and keep doing it with this one. Right. So what we can do now is we can go ahead and say, even for now, to be fair, we don't actually want this one. It's fine. Right. So there we go. That's pretty cool. That's what we should have done in the first place. So if we say test, right? So that one isn't updating because, oh, okay, my bad. Because guys, the reason it's not updating is because it's also dependent on the messages. So we have to make sure our user effect is also updating on the messages, right? So now if we're inside of here, that means Elon wasn't broken. So let's go ahead and go to the web. So W on the terminal, and it will go ahead and pop open a login session on the web. Let's go ahead and make this visible. Let's go into the socials chat, and you can see if I say, yo, now Elon sent the last one on socials, but let's go to the same chat. So Signal clone chat. If I go ahead and say, let me go make this full screen. So this one's a bit too big. Let's go ahead into social, let's go into Signal. Let's go into a fresh one. So here, nice. Socials, and here we can say like Elon's the last one to send it. So if I say yo over on this side, notice how the top changed to me from being me as the last person who sent it, right? So this is how we get that little nice trick going on, right? So now what we can do is we can go back to this, and I guess what we want to do here is have this as the last message it was sent, as well as this be the image of the last person who sent that message. Okay, so this will be the final portion of the build, right? And then we're pretty much done with the build, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and implement that little functionality. So inside of the custom list item, right? So inside the custom list item component, what we can do is we can have it so that this is a functional component for a reason. So I'm going to go ahead and update these things at the bottom, right? So the way we do that is we go ahead and we set, so let's go to custom list item. So obviously we get these parameters at the top, right? So I'm going to create a piece of state to keep track of the messages, because what I want is I kind of want to fetch the message for this chat before I've gone inside the chat. So I'm going to say chat messages, and you can optimize this more, but I'm just doing it as a basic example here. And we say use state. And I'm going to pass in the empty array. Oops, pass empty array. Now here I'm going to say import. So we have the correct things, dependencies. So here we go. And then what I'm going to do now is inside of, I'm going to create a use effect. So we're going to have a listener. So use effect. There we go. Here we say const unsubscribe. I'm going to wait till it flies over that. Const unsubscribe equals, and we need to import our DB. So I'm going to import the DB from our local Firebase file. All right. So now here we say db.collection chats. We have chats, and then here we're going to say go into the document, and we've already got the ID for which chat, right? So we're going to say go into the collection of messages on that chat. So here, collection of messages on that chat. And then here I'll say order by, because we need to order it. And then I want the most recent message. So from the timestamp, get me the descending, right? Get me the descending message. And I will say on snapshot, because I want it to be real time. So that way, whenever somebody types in there, it will give me the latest value of the message, right? So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll say set the chat messages to the snapshot.docs. Right, so we say snapshot.docs.map, and we'll say for every single doc, I want to go ahead, and I don't need the ID here. So I'm just going to say doc.data. I'm going to map directly to the data, right? So we do that, save, right? So this is good. And then I need to import this. And I also need to clean up my function by saying return unsubscribe. Very important you do that return, right? Because it does clean up your sort of rendering quite a lot. And same with the list item. Here we say the key is going to be the ID, right? So you want to make sure you have optimizations like that, right? They're important to have, okay? So that's all pretty good at this point. Now what we're going to do is we're going to have it so that we are able to have the last sent message here and the avatar also there, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to say the URI, right? If there are chat messages in that chat, okay? If they exist, we're going to access the 0, the first element, right? But that could be sort of undefined. And then we're going to say photo URL. So we should be able to get the photo URL of the message. If that doesn't exist, we'll go ahead and pass in a profile picture. Okay, save, and now you guys can see that I'm the one who sent the last message on all of these, right? Right. So now what we're gonna do, so what we're gonna do is I've got the photo coming up now, right? So if I go on Elon Musk's account and I start typing in, so let's go ahead and say, hey Sonny. So you see the last message updated, right? So it was Elon Musk that sent it. And then what we want to do is also for that message here, I'm gonna go ahead and say the following. I'm gonna say chat messages, right? And this could be undefined, so we're going to optional chain. I'm going to go to the first message, or the most recent one, get the display name, okay? And I'm going to do a colon outside of it. And then I'm also going to have chat messages over here. And then I'm going to say, okay, this could be undefined. And again, here, we're going to have a 0, and this could be undefined. So this is going to be referencing the most recent message. And then we'll say message, okay, to get that message. Save. Now check that out, guys. Look at that. Elon Musk said, hey, Sonny. Sonny said, yo, look at this, guys. And if we go here, and if I go into the YouTube chat and I say, oh, damn. Yeah, and I just drop a fire emoji. Have I got fire here? Yeah, fire emoji. Look at that, guys. Nice. Look how good was that. How sick is that, guys? And look at that. It works both ways. So we go over here. And then let's say we reply to Elon, say, yo, what's up, dude? Yo, what's up, dude? How is Tesla? And I'll show you a little trick. How is Tesla doing? Stocks are crazy. Enter. And you see, If it goes too far, boom, we get the ellipsis, right? And this is responsive. Look at that. It's responsive, guys. How cool is that? All right. So this is working exactly as we want it. With that said, I really think we're done. I'm just trying to think. Have we gone through all of the things? We have register functionality. We have everything working in the way we expect it. It's cross-platform, which is so dope, right? We have everything here working as we expect it. Amazing stuff, right? We can protect a few things now. So we can say, for example, on the add chat screen. So if we go here, we can go ahead and do a few little protections. So for example, here we can disable the button if there is no input, right? So that would help out. So now it's disabled unless you type in. So we can go ahead and do that. Same, we could do the same for register, but it wouldn't actually go ahead and allow us to do it on the register if it wouldn't allow us to submit it anyway. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh the music. Let's go ahead and do this one. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go, I guess this, should we go ahead and deploy? I'm not going to show you guys how you can deploy. I'll show you how to deploy to Expo so you can test this out on your phone. Okay. So the really cool thing about this, right, is you can actually very easily do this, right? That's the first thing. And two, when you can, I'll show you today how to actually go ahead and implement this in a way that you can deploy it to your Firebase hosting. Okay, so I'll show you how to do the deployment of the web app, but I'm not going to show you guys how to do the phone. I'll make a separate video. Maybe we can do that a different day, right? But here, what we're going to do is let's go ahead and deploy. So let's go ahead and open up our terminal. And what I'm going to do is this error right here. We can, that's fine for now. Quota exceeded, error on some snapshot. Oh, maybe it's because I've actually got so much happening there. I think we're good now. I think we're good. If I go ahead and refresh. Let's do this. Let's see. Let me just double check that. Okay. Each child in the list should have a key prop. So don't ignore these errors, guys. Right. So let's go ahead and fix a few of this stuff. Let's go to the chat screen. And I want to make sure that each element in the child, like in that list, has a, here it is, guys. So look, the list has a key here, but here it does not. Okay, so key of ID. You make sure you listen to those errors, right? Because they will dramatically improve the performance of your application. Okay, so here I go ahead and do Command J. Command J. Oh, okay, Command J is not working. There we go. Nice. Now this error right now, it says Firebase quota exceeded. Okay, so that's actually my quota exceeding. So you guys shouldn't get that. But if I go ahead and say test or something. Okay, so I've actually exceeded my quota. Wow. Okay, so I guess if I deploy it, then it's not going to actually do it. But yeah, it's okay. So guys, I've actually exceeded the quota for Firebase, which is crazy, right? So we'll go ahead and fix that. But let me go ahead and see. That's why you can't see the messages here, which is fine. We can go ahead and remove that afterwards, or I can add a card to my account. So I'm going to show you guys how to deploy this now. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and do Command J, and here we just need to do the following. Okay. So firstly, we need to initialize our app. Okay, so we're about to deploy to the web. Okay, so in order to do this, we need to go ahead and say Firebase login firstly. Okay, so I'm already logged in, so I'll be logged in under the correct account. But if you guys aren't, then you have to make sure you do that. Okay, so the next step after that is you need to say Firebase init. Right. Once you've done Firebase init, you get a nice little CLI pop up. Okay, you want to go down to hosting and press spacebar. Okay, this bit's really important, guys, so really pay attention here. Right, you do that and you hit enter. Use an existing project. Okay, go ahead and find the one that you done. So in our case, it was the YouTube build. Okay, I'll go ahead and do that. Now this is extremely important here, right? So you need to type in web-build when you're doing an Expo build. Okay, so web-build. Right, it's very important. Web-build. Right, hit enter. Configure it as a single page app. Yes. Okay, and then set up automatic builds and deploys with GitHub. No, right, we're not gonna do that today. Everything is set up, right? Everything is done. Now what we do is we say Expo build : web. Okay, so Expo. Oops, that's annoying. Expo build : So here we say web, right? And this will go ahead and I think it's Expo build. The Expo build. Oh yeah, oops, I've got the wrong thing. Expo build. We can do Expo build, or I think it's Expo deploy. Expo publish. Okay, first let's do Expo publish. Let me show you something. Let's do Expo publish, and this will actually go ahead and publish this to Expo, which will allow you to basically have it on the Expo website, and you need to just fill out a few details if it's your first time. But what it will do then, it will start the bundler, it will generate a bundle, and then it will go ahead and deploy it. Okay, so while that's doing that, let's go ahead and double check something. So yeah, I've actually ran out of my quota, interestingly. That's interesting. I'm going to double check that. Go ahead and say Firebase Expo hosting deploy, and I'll show you what we do. Okay, so I did this last time. While it's loading, we can double check Expo build :web. That's it. That's the one that we needed. Expo build :web. Right. So go back to our code, and you can see it's actually bundling up a JavaScript bundle that is going to publish over to Expo. Now, if you've never tried Expo, I'd really recommend you do like Yarn Start or Expo Start, and you give that a try, and then scan it with your phone, because it's actually amazing. You can actually see it run on your phone. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to go ahead and you see it says upload complete, publish complete. Right, you're going to probably have to fill out a few details, which are fine, and then you go ahead and get a project page. Okay, and you get a manifest as well. So let me go ahead and open up the project page, and let's go ahead and make this full screen. Let's see how this loads out. And then you guys can see this, right? It says scan to open. Now, I haven't made this public, but let me see if I make it public, we'll see if you guys can do it. If you can, give it a try and see if you can load this, but point your QR code at this right here. So I'm going to do it right now. Right? So I'm opening it up on my phone as we speak, right? Now, let me show you guys. Look at this, guys. On my iPhone right now. Look at that. That's literally working right now on the phone. How cool is that? All right, so it's literally working right now. So let me go ahead and log in right now, okay? So I'm going to type in sunny@gmail.com, ABC, login. And there you go, guys. So the quota is already, so remember that quota exceeded, so we can't actually test it. But if I say test, create chat, all right, so the quota exceeded, right? So that's why you're not seeing anything here. But that works. Look at that, guys. It completely works the way we expect it. And to show you a little test, we can go into the ad chat, and you guys can see everything works in the way we expect. And even you get the sort of swipe back functionality. So you guys can see that, right? You get the swipe back functionality. And if we go up to the top and we go ahead and hit this button, so I'm trying to, yeah, you see that we can sign out. Whereas everything is super, super clean and works the way we expect it. And you guys can see we just built an app which runs here and it runs on the web, okay? So it runs over here and on the web. Now, you won't get this error. You won't get the quota exceeded. This is because I do so many Firebase builds that I've basically, I've basically gone ahead and exceeded everything. So you guys won't be able to load it yet as well for Expo. But that's how you deploy, right? So that's how you go ahead and deploy on that. Now, how do we deploy to the actual web, right? So how do we do that? So the way we do that is we can go ahead and say Expo build :web. Right, and this will go ahead, and if we open up this folder and we close everything, you see we have this web build folder. So it started to build everything inside a web build right now. Okay, so once we've done this, give it a sec, and we should be able to load this up on the actual web. Okay, so this is gonna, a webpack is gonna sort of compile our entire app into a nice little bundle. This is similar to when we do npm run build when we're doing reactjs. Right, so everything works on that front. So it's very similar to that. Okay. Now what we're going to do is wait for this to go ahead and load, and it says using node to generate blah blah blah, and we can ignore that for now. Let's go ahead and refresh, and we can wait for it. So you see it does take a little sec because it basically goes ahead and optimizes your images, does a bunch of stuff, but you can let this run. Once this is done, you can see you get the web build folder, right? Once you get the web build folder, you can see this is our entire app. So you don't touch this folder. You basically just need to understand that if you change your app after that point, you need to go ahead and do Expo build again, right? Once you're done, you need to go ahead and do Firebase deploy. And remember, because we set it up to pull from the web build folder, it will go ahead and deploy whatever is inside of there. So if we do Firebase deploy now, I'll say deploying hosting, and you can see it found the files in web build, it's uploading the files, and then it works. And let's go ahead and hope this works. Boom. I mean, guys, like, it's pretty damn good, right? It's pretty powerful stuff, like what we just did there. And there we go. We're here. So remember, the reason why you're not seeing any data right now is because the quota exceeded. Bear that in mind. But yeah, we have the entire app deployed on the web right here. You guys can, if you don't believe that that's true, I will go ahead and I'll just chuck that in. So this app, the big fundamentals of what we did today, right? We built a React Native app, right? So this is not just a standard build. This was a whole new like sort of territory for us. We built a React Native app, and it allowed us to sort of have one code base which works for both the web and on a mobile device, right? We learned about so many different things today, right? We learned so many different things today. Let's just do a little recap of what we learned. All right, we had things like, so let's go ahead and just sort of hide this for a sec. All right, we had Expo, right? We introduced the Expo icon pack. React Native elements allowed us to have all of this cool stuff, right? So let me go ahead and close, cut this stuff out. Oops, let me go ahead and cut this out. There we go. Yeah, we had React Native elements, which allowed us to have all these sort of nice buttons, right? We had Firebase authentication and DB powering everything, right? We had React navigation, which was huge, right? React navigation. So this was actually React Native navigation. So React Native navigation. And this was a huge learning lesson, right? So this went ahead and actually showed us how we went ahead and done everything. But you guys can go ahead and click the link and you'll see that the actual app is up on that site, right? So this is completely done, right? So the app is not broken. It's just the Firebase quota for my account, because I do so many builds, has exceeded, which means I simply have to just go ahead and upgrade my quota. So everything's working and it's pretty good, right? But you guys can see, look, we have an iOS app running and we have a desktop app, all from a single code base.
Let's go, Papa Fam. You just built 4 amazing iOS and Android native apps using React Native. By this point, you should be a React Native ninja. You should be familiar with a ton of different React concepts. You should be very comfortable with the Expo environment when you're building up a React Native app. And you should be well skilled in how to make those apps look pretty damn beautiful. If you've enjoyed this build, drop a comment down below. Leave a little rocket emoji to let me know if you made it all the way to the end of this video. And as always, guys, if you want to take your learning that step further, we've curated and created the best developer community on the goddamn planet. With over 700 members in the Papa Fam right now and over 8,500 in Discord, we have never been so big and the course has never been so good. If you're interested, check this out. Problem with coding courses, React, JavaScript courses, is that they're outdated. Heck, they're probably still telling you that class-based components are the way to go. I mean, they're probably telling you that Bootstrap's still a good idea. You need a course that's updated weekly, not teaching you some dinosaur techniques. You need a community of developers that are there to help you every time you get stuck. Not those guys over at Stack Overflow who, let's be real, their sole job is to make you feel stupid. You need mentorship from somebody who's got real experience in the industry. This is where we come in. Zero to Full Stack Hero is the ultimate all-in-one package for you to learn how to succeed as a web developer. Weekly coaching calls, over 100 hours of coding content, dedicated success coaches that are going to be there whenever you get stuck, and a guaranteed formula for success that has helped over 500 of our Zero to Full Stack members land their dream job. Stop wasting time in tutorial hell. Join us in the world's best developer community today and get the life that you deserve. Click the link somewhere around the video and join us today. So if you enjoyed this video, make sure you smash the thumbs up button, subscribe for more content like this, hit the little bell notification icon so that way you don't miss any more fire content just like this. Me and Jay put tons of work into this, so drop a comment if you enjoyed this. Let us know any feedback and we'll be sure to keep on improving, keep on delivering, and keep the Papa Fam growing. Until next time, guys, this is your boy Papa React, and I will see you in the next video. Peace.